100 years after the apocalypse, civilization collapsed. Zombies, mutated beasts, aberrations and eerie monsters massacred cities. Sequence wielders carved up territories and humans would risk their lives for half a biscuit. Just as everyone struggled to survive in the mud, Li Yun awakened the daily intelligence system. Every day it would refresh 3 precise bone-deep supreme intelligence items, locking in all fatal threats and opportunities in advance. Cold raindrops mixed with the smell of rust struck Li Yun's forehead. He curled up under the overturned truck chassis, mud soaking his combat suit, each breath carrying the scent of blood. In his ears came fading groans. The last survivors of the convoy were dying. 3 hours ago the rock-firm convoy still had 47 people. Now besides himself only the young soldier 5 meters away, impaled through the abdomen by a steel rebar, was still pulling the trigger with his last strength, shooting aimlessly into the deep mist. Protect, little sister. The soldier's voice was slurred. Li Yun didn't respond. He held his breath, his pupils contracting to pinpricks in the gloom, staring intently at the twisted shadow in the mist. It came again. The convoy called it Shadow Devourer, a bizarre creature nearly invisible in thick fog. Physical bullets passed through its body like through air, and incendiary bombs could only drive it back temporarily. In the past 40 minutes it had used a cat and mouse method, dragging the scattered team members back into the fog one by one. Each scream lasted about 10 seconds. Then silence fell. Calm down, Li Yun told himself, though the sound of his heart pounding against his ribs was terrifyingly loud. But the survival instinct honed after the great catastrophe quickly steadied him. Believe in yourself, surely you can find that 1% chance of survival in this hopeless situation. But now where was that chance? He quickly scanned his surroundings. 20 meters to the left was the wreckage of the convoy command vehicle. To the right were scattered supply crates, one overturned revealing half a box of rusty cans. Directly ahead the Shadow Devourer's outline grew clearer, a dark shape roughly humanoid but with limbs bent backward and only 2 hollow points of light where the head should be. As if it were laughing. Distance 15 meters, movement speed about 2 meters per second, no physical collision response. Li Yun's mind raced. Weakness unknown, attack pattern unknown, evasion method detected, anomalous energy host in life-threatening danger, intelligence system officially activated. A cold voice exploded without warning deep in his mind. It wasn't like hearing, it was an information stream directly imprinted on the level of consciousness. Li Yun stiffened before he could understand what was happening. Several clear lines of text appeared in the center of his vision. Today's intelligence 13, refreshed intelligence 1. The target, Shadow Devourer newborn, relies on soundwave vibrations and life heat for perception. Direct strong light can cause it to stiffen for 0.81 seconds. Specific high-frequency sound waves 87,009,200 Hz can induce energy disorder within its body lasting about 3 seconds. Detected host facing life-threatening danger, system judgment successful. Intelligence 2 and 3 do not consume intelligence slots. Survival intelligence at the bottom of the blue supply crate. 8 meters to your right there is a military-grade handheld flare gun already loaded with illumination flares. Survival intelligence, the soldier chin high impaled by the steel rebar has a modified survival whistle in his pocket. Blowing it can produce variable frequency sound waves between 85,009,500 Hz. The information influx took only half a second. Intelligence system. Li Yun froze, then a shudder of realization shot down his spine. This wasn't an illusion, this was a path to survival. He instantly understood the information structure: 1 core intelligence accompanied by 2 key item prompts. The system was giving him an executable life-saving chain. High-frequency sound to subdue the enemy, strong light to cause stun, and the tools are right in front of me. His brain meshed like precision gears, converting information into an action plan. His eyes sharp as lightning, he suddenly locked onto the blue crate 8 meters to the right. 8 meters. No cover in between. The Shadow Devourer seemed to sense something, its 2 light-like eyes turning toward Li Yun. It began to accelerate, its reverse-jointed limbs dragging eerie sliding trails across the muddy ground. 10 meters. 8 meters. The Shadow Devourer was drawing closer. Chun Hai. Li Yun suddenly growled. The whistle. Throw me the survival whistle in your pocket. Dying Chun Hai shook his head, seemingly not understanding, but survival instinct made him tremblingly reach for his chest. Li Yun, hope, you can make it. A bloodstained silver whistle was pulled out by him, and with his last strength he threw it toward the truck. Then his head lolled and he was lifeless. The arc was low. Smack. The whistle landed in a mud puddle 5 meters away. The Shadow Devourer immediately turned and lunged toward the sound, the very path Li Yun had to cross. No time to hesitate. Li Yun darted out from under the chassis like a leopard, throwing himself into the muddy water. Cold filth filled his mouth and nose, ignoring the suffocating sensation. His right hand wildly groped in the mud. Got it. Almost at the same moment a shadow loomed over him. The Shadow Devourer was right above, claws raised to strike its face, showing a hint of pleasure, the joy of a successful hunt. It could feast on fresh flesh again. Li Yun could even smell that non-biological odor, like rotting electronic components mixed with ozone. He suddenly turned over, raised the whistle he just found with his left hand, put it into his mouth and blew with full force. Whoosh. It was no ordinary whistle. It was a high-frequency sonic boom so sharp it pierced the eardrum as if tearing the air apart. The shadow devourer suddenly froze. Roar! Its twisted body trembled violently in midair, the two light points flickering wildly, emitting a screech like glass grinding. It works. The intelligence is real. Li Yun's heart steadied. He scrambled toward the blue supply crate. The box lock was already deformed. He smashed the lid open with a piece of rubble, reached into the bottom layer of odds and ends, and frantically searched. First aid kit, compressed biscuits map. Found it. A heavy black flare gun with military use illumination flare only engraved on the body. He grabbed the gun and turned. 3 seconds. The high-frequency sound wave effect lasted only 3 seconds. The shadow devourer had already recovered from the stun. It was clearly enraged. The whole shadow expanded a circle, its mist-like body extending dozens of tentacle-like spikes, lunging at twice the speed as before. Deep breath, stay calm. Li Yun knelt on one knee, holding the gun with both hands. He knew how to use the flare. 45 degrees, avoid direct gaze, pull the bolt, squeeze the trigger. 7 meters. The shadow devourer leaped into the air. 5 meters. The tentacle tips were already brushing his face. 3 meters. Li Yun pulled the trigger. Bang. After a dull launch sound, a blazing white fireball shot upward diagonally and exploded at 5 meters above ground. In that instant, the world lost all color. Pure white. Woo. The shadow devourer was fully exposed to the bright light. It let out a screech beyond hearing range. All its tentacles instantly shriveled, its entire body freezing in midair as if grasped by an invisible hand. 0. 8 seconds. 1. 2 seconds. It didn't matter. Li Yun had already moved the instant he pulled the trigger. He sitterelled, grabbed the steel rebar that had pierced chin high, as thick as 3 fingers, 1.5 meters long, one end soaked in blood. Then he saw it. Under the glare of the light, a fist-sized translucent core emerged at the shadow devourer's chest. It pulsed like a heart, glowing with dim purple light. The intelligence didn't mention this. I bet that's your weakness. Li Yun gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The flare began to fall, its light fading. The shadow devourer's stun was about to end. The last second. Li Yun gripped the rebar with both hands, leaned back like a javelin thrower, every muscle tense to the limit, and then a full-force thrust. The rebar cut through the air, its tip precisely piercing the pulsing core. No resistance. As if stabbing into a mass of dense fog. But the next second, the dark purple core suddenly burst with blinding light. The shadow devourer let out a final scream, this time laced with something like pain. Its body began to disintegrate from the core, turning into countless black specks of dust that scattered in the still burning flare light. 2 seconds later, everything fell silent. Only the fading flares still smoked on the muddy ground, and a thumb-sized dark purple crystal left on the ground. Alive. Li Yun knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Adrenaline subsiding, every muscle in his body trembled. He stared at the crystal. The system text in his mind was slowly fading, but a new line finally appeared. Initial crisis resolved. Intelligence system synchronization rate with host increased to 10. Daily intelligence fixed, refresh time midnight 0 o'clock. Intelligence count will increase as synchronization rate rises. Tip absorbing the shadow devourer core crystal can unlock sequence evolution. Absorb. He reached out and picked up the crystal. The touch was warm, as if liquid was flowing inside. Sequence. Evolution. Li Yun frowned, hearing rustling sounds from deep in the mist, and quickly tucked it away. There's more than one monster. We must stay quiet and get out of here quickly. Li Yun tightened his grip on the crystal and flare gun, looked at Chen Hai's unfocused eyes on the ground, then looked deeper into the convoy wreckage where 3 relatively intact off-road vehicles remained, one of which should have a full tank. He needed to leave. Immediately. Remaining today's intelligence 2333 pending review. Suggest prioritizing intelligence concerning evacuation route and imminent threats. The system's voice sounded again. Li Yun wiped the blood and mud from his face and stood up. The rain was still falling. But this time he could see the way. The system's voice sounded again. Li Yun wiped the blood and mud from his face and stood up. The rain was still falling. But this time he could see the way. The rain grew heavier. Dragging his injured leg, Li Yun crawled into the relatively intact off-road vehicle, his entire body soaked through. He barely managed to shut the door, momentarily sealing out the mist and the scent of blood. The car reeked of motor oil and rotting fabric. The keys were still in the ignition. He turned them with trembling hands. The engine let out a few coughing sputters, and then, startled, Li Yun immediately ducked, sweeping his gaze through the mud-splattered windows. The mist churned under the headlights as if alive. No movement. Good, haven't alerted those monsters yet. He let out a long breath, then felt the sharp pain in his left leg. Looking down, he saw a tear in his combat trousers, flesh exposed, blood seeping out mixed with mud. It had been grazed by a shadow devourer's tendril while he crawled toward the supply crate. First, stop the bleeding. Li Yun rummaged through the glove box and luckily found half a roll of bandage and a small bottle of iodine. The pain from treating the wound made him clench his teeth, but he dared not slow down. Every second could bring something new. After bandaging, he leaned back in the driver's seat and closed his eyes. The system interface in his mind was still clear. Today's remaining Intel 2333 pending review. Below the text, two folder-like icons flickered faintly. View, Li Yun silently commanded. The interface refreshed. Intel 2 111 kilometers northwest of current coordinates lies an abandoned Pioneer Energy Underground Research Institute. Main entrance collapsed, but the ventilation duct system remains passable. Inside there is an unactivated military emergency supply depot containing weapons, medical supplies and 3 sets of intact protective suits. Warning: high concentration of abnormal energy reactions detected in the deeper areas of the institute. It is recommended only as a high-risk supply point when resources are critically low. Intel 3: within 2 hours a bony-roding mist tide will pass through this region. During the tide, anomalous creature activity increases by 300, visibility below 3 meters. The only relatively safe route: drive north along the current highway for about 40 kilometers, turn into the old National Road branch and reach the abandoned car repair shop codenamed Tiezhen. The underground garage of that location has a solid structure with sealable entrances and exits, providing conditions for short-term defensive hold. Note: due to the anomalous mist tide, the current world rules are changing drastically. The accuracy of intelligence will produce unknown changes over time. Please depart as soon as possible. Both pieces of intel were dense. Li Yun processed the content, his eyes falling on the dashboard. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full range, approximately 300 kilometers. Enough. Research Institute. He muttered. High-risk supply point. Not needed yet. But the intel mentioned military emergency supply depot and protective suits. In this damned world, equipment often means an extra life. He would remember those coordinates. What was truly urgent was the third piece of intel. 2 hours. Bony-roding mist tide. He looked at the surging mist outside. The creatures in it were already lethal enough, triple the activity. That would be an environment utterly inhospitable to humans. Tiezhen repair shop. Li Yun fished a crumpled old map from the glove box and unfolded it under the car's interior light. His finger traced the thick line representing the highway north, and about 40 kilometers in he indeed found a tiny branch road beside which Old Road 7 was scrawled faintly in pencil. No repair shop marked. But the system said it was there. Trust the system, he told himself. The system had just saved his life, that was enough. The question now was, he opened his palm. The dark purple crystal lay quietly in his hand. Its warm touch was strange, as if it were breathing. Prompt: absorbing Shadow Devourer core crystal may unlock sequence evolution. Absorb. The text reappeared. What exactly is sequence evolution? Li Yun asked. The system did not respond. Apparently it only provided intel, not explanations. Li Yun stared at the crystal, recalling the last screams of his team members dragged away by shadow devourers. Could something produced by that creature's body truly be used by humans? But on the other hand, if he didn't use it, could he survive another encounter with such a monster, relying on luck and the remaining 3 flare shells? Struggle was plain on Li Yun's face. Finally he took a deep breath, made a decision. Absorb. The moment he silently commanded, the crystal turned into a beam of purple light that drilled into the skin of his palm. No pain. Just a cool fluid sensation rapidly spreading along his arm straight to his heart. Thump. His heartbeat skipped a beat. Then his vision was flooded with overwhelming streams of information. Detected pure energy source, adapting host, life signature match, successful sequence, awaken, insight seeker, initial ability, spiritual sight, LV. 10100 passively enhances perception sensitivity, slightly strengthens intuitive warning of danger and anomaly. Active activation consumes mental energy, briefly sees through illusion and disguise, improves dynamic vision and reaction speed. Duration depends on target intensity. Sequence growth path, insight seeker, profit, observer access denied, warning, sequence evolution comes with mental burden. Overuse or forced advancement may cause cognitive distortions, loss of reality and similar side effects. Note: cognitive distortion and loss of reality may lead to physical mutation. The data stream lasted about 10 seconds. When his vision returned to normal, Li Yun felt the world had become different. The sound of raindrops hitting the window was clearer, he could discern the force and landing point of each drop. Amid the smell of rotting fabric inside the car, he could distinguish the type of mold. The distant mist was no longer uniform gray, he could faintly see subtle differences in energy flow, some places thick as ink, others thin as gauze. Even the wound on his leg had healed. So this is spiritual sight. He concentrated, trying to actively activate the ability. His gaze focused on the mist ahead. In an instant the world lost its color, turning into a sketch of light and dark lines. Several faint red glows emerged in the mist, slowly moving. Energy residue from monsters. Or something else. Mental energy drained like water from an open sluice. After just 3 seconds he felt a sharp sting in his temples and had to stop. Can't use it much. Li Yun rubbed his forehead, but it can save my life in critical moments. He looked at the map again. This time when his eyes swept over the old Road 7 a vague intuition rose in his heart that road was right safe, at least relatively safe. But if he considered other branches west or east? A slight palpitation. Intuitive warning. Li Yun understood. This was part of the passive effect of spiritual sight. Good. He started the car. The headlights tore through the rain curtain. The off-road vehicle slowly pulled away from the wreckage of the convoy, running over scattered fragments and bodies that were no longer recognizable. Rest in peace, everyone. Li Yun did not look back. In this world, stopping to mourn was a luxury that cost lives. Heading north. The odometer digits began to roll. 40 minutes later he encountered the first living person. This was at a bend in the road where an overturned car lay across the center, its door wide open. A man in a tattered trench coat squatted beside the car, prying open the trunk with a metal rod. Hearing the sound of the engine, he suddenly looked up. Their eyes met. The man was in his early 30s, scruffy and with a gaze mixed with caution and a glimmer of desperate hope. He raised the metal rod, but his movement was hesitant as he noticed that Li Yun's off-road vehicle was still relatively intact, which in itself was a testament to strength. Li Yun slowed down and stopped, leaving the engine running. His left hand rested on the steering wheel while his right hung naturally by his side, close to the signal gun tucked at his waist. His spiritual sense activated passively. There were no warnings of danger. Yet there was also no instinctual feeling of safety. Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. Li Yun lowered the window, his voice calm. Need any help? The man stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly dropped the metal rod and raised his hands. The car, you can have the car. There are still half a box of canned goods inside, all yours. Just take me a little way, just a little. To that camp to the north. They said there's a camp up north. What camp? The Pancher. It's called the Pancher camp. The man's words came out quickly. I escaped from the south. Our convoy was scattered 3 days ago by something in the fog. I heard there was a large gathering place to the north with armed guards and walls. The Pancher camp is gone. The man's words caught in his throat. What? The direction I came from is the wreckage of the Pancher convoy. There's no fortress, at least not when I went there. The hope on the man's face quickly faded, turning to ash. He staggered back, his back hitting the overturned car, slowly sliding down to the ground. It's all gone. Everything is gone. Li Yun watched him, quickly weighing his options. Taking one person meant an extra mouth to feed, an additional uncertainty. But this man knew the situation in the south and could buy time to delay monsters in dangerous moments, and the spiritual sense did not indicate any danger. The spiritual sense does not indicate danger, but that's not enough. His gaze swept over Wang Meng's face, the metal rod in his hand and the license plate of the overturned car. The province abbreviation on it was Xiang. You escaped all the way from Hunan. Li Yun suddenly spoke, his voice flat. Not easy. Wang Meng jolted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had never mentioned his origins. How? How do you know? Li Yun did not answer, only glancing at the peculiar mud stains and scratches on his car. Get in the car. He said, but let's be clear about the rules. First, follow my orders. Second, keep your hands to yourself. Third, if we encounter a situation where I must choose between two options, I will choose to save myself. Cold, cruel and utterly unfeeling, but this direct attitude sparked a glimmer of faint hope in Wang Meng amidst his despair. Wasn't that how the leaders in his previous convoy acted? He was familiar with it and adapted quickly. Wang Meng lifted his head, a light rekindling in his eyes. Understood. Understood. I'm Wang Meng. I used to be a truck driver. I can fix cars. I can read maps. I'm useful. He stood up, grabbed half a box of beef cans from the car, opened the trunk, carried a gas can and quickly placed the items in the back seat before sliding into the passenger seat, trying not to touch anything. The vehicle restarted. What's it like in the south now? Li Yun asked curiously. Chaotic. Wang Meng swallowed. The fog is getting thicker and those monsters. They seem to be evolving. At first they were afraid of light, now some are not even scared of flames. And new types have appeared, like something vine-like that can burrow up from the ground and drag people directly into the soil. He spoke for 10 minutes without pause. Li Yun listened quietly, piecing together the situation in the south from the fragmented information. Several small gathering places had lost contact and survivors began to migrate north in large numbers, but the supply points along the way had long been looted. Robberies, murders, cannibalism. Order collapsed faster than imagined. Where do we go? To the repair shop. We need to replenish supplies. Upon hearing Li Yun reveal his purpose, Wang Meng seemed to relax, his entire demeanor easing. By the way, Wang Meng suddenly remembered, have you heard of the sequence? Li Yun tightened his grip on the steering wheel. What do you mean? Some people after killing monsters find a glowing stone in the monster's corpse and absorbing it will lead to mutation.
Wang Mang lowered his voice, not turning into a monster but gaining superpowers. I've seen someone who could emit electric sparks from his hands, although it was weak it really could stun a rat.
And then what? He died.
Wang Mang said he was burned to death by another group of people while trying to rob a supply point. Those people called him a monster, said all mutated individuals should die.
Li Yun fell silent.
It seemed that having sequence abilities did not guarantee safety and could instead make one a target. This damned world has no room for geniuses who are different from the norm.
If you can have sequence abilities, why can't I? If I don't have them but you do, then you are a threat and should die.
The ability of the seer must be kept hidden.
How far is it? Wang Mang looked out the window. It's getting dark.
When it gets dark, the monsters will be more active and running on the road is not a good idea.
Li Yun glanced at the dashboard. They had already driven over 30 kilometers.
According to the intel, the anvil repair shop should be on a branch of the old national highway, but they hadn't reached the fork yet. The rain had lessened. Yet the fog had grown denser. In passive spiritual sense mode, he could see the energy flow on both sides of the road ahead becoming chaotic, as if something was stirring in the mist.
Danger warnings arrived.
Very faint but indeed present.
Hold on. Li Yun took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly.
He suddenly slammed down on the gas, the off-road vehicle accelerating towards the bend ahead. Just as the vehicle entered the bend, the fog on the right side suddenly parted. A thick dark green vine the width of a bowl with knots all over lashed out like a giant python.
Duck!
Li Yun sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle tilting as the vine brushed past the roof, screeching against the metal shell.
Ah! Bless me, Buddha!
Wang Mang screamed, covering his head and muttering prayers, trying to seek the Buddha's protection for his safety, unsure if he had ever burned incense before.
The vehicle sped past the bend and Li Yun saw in the rearview mirror that the vine did not pursue but slowly retracted into the mist as if it had never appeared.
But the road was left with a deep lash mark.
What was that? Wang Mang's voice trembled, his body shaking, clearly frightened. I don't know.
Li Yun gripped the steering wheel, palms sweating, but there should be more ahead. The warnings from his spiritual sense were intensifying.
He looked ahead, and under the enhancement of his ability, the fog became slightly transparent.
He could see about 200 meters away dozens of similar vines were coiling on the road, slowly writhing like a living trap waiting for prey. There was no way to bypass. The steep slopes on both sides would mean certain death if they descended.
What do we do? Wang Mang's face turned pale. Retreat.
He had followed the convoy all the way, and whenever encountering something like this, someone would deal with it, but this time there was no convoy to rely on.
Retreating is also death.
Li Yun stared at the vines, his brain racing.
The intel system did not hint at this.
Either the threat of these vines was not high enough for him to handle, or they were not considered exotic creatures. Or was this monster born from something?
Wait. Li Yun concentrated, actively activating his spiritual sense.
His vision transformed into a world of lines again, the vines revealing deep green energy outlines, and at their roots beneath the soil there was a denser and more powerful energy source. After just a few seconds, a slight pain shot through his temple, his mental energy rapidly depleting, and he hurriedly closed the active spiritual sense. He couldn't use it too much or he would collapse before the monsters even arrived.
There's a main body underground.
Li Yun rubbed his temple, understanding the situation. These vines are just tentacles.
Cutting off the tentacles wouldn't help. He needed to attack the main body. But how to attack?
He looked inside the car. The signal gun still had 3 flares left, useful against shadow devourers, but what about plant-type creatures?
Bright light might stimulate them or have no effect at all.
Wang Mang, is there gasoline in the car?
Or alcohol?
Yes. There's a small half can of gasoline I siphoned from an abandoned car in the back seat. I brought it with me.
Wang Mang replied immediately, a smile appearing on his face. Bring it over.
Also look for something that can serve as an ignition source. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction, impressed by his cleverness. He was indeed someone who had escaped from the southern disaster.
I'll go look.
Wang Mang hurriedly crawled to the back seat, rummaging through the trunk.
Li Yun focused on the increasingly close vines, calculating the distance. 150 meters. The vines began to sense the vehicle, a few lifting their fronts like snakes. 100 meters. I found it. Wang Mang handed over a 10-liter plastic bucket filled with dark liquid in this.
He tore off an old sweater. This can burn. Make a makeshift Molotov cocktail. Li Yun quickly instructed, pour some gasoline on the sweater, stuff it in the bucket's opening, leaving a strip of cloth as a wick.
Can you do it?
Yes.
I can do this.
Wang Mang replied, his voice miraculously steadier when it came to specific tasks, as if he had switched modes.
His hands still trembled from adrenaline, but his movements were methodical.
Estimating the gasoline amount, tearing the cloth, wrapping it around the bucket's opening. Fear was temporarily set aside. The task at hand became the only real world in that moment. He had repaired cars before. Making a makeshift Molotov cocktail was not difficult for him. Li Yun pressed the brake, gradually slowing down, letting the vehicle approach slowly.
50 meters. All the vines lifted, resembling a writhing forest. Get ready.
Li Yun said, I'll count to 3. You light the cloth strip, then throw it right in the center of the road. The further away the better.
After throwing, immediately duck down. 1.
The vines began to wriggle forward.
2.
The vehicle entered the attack range of the vines.
3.
Wang Meng ignited the cloth strip, half his body leaning out of the passenger window as he used all his strength to throw the gasoline bucket. The bucket arced through the air, landing on the road 30 meters away, exploding with a bang. Flames soared into the sky.
The vines twisted, frantically retreating.
They were afraid of fire.
Duck, raise the windows, we charge through.
Li Yun slammed the gas pedal.
Boom.
The off-road vehicle roared into the sea of flames, the tires crushing the burning gasoline. The vehicle instantly engulfed in flames. The high temperature came through the car door, the window glass cracking with a crisp sound.
The vines thrashed in the flames, unable to attack. 3 seconds.
The car burst through the firewall. In the rearview mirror, the flames continued to burn, the vines slowly retreating into the depths of the mist.
We did it.
Wang Meng slumped in his seat, drenched in cold sweat.
Li Yun did not relax.
Because the warnings from his spiritual sense had not weakened. Instead, they grew stronger. He looked ahead. The road turned again 100 meters ahead, and on the other side of the bend the fog turned a deep, nearly pitch-black color.
Damn it.
Those damned vines wasted time.
Li Yun's face darkened as he recalled the alerts on the intel panel, slamming on the brakes.
The vehicle skidded on the slippery road, barely coming to a stop. Ahead, the pitch-black fog wall loomed like a tsunami, visibly swallowing roads, hills, and sky. The fog had arrived. They wouldn't make it to the repair shop in time. The beam of the car's headlights appeared pale and powerless against the pitch-black wall of fog. The mist did not drift in, it surged like a tide, engulfing the road, swallowing the hills, and consuming the last traces of gray in the sky. The speed was not fast, but it carried an undeniable sense of oppression, as if the entire world was being repainted into a complete pitch black.
What?
What is this?
Wang Meng's voice caught in his throat. Li Yun did not answer. At such a moment, excessive explanations would only lead to despair. Sometimes ignorance can provide people with courage and hope.
He shifted into reverse, the car quickly backing up 30 meters, stopping at a slightly elevated bend. This area had not yet been swallowed by the black fog, but at most 5 minutes remained.
This mist can interfere with electronic devices.
Li Yun glanced at the dashboard. The tachometer needle had started to tremble slightly, the radio emitting static and the headlights flickering. Turn off all non-essential electrical devices, he said, killing the engine while keeping the minimum power to the battery, including your phone if you have one. Wang Meng hurriedly searched his pockets, pulling out an old cell phone with a cracked screen, long pressing to turn it off. Outside, the world was losing its sound. The sound of rain stopped. The sound of wind stopped.
Even the sounds of the writhing vines faded away.
Only the faint rustle of the black mist creeping over the ground remained, like the sound of sandpaper.
What do we do now?
Wang Meng whispered, as if speaking louder would disturb something. Which repair shop are we going to according to plan? The two had discussed their destination on the road, but plans ultimately could not keep up with changes.
We don't have time.
Li Yun unfolded the map, his finger pointing at their current location. The fog tide is already here. At this speed, we'll be completely swallowed before we reach the repair shop. Then, Wang Meng was about to speak when Li Yun interrupted him.
Look for the nearest building for cover.
Li Yun turned on the interior light, adjusting it to the lowest setting, quickly scanning the map. In the passive state of his spiritual vision, the lines on the map seemed subtly distorted. Several originally ordinary place markers presented different textures in his view. Some markers were dim and lifeless. Others
glimmered faintly.
For example, just 2 kilometers ahead, the map marked a small icon that was almost indecipherable, a simple sketch of a small church, handwritten beside it was Sacred Heart Church Abandoned. In Li Yun's eyes, the icon radiated a faint, nearly transparent golden halo. Here, he pointed, let's go here.
A church.
Wang Meng leaned over to take a look. Isn't that place
more sinister?
This world is not like before. A church could be even more dangerous. It's better than being swallowed by the fog in the open. Li Yun folded the map, and I have a feeling it's relatively safe there. He didn't tell the whole truth. They had just met, and it was better to keep secrets about the sequence. The intuition of his spiritual vision had some negative reactions to that church, yet it also carried a faint sense of guidance. This was strange, but there weren't many choices now.
Going to the church was relatively safe. It could shelter them from the mist, and that was enough.
He restarted the car.
The engine's roar was particularly jarring in the silence.
Li Yun shifted into first gear, slowly moving forward, the headlights only illuminating the near field, barely revealing 10 meters of the road ahead. The black mist had already crept to the edge of the pavement. At the moment the car's wheels rolled into the mist, the world outside the window suddenly changed. Visibility plunged to less than 5 meters. The headlights appeared to be swallowed by darkness. More deadly was the distortion of space. Li Yun felt a violent dizziness, the road in the rearview mirror bending like melted wax. His spiritual vision passively captured the turbulent energy currents in the environment, which only intensified the burden on his brain as he simultaneously received two sets of contradictory spatial information: visual and energy perception. "Close your eyes," he yelled at Wang Mang, abruptly shutting his own eyes to cut off the distorted visual signals before forcefully reopening them. Relying on the subtle perception of energy flow from his spiritual vision and the remaining road reference under the headlights, he firmly kept the steering wheel steady. Each blink was a reset, and the throbbing pain at his temples reminded him that this state could not last. Li Yun felt a slight headache, like after riding an elevator for too long. Wang Mang in the passenger seat, although with his eyes closed, pressed his fingers against his temples, his face paling. "I feel a bit nauseous."
"It's the interference from the mist." Li Yun tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Focus on the road ahead, don't look into the mist."
He was actually also observing with his peripheral vision. In the passive state of spiritual vision, the black mist presented a bizarre energy structure. Countless fine dark purple strands interwove flowed through the air like the capillaries of a living creature.
Occasionally those strands would converge into clumps, forming fist-sized energy whirlpools with something slowly spinning at their center. "Don't stare at it."
When Li Yun looked away, he noticed the scene in the rearview mirror beginning to warp. The road that should have been straight appeared to have a slight curve in the mirror, and the shadows of the trees by the roadside elongated and deformed, resembling ghostly figures in an abstract painting. The perception of space was distorted. He forced himself to believe in the windshield before him rather than the mirror. The car moved forward slowly at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. When the odometer showed approximately 1.5 kilometers, a fork appeared ahead. One branch sloped downward with a rusty iron road sign at the intersection. The writing had become blurred, but it could barely be discerned. "Sacred Heart Road 800M." The arrow pointed into the depths of the fog.
"Let's go." Li Yun turned the steering wheel.
The branch was narrower, with abandoned farmland on both sides, the wilted crop stalks in the mist resembling countless outstretched arms. The road became increasingly bumpy and the car jolted violently. Wang Mang gripped the armrest tightly, his eyes wide, constantly scanning outside the window as if something might pounce at any moment. After driving about 500 meters, the outline of a structure emerged ahead. The first thing visible was a spire. The Gothic spire of a stone-built small church shimmered in and out of sight in the mist. As the car approached, the entire building gradually became clearer. The outer walls were weathered, most of the stained glass windows were shattered, and the wooden double doors stood ajar, revealing a dark interior. In front of the church was a small gravel square, and in the center stood a stone statue of the Virgin Mary, but the statue's head was missing, leaving only a broken neck.
"This is it."
Li Yun parked the car at the edge of the square, turned off the engine.
The two sat quietly for half a minute.
Outside there was utter silence. The black mist had completely enveloped the church, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. The silhouette of the church flickered in and out of sight in the fog like a mirage.
"Check the equipment," Li Yun said quietly. "I have 3 flares left and a military knife."
"What do you have?"
"A metal rod."
Wang Mang lifted the rod he had picked up from beside an abandoned car, and half a box of canned food in the back seat. The gas can was just thrown out.
"Take the metal rod and the canned food." "Why? What if there's something inside? Do you still want to drive away?"
Li Yun shot him an annoyed look. "Travel light, we need to act quickly."
"This is such a waste." Wang Mang swallowed hard, finally nodding under Li Yun's calm gaze.
The two quickly gathered their things.
Li Yun tucked the flare gun behind his waist and strapped the military knife to his calf.
Wang Mang stuffed 6 cans into his backpack, gripping the metal rod in his hand. He pushed the car door open.
The mist immediately surged in.
The dizziness intensified, accompanied by a strange ringing in the ears that felt less like sound and more like some high-frequency vibration directly affecting the cochlea. Li Yun felt the throbbing at his temples as a sign that his mental power was being continuously consumed in the passive state of spiritual vision.
"Stay close to me,"
he whispered. "Don't touch anything strange." The two moved one after the other, sticking to the edge of the square as they approached the church's entrance. He whispered. "Don't touch anything strange." The two moved one after the other, sticking to the edge of the square as they approached the church's entrance. The gravel crunched underfoot, each sound strikingly harsh. As he approached the statue of the Virgin Mary, Li Yun suddenly halted.
A faint warning from his spiritual vision, subtle yet definitely present.
He glanced at the base of the statue. In the vision granted by his abilities, traces of residual energy marked the ground around the base like imprints left by something that had crawled repeatedly. The imprints were fresh, no more than 24 hours old. "Let's go around." He changed his route, moving along the outer edge of the square towards the main gate.
Although Wang Mang didn't understand, he didn't ask further and followed closely.
The church door was slightly ajar, the hinges rusted, allowing only enough space for one person to squeeze through sideways. Li Yun first poked his head inside. It was darker than outside. No light came through the windows. The shattered stained glass had been sealed from the outside with only a few faint beams of light trickling in through the cracks barely outlining the interior. 2 rows of long benches led to the altar where the cross above had already collapsed. The air was filled with a musty dusty smell along with a faintly sweet and metallic scent. Li Yun held his breath and squeezed through the door. Wang Mang followed clumsily, his backpack bumping against the doorframe with a muffled thud. The sound echoed in the empty church. The two froze, immediately pressing against the wall, waiting in silence.
10 seconds. 20 seconds.
There was no movement. Leaning against the wall, Li Yun did not dare to move. He took a deep breath and actively activated his spiritual vision. His mental energy began to drain, but his vision cleared instantly. The entire church unfolded before him in lines of energy, most areas cloaked in dark purple traces of contamination resembling a filthy spider's web.
However, a small area around the altar appeared unusually clean, as if an invisible barrier separated the energy threads that approached.
Only then did Li Yun slowly relax, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. In the passive state of his spiritual vision, the darkness was no longer absolute. He could see the faint traces of energy flow. The internal structure of the church appeared larger than it seemed from outside, with arches leading to side halls, and it seemed there was more space behind the altar. Residual energy was everywhere. On the floor, benches, walls. Dark purple thread-like traces were present, resembling remnants of mist that had condensed.
Strangely, however, the traces around the altar were quite scarce, almost forming a clean zone. Let's go over there. Li Yun lowered his voice, pointing towards the altar.
The two moved slowly along the wall. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the benches, but in some places there were obvious sitting marks, as if someone had recently lingered here. As they reached the middle of the church, Wang Mang suddenly grabbed Li Yun's arm, his fingers trembling as he pointed to the left. There, under a broken stained glass window, huddled a dark figure.
It was not mist. It was human-shaped. Li Yun tightened his grip on his military knife and slowly approached. 3 steps. 2 steps. He could see clearly now. It was an old man dressed in a tattered priest's robe, leaning against the wall, head bowed, completely motionless. Dead.
Li Yun stopped 2 meters away, picked up a shard of wood from the ground and gently threw it.
The wood hit the priest's leg and bounced off.
There was no response.
Father.
Wang Mang called out softly, his eyes fixated the iron rod in his hand, raised, fearing that the old man might actually answer.
Still no response.
Li Yun frowned. In his spiritual vision, this body showed a faint response of life energy, but it was extremely dim, like a flickering candle in the wind. Moreover, the manner in which the energy flowed was strange. It did not spread from the heart to the rest of the body, but rather gathered from the limbs towards the chest, forming a small, slowly rotating vortex of energy at that location. At the center of the vortex, something was glowing. He has something glowing in his arms. Li Yun lowered his voice, his spiritual vision firmly locking onto the gentle golden energy. He glanced at Wang Mang. Go see what it is.
Li. Brother Li, you have to watch out for me. This place is too eerie. Wang Meng's voice was somewhat dry, understanding the implication in Li Yun's words. He knew that only by being obedient and useful could he survive. Wang Mang hesitated for a moment, stepped forward slightly, and gently pried open the priest's arms with the iron rod. The robe slipped away, revealing what was cradled within: a silver chalice.
The chalice held half a cup of dark red viscous liquid. The surface of the liquid glimmered slightly, the source of that energy.
And beside the chalice, the priest's emaciated hand tightly clutched an old book with a leather cover.
The pages were open, filled with densely written text in some dark red ink, neither Chinese nor English, but resembling some ancient runes.
This.
Wang Meng's eyes widened, astonished by everything before him.
Li Yun focused on the liquid in the chalice.
In the vision of his spiritual sight, the liquid emitted an exceptionally pure golden light, contrasting sharply with the dark purple threads of mist surrounding it. The two energies seemed to repel each other, and within a radius of half a meter around the liquid, no mist energy dared to approach.
Purification effect.
Just as he thought this, the system interface in his mind suddenly refreshed. Detected special item: chalice of holy blood replica. Description: a container infused with a trace of holy energy that can temporarily disperse low concentration anomalous energy fields and purify mild contamination. Warning: this item has a potential resonance with the host seer sequence.
Direct contact may lead to overload of mental energy or trigger unknown effects.
Note: the potential resonance of the chalice of holy blood only affects sequence holders. Ordinary people will not experience anomalies upon contact, but must avoid spilling. The liquid contact with skin will cause mild corrosion.
Chalice of holy blood dispels anomalous energy. Li Yun looked towards the direction of the church door. Outside, the black mist continued to churn. If they wanted to spend the night here, this item might be the key. But the potential resonance. Unknown effects.
Bring the book over, he said to Wang Mang. Be careful not to touch the chalice. Wang Mang carefully used the iron rod to pry open the priest's fingers, lifted the leather book and handed it to Li Yun. The book was thick with no text on the cover, only a deep scratch mark. Flipping open the inner pages, most were filled with incomprehensible runes, but on the last few pages someone had written some notes in Chinese with a pencil, the handwriting messy. On the third day the mist grew thicker. Old John said he heard the sound of hymns coming from the mist. We all knew he was crazy. On the 5th day Maria started coughing up black blood. She said something was growing in her lungs.
We locked her in the cellar.
On the 7th day the food ran out.
James suggested drawing lots. I disagreed. I am a priest, I cannot allow. On the 8th day James did it anyway.
They shared Maria.
I didn't eat.
I guarded the chalice, I knew this was the last barrier. On the 9th day they all changed. Their eyes turned purple and something was writhing beneath their skin.
I locked the cellar door.
May the Lord forgive me.
On the 10th day,
I heard footsteps. They were coming from the cellar.
They are knocking on the door.
The notes ended here. On the last page with extremely shaky handwriting was written a line, they are coming up. Li Yun closed the book. Silence enveloped the church. Then from somewhere behind the altar came a faint yet distinctly audible knocking sound.
Knock, knock, knock. Slow and rhythmic. Like something patiently knocking on a wooden door. Wang Meng's face instantly drained of color.
Li Yun slowly turned, looking towards the small door at the back of the church that led to the back room. The knocking sound was coming from there. Meanwhile, the system interface refreshed with the last prompt of the day. All information has been triggered for today.
New information will refresh at midnight. There are still 4 hours until midnight. The knocking grew louder and louder. New information will refresh at midnight. There are still 4 hours until midnight. The knocking grew louder and louder. New information will refresh at midnight. There are still 4 hours until midnight. The knocking grew louder and louder. The sound of knocking echoed in the church like a heartbeat. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Each strike resonated against the fragile nerves of the two.
Wang Meng's teeth chattered audibly as he gripped the iron rod tightly, his knuckles turning white. Brotherly. That is. Something locked in the basement by the priest.
Li Yun lowered his voice, his gaze fixed on the small door. In a passive state of spiritual sight behind the door was a swirling mass of dark purple energy like a boiling pot of toxic soup. They gathered behind the door, not in a hurry to break in but rhythmically knocking. It was as if they were waiting for something.
They are testing us.
Li Yun said, testing whether we will open the door or testing if the Holy Grail still has any effect. He looked at the silver Holy Grail in the priest's arms. A golden halo centered around the cup formed a faint force field with a radius of about 3 meters. The dark purple energy threads within the force field were noticeably sparser. Bring the Holy Grail here, Li Yun said.
Be gentle, don't spill it. Me. Wang Meng's face turned even paler. Brotherly, this thing.
No matter how one looked at it, it was eerie. The priest had probably been drained by this cup.
The Holy Grail shouldn't be trifled with. Li Yun stared at him. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
If something goes wrong when I touch it, we'll both be done for tonight. This was the truth, but it wasn't the whole story. The system hint of potential resonance could also mean potential enhancement, but Li Yun didn't dare to take that gamble. What was needed now was a stable barrier, not an unknown variable. Wang Meng swallowed hard, staring at the glowing liquid for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth.
All right.
He moved clumsily but carefully, using the iron rod to pry the Holy Grail from the priest's embrace, then held it with both hands. The cup was heavier than expected and ripples appeared on the surface of the liquid. Almost the moment the Holy Grail left the ground, the priest's body twitched slightly. It was not a revival in Li Yun's spiritual sight. The surrounding energy dissipated completely. The last flicker of life within that emaciated body extinguished like a blown-out candle.
Damn. Priest, it wasn't me who harmed you. It was this world that did you in.
Wang Meng trembled, almost dropping the cup, his face twisted in despair, tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly muttered, begging for the priest's forgiveness. Steady yourself, Li Yun said calmly, unfazed.
Let's move towards the altar.
The two retreated, their eyes never leaving the small door. With the Holy Grail in Wang Meng's hands, the golden force field moved with it like a lantern, dispersing the polluted energy in its wake. When they reached the altar, the knocking stopped.
Silence. More terrifying than when there was sound. They left. Wang Meng asked softly, feeling his calves tremble, wishing he could just run away.
But then he thought of the eerie mist outside the church and the urge to flee vanished.
Better to face a visible monster than an unseen one.
At least death would be clear. Li Yun shook his head lightly. In his spiritual sight, the energy mass behind the door had not dispersed but had instead become more concentrated.
No, they are listening.
As soon as he spoke, bang. A heavy impact shook the wooden door and dust fell in showers.
Bang. Bang. Each collision grew louder.
The old wooden door creaked under the strain and fine cracks appeared in the center of the door panel.
They are coming out.
Wang Meng shouted in terror, his voice pitch rising.
To the altar.
Li Yun was the first to leap onto the stone altar. The altar stood 1.5 meters high, not very large but enough for 2 people to move around.
More importantly, it was the highest point in the area.
Wang Mang scrambled up, placing the Holy Grail in the center of the altar. The golden force field enveloped the entire altar, forming a relatively safe hemispherical space.
The knocking ceased.
The church fell silent again, only the sound of their heavy breathing could be heard. Li Yun stared at the door. In his spiritual sight, the energy mass behind the door began to move, not forward but downward.
To the sides. They are looking for another way out, Li Yun suddenly realized. There isn't just one exit from the basement.
What?
Wang Mang almost jumped up.
Then are we trapped here? So we can't just wait. Li Yun quickly scanned the interior of the church. The arches on both sides led to side halls, and at the end a small door led to the basement entrance.
Above was a tall vaulted ceiling, and behind.
He turned around to look behind the altar. There was a stone wall where a large cross should have hung, now only leaving iron nails and marks, along with a stained glass window depicting the Saint Michael slaying the dragon. But in his spiritual sight, the energy flow of that wall was somewhat unusual. Behind the wall the space seemed larger than expected. Wang Mang, have you ever been in such an old church? What is usually behind the altar?
Li Yun asked. Wang Mang tried to recall.
My grandmother was religious. I went with her a few times when I was young to collect eggs.
It seems.
Sometimes there is a small room behind the altar called the Holy Vessel Room. A place for placing priestly robes and sacred vessels.
If there is a second door, it is very likely to be there. But the wall is solid. Li Yun knocked on the stone wall. The sound was dull with no hollow echo.
He explored along the wall, his fingers brushing over the stone seams, feeling the subtle differences in texture. In the lower right corner of the wall, about 30 centimeters above the ground, a gap between the stone bricks was noticeably wider than the others.
No dust.
Li Yun's eyes lit up. Someone had moved it recently.
Help me illuminate it. He squatted down, examining it closely.
Wang Mang held the Holy Grail closer. In the golden light he could see fine scratches along the edges of the stone brick, as if something had pried it. Li Yun drew out his military knife, inserting the tip into the gap, and pried hard. The stone brick loosened.
A dark door about 40 centimeters square opened.
Behind the door was a pitch-black space, and a stronger smell of mildew wafted out.
There really is a way.
Wang Mang's eyes brightened, wishing to immediately hide inside.
But Li Yun's expression grew more serious.
In his spiritual sight, this opening also brimmed with dark purple energy, and there were fresh crawling marks. A sinking feeling hit him. The priest had only locked the main door to the basement, but forgot that the secret door of the Holy Vessel Room connected to the basement. Those misty corpses had long crawled out from here. They just hadn't found any living people in the church.
This isn't an escape route, Li Yun said slowly.
This is the path they came from. Just as he finished speaking, a sound came from deep within the opening. It was not the sound of knocking. It was a scratching sound, like many legs crawling on the stone surface, rustling, approaching from afar.
Back away.
Li Yun grabbed the Holy Grail, pulling Wang Mang back to the edge of the altar. Almost simultaneously, the first skeletal mist corpse emerged from the opening.
It was a creature difficult to describe.
It roughly still retained a human shape, but its limbs were on the ground with its joints bending backward.
Its skin was dark purple, translucent, revealing the black veins coursing beneath. Maria. Wang Mang murmured, recalling the name from the diary. Not just one, Li Yun said.
A second, then a third. 5 humanoid erosion mist corpses crawled out of the cave mouth.
They did not attack immediately.
Instead, they circled the entrance, their violet eyes fixed in unison upon the 2 figures atop the altar and upon the holy chalice.
The golden force field made them hesitate.
The foremost erosion mist corpse cautiously extended a claw. The very tip barely brushed the edge of the force field, then hissed, emitting a wisp of white smoke.
SSSK.
It recoiled violently, uttering a hoarse, agonized wail. Yet their encircling formation tightened inch by slow inch.
Brotherly, what do we do now? Wang Mang's voice trembled as he gripped his iron rod with white-knuckled intensity. Do we fight Hedon? We can't win, Li Yun assessed swiftly.
5 erosion mist corpses, each armed with claws and fangs sharp enough to rend flesh without resistance. A single grasp would tear a man limb from limb.
3 flares remained in the signal pistol. In this confined space, blinding light would sear even their own eyes, leaving them temporarily blind.
And if one of those creatures seized the moment to strike, death would be swift and certain.
They needed another way.
His gaze fell upon the holy chalice. The system had declared it capable of purifying mild contamination. But what effect would it have on these fully mutated erosion mist corpses?
Wang Mang, if I splash the liquid from the chalice, how many do you think it would destroy? It's likely sacred blood.
If we spill it, our barrier vanishes. The barrier only buys us time. Li Yun watched the creatures draw nearer.
If we don't eliminate them now, once the sacred blood's power wanes, we die anyway.
He stared into the chalice. Through his spirit-seeing vision, the golden radiance within burned pure and intense, its essence diametrically opposed to the murky violet energy clinging to the erosion mist corpses. If this truly was sacred energy, then perhaps. We gamble, Li Yun declared abruptly. Take the iron rod and follow my command. I'll hurl the sacred blood at the first two. The moment they recoil or freeze, charge forward and strike their heads, then retreat instantly behind the barrier. Wang Meng hesitated. Not out of defiance, but sheer terror. Resist. Disobey Li Yun's orders. No. Every instinct screamed otherwise. Throughout their journey, Li Yun's judgment had never faltered. Only by following him had survival been possible. Even crossing the thorned vine barriers alone would have been fatal. Wang Meng sensed something extraordinary about Li Yun, like the so-called prophet who'd once guided the caravan before the raider ambush. Now there was no choice but to trust that Li Yun would lead him through this trial too. Do you wish to live? Li Yun turned his gaze eerily calm. Wang Meng stared at the advancing figures, the gaping maws, the clouded violet eyes, and a surge of raw desperate resolve rose within him. Yes. Then prepare. Li Yun shrugged off his coat and tore off his undershirt, wrapping it tightly around his hand before lifting the holy chalice with one steady palm. The liquid shimmered within, its golden aura rippling like molten sunlight. The erosion mist corpses seemed to sense the threat. They halted their advance, low guttural growls rumbling deep in their throats. Now. Li Yun lunged forward, one decisive motion of his arm, and hurled the dark crimson liquid high into the air. It arced perfectly, drenching the heads of the two foremost creatures. HSSSS. Like ice cast into scalding oil, violent reaction erupted instantly. The two erosion mist corpses shrieked, a sound of unimaginable torment, as they clutched their heads and writhed upon the ground. Their violet corruption unraveled chaotically. White smoke rose from their skin as muscle tissue visibly withered, blackened, and crumbled to ash. It worked. Go. Li Yun roared. Wang Meng, finish them. No mercy, no hesitation. Eyes blazing red, Wang Meng charged, swinging the iron rod in a full brutal arc. A sickening thud, the first creature's skull exploded like a rotten melon, splattering him with viscous black-purple ichor. The second blow struck the spine of the next creature, a sharp brittle crack echoing clearly through the silence. But as Wang Meng prepared to retreat, the remaining three moved. No longer cowed by the sacred blood, or rather enraged by their comrade's fate, one lunged at Wang Meng with terrifying speed. Drop! Li Yun's shout and Wang Meng's dive happened in perfect synchrony. Wang Meng slammed flat onto the stone floor. The creature's claws sliced across his back, ripping through his coat and carving 3 deep bleeding gashes into his flesh. Aff! Pain ripped from his throat in a raw, involuntary scream. And in that same breath, Li Yun acted again. While all three creatures focused on Wang Meng, Li Yun raised the signal pistol, not toward them but toward the cathedral's vaulted ceiling. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The flare shot upward at an angle, detonating 10 meters above the floor. Blinding white light flooded the entire chamber. The 3 remaining erosion mist corpses shrieked in unison, violet eyes utterly defenseless against the glare. They curled inward, shielding their faces with clawed hands. Li Yun had already closed his eyes the instant the flare ignited. Relying on memory and the fading afterimage of spiritual perception, he sprinted toward Wang Meng, grabbed his collar, and dragged him back to the altar. The entire sequence lasted less than 5 seconds. The flare began descending, its brilliance dimming. Li Yun opened his eyes. Wang Meng lay prone, blood streaming down his back, but conscious, breathing raggedly. The 3 erosion mist corpses remained blinded, stumbling blindly in place. The holy chalice stood empty. Its golden force field flickered, thin, fragile, nearly spent. From the cave mouth came the sound of crawling again. More were coming. Brotherly. Wang Meng gasped, chest heaving. Am I going to die? He felt his strength ebbing, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Silence. Li Yun tore open Wang Meng's coat to examine the wounds, 3 deep jagged lacerations, flesh peeled back, blood flowing freely. Dark violet corruption already crept outward from the wounds, tracing veins like ink in water, spreading rapidly. Even the skin surrounding the gashes darkened, taking on an unnatural bruised purple hue. Contamination. You've been infected, Li Yun said grimly. The crisis wasn't over, the fog still shrouded the church exterior, and now a vital scout was compromised. His survival odds had just plummeted. Unease coiled cold in his gut. Wang Meng's face paled to ash gray. Despair drowned his eyes. At that moment. Midnight, today's intelligence updated. Intelligence 13. The core source of contamination in individuals afflicted by the bone-eroding mist tide resides at the 3rd cervical vertebra located at the base of the neck. Destroying this node kills the host and halts further contamination. Intelligence 23. Sacred oil is concealed within the Saint's Heart Cathedral's sanctum chamber. Applied directly to wounds, it temporarily suppresses contamination spread. Effect lasts approximately 6 hours. Intelligence 33 fragments of the late priest's journal lie atop the cathedral's bell tower containing his original hypotheses on sequence resonance and energy purification. Note the bell tower entrance is hidden behind the stained glass window depicting St. Michael slaying the dragon embedded in the stone wall behind the altar. Third cervical vertebra. Sacred oil. Bell tower. The moment the words manifested, Li Yun's eyes sharpened with fierce clarity.
Wang Mang, listen carefully, he said, voice urgent yet controlled. You will not die, not yet. I can save you, but you must obey me without question. He glanced at the 3 erosion mist corpses, their vision slowly returning, and then toward the cave mouth where the crawling sounds persisted. 2 flares remained. The chalice was empty, but the sacred oil was still attainable. The journal fragments atop the bell tower might hold the key. We proceed in 2 phases, Li Yun stated. First, eliminate these creatures and secure the sacred oil. Second, ascend to the bell tower. How? Wang Mang whispered weakly, yet hope faint but undeniable flickered anew in his gaze. Li Yun retrieved the iron rod Wang Mang had dropped on the altar and tested its weight in his palm. With this, his gaze locked onto the nearest erosion mist corpse. His spirit seeing flared to maximum, temples pounding, vision swimming with black spots, mental stamina straining to its breaking point, yet he held fast, anchoring his focus on the energy node pulsing at the creature's nape. There, deep within the shadowed hollow of its neck, a dense throbbing mass of violet corruption pulsed like a diseased heart. That is the place. With the iron rod in hand, the icy touch made Li Yun even calmer. The nearby bone-corroding mist corpse had already begun to sway its head, recovering from the temporary blindness caused by the bright light. It growled lowly, its murky purple eyes refocusing, locking onto the 2 figures on the altar. The third vertebra of the neck. The spiritual vision operated at full capacity and the pain in his temples became acute. However, in the scope of his abilities, the energy structure behind the bone-corroding mist corpse was clearly visible. A dark purple light spot the size of a fist pulsed with the creature's breathing. Energy threads radiated from there throughout its body like the central node of a neural network. Stay in the force field and help me attract the attention of those monsters. Li Yun whispered to Wang Mang, no matter what happens, don't come out. His voice was filled with sincerity. After all, even if he abandoned Wang Mang and ran out of the church, it would still be a dead end. It was better to maximize the benefits. Who among those who survived the great catastrophe wasn't a gambler? Let's take a chance. The stakes are their own lives. Li Guyu. Wang Meng's face showed a touch of emotion. It had been in taking risks several times before. He never expected that at such a moment Li Yun would take the initiative. He had already prepared himself to be abandoned. Isn't the best method to throw him out and then escape? Before he could finish his thought, Li Yun had already acted. He stepped out of the golden force field almost simultaneously. The bone-corroding mist corpse exerted its limbs, pouncing like a beast. It was fast, but in spiritual vision its movements had flaws. It clearly relied more on instinct than on skill. A beast is just a beast. Li Yun did not engage directly. He locked onto the shape of the bone-corroding mist corpse with his spiritual vision, sidestepping to evade and sweeping the iron rod horizontally, targeting the creature's knee joint. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp. The bone-corroding mist corpse lost its balance and fell forward, but reacted extremely quickly, its claws slashing towards Li Yun's waist. Under the insight of his spiritual vision, Li Yun had already stepped back half a step. The claw tips grazed his clothing. In the moment the bone-corroding mist corpse fell, its nape was fully exposed. The third vertebra. The iron rod transitioned from a sweeping motion to a direct thrust. Li Yun poured all his strength into his arm. The tip of the rod precisely stabbed towards the center of that dark purple light spot. Sizzle, there was no sound of penetrating flesh, but rather like piercing into a viscous energy body. But the effect was immediate. Hiss. The bone-corroding mist corpse let out a brief interrupted scream. Its body convulsed violently and dark purple energy gushed wildly from the wound at its nape like a deflating balloon. Its movements instantly froze, then it slumped to the ground, reduced to slight twitching. Effective. The intel was correct. But there was no time to celebrate. 2 more bone-corroding mist corpses had already pounced simultaneously. They had clearly learned their lesson, approaching from the left and right in a pincer attack. Li Yun quickly assessed the situation. 2 bone-corroding mist corpses, only 1 iron rod, and the earlier stab had consumed quite a bit of energy. The headache from maintaining his spiritual vision was intensifying. I can't deal with both at once, so let's take them out one by one. He deliberately moved to the right, exposing a gap on the left side. The left bone-corroding mist corpse took the bait and accelerated towards him. Li Yun was waiting for this moment. He suddenly stopped, shifted his weight down, and swung the iron rod around to smash towards the forelimb of the bone-corroding mist corpse. Puff! The forelimb broke and the bone-corroding mist corpse lost its balance, tilting to the left. But the right bone-corroding mist corpse was already close at hand. Li Yun could even smell its foul breath. With its claws raised, it aimed for his face. There was no time to evade. Li Yun did something the bone-corroding mist corpse never expected. Slide tackle.
He did not retreat but instead charged towards the claws, curling into a ball, skillfully slipping through the armpit of the bone-corroding mist corpse. The claws brushed over his head, tearing away a strand of hair. At that moment he was already behind the bone-corroding mist corpse. The spiritual vision locked onto the third vertebra. The iron rod thrust backhanded. Sizzle, the same sound, the same effect. The second bone-corroding mist corpse went rigid and collapsed. One remained. The bone-corroding mist corpse with the broken forelimb struggled to stand, its eyes showing a hint of fear for the first time. It began to retreat, a whimpering growl escaping its throat. Want to run? Die for me. Li Yun gave it no chance, having already won his gamble, the winner takes all. He stepped forward, the iron rod striking like a venomous snake. This time it was not a stab but a smash, using all his strength to crush down on that dark purple light spot. Bang! The nape of the bone-corroding mist corpse caved in directly, dark purple energy gushing out and dissipating in the air. It twitched twice and became completely still. Suddenly the church fell silent. Only Li Yun's heavy breathing and Wang Meng's suppressed groans could be heard. There were still crawling sounds at the entrance, but no new bone-corroding mist corpses appeared for the moment. They might be observing or perhaps waiting. Ugh! Li Yun dragged the iron rod back into the force field, kneeling on one knee. The moment the spiritual vision closed, the headache receded like a tide, replaced by a feeling of exhaustion. What seemed simple earlier required each strike to be precisely locked onto energy nodes under the state of spiritual vision, consuming far more energy than ordinary combat. If it weren't for the enhancement of dynamic vision and reaction speed from the spiritual vision, his slide tackle wouldn't have been so smooth. Li Gu. Are you okay? Wang Meng struggled to sit up, looking at Li Yun with concern. It had always been Li Yun leading him. If something happened to Li Yun, he would likely not survive. Don't move. Li Yun shook his head as if trying to shake off the pain in his mind. He reached out to press on him. The wound is spreading. Indeed. In just that short time, the dark purple had spread nearly an inch around the 3 claw marks on Wang Meng's back. Fine black patterns appeared on the surface of the skin, spreading out like a spider web. I feel cold. Wang Meng's teeth chattered. It feels like there are bugs crawling inside my bones. The contamination is eroding. Li Yun said quickly. Listen, there's holy oil in the sacred artifact room that can temporarily suppress the infection. I need to go get it. Can you stay here alone? Leaving Wang Meng here would also attract some bone-corroding mist corpses, preventing him from being surrounded. This would benefit both of them. Wang Meng's face was pale, filled with fear, but he still nodded. I can. You go ahead. Be careful. He was afraid Li Yun would abandon him, but since he was contaminated, he truly needed the holy oil and could only agree after much hesitation. Li Yun glanced at the Holy Grail. The cup was already empty and the golden force field had only the last layer of membrane left, which could dissipate at any moment. The crawling sounds at the entrance grew clearer. Time was running out. Take this. Li Yun shoved the signal gun into Wang Meng's hand. There are only 2 shots left. If anything crawls out of the entrance, no matter what it is, fire upwards at the entrance. The bright light can buy us time. He needed to go to the sacred artifact room where the space was narrow and the signal gun would be useless. It was better to leave it with Wang Meng, allowing him to hold out a little longer, retracting the bone-corroding mist corpses while also doing him a favor. If he survived, it could mean an extra reliable human shield. He had already put a lot on the line. He must recoup his costs. Then you. A glimmer of tears flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. He truly did not expect Li Yun to give him a weapon. I will be back soon. After saying that, Li Yun flipped and jumped off the altar. The sacred artifact room was behind the altar, but the entrance had been sealed shut by the bone-corroding mist corpses. In his spiritual vision, the energy flow behind the stone wall remained unusual, but the dark purple traces were somewhat fainter than before, probably because most of the bone-corroding mist corpses had already emerged. But there must still be some inside. Li Yun moved along the wall, holding the military knife in his left hand and the iron rod in his right. His footsteps echoed in the empty church, each step exceptionally clear. He stopped in front of the dark door. The crawling sounds at the entrance ceased. Instead, there was a sound of sucking. It was as if something was licking the stone surface. Li Yun took a deep breath. The tip of the military knife once again wedged into the cracks of the stone bricks, prying with force. The dark door opened. A strong stench of decay rushed at him, mingled with the smell of mildew, blood, and an indescribable sweetness. That was the smell of high-concentration contaminated energy. Spiritual vision activated. The sight in the darkness made Li Yun's heart sink. The sacred artifact room was not large, about 10 square meters. But it was filled with things, not things but bodies. 7 or 8 corpses dressed in civilian clothing lay haphazardly on the ground, most of them highly decomposed. From their clothing it could be inferred that they were the survivors mentioned in the diary old John James. Perhaps even Maria. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was that in the corner of the room there was something else. A huge dark purple cocoon. The surface of the cocoon was semi-transparent, allowing glimpses of something writhing slowly inside. The energy reaction was extremely strong, stronger than all the bone-corroding mist corpses combined. Next to the cocoon was a wooden rack with several small glass bottles. One of the bottles contained a golden viscous liquid, holy oil. But to obtain the holy oil one would have to go through that cocoon. Li Yun calculated the distance, about 5 meters from the entrance to the wooden rack, needing to maneuver around the corpses on the ground. If he was careful, perhaps. At that moment a crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon. A pale hand reached out from inside. The fingers were long and the nails pitch black. The hand groped in the air, then grasped the edge of the cocoon and tore with force. The cocoon was ripped open wider. A figure crawled out from inside. It resembled a human more than the other bone-corroding mist corpses. It was still wearing tattered nun's clothing with graying hair and a face covered in wrinkles. But its eyes were also murky purple and its mouth was split down to its ears, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. Most strikingly, there was no dark purple light spot at the back of its neck. On the contrary, the skin there was completely transparent, revealing a fist-sized dark purple crystal slowly pulsating within. The core source of contamination was not in the third vertebra, it had completely crystallized. The old nun, or what used to be a nun, lifted her head, her purple eyes locking onto Li Yun. She did not pounce immediately but slowly stood up, her movements much more coordinated than those of the previous bone-corroding mist corpses. She opened her mouth, a hoarse wind-like sound escaping her throat. Hungry. Li Yun tightened his grip on the iron rod. The intel only mentioned the weaknesses of ordinary contaminated individuals. This creature before him was clearly not an ordinary individual. It seemed that the information provided by the intel system was not infallible. The world was dynamic, and with the passage of time variables beyond the intel would arise. Just then a shout from the altar reached him. Li Gu. Something is coming out of the entrance. A dual crisis. Damn it, why did you wake up early or late? Are you trying to go against me, you old thing? Li Yun cursed angrily, staring at the old nun, then glancing at the holy oil on the wooden rack. The air had solidified. The stench lingering in the sacred artifact chamber seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the pulsating sound of the dark purple crystal. This pulsating sound was not a sound in the spiritual vision, it was a direct energetic pulsation acting on the level of consciousness. The old nun completely broke free from her cocoon and stood upright. She was half a head taller than Li Yun, her nun's robe tattered and revealing her pale calves, which were covered in black veins. Her movements were slow, each step seemingly an adjustment to her new body. The intel only mentioned the weaknesses of ordinary beings. Li Yun's mind raced. What does crystallization mean? Energy solidification. Or evolution? But there was no answer. One thing was certain, the weakness of the third vertebrae was ineffective against her. The crystal was the new core, protected by a translucent tissue, and the iron rod couldn't penetrate it. The old nun took a step forward. Hungry. She repeated, her purple eyes fixed on Li Yun, her mouth splitting wider to reveal a dense array of sharp teeth. Drool dripped from the corner of her mouth, etching small pits into the ground. Strong acid. Li Yun's pupils contracted. I can't get too close. If those teeth touch me, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly scanned the sacred artifact chamber. The space was cramped, corpses scattered, and the only exit was the dark door behind him. The wooden frame was deep in the room, and to retrieve the holy oil he had to bypass the old nun. Wait. Li Yun's gaze fell on the corpses. Most had rotted, but one corpse, a middle-aged man in a denim jacket, still clutched something in his hand. A rusty fire axe. The axe was stuck in the floorboards, the corpse already stiff fingers still tightly gripping the axe handle. It was not far, about 3 meters. He could grab it by angling in from the door without passing the old nun. But would the old nun give him that chance? Just as Li Yun was contemplating, a shout from Wang Meng came again from the direction of the altar, this time laced with obvious panic. Li Gu. It's out. 2. There's not much time left. Li Yun glanced up and made a decision. He moved, but instead of rushing for the fire axe, he charged towards the old nun. This action evidently took her by surprise. The old nun paused for a moment, then roared and raised her claws. But Li Yun suddenly halted 2 meters away, leaning back, and hurled the iron rod with all his might. He did not aim at the old nun, but rather above her head. The iron rod spun through the air and accurately struck the chandelier hanging in the center of the sacred artifact chamber, made of 5 or 6 old kerosene lamps. Crash! Glass shattered, kerosene poured down, drenching the old nun's head and face, covering her entire body in a sticky oil. She let out an angry scream, wildly swiping her claws, trying to wipe the liquid off her face. Meanwhile, Li Yun seized the opportunity, rolling sideways and lunging towards the corpse, clutching the fire axe. The moment his fingers touched the axe handle, he yanked with all his strength, but the axe was stuck tightly and he was unable to pull it out on the first try. Hiss! The old nun had wiped the kerosene from around her eyes and noticed Li Yun's intention. She no longer moved slowly but dropped to all fours and lunged at him like a beast. Li Yun gritted his teeth, pushed off the floor with his left foot and pulled up with all his might. Crack!
The axe finally slipped free of the gap.
But the old nun was already within arm's reach. Li Yun had no time to stand up and rolled backward instead. Her claws grazed his left shoulder, tearing his combat suit and sending a searing pain through his skin. Was it poison? Or merely a laceration? There was no time to check. Li Yun flipped to his feet, gripping the fire axe in both hands. The axe was heavy, the blade rusty but sharp enough. The old nun stood up as well. The kerosene made her appear somewhat disheveled, her hair stuck to her face, but the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Roar! She opened her mouth and let out a piercing shriek, the sound waves reverberating in the confined space causing Li Yun's eardrums to ache. Immediately after, the old nun made a strange gesture, raising her right hand with fingers splayed. In the center of her palm, her skin split open, revealing a purple eye.
The eye blinked once.
Whoosh! A dark purple energy ray shot out at high speed. A dazzling red light flashed in Li Yun's spiritual vision, and he instinctively sidestepped the ray, brushing past his right arm and striking the wall behind him. The stone emitted a sizzling sound as it corroded, instantly creating a fist-sized pit.
A ranged attack. Li Yun's heart sank.
The sacred artifact chamber was too small, leaving little room for evasion.
I must end this quickly.
He charged forward, swinging the fire axe down. The old nun did not take the hit heeding, but deftly sidestepped, her claws slashing at Li Yun's ribs. Li Yun changed his chop into a sweep, knocking her claws aside, but her left hand was already reaching for his face.
It was too fast.
Li Yun ducked his head to avoid it, the axe rising in a follow throw aimed at the cross pendant on the old nun's chest.
That object emitted a faint golden glow in his spiritual vision, contrasting with the dark purple energy emanating from her. Clang!
The axe blade struck the cross and produced a sharp metallic sound. The cross shattered, but the fragments did not fall, instead they hovered in midair, erupting in blinding golden light.
Ah!
The old nun let out a pained scream, covering her eyes with her hands. The golden light evidently had a strong restraining effect on her, causing the dark purple energy on her body to fluctuate violently, and the crystal on the back of her neck flickered intensely.
Now's the time.
Li Yun did not aim for the crystal, the translucent protective tissue was too thick.
Instead, he targeted the left knee joint of the old nun. Without mobility, she was a sitting duck. Crack!
The fire axe sank into the joint gap, the sound of shattered bones ringing clear. The old nun lost her balance and knelt on one knee.
But she did not give up.
The eye in her right hand opened again, and a dark purple ray shot towards Li Yun's chest at close range. There was no dodging it. The only thing Li Yun could do was cross the fire axe in front of his chest. Hiss! The ray struck the axe face, instantly corroding a small hole in the rusty metal. The impact caused Li Yun to stagger back 2 steps, his palms numb, almost losing his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the old nun struggled to stand, dragging her injured left leg as she lunged at Li Yun. Her expression had twisted, completely reduced to pure murderous intent.
Li Yun took a deep breath, fully opening his spiritual vision.
In the vision granted by his ability, the flow of energy throughout the old nun's body was clearly visible. The dark purple energy primarily gathered at the crystal on the back of her neck, then funneled through several major energy veins to the rest of her body. One of the thickest veins extended from the crystal down along the spine, passing through the right arm, finally reaching the eye in her palm. The golden light from the cross had caused a temporary blockage in this vein.
Good, she temporarily lost her ranged attack ability. An idea flashed in Li Yun's mind.
He took a step back, pulling out a windproof lighter from his pocket. This action caused the old nun to pause for a moment, but she soon lunged at him with even more ferocity.
Click! The lighter's lid opened and an orange flame illuminated the surroundings. Li Yun smirked. In the end, you lack intelligence.
He used the enhanced dynamic vision and reaction speed from his spiritual vision to sidestep, tossing the already flaming lighter in a perfect arc, just avoiding her claws, and it struck her chest. The orange flame from the windproof lighter ignited the kerosene, covering her body, flames roaring upward and burning every inch of flesh.
Ah!
The old nun let out a piercing scream, her claws flailing wildly, but the flames soaked in kerosene grew stronger with every swipe. The crystal on the back of her neck flickered madly under the searing flames, cracks beginning to appear within. The fiery energy invaded her core through the fissures, triggering a small-scale energy explosion.
Boom!
The translucent tissue shattered completely, exposing the crystal.
Now's the time.
Li Yun's eyes brightened, locking onto the target with his spiritual vision, raising his arms high, gripping the axe handle and channeling all his strength to strike at the pulsating dark purple crystal.
Axe of the new year. Die for me. Thud.
The axe plunged into the center of the crystal.
Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, boom. The crystal exploded. It wasn't a physical explosion but an energy explosion.
The dark purple shockwave radiated outward, centered on the old nun, slamming Li Yun away, his back crashing against the wall, the air in his lungs completely expelled. His vision darkened and he nearly fainted.
Cough, cough, cough.
When his sight cleared, the old nun was already sprawled on the ground. Her neck was left with only an empty hollow crystal shards scattered everywhere, most rapidly losing their luster, with only a small piece at the core still glowing with dark purple light. The dark purple color of her body quickly faded, returning to a normal grayish white until she finally became completely still. Kill bone corroding fog corpse King 1 absorb trace life energy spiritual vision proficiency 10 it's over.
Li Yun struggled to stand, feeling every movement resonating through his aching bones.
Blood flowed from the wound on his left shoulder and a burning sensation radiated from the area grazed by the ray on his right arm. Various distorted biological shadows continuously flickered before his eyes, the pain in his temples intensifying his brain, feeling as if pierced by countless needles as chaotic colors surged in, plunging his reason into chaos, and even his vision began to blur.
Warning: excessive use of the sequence distortion level increased by 5. Distortion. Damn, I can only give it a try.
Li Yun shook his head, roused by the system's warning text and voice. He stepped forward and picked up the dark purple crystal. Just as he expected, the system prompt lit up.
Prompt: absorbing bone corroding fog corpse King core crystal incomplete, can increase sequence progress by 10, spiritual vision proficiency 90, eliminate distortion. Would you like to absorb? Absorb.
Li Yun did not hesitate at all, his condition was too poor. He gritted his teeth against the mental burden and cognitive distortion from overusing his spiritual vision and confirmed in his heart. A cool energy coursed through Li Yun's body, healing his injuries and the cleansing of this energy, his bones growing stronger, muscles bulging, and his body began to undergo rapid transformation. A vast amount of energy gathered in his eyes from the inside out, gradually soaking into his eyeballs, finally flowing along the optic nerve, gently enveloping his brain. Sequence growth path seer current sequence progress 10, current distortion progress 0, initial ability spiritual vision LV 20100 passive enhancement of perceptual acuity, slightly increasing intuition, warnings against danger and abnormalities. Can be actively activated to consume mental energy, briefly piercing through illusions and disguises, improving dynamic vision and reaction speed, duration depends on the target's strength.
This feeling is so pleasant. Li Yun opened his eyes and his black pupils were noticeably larger than before, shining astonishingly bright, resembling the look of wearing colored contacts.
He had grown 3 centimeters taller, his muscles taut with no excess flesh, the muscle lines on his chest and abdomen crisscrossing, and the world before him appeared exceptionally clear. Even without actively activating his spiritual vision, he could still vaguely see various energy flows in the pitch-black sacred artifact chamber.
The things are over there. Li Yun's eyes shimmered with a brilliant glow in the darkness, like 2 black gems embedded in his face.
The wooden frame was right in front of him. He strode over, grabbing the bottle of golden liquid. The bottle was small, containing about 50 milliliters of viscous holy oil. The cork was sealed with wax, preserving it quite well. At that moment, a gunshot from the altar direction rang out.
Bang!
Then came Wang Meng's scream and the excited roar of the monster.
Not good, my meat shield.
Li Yun's expression changed, grabbing the holy oil and fire axe and rushing towards the dark door. The moment the hidden door burst open, the sight inside the church made Li Yun's pupils contract sharply. At the edge of the altar, Wang Meng leaned back against the stone platform, his hands braced rigidly beneath the jaw of a bony rotting mist corpse that crouched over him, its gaping maw hovering barely 10 centimeters from his throat. Another bony rotting mist corpse circled to his flank, its razor-sharp claws already raised, aimed squarely at Wang Meng's temple. Wang Meng's face twisted with a volatile blend of despair and ferocity, one hand strained desperately toward an iron rod lying just half a foot beyond his reach.
And the signal flare pistol, empty, lay 2 meters away on the floor. Bow your head.
Li Yun roared, and moved before the words left his lips. The instant his spirit vision level 2 activated, the world unfolded before him in startling crystalline clarity, not merely as outlines or energy contours but overlaid with a subtle predictive layer trajectories. The slashing arc of the mist corpse's claw, Wang Meng's convulsive struggle, even the drifting path of dust motes in the air, all resolved into their imminent positions, rendered visible within his field of vision. The surge in dynamic visual acuity and reaction speed far exceeded his expectations. In his grip, the fire axe felt weightless, like a wooden dowel. Li Yun lunged forward, not in a straight line but along a precisely calculated arc, sidestepping the lateral mist corpse's attack trajectory and closing in directly on the nape of the one pinning Wang Meng.
7 meters. 3 steps. Li Yun's expression remained calm as he computed every vector.
On the first step, he slipped sideways, just enough to evade the blind swipe of the flanking mist corpse. On the second step, he dropped his center of gravity, evading the counterlunge of the second mist corpse as it finally registered his presence. On the third, he exploded upward, legs coiling and releasing in unison, as both arms rose overhead, the fire axe and his body fusing into the shape of a crescent moon.
New Year axe technique, strike. Li Yun bellowed, driving his arms down with explosive force.
The axe blade carved a silvery gray arc through the air, howling like a gale unleashed.
Crack!
The blade struck true, hitting the faint violet-purple luminescence at the third cervical vertebra of the bony rotting mist corpse. Li Yun could almost see the blow shattering the stable energy structure within that glowing node, as if a pebble had shattered the perfect reflection upon a still lake.
SSSK. The mist corpse emitted a short guttural shriek, its body locking rigid before sliding limply off Wang Meng. Roar. Only then did the flanking mist corpse fully react, abandoning Wang Mang and whirling to lunge at Li Yun. Too slow. Li Yun gripped the axe with both hands, eyes locked unwaveringly on the charging creature. Its movements appeared agonizingly sluggish to him, every twitch of muscle, every shift in balance rendered with excruciating clarity, even allowing him to anticipate the precise direction of its next pounce. Li Yun did not retreat. Instead he surged forward to meet it, and at the instant of contact his body slid sideways with impossible fluidity, shifting half a step laterally. The axe haft swept upward, deflecting the mist corpse's left claw, while his right leg snapped out like lightning, striking its supporting knee joint with surgical precision. Thud. The mist corpse staggered forward, thrown off balance. Li Yun was already behind it, arms coiling, then unleashing a diagonal slash that plunged deep into the third cervical vertebra and followed the luminous energy pathways downward in a single seamless incision. SHHHRRR. Violet-purple energy erupted like a geyser from the wound. With one final anguished wail, the creature collapsed, twitching violently before falling utterly still. The entire sequence lasted less than 10 seconds. Silence descended once more upon the church. Li Yun leaned heavily on the fire axe, breathing shallowly, not from exhaustion, for his upgraded physiology barely registered such exertion, but from the overwhelming sensory deluge of spirit vision level 2. The sheer density of perceptual data was staggering. Everything in his field of view was hyper-clear. He could simultaneously perceive the rate at which contamination spread across Wang Mang's wounds, the dissipation velocity of residual energy from both fallen corpses, even the subtle shifts in concentration of violet-purple mist seeping through the crack beneath the cellar door. He needed time to recalibrate, to acclimate to this new heightened state. Li. Brotherly. Wang Mang's voice was weak, trembling with disbelief. Your eyes. His gaze locked onto Li Yun's eyes, black as polished inkstone, and involuntarily recoiled, chilled to the bone. An instinctive biological warning screamed at him, do not move rashly. Li Yun realized he hadn't yet deactivated his spirit vision. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, focused his will, and gently let the hyperacuity recede. The world softened back into normalcy, but the passive enhancement, the sharpened perceptual acuity, remained. He could now discern the faint tremor layered within Wang Mang's uneven breathing, distinguish the complex stratification of coppery blood smell and ozone tang left by dissipating violet energy. I'm fine, Li Yun replied tersely, offering no explanation as he approached Wang Mang. How bad is the injury? Still, not dead yet. Wang Mang attempted a bitter smile, pushing himself up with one hand, only to wince violently as the motion tore at his wound, drawing a sharp involuntary gasp. 3 claw marks pulsed with violet-purple filaments that had already spread across his entire back, like a grotesque tightening spiderweb. Fine black vein-like ridges rose across his skin, pulsing faintly with each ragged breath. The contamination was accelerating. I retrieved the holy oil, Li Yun said, producing the small glass vial and breaking its wax seal with a pinch of his fingers. Brace yourself, it'll hurt worse than before. Go ahead. Wang Mang clenched his teeth, turning swiftly to present his back. Put. The moment the thick golden liquid splashed onto the wound, violent reactions erupted anew. This time the violet-purple filaments writhed as if alive, fiercely resisting the golden radiance of the oil. A nauseating stench filled the air, burnt flesh mingled with rotting decay. HNNGH. Wang Mang's muscles locked rigid, veins bulging across his forehead, teeth grinding audibly. Yet he refused to cry out, instead emitting only a guttural bestial growl from deep in his throat. Don't move, this oil is scarce. Not a drop can be wasted. Li Yun's expression hardened. With one hand he pinned Wang Mang's shoulder, with the other he meticulously spread the remaining oil across every inch of the wound. Under his passive spirit vision he watched the duel unfold in real-time, golden light weaving itself into a luminous net, sealing the violet contamination at the wound's core, halting its outward advance. Yet the golden light was rapidly depleting. 30 seconds later the reaction subsided. The violet filaments had shrunk to a quarter of their original size, trapped within a dim fading aureole of gold. The wound ceased bleeding, its edges crusting over with dark crimson scabs. Holy oil activated, contamination spread suppressed. Remaining efficacy 5 hours 47 minutes. A system prompt flickered into view. The holy oil suppresses contamination for 6 hours, Li Yun stated grimly. Before then we must find a method to eradicate it entirely. Wang Mang lay slumped across the altar, drenched in cold sweat, his face pale as parchment. Yet the terror in his eyes had receded, replaced by a hollow, numb calm. Brotherly, whatever you decide I'll follow. My life is yours to command. Li Yun didn't respond. He rose and surveyed the church. According to the first intelligence refreshed today, the bell tower entrance lay concealed behind the stained glass window on the altar's rear wall, the one depicting Saint Michael slaying the dragon, requiring it to be shattered. He approached the wall. 6 stained glass windows stood side by side, each roughly 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. Decades of grime and neglect had blurred their imagery, leaving only vague chromatic silhouettes discernible. Saint Michael slaying the dragon. Li Yun murmured, activating his spirit vision. Within its enhanced perception, each of the 6 windows revealed distinct energetic signatures. 5 were ordinary colored glass, slightly tainted with trace contamination. But the far right pane, dominated by sapphire and gold hues, shimmered with an almost imperceptible delicate golden aura. Its texture resonated with the sacred chalice and holy oil. That's it. Li Yun stepped back 2 paces and raised the fire axe. Brotherly, what are you about to do? Wang Meng struggled upright, curiosity flickering in his gaze. Wasn't that just a stained glass window? Could there be another monster behind it? At the thought, he forced himself fully upright, determined not to become a liability should something emerge. Finding the way, Li Yun declared, and swung. Not with the blade, but with the blunt haft, striking the exact center of the designated window. Shatter. The stained glass exploded inward, revealing a yawning pitch-black void. No spiral staircase awaited, only a square aperture approximately 1 meter wide opening into a near vertical shaft ascending upward. Its inner walls were rough-hewn stone with recessed footholds carved at irregular intervals. Embedded at the aperture's rim was a corroded bronze plaque. By the faint daylight filtering through the broken window, the inscription was barely legible. Bell Tower Passage, trespassers forbidden. Sacred Heart Church erected 1923. Found it. Li Yun holstered the fire axe and withdrew a flashlight, its battery half depleted, from his pack. Wang Meng, can you climb? Wang Meng stared at the near vertical shaft, swallowed hard. Though the holy oil had suppressed the agony, any movement still tugged at raw tissue, drawing another sharp involuntary intake of breath. Yet he knew he couldn't stay behind. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself against the wall and rose, his pallor deepening but his nod resolute. Yes, I can climb. I won't hold you back. He dared not remain alone here, if those creatures weren't all truly dead. Then follow. If you truly cannot ascend, guard the church below. Li Yun clamped the flashlight between his teeth, seized the aperture's edge with both hands and hauled himself inside. The shaft proved narrower than anticipated, barely wide enough for a single person. The stone walls were icy and slick with damp coated in slippery moss. The footholds were spaced too widely apart, demanding considerable stamina. After climbing the equivalent of 3 stories, the flashlight beam suddenly illuminated a landing. Li Yun vaulted onto it, finding himself on a circular platform roughly 5 square meters. One side opened into the continuation of the shaft, the other held a heavy oak door. The door was unlocked. Li Yun pushed it open. The flashlight beam pierced the gloom. Inside lay a compact circular chamber, approximately 4 meters in diameter. At its center stood a crude wooden table scattered with yellowed papers. In one corner several wooden crates sat stacked, one left ajar, revealing fragmented religious artifacts within. And mounted on the wall directly opposite the doorway hung a dagger. Approximately 30 centimeters long, its blade gleamed with a muted silver-white hue, its hilt wrapped in desiccated crumbling leather. Yet what drew the eye was the grain-sized crystal embedded near the guard, a soft radiant white luminescence emanating from its heart. Detected unique item, purification dagger incomplete. Description: a ritual weapon forged from consecrated church silver infused with a fragment of purification sequence crystal in essence. Grants bonus damage against contamination energy and slows its spread, but cannot achieve full purification. Current completion 62. Notice this item exhibits latent resonance with the host's seer sequence. Prolonged possession may enhance spirit vision proficiency. Li Yun strode to the wall and removed the dagger. It possessed a satisfying heft, cool to the touch. As his fingers closed around the hilt, the world within his spirit vision sharpened further, subtly, unmistakably. This wasn't a level increase, but an elevation in energetic resolution, as if upgrading from 480p to 720p clarity. He sheathed the dagger at his belt and turned toward the wooden table. Most of the yellowed papers bore indecipherable liturgical texts and ritual records. Beneath them, however, lay several sheets of different texture, torn evidently from a personal notebook. Li Yun lifted them. Their handwriting was hurried, jagged, and written in Chinese. Day 25 after the Great Cataclysm. I understand now. This is no natural disaster. It is a selection. Old John claimed he heard singing. So did I. That was no hallucination, it was a frequency. It calls to those who carry the seed within them. Sister Claire has changed. A growth emerged at her nape, but her crucifix glowed. Silver suppresses it. I tried mixing holy oil with silver powder, more effective, yet still only a delay. I discovered resonance. Different sequences, when their frequencies align, generate resonance effects. Perhaps purification does not lie in opposition, but in harmonic alignment. I must prepare my own sequence ascension ritual soon. Regrettably, the required materials are unavailable nearby, what might serve as a substitute. They arrived bearing the holy chalice and took into the cellar. I gave Sister Claire my last vial of holy oil, but it was too late. She urged me to flee to the bell tower. She said it held the answer. I do not know what the answer is. But if anyone finds these words later, remember, a sequence is not a gift. It is a covenant. Each step upward demands payment. May the Lord forgive all that I have done.
The journal ended abruptly.
In the bottom right corner of the final page, drawn in blood, was an intricate geometric sigil. At its center a single English word was inscribed. Resonance. That old priest was truly formidable.
Li Yun stared at the word and the sigil, lost in thought.
Sequence resonance. Resonance, the key to purifying contamination. Just then Wang Meng's startled cry echoed up from the church below. Brother Li. The mist, it's flooding in. Li Yun whirled and sprinted for the doorway.
Peering down the shaft through the shattered stained glass, he saw it clearly beyond the church doors. The inky tide of bone-eroding mist surged forward, visible, relentless, pouring across the threshold and flooding the nave. The system's predicted peak period had arrived. This mist tide felt uncannier than before. The system's predicted peak period had arrived. This mist tide felt uncannier than before. The system's predicted peak period had arrived. This mist tide felt uncannier than before. The system's predicted peak period had arrived. This mist tide felt uncannier than before. The system's predicted peak period had arrived. This mist tide felt uncannier than before. Li Yun rushed to the edge of the bell tower platform. The beam of his flashlight cleaved through the darkness, plunging downward. Through the shattered stained glass windows he saw it. The mist was no longer rising.
It was flowing as if alive.
It did not behave like mere vapor, but rather like a viscous, sluggishly undulating black liquid. Wherever it passed, the floor, pews and stone walls bloomed with dark violet fungal blight. More terrifying still were the shapes emerging from within the mist.
A dozen humanoid silhouettes flickered in and out of view, no longer holding human form.
Their bodies twisted and stretched like melting wax, limbs bent backward at impossible angles as they scuttled forward like spiders. The dark violet hue clinging to them ran deeper than that of the earlier erosion mist corpses, nearly pitch black. Not ordinary mist corpses. Li Yun tightened his grip on the purification dagger. Its cool hilt eased the throbbing ache behind his temples, a consequence of overusing his divine sight. These entities had been birthed directly by the mist tide itself.
Brother Li. They're climbing up.
Wang Meng's voice rang from below, tremulous, raw with fear.
Li Yun looked down.
A spectral arm coalesced entirely from mist was thrusting through a broken window into the bell tower's narrow passage, its 5 fingers splayed wide, black tendrils extending from each fingertip like serpents questing upward. It was less than 3 meters from the platform where he stood.
No retreat.
Li Yun drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm into his veins. With his divine sight passively active, he perceived the energy architecture of the mist and a chaotic vortex of dark violet energy, its core pulsing at the wrist, constantly drawing replenishment from the surrounding fog.
No new intelligence alerts appeared in his system.
It had been barely 4 hours since the last midnight data refresh. All he could rely upon was the dagger in his hand, the combat knife at his waist, and the cryptic line from Elder Father's notebook: the key to purifying contamination lies not in opposition but in resonance.
Resonance.
Li Yun fixed his gaze upon the purification dagger.
A grain of rice-sized white crystal embedded in its blade pulsed softly, steadily, a rhythm like a heartbeat. He activated his divine sight fully.
The world dissolved into interwoven lines and radiant energies. Within the crystal he perceived its internal vibrational frequency, a profoundly stable, pristine oscillation like the clear murmur of a mountain stream. Then he perceived the misthand's frequency, dissonant, cacophonous, a brutal amalgam of countless clashing wavelengths devouring one another in chaotic interference.
If. A lightning thought split his mind.
Without hesitation, Li Yun reversed his grip on the dagger and swept his gaze across the platform. Within his divine sight, faint golden traceries glowed almost imperceptibly across the stone slabs, pulsing in subtle synchrony with the dagger's light.
The bell tower itself was a vast purification array.
Wang Meng, he shouted downward.
Shield yourself. Whatever you hear, do not run.
The energy unleashed by such an array might prove hazardous to the human body.
A warning was necessary, lest this reckless man bolt blindly from the church, rendering his rescue utterly futile. Ha! Wang Meng's voice wavered, then sharpened into panic. Brother Li, you're about to.
Before he could finish, Li Yun moved. The purification dagger spun in his palm, its tip now aimed squarely at the largest stone slab at the platform center, a nexus dense with luminous etchings in his divine sight.
If the bell tower is the array, then this dagger is the key.
With all his strength he drove the blade deep into the slab's heart.
VVVVRRR.
The white crystal blazed with searing brilliance. Its radiance bore no harsh glare, no explosive flash, but a soft, pure luminescence like moonlight, yet its intensity swelled swiftly, flooding the entire bell tower in incandescent light. Crucially, every golden tracery on the floor ignited simultaneously, golden light surging from the stone seams, weaving seamlessly with the dagger's white radiance into an intricate luminous net. Where white and gold met the dark violet mist, something extraordinary occurred, not confrontation, not annihilation, but frequency alignment. Li Yun watched clearly the dual radiance emitted waves that began guiding the mist's chaotic energies, coaxing their wild oscillations toward a single stable harmonious frequency. Like a dissonant orchestra suddenly finding its conductor. Though agonizingly slow, its effect confined to a half-meter radius around the dagger, the result was immediate and undeniable. The mist hand began to unravel, not shattered but dissolving like morning fog yielding to sunlight. 3 seconds later it vanished entirely. The dagger's white light dimmed, gradually returning to its original soft glow. Yet Li Yun noticed, within the crystal's core, a subtle unmistakable fading. The golden traceries on the floor likewise receded into obscurity. There is cost, he realized instantly. This dagger's energy is finite, and so too is the bell tower's array. Brotherly. The mist has stopped, it's retreating. Wang Meng's voice erupted from below, awash with stunned relief. Li Yun looked down. In the dagger's waning light, the mist tide pouring into the church was withdrawing, slowly, deliberately. Not driven back, but hesitating. The mist entities lingered at the church entrance, their violet eyes locked on the bell tower, on Li Yun, on the dagger in his hand, low guttural growls of thwarted hunger rumbling from their throats, yet they dared not advance. The purification dagger's light settled completely into its quiet, steady pulse, like a firefly adrift in the night. Temporary safety, Li Yun exhaled long and shuddering, only then feeling his whole body tremble. Those few seconds had exacted a crushing toll, mental exhaustion, sensory overload from the divine sight, his brain pierced by 1,000 phantom needles. He deactivated his divine sight and leaned heavily against the stone parapet, gasping for air. From below came the scrape and thud of Wang Meng's ascent. Moments later, Wang Meng's ashen face emerged from the passage, mouth brotherly. "Are you all right?" Still breathing, Li Yun wiped cold sweat from his brow. "And you?" "I?" Wang Meng hauled himself onto the platform and collapsed onto the stones, wrenching open his shirt at the back. "Look." With his divine sight passively active, Li Yun saw clearly a faint golden halo held fast around the 3 claw marks on Wang Meng's back, arresting the spread of dark violet corruption. Yet the golden halo itself was visibly dimming. Holy oil active contamination spread suppressed. Remaining duration 5 hours 22 minutes. The system prompt materialized precisely. 5.5 hours, Li Yun said, voice low and grave. We must find a way to fully purify this contamination before then. How? Wang Meng's voice cracked with despair. Outside is all mist, and inside the church is. His words died mid-sentence. Because at that very instant both men heard it. Not a knock. Not a monster's shriek. But singing. Faint, elusive, like a memory drifting from distant shores or a whisper brushing the ear. An indescribable melody, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, ancient, eerie, sung in a language utterly alien to their ears. Yet most uncanny of all, the moment the song reached him, the purification dagger at Li Yun's hip gave a distinct gentle tremor, and its white light began to pulse in time with the melody's rhythm. This is... Li Yun's mind snapped back to Elder Father's notebook. Old John said he heard the song. I heard it too. It was no illusion, it was a frequency. Calling to those who carry the seed within them. The singing lasted perhaps 10 seconds, then ceased, absolute and final. As if it had never existed. Yet the dagger's vibration persisted, and its tip began to turn ever so slightly, pointing deeper into the bell tower's upper passage. It's guiding us. Li Yun stared at the blade, thought quickening in his eyes. Brotherly, what in the world is happening now? Wang Meng's voice quavered. I swear this place grows stranger by the second. Not stranger. Li Yun rose slowly, hand closing firmly around the dagger. A clue. He strode to the opposite side of the platform, where a spiral staircase climbed further upward. His flashlight beam revealed rough-hewn stone steps winding into profound darkness above. The song had come from there. So too pointed the dagger. The bell tower's apex. Li Yun murmured. Elder Father's note said the answer lies there. But up there? Wang Meng swallowed hard. What if something far worse awaits? Is anything worse waiting down there? Li Yun countered. Wang Meng fell silent. Indeed, below the mist tide and its horrors still roamed the nave. There was no retreat. Staying here is merely waiting to die. Li Yun clenched the dagger, jamming the flashlight between his teeth. Follow, or stay. Choose. Without awaiting an answer, he stepped onto the first stair. The ascent was steep, thick, dust-coated, each step imprinting clear footprints beneath his boots. Li Yun noted, besides his own fresh prints and Wang Meng's, another set recent, no older than 3 days. Small, delicate, like those of a woman or child. Someone else ascended before us. His vigilance spiked to its peak. Left hand gripping the purification dagger, reverse right hand sliding to his waist, his combat knife remained sheathed. He knew not whether it would wound the mist beasts, but its weight offered solace, however small. After climbing roughly 2 stories, the passage widened abruptly. Before them stood a wooden door. It stood ajar, a sliver of warm, pale golden light bleeding through the crack, not the stark beam of a flashlight nor the dagger's cool white radiance, but something softer, richer, like the last light of dusk. Li Yun halted, activating his divine sight just a fraction. Beyond the door, no energy alarms flared, no pollution signatures registered. Instead, a profoundly pure gentle resonance emanated, akin to the dagger, the holy chalice, the holy oil, but stronger, more complete, more ancient.
This is it.
He drew a deep breath and pushed the door. It groaned softly, creaked, and swung inward. What lay beyond made Li Yun's pupils contract sharply. A circular chamber 6 meters in diameter, the bell tower's highest level. Windowless, its walls carved densely with religious reliefs and arcane sigils, most now worn nearly illegible. At its center stood a stone dais.
Upon it rested a book.
A book forged entirely from silver-like metal, its pages thin as cicada wings, emitting a soft golden luminescence that filled the chamber without source or shadow.
Its light bathed the room and illuminated the floor beside the dais.
Kneeling there was a figure. An elderly nun in tattered habit, her back turned to the doorway, hands folded in prayer. Her body was desiccated, skin drawn taut over bone, hair sparse and snow-white.
Yet she lived. Li Yun perceived her life energy, a frail guttering flame in the wind, yet burning with stubborn, unbroken tenacity.
Most striking, however, was the mark upon her nape, no dark violet crystal, no trace of corruption, only a palm-sized sigil radiating a gentle, pure white light. Its shape matched the crystal on the purification dagger exactly. The old nun seemed to sense the door's opening and turned her head slowly. Her face was a map of deep wrinkles, her eyes clouded with age, but deep within her pupils burned an unnerving crystalline clarity. She gazed at Li Yun, at the dagger in his hand, her cracked lips parting to utter a voice like dry leaves scraping stone.
You have finally arrived. The seer.
She gazed at Li Yun, at the dagger in his hand, her cracked lips parting to utter a voice like dry leaves scraping stone.
You have finally arrived. The seer.
The voice of the nun was as hoarse as sandpaper, yet it possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that reached deep into Li Yun's mind. The word seer echoed in the cramped bell tower's top floor, intertwining with the faint glow of the purification dagger and the golden sheen of the metallic book on the stone platform, creating a bizarre yet sacred image. Li Yun's muscles tensed instantly, his right hand instinctively reaching for the military knife at his waist, while his left hand held the purification dagger horizontally in front of his chest. His spiritual sight activated to its limit, scanning every detail of the dry corpse before him.
There were no signs of contamination nor any warnings of hostility.
Only that incredibly pure energy fluctuation emanated from the mark on the old nun's neck, resonating faintly with the purification dagger, the metallic book, and even the entire energy array of the bell tower.
Who are you?
Li Yun's voice was calm, but each word carried a blade-like vigilance.
How do you know seer?
Since awakening his sequence, he had never revealed this to anyone.
How did this nun know?
At that moment, Wang Meng finally climbed up breathlessly, and upon seeing the scene in the room, especially the talking mummy, he was nearly scared enough to tumble down the stairs.
What the hell?
What is this?
After barely escaping one disaster, he now encounters a mummy. Is God trying to take his life?
The old nun did not answer Li Yun's question, but instead slowly turned her body. Her movements were stiff and laborious, and her joints made faint crack sounds like rusty machinery. When she had fully turned around, Li Yun could see her face. It was a visage completely eroded by time and suffering, with deep-set eye sockets and murky eyes that were surprisingly clear. Her gaze first fell on the purification dagger, lingering for 3 seconds, then moved to Li Yun's face and finally glanced at the wound on Wang Meng's back.
Sister Daniela.
She slowly spoke her name, her voice devoid of emotion. Or rather, the former Daniela.
Now. I am merely a gatekeeper. Gatekeeper of what? Li Yun pressed slightly, shifting his stance to maintain a posture ready for attack or retreat.
The gate of truth. Daniela extended her hand, which was so thin that only skin and bone remained. Her skin was pale gray, but her nails were neatly trimmed, slowly pointing towards the metallic book on the stone platform.
The revelation left by the Chich's original builders.
It foretold this disaster, predicted the awakening of the sequences, and also prophesied
your arrival.
Li Yun frowned slightly.
Prophesied me.
He was somewhat incredulous. How many years had passed since the establishment of this church, and it prophesied him? He would rather believe that this old nun had awakened a sequence he was unaware of and discovered clues from himself. The seer, one of the most unique branches in the sequence growth path. Daniela's voice was slow, each word seeming to be carefully considered.
You are not the first, nor will you be the last.
But among all the sequencers, only the seer can see the essence of energy flow at the onset of a disaster, and only the seer can resonate with the revelation. She paused, her murky eyes fixed on Li Yun.
Place your hand on the book.
Why should I trust you?
Li Yun scoffed. In this world, trust is scarcer than food.
Since the great disaster began, what hasn't he seen on the road to escape? Betrayal, abandonment, schemes, murder, violence, the ugliness of humanity unfolding daily under the collapse of order. Based on the contamination on your friend's back, he has less than 5 hours before it completely erodes his spinal cord.
Daniela said calmly.
Given the fog outside, the energy will peak in 3 hours, at which point the entire church will be submerged. Based on the purification dagger in your hand, its energy has already been depleted by 1/3, and it can activate the bell tower array at most 2 more times before it becomes completely ineffective. Every based-on felt like a hammer striking Li Yun's reason. She was entirely correct. In a passive state of spiritual sight, Li Yun could see the rate at which the golden halo on Wang Meng's back was diminishing, could perceive the accumulation trend of energy from the fog outside, and could even feel the loss of energy within the purification dagger's crystal. These were all insights he had only just begun to notice. This old nun was not simple.
Li Gu. Wang Meng's eyes were filled with trepidation, his voice trembling. Is what she said true? Do I really only have 5 hours left? Li Yun did not answer, his gaze fixed firmly on Daniela. Even if what you said is true, why should I trust that you have a solution? Because I am of the same kind as you.
Daniela slowly rolled up the sleeves of her nun's habit. Exposed on her arm from wrist to elbow were intricate silver patterns emerging beneath her skin.
They were not contamination but an extremely orderly and exquisite energy circuit resembling the wiring on a circuit board. Purification sequence, Purity Master. Daniela said my abilities are energy harmonization and contamination purification. However, 22 days ago, to suppress the first wave of contamination that erupted from the church's basement, I overused my abilities, resulting in a backlash from the sequence. My body has withered, my movements are stiff, and I am being slowly eroded by weak contamination every day. In a few more days I will either completely distort and become a contaminated body or die from energy exhaustion. This current body is the price.
She dropped her sleeves. I can't live much longer. But before I completely distort, I must hand the revelation to the one who deserves it.
And you, seer, are that person. The room fell into a brief silence.
Only the golden light emitted by the metallic book cast flickering shadows on the wall's relief.
Li Yun's mind raced. The risk is substantial, this could be a trap.
The old nun might be a disguise for some higher-level contamination, the metallic book could be a bait, and the entire bell tower might be a cage for capturing sequencers. But if what she says is true, then the metallic book might contain methods for purifying contamination, strategies against the fogwave, or even secrets of sequence evolution. Moreover, she herself is a purity master of the purification sequence. Even if she is half-crippled, her knowledge and experience are worth their weight in gold.
More importantly, Wang Meng didn't have much time left. Li Gu. Wang Meng's voice was filled with pleading. I don't want to become that kind of monster.
He had seen those survivors who had been contaminated becoming neither human nor ghost, devouring corpses every day. Li Yun glanced at him, this truck driver he had picked up on the road, cowardly and afraid of death, but in critical moments he didn't falter, making Molotov cocktails, attracting monsters. Even when infected, he didn't collapse. In this godforsaken world, someone like him was quite good.
All right. Li Yun finally spoke, turning his gaze to Daniela. But I have a few conditions. All right.
Li Yun finally spoke, his gaze sharply locking onto Daniela, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable conviction.
But I have a few conditions, and there can't be one less. Speak.
Daniela lowered her eyes, her voice somewhat weak.
First, I want you to purify the contamination on Wang Meng, at least extending the suppression time by 12 hours. Second, tell me if there are any risks in activating the revelation and what the specific steps are. Third.
He stared into the murky eyes of the old nun. Tell me what the prophecy you just mentioned said about me.
Daniela was silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. All right. She beckoned Wang Meng to come over.
Wang Meng glanced at Li Yun and, after receiving a nod, cautiously approached the stone platform.
Kneel and turn your back to me. Daniela instructed.
Wang Meng obeyed, gritting his teeth and daring not to make a sound lest he disturb her.
Daniela extended her hands, hovering above the wound on Wang Meng's back.
She did not touch him but closed her eyes, her lips beginning to move silently. The next second, the mark on her neck lit up. There was no blinding white light but a soft milky glow resembling mist under the moonlight. That glow flowed down her arm, finally bursting forth from her palm, enveloping Wang Meng's wound.
Mum.
Wang Meng let out a muffled grunt, his body trembling slightly, but this time not from pain, rather from an unprecedented sense of relief. The burning sensation in his back completely vanished and his tense muscles relaxed. He turned his head sharply to look at his wound, his eyes shining.
Li Gu. It doesn't hurt anymore. The contamination really receded.
In his spiritual sight, Li Yun observed the astonishing change. The milky energy released by Daniela cut into the dark purple core of the contamination like the finest surgical scalpel. It did not violently clear it away but instead precisely dismantled it, decomposing the chaotic contaminated energy into its most basic energy particles and then guiding those particles to dissipate in an orderly manner.
The entire process lasted about a minute.
When Daniela withdrew her hand, her complexion had become even grayer, her breathing rapid as if she had exhausted her last ounce of strength. Yet the mark on her neck continued to glow steadily. The dark purple patterns on Wang Meng's back had shrunk significantly, enveloped by a thicker golden halo. More importantly, the black vein-like protrusions had completely disappeared.
Holy oil effect enhanced contamination spread has been deeply suppressed.
Remaining effective time 24 hours and 36 minutes. I can only do this much. Daniela gasped. His corruption has already invaded the spinal cord. To fully purify it we need the complete ritual from the revelation or
find a higher tier crystal of the purification sequence. Thank you.
Wang Meng turned around, his voice slightly choked. Thank you, sister.
Thank the Almighty Lord. Amen.
This simple man suddenly found profound faith in the ethereal god.
Daniela waved her hand and turned her gaze to Li Yun. Now to answer your second question.
She extended her bony finger towards the metal book. Activating the revelation carries no risk but requires two conditions. First, the holder must be an awakened sequencer. Second, it requires the consumption of mental power to establish resonance connection. With your current level of spiritual sight you might feel mental fatigue after the connection, but it won't cause permanent damage. What are the specific steps?
Li Yun remained unmoved and continued to press for details. Matters concerning life and death cannot be taken lightly.
Place your hand on the cover of the book, close your eyes and use your spiritual sight to perceive the energy structure within the book. When you feel the pages start to turn on their own, do not resist, let your consciousness follow the guidance of the energy.
Daniela paused. Remember, no matter what you see, remain calm.
That is merely information flow, not reality.
I have not discovered any flaws for the time being.
It is also possible that Daniela is concealing certain things. There is too little information to judge. However, given that the corruption on Wang Meng has been suppressed, it is worth a try. Li Yun thought for a moment and nodded, slowly walking to the stone platform. The metal book appeared even more exquisite up close, its cover engraved with intricate geometric patterns, each etching radiating a faint golden light. The pages were neither gold nor silver, thin and transparent, revealing densely packed tiny text inside. Upon closer inspection it resembled no known language. He took a deep breath, grasping the purification dagger in his left hand. The blade's crystal was slightly warm, as if anticipating, while his right hand slowly pressed against the book cover. It was cold and smooth, like touching a piece of cold jade. Closing his eyes he fully activated his spiritual sight.
In an instant the world transformed into an ocean of energy.
In the center of that ocean the metal book stood like a glowing lighthouse, its internal structure unfolding in Li Yun's consciousness in three-dimensional form. It was not merely a book, it resembled a device composed of countless energy circuits, terrifyingly intricate. Each page was a layer of circuit, each line of text an energy channel. The entire book was a self-circulating energy system.
Perceive it. Connect with it.
Li Yun focused his mind, probing his spiritual sight's tentacles towards those circuits.
The moment of contact.
A torrent of information surged into his mind. It was neither text nor image, it was a direct imprint of concepts and knowledge on the level of consciousness. He saw the origin of the catastrophe. It was neither a natural disaster nor a virus, but a kind of incomprehensible energy tidal wave from the depths of the universe sweeping over the earth. This tidal wave altered the rules of physics, allowing the strange energy that had been hidden in the crevices of dimensions to seep into reality. He saw the essence of the sequence, the evolutionary codes that already existed in the human genome, left over from ancient times, activated by the repeated stimulation of the energy tidal wave and strange energy. Different gene fragments corresponded to different sequences: seer, purifier, martial artist, elementalist. Each sequence represented an evolutionary path. He saw the content of the prophecy. In the third month after the catastrophe, 7 initial relics would rise from the depths of the earth. Each relic concealed a sacred object of the sequence. The one who gathered all 7 sacred objects would obtain the key to ultimate evolution. Amidst this vast sea of information there was a segment specifically about the seer. Eyes like the night vision shatters illusions.
The seer is the eye of observation, the key to truth. Yet peering too deeply into secrets will inevitably lead to backlash.
When you glimpse the future with your spiritual sight, distortions will follow you like shadows. The only way to break the deadlock lies in the 7th relic, the star observation platform. Within the platform there is a mirror that reflects the truth. What is truth?
You shall know when you see.
Following this segment of information there was a map, not an ordinary paper map but a three-dimensional energy coordinate directly imprinted in consciousness.
The coordinates pointed east approximately 200 kilometers away.
There stood a mountain, and at its peak the outline of a tall tower could be faintly seen.
The 7th relic star observation platform.
The torrent of information began to weaken and Li Yun felt a sharp pain like needles in his temples. His mental power was nearing its limit. Just as he was about to disconnect, the final segment of information surged in, warning: all sacred objects of the sequence are being watched by the Watchers. Those who acquire the sacred objects will become the target of many.
Be cautious, be cautious. Connection severed.
Resonating with the revelation spiritual sight proficiency 10, Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, stepping back 2 paces, breathing heavily. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and his vision blurred.
Did you see? Daniela asked.
I saw. Li Yun rubbed his temples. The 7th relic star observation platform.
There is something inside that can solve the distortions of spiritual sight.
That's right, Daniela revealed, a weary smile. The prophecy states that the first seer to activate the revelation will embark on a journey to find the star observation platform.
And that seer will change the fate of many along the way. She paused, her voice lowering, including mine.
Before Li Yun could ask what she meant, a violent banging sound suddenly erupted from below the church.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The heavy wooden door of the church was being violently struck by some force. At the same time, the crystal of the purification dagger suddenly flickered violently, the white light becoming dim and bright intermittently.
Daniela's expression changed. The peak of the fog tide
has arrived early. They have sensed the energy fluctuations from the activation of the revelation. She looked at Li Yun, determination flashing in her murky eyes. Take the book and leave through the skylight at the top of the bell tower. There is a rope leading to the rocky wall behind the church.
Follow the wall down. There is an abandoned mine tunnel that can avoid the main body of the fog tide. What about you? Li Yun instinctively asked.
Me. Daniela slowly stood up, the mark on her neck bursting forth with an unprecedented intense white light. I am the last guardian of this church. 22 days ago, in order to pass down the revelation, I failed to secure the cellar door, allowing the corruption to leak out and killing everyone.
Today, I will not run away again.
She walked to the corner of the room, opened the wooden chest that was ajar, and took out something from inside. A pure white robe with a golden cross embroidered on the collar.
The robe emitted a faint glow in the darkness. The soul combat skill of the purification sequence, Holy Domain. This is the ultimate self-preservation and protection skill of the purifier. It does not require reliance on complete sequence energy, only burning all remaining life energy and the essence of the sequence.
Daniela donned the robe and her whole aura suddenly transformed, her withered body straightening like a spear. Determination flashed in her eyes. At the cost of my life, even if the sequence backlash occurs and my body is on the verge of collapse, I will unleash an absolute purification field with a radius of 50 meters lasting for 10 minutes. Within those 10 minutes, no corrupting energy can invade. She looked at Li Yun, her eyes devoid of fear, only calmness. This is the last thing I can do.
10 minutes is enough for you to escape into the mine tunnel.
Sister. Wang Meng's eyes turned red. This nun suppressed the corruption for him but could not escape the strange mist.
Enough nonsense. Daniela waved her hand, interrupting. Grab the book, go. Li Yun looked at her for 2 seconds, then nodded firmly.
He rushed to the stone platform, grabbed the metal book. It was lighter than he had imagined, only weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. He shoved it into his backpack and turned to dash toward the hidden skylight at the top of the room.
Wang Meng followed closely behind.
Outside the skylight was the spire of the bell tower, tied to a cross with a thick hemp rope, the other end dangling toward the dark cliff. Below, the banging on the church door grew louder, mixed with the sharp sound of splintering wood. The fog had already crept halfway up the first floor of the church.
Go.
Li Yun grabbed the rope and was the first to slide down.
Wang Meng gritted his teeth and followed suit.
Just as the two descended halfway down the rock wall, a blinding pure white light erupted from the top of the bell tower. That light formed a hemispherical force field enveloping the entire church. At the edge of the force field, the fog tide crashed against an invisible wall, surging wildly but unable to advance an inch. Within the light, one could vaguely see a figure dressed in a white robe standing by the window of the bell tower, arms outstretched as if embracing something. 10 seconds later, the light reached its peak. Then it slowly dimmed. The force field began to shrink from 50 meters to 40 meters, 30 meters. Yet the fog tide was firmly kept outside.
Goodbye, Sister Daniela, may God bless you. Li Yun took one last look at the slowly extinguishing light and turned to slip into the entrance of the mine tunnel in the rock wall. Darkness engulfed the two.
Only the metal book in the backpack continued to emit a faint golden light like a firefly in the night, guiding their path. Deep within the mine tunnel, the sound of dripping water could be heard.
Ding dong. Like the ticking of a countdown.
The tunnel was so dark that one could not see their hand in front of their face, only the faint white light from the tip of the purification dagger barely illuminated a half-meter radius beneath their feet. The sound of dripping water echoed from all directions, ding dong, resonating in the narrow space like the rhythm of some ancient instrument.
Each drop struck against the taut nerves. Li Gu. Where are we going?
Wang Meng's voice trembled behind him, closely following Li Yun's footsteps, one hand covering the wound on his back. In a passive state of spiritual vision, Li Yun could clearly see the faint pulsing of the golden halo around Wang Meng's back.
11 hours and 36 minutes, the countdown pulsed silently in his mind.
Let's find a safe place to rest, Li Yun said, the beam of his flashlight sweeping ahead. Your injury needs attention, and I also need time to digest the information we just received.
Wang Meng nodded, gasping for breath.
At a time of life and death, he felt no fatigue in his body. Instead, he could only feel every part of him crying out in anguish.
The tunnel was deeper than expected.
With such a large engineering undertaking, it was likely a product of the pre-cataclysm excavation. The two walked one behind the other for about 10 minutes, estimating they had already delved over 100 meters into the mountain. The sounds of external impacts and the roar of the fog tide were no longer audible here, only pure darkness and dead silence. Stop! Li Yun suddenly raised his hand.
5 meters ahead, the tunnel branched off.
One path led left, the other right. Both passages were pitch black with no indication of where they led. Using spiritual vision, he took a look. The energy flow in the left passage was relatively stable, but deep within there was a faint mechanical pulsing.
It seemed some large device was still in operation.
The right passage on the other hand was permeated with a faint odor of decay, the energy flow chaotic like the residual pollution left by something rotting.
Go left, Li Yun said without hesitation, making an immediate judgment. Why? Wang Meng instinctively asked, then quickly added, Li Gu, it's not that I don't trust you, I'm just curious.
He scratched his head, forcing a somewhat awkward smile, evidently recalling the earlier words of the nun. His question truly felt foolish. The seer sounded much more formidable than the prophet from their previous convoy. Intuition, Li Yun replied shortly, glancing at the pretending Wang Meng without explaining what he had seen through spiritual vision. He needed a teammate to share the risks, while Wang Meng needed a leader who could help him survive. Both were fulfilling their needs, which was fair and practical. The two turned into the left passage. This passage was narrower than the main tunnel, with clear signs of artificial excavation on the rock walls. Every 10 meters there were emergency light bases embedded in the walls. Although the lights had long since gone out, the glass covers weren't too thick with dust due to the overhangs.
This tunnel
seems to be well maintained, Wang Meng muttered to himself as he looked around.
Li Yun remained silent, his attention focused on the pulsing source he saw in his spiritual vision.
As they delved deeper, the pulsing became increasingly clear, resembling some low rumbling engine sound or perhaps
a heartbeat.
After walking another 50 meters, they suddenly emerged into a wide space. A chamber roughly the size of a basketball court appeared before them. In the center of the chamber stood a, holy crap,
a mining vehicle. Wang Meng's eyes went wide. It was indeed a small tracked mining vehicle painted deep gray with a faded logo, Pioneer Energy Geological Exploration Type 3.
About 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, it had a disc-shaped antenna on top and a spotlight at the front with a fully enclosed cargo area filled with crisscrossing reinforcement beams. Most surprisingly, although the vehicle was covered in dust, it remained intact with a few areas still glowing with faint indicator lights.
This thing can still move.
Wang Meng swallowed nervously, a hint of worry in his eyes.
Could it be another monster?
Li Yun did not approach recklessly. He opened his spiritual vision, fully scanning the entire chamber. No life signs, no pollution energy, only the stable energy pulse emanating from the mining vehicle, geothermal energy. Several probes were inserted into the ground beneath the vehicle, drawing energy from the geothermal source to maintain minimal operation. In the corner of the chamber behind the mining vehicle, several wooden boxes were piled up covered with raincloth.
Wang Meng, go check the boxes, Li Yun instructed.
I'll take a look at this vehicle.
Okay.
Wang Meng perked up. Exploring something was definitely better than wandering aimlessly in the dark. Li Yun circled around the mining vehicle.
The body showed no obvious damage. The cockpit's glass, although dusty, was intact.
He tried to pull on the door, locked. Beneath the driver's seat was a palm-sized metal panel with a keyhole and a handprint-shaped indent next to it. The panel had nearly invisible miniature buttons.
I remember there was relevant knowledge in the apocalypse.
Li Yun recalled some fragmented knowledge that had flashed through the information stream about the operation of such technological devices. He placed his hand on the indent while focusing his spiritual vision on the panel's interior. Inside was a simple biological energy detection system, but due to years of disrepair most functions had failed. However, the basic operational trajectory still existed.
This is the startup sequence of the last operator, let's give it a try.
He attempted to press the buttons in a certain logical order, first the upper left, then the lower right, followed by the middle. Beep beep beep.
The panel lit up with a green light.
Emergency protocol activated. Identity verification. Biological characteristics. Fuzzy match. Visitor mode enabled. System self-check. Main battery 3. Geothermal maintenance mode. Fuel reserve 12. Mechanical structure integrity 99. Suggestion: connect to external power source or drive to geothermal active area for charging. The text scrolled on the small screen. Immediately a low humming sound emanated from inside the mining vehicle and 7 or 8 indicator lights on the dashboard lit up in succession. Although some were yellow warning lights, it at least indicated that this thing could actually still move.
Li Gu, there's something over here.
Wang Meng's excited voice came from the corner.
Li Yun walked over.
Wang Meng had already lifted the raincloth, revealing 3 tin boxes underneath.
The first box contained half a box of military-grade compressed biscuits.
Although they were 3 years past their expiration date, the sealed packaging was intact and the tunnel's dry, low-temperature environment had prevented bacterial growth. The biscuits showed no mold or off-putting smells. They might be hard in texture and nutritionally diminished, but they certainly wouldn't be poisonous and would be enough to sustain them until they exited the tunnel. The second box contained 2 sets of protective suits. The fabric had hardened somewhat but was not torn.
The third box.
What is this?
Wang Meng picked up a palm-sized black cube which had interfaces and buttons on it. Looks like a power bank. Let me take a look. Li Yun took the cube.
In his passive spiritual vision there was a faint energy response from this object. Low power energy module detected. Description: portable energy pack that can power small devices and store data. Current power 17 tip can provide temporary charging for the purification dagger efficiency approximately 30 current dagger energy remaining 67 can reach 97 after charging able to withstand 3 normal fog zombie attacks or maintain active spiritual vision for 15 minutes a good item.
Li Yun stowed the energy module away and then checked the other supplies.
In addition to the biscuits and protective suits there was also a small first aid kit at the bottom of the box. Most of the medicines had expired but the blood-stopping bandages and disinfectants were still usable. This place seems like it was specifically prepared as a refuge. Wang Mang scratched his head. But where are the people? Li Yun looked toward the depths of the chamber. There was a rusted iron door, the lock hanging on it was broken and the door was ajar leading into pitch darkness. Scanning with spiritual vision revealed a small room behind the door about 10 square meters. Inside there was a simple bedded table scattered with some papers and a bottle of what appeared to be clear white liquor.
Let's go in and take a look.
Pushing open the iron door, a cloud of dust billowed out. The room was very simple but there were clear signs of life. The bedding on the bed had already molded, the table had a candle that had burned halfway down and next to it was an open log.
Haha, great.
There's white liquor. Wang Mang immediately spotted the bottle of liquor that still had a large portion left. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, snatched it up, twisted off the cap, held it to his nose and took a deep whiff, his face full of ecstasy.
What fragrant liquor.
He licked his lips, suppressing the stirring in his stomach, carefully stowing it in his backpack.
High-proof liquor couldn't be wasted, having been injured it was the best antiseptic. Still clear-headed. Li Yun silently nodded at this sight.
If Wang Mang had lost sense of the situation he wouldn't hesitate for a moment to abandon him lest it lead to his own demise.
He picked up the log.
The paper was yellowed, the handwriting messy. Geological exploration log, Pioneer Energy 7th Exploration Team, Recorder Zhang Ming. July 14, 2135, ordered to explore the geothermal resources of the Holy Heart Mountain Range. The drilling depth has reached 800 meters and geothermal activity exceeded expectations. This place is a treasure trove.
August 3, 2135, strange occurrences.
At a drilling depth of 1200 meters the instruments detected abnormal energy fluctuations. It didn't seem like geothermal energy but rather some
high-frequency vibrations.
The captain suggested it might be an underground cavity.
August 15, 2135, even stranger.
Some team members began having nightmares, claiming they heard singing in their dreams. Old Zhao fainted by the drilling well yesterday and kept mumbling, "They are below."
August 22, 2135, work stopped. The company ordered a withdrawal.
But the captain privately told me it wasn't the company that called it off but an order from above directly issuing a lockdown.
What exactly is down there? August 25, 2135, last record. We will withdraw tomorrow. But I have a feeling that someone will come here again. If future visitors see these words, remember, don't dig deeper.
Some things should not be uncovered.
The log ends here.
On the back of the last page in a more trembling handwriting a small line was written, "I heard them.
They are really below. They are singing."
On the back of the last page in a more trembling handwriting a small line was written, "I heard them.
They are really below. They are singing."
On the back of the last page in a more trembling handwriting a small line was written, "I heard them.
They are really below. They are singing."
Li Yun closed the journal.
"Brother Li, what does this say?" Wang Mang leaned over. Although he was not very literate, he could understand a bit. "Something may be hidden beneath this mine tunnel." Li Yun stuffed the journal into his backpack.
Anomalies were discovered during the exploration by the people before the cataclysm and they were forced to evacuate.
Is it related to the current mist? It's possible. Li Yun said no more. He walked over to the desk and opened the drawer.
Inside were a few small items, a pen that could still write, a box of rusty nails and
a folded map.
Unfolding the map revealed a detailed topographic map of the Sacred Heart Mountain Range and surrounding areas.
Several circles were drawn in red ink, one of which was near their current location labeled Geothermal Anomaly Zone 7.
On the eastern side of the map, about 200 kilometers away, there was a point marked in blue ink with a small note beside it: Ancient Observation Station Ruins.
Mentioned by the 1923 scientific expedition. Observation platform. Li Yun squinted.
The coordinates provided by the revelation were energy coordinates without specific place names.
However, the markings on this map matched in time and location. 1923.
The Sacred Heart Church was also built that year.
He murmured. "Brother Li, what did you say?" Wang Mang didn't hear clearly. "Nothing." Li Yun put away the map. "Get ready to set off." "Ha! We're leaving now. Aren't we going to rest for a bit?"
Wang Mang rubbed his arm. They had faced life and death several times along the way without resting for a moment, and he was genuinely afraid of collapsing from exhaustion before the infection broke out.
"Well, rest in the vehicle." Li Yun walked toward the mining vehicle. "Your pollution countdown still has 11 hours. The observation platform is 200 kilometers away.
Even if this vehicle can travel at 30 kilometers per hour, it would still take 6 to 7 hours.
Who knows what we might encounter on the way.
But this vehicle only has 3 battery left.
The map marked the geothermal anomaly zone. Li Yun opened the car door, dust falling around him.
Well, find a place to charge along the way. The cockpit of the mining vehicle was more spacious than he expected. There were 4 seats in the front and back and a small storage space in the back. Although the control interface was old, it was quite intuitive with a steering wheel, accelerator, brake and several function buttons. Li Yun sat in the driver's seat while Wang Meng climbed into the passenger seat. The keyhole was empty, but the panel displayed guest mode enabled. Li Yun cautiously twisted a device that resembled a start knob. Vroom. Roar. The engine emitted a deep roar, causing the vehicle to shake slightly. On the dashboard, the tachometer needle twitched. The fuel gauge showed 12 remaining and the battery showed 3, but there was an additional icon indicating geothermal charging. It really works. Wang Meng excitedly slapped his thigh. Brother Li, you're amazing.
You've got this figured out. Hold on tight.
Li Yun's expression remained calm, but a hint of a smile appeared in his dark eyes as he shifted gears and the tracks of the mining vehicle slowly began to move. The vehicle drove out of the chamber, returning to the mine tunnel.
The front headlights turned on, cutting through the darkness with 2 dim yellow beams. Although not as bright as an off-road vehicle's lights, they could at least illuminate the road for 20 meters ahead.
The mine tunnel sloped downwards gently. After about 10 minutes of driving, a light appeared ahead, not from lamps but from natural dim illumination.
An exit. Li Yun slowed down and the mining vehicle slowly drove out of the tunnel.
Outside was the darkness before dawn, but the horizon had already begun to show a hint of gray light. They stood on a platform halfway up the mountain with the mine tunnel entrance behind them and a steep slope ahead where they could see the winding old road below. The tide of mist had receded.
Or rather, the mist was blocked on the church side by Daniela's holy domain.
From here the distant valley was still shrouded in a faint gray mist, but the area they stood in was relatively clear. Visibility had returned to about 100 meters.
We got out of the mist.
Wang Meng still found it hard to believe, staring blankly at the scene before him.
For now, Li Yun glanced at the dashboard. The battery is at 5 now. The geothermal activity on this slope is strong, so the charging speed is not slow.
He unfolded the map he had exchanged for at the rock base and compared it with the surrounding terrain. They were now located halfway up the western side of the Sacred Heart Mountain range, with the main peak of the mountain to the east and the observation platform in that direction. However, climbing directly over the mountain was impossible. They had to take a detour. The nearest route was the old road down the mountain marked as Old Road No.
7. Following the road east, after about 150 kilometers, they would enter the plains. Then
Li Yun's gaze fell on a location marked in red on the map.
It was a mark of a small town labeled Haishi Town. Beside it,
next to the town symbol, someone had written a small note in pencil: supply point, but there are gunshots.
Enter with caution. Let's descend the mountain first. Li Yun made a decision. Get on the highway and head east. We'll look for charging opportunities along the way.
The mining vehicle's tracks rolled over the gravel, slowly descending along the slope. The speed of the vehicle was not fast, at most 20 kilometers per hour, but it had excellent off-road capabilities, easily crossing steep slopes, gravel and even small ditches. Although the vehicle jolted, it was still much better than walking.
Wang Meng leaned back in his seat, finally relaxing a bit.
He dug out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack, opened it, took a bite and handed another piece to Li Yun.
Brother Li, have something to eat. We haven't had much since yesterday. Thank you. Li Yun took the biscuit, waited for 2 minutes to ensure Wang Meng was okay, then took a small bite.
A mix of engine oil and salty flavor filled his mouth. It was hard and gritty, but it indeed filled their stomachs. The two silently ate biscuits while watching the sky gradually brighten outside. This was the first time Li Yun had seen the sunrise in a relatively safe environment after the cataclysm. The clouds on the horizon were dyed a light golden color and there were sounds of birds chirping in the mountains. These were not mutated monsters but real birds. For a moment he nearly forgot this was a post-apocalyptic world. Brotherly Wang Meng suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hesitant. Do you really believe in the prophecy that Sister Daniela mentioned?
Li Yun chewed on the biscuit, not answering immediately. Believe it.
The information stream from the revelation was real. He had indeed seen those images and coordinates. Sister Daniela's purification sequence was also real. She had indeed suppressed Wang Meng's pollution.
But as for the prophecy, I don't believe in fate. But I believe in intelligence.
The revelation provided coordinates, the map matches, and there are things in the observation platform that can resolve the distortions. These are facts.
What about the Watchers?
Wang Meng lowered his voice. The warning that the nun mentioned at the end.
Li Yun glanced at the purification dagger at his waist.
The blade's crystal still emitted a faint white light, but in the dawn light that white light was nearly invisible.
When soldiers come, we will block them.
For now the priority is to reach the observation platform and resolve your pollution and my distortion hazards. As for the rest, we will deal with it when it arises.
Wang Mang nodded wisely, refraining from asking further.
In this world, who doesn't have their own secrets? Even he had witnessed many hidden truths along the way. For instance, the captain of his previous convoy.
The mining vehicle finally reached the foot of the mountain, its tracks rolling onto the road. Old Road No. 217.
The road surface was cracked and overgrown with weeds, but it was still drivable.
Li Yun adjusted the direction, heading east.
The dashboard showed the battery had charged to 8.
Geothermal charging was efficient on the slope, but it slowed down once on the flat road.
I hope to find the next geothermal area, Li Yun thought. The vehicle traveled about 5 kilometers along the road when a sign appeared ahead. The sign was rusty, but the words were still legible. 10 kilometers ahead, Haishi Town gas station maintenance point accommodation. Below the sign, someone had spray painted a crooked line of red letters: detour.
There are hunters. Li Yun stepped on the brakes.
With his spiritual sight in passive mode, he saw that the energy flow on the road ahead was somewhat abnormal. It wasn't pollution, but rather some kind of artificial traces.
A trap. Or a barricade. Li Yun squinted, feeling a tightness in his chest.
Brother Li, why have we stopped?
Wang Mang put down the water bottle in his hand, carefully placing it in his backpack. There's an ambush up ahead.
Li Yun looked coldly ahead. The instinct of the seer felt the malice, and he turned the steering wheel. We'll take a detour. There were just the two of them, so it was better to bypass any place that felt threatening. The mining vehicle left the road and drove into the wilderness beside it. The sun had fully risen, bathing the land in golden sunlight.
A new day had begun.
And their journey had just started to get on track. The sun had fully risen, bathing the land in golden sunlight.
A new day had begun.
And their journey had just started to get on track. The mining vehicle's tracks crushed the cracked dry soil, leaving 2 deep ruts across the wilderness. The morning light grew brighter, yet the chill of the wild had not completely receded. Amidst the withered yellow grass, occasional strange sounds could be heard, whether from the wind or something crawling. Li Yun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his spiritual sense passively maintaining awareness of the surrounding environment. Brother Li, are we going to make it on time by taking such a long detour? Wang Mang asked, unable to help but glance at the desolate scenery outside the window. Although his infection was suppressed by a non-sequential ability, this was not the time to waste. Li Yun glanced at the rudimentary clock on the dashboard, recalling the map in his mind. It's a 15-kilometer detour, but it's better than charging straight into a trap.
Don't worry, your contamination suppression time is sufficient. He paused and added, moreover, this vehicle's off-road performance is superior to that on the highway. The wilderness may be tough, but it lacks human-made obstacles. Instead of getting entangled with those marauding thugs, it's quicker to take a detour. Wang Mang nodded, falling silent.
He touched his back. The wound no longer hurt, but the circle of golden light constantly reminded him of the passage of time.
The mining vehicle continued eastward.
The wilderness was far from flat.
This land had once been farmland, abandoned after the great disaster, now overgrown with mutated weeds taller than a person.
Among the grass, rusted farming tools, overturned tractor wrecks, and even a few skeletons could be spotted. After driving for about 3 kilometers, a warning suddenly came from his spiritual sense.
It was faint but definitely present.
Li Yun slammed on the brakes and the mining vehicle slid forward for 2 meters before stopping.
What's wrong?
Wang Mang tensed up, his hand already reaching for the crowbar beneath his seat. This crowbar was a relic left behind by the exploration team, found in the mine, a handy weapon indeed.
There's something ahead. Li Yun squinted, activating his spiritual sense to the fullest.
In his sight, about 200 meters ahead, 3 dark red energy contours were slowly moving in the grass. They did not look like mere polluted energy, but life heat sources. However, their structure was strange. They resembled neither humans nor ordinary animals. The life heat sources mixed with polluted energy. The energy contours were elongated, about 2 meters long, moving almost without undulation, sliding along the ground like snakes.
Snakes. Or some other animal. Wang Mang followed Li Yun's gaze but saw nothing, only the monotonous grass.
I don't know, Li Yun shook his head, but they are certainly not good news. He turned the steering wheel, preparing to detour again.
Just then the 3 energy contours suddenly accelerated.
They moved at an incredible speed, almost flying close to the ground, cutting through the weeds with precision as if invisible blades were clearing a path.
There's no time to detour.
Li Yun's eyes turned cold, his right hand shifted gears while his left hand violently turned the steering wheel. Hold on tight. The massive body of the mining vehicle traced an arc across the wilderness, its tracks crushing clods of earth and roots as it attempted to avoid the threat from the side. But those things were faster. The first shadow had already leaped out from the grass. It was not a snake at all. It was a creature Li Yun had never seen before, long and slender, covered in dark green scales, with a flat head, no eyes, and only a round mouth filled with sharp teeth. The most bizarre aspect was that its feet were not claws but 4 pairs of sharp scythe-like bone blades, each about a foot long, gleaming coldly in the morning light.
Scythe-foot beast. Wang Mang exclaimed, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. I've seen this thing in the south.
They can approach silently and their bone blades can slice through car doors. Before he finished speaking, the first scythe beast had already lunged at the left side of the mining vehicle. It leaped high, its 4 pairs of bone blades opening simultaneously, blooming like a flower of death in the air, aiming directly at the cockpit glass.
Seeking death. Li Yun's gaze turned icy. Instead of dodging, he slammed the accelerator and the mining vehicle surged forward. Bang!
The bone blades of the scythe beast struck the rear armor of the cockpit, creating a shower of sparks. Yet the heavy armor only left a few white scars, while the bone blade shattered a small piece.
Roar!
The scythe beast let out a sharp screech, clearly enraged. Meanwhile, the other two were closing in from the sides. Their coordination was impeccable. One attacked the left side, another the right, while the last circled to the front of the vehicle, attempting to force it to stop.
Brother Li, what do we do?
Wang Meng's face turned pale. These things are too fast, we can't outrun them. If they break the tracks, the mining vehicle is just a pile of scrap.
Who said we should run?
We need to teach these guys a lesson, let them know we're not easy prey. Li Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. The apocalypse recorded these monster scythe beasts had territorial instincts and were bullies of the weak, often pursuing and torturing the weak. However, they lacked the courage to chase strong opponents.
With his spiritual sense fully activated, the energy flows, muscle contractions and attack trajectories of the 3 scythe beasts were all clearly visible.
Their energy convergence point was concentrated at the back of the neck, somewhat similar to the bone corruption fog corpse, suggesting this might be a common weakness among most strange creatures.
However, scythe beasts move too quickly for ordinary attacks to hit. Unless... Wang Meng, hold on to the handrail. Li Yun suddenly shouted, simultaneously yanking the steering wheel.
The mining vehicle made an almost frenzied sharp turn in the wilderness. The vehicle tilted and the left track nearly lifted off the ground. This move completely took the scythe beast by surprise. The one attacking the left side was flung towards the rear due to inertia, crashing heavily into the back trailer.
Good opportunity. Die for me.
Li Yun steadied the steering wheel with his left hand while his right hand swiftly drew the purification dagger from his waist, leaning out of the driver's window, arm raised. Whoosh. The dagger transformed into a streak of white light, precisely piercing through the joint gap in the scythe beast's neck. Hiss. The scythe beast emitted a chilling scream, its body convulsing violently. Its 4 pairs of bone blades flailed wildly, but soon its movements became stiff. Dark green blood gushed from the wound. It struggled for a few seconds before finally collapsing on the ground, no longer moving. Kill scythe beast 1. Absorb a trace of life energy. Spiritual sense proficiency 1. Current proficiency 21,100. Note: apocalypse resonance 10. Killed a group of bone corruption fog corpses 10. Li Yun had no time to examine closely, as the other two had already reacted, lunging simultaneously at the cockpit.
Damn it, let's fight.
Wang Meng gritted his teeth, grabbed the crowbar, leaned out of the passenger window and swept at the lunging scythe beast.
Clang.
The crowbar clashed against the bone blade, sending sparks flying. Wang Meng was jolted, his hands numbed, the crowbar nearly slipping from his grasp, but he managed to fend off the scythe beast. Meanwhile, the second scythe beast had lunged at the window. Its round mouth filled with sharp teeth opened wide, spraying a foul viscous liquid toward Li Yun's face. His spiritual sense predicted the trajectory of the liquid spray. Li Yun ducked sharply. The liquid grazed the top of his head and splattered onto the seatback, instantly corroding several charred holes.
That was close.
Li Yun's gaze sharpened, his right hand having drawn a military knife without him noticing. In that moment, when the scythe beast was exhausted and had not yet regained its strength, his arm struck like a venomous snake, the military knife stabbing precisely into the side of the scythe beast's neck. Although it wasn't a weak point, it was enough to make it back off in pain.
Wang Meng, toss a Molotov cocktail. Li Yun shouted. What?
Where's the Molotov cocktail? Wang Meng was taken aback, momentarily doubting whether Li Yun had lost his mind, wondering why he was talking nonsense.
In your backpack.
When you scavenged in the mine's lounge, you casually stashed that half bottle of high-proof liquor. Hurry and get it out. Wang Meng finally remembered he had indeed found a half bottle of high-proof liquor on the table while scavenging in the mine's lounge and had shoved it into his backpack. He hurriedly rummaged through and indeed found a glass bottle.
But there are no cloth strips.
Wang Meng quickly uncapped the bottle, glancing around the vehicle for materials. Use your socks. Li Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the 2 scythe beasts that were slowly retreating, gathering power.
Ha! Hurry! Wang Meng bit the bullet, quickly removed a stinky sock and stuffed it into the bottle's opening.
Li Yun had already pulled out a lighter, ignited it and handed it over. At that moment, the 2 scythe beasts lunged again. Wang Meng in a panic ignited the sock's tip and with all his might threw the bottle at one of them. Bang! The bottle smashed against the scythe beast's back, shattering glass and splashing high-proof liquor all over it.
Flames instantly spread, turning this monster into a moving fireball.
Hiss. The flames clearly had a significant effect on the scythe beast. It rolled frantically, trying to extinguish the flames, but the liquor fueled the fire, burning hotter and hotter until it gradually fell silent. Kill scythe beast 1. Absorb a trace of life energy. Spiritual sense proficiency 1. Only 1 remains. This remaining sci-food beast evidently had some intelligence. After witnessing its companion burn to death, it did not immediately attack but lingered 10 meters outside the vehicle, its flat head swaying slightly as if observing and assessing.
It's waiting, Li Yun squinted, waiting for us to expose a flaw or for its companion. Just after he finished speaking, rustling sounds came from the distant grass.
Within his spiritual senses sight, 5 more dark red energy contours were rapidly approaching. There are more than just these 3. Li Yun's heart sank. If we wait any longer we will be surrounded.
What do we do? Wang Meng's face turned pale.
Li Yun did not respond, his brain was racing. The mining vehicle's armor could defend against bone blade attacks, but if the sci-food beasts concentrated their attacks on the tracks, the vehicle would become immobilized. Once trapped in the wilderness and facing a siege from 7 or 8 sci-food beasts, they would undoubtedly be doomed.
Fighting Hedon was not an option.
Escape, they were not as fast as the beasts. That left only one choice. Wang Meng, fasten your seatbelt. Li Yun's voice was unusually calm. We need to charge through before the sci-food beasts close in. 3 sci-food beasts blocked their path. If they charged straight through, they could easily be interrupted by the ones flanking them. But what about the one attempting to intercept them? Hedon.
Charge.
How do we charge? There's Wang Meng's eyes widened as he looked at the sci-food beast blocking their path.
Ram it down.
Li Yun finished speaking without waiting for Wang Meng to react, flooring the accelerator.
Accelerate.
The mining vehicle's engine roared like a beast, the heavy body accelerating suddenly, its tracks crushing everything in its path as it charged directly at the sci-food beast still lingering.
The sci-food beast clearly did not expect humans to be this reckless. It instinctively leaped to the side, trying to dodge.
But this was the moment Li Yun had been waiting for, his dark eyes locked in under the influence of his spiritual sense. The trajectory of the sci-food beast's leap was laid bare.
Ram it.
Li Yun growled lowly. Without further ado, at the instant the sci-food beast vaulted, he yanked the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to slide at an incredible angle. The right track lifted high like a steel wall, slamming down on the airborne sci-food beast.
Bang.
A muffled thud. The sci-food beast was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, several bone blades broken, dark green blood gushing from its mouth. It struggled to get up, but it was clearly gravely injured. Meanwhile, the mining vehicle, taking advantage of that impact, successfully adjusted direction and pointed its nose eastward once more.
Go.
Li Yun no longer lingered in battle, driving the mining vehicle at full speed ahead. Behind them, the other 5 sci-food beasts had already leaped out of the grass, but after chasing for dozens of meters, their speed gradually slowed.
Hiss.
Gore. The lead sci-food beast, observing the 3 corpses of its companions on the ground, flashed a hint of fear in its eyes. It hissed twice, halting the pursuit. After driving for another kilometer and confirming that the sci-food beasts were not following, Li Yun finally eased up on the accelerator.
Phew. Phew.
Wang Meng slumped in his seat, gasping for breath. Brotherly, you were too fierce just now. If I hadn't been fierce, we would have died,
Li Yun said indifferently, glancing at the rearview mirror.
The wilderness returned to calm, as if the deadly struggle just now had been but a mirage. This world is fraught with dangers, and every step forward requires a bloody price. He glanced at the dashboard. Battery level 5 depleting, geothermal energy 10 absorbing. The intense driving had consumed a significant amount of energy. We need to find a geothermal area to recharge as soon as possible, Li Yun thought. Otherwise, if the vehicle broke down, they would really have to proceed on foot. And trekking the remaining 200 kilometers while facing various dangers was nearly impossible.
Just as he was thinking, a warning suddenly came from his spiritual sense.
However, this time it wasn't a danger warning, but rather a strange sense of guidance. After his spiritual sense proficiency improved, his sensitivity to various energies had heightened, and this guiding sensation was accompanied by a faint unknown pulse. Li Yun frowned, looking in the direction of his intuition. About 500 meters to the right front there was a low hill. At the foot of the hill he could vaguely see the outline of a building.
It didn't look like a residence, it resembled a factory.
Wang Meng also noticed, it seems like a brick factory.
Indeed, that was an abandoned brick factory.
Several chimneys of the brick kilns had collapsed and the factory buildings were dilapidated. However, in Li Yun's spiritual sense, the geothermal energy in that area was unusually active, even forming a visible light red energy flow. Geothermal anomaly zone. Li Yun's eyes lit up, rummaging through his backpack for the map left by the exploration team. The A7 area marked on the map should be here.
Then shall we go recharge? Wang Meng nodded, his eyes glimmering with excitement.
Not just recharging. Li Yun fixed his gaze on the depths of the brick factory. The energy fluctuations inside seem a bit strange.
It was neither pollution nor a life heat source.
It was a rhythmic pulsating energy, heavy and powerful, transmitting through the mining vehicle's tracks to the cockpit, making his fingertips tingle. It was like the heartbeat of a giant creature or the rumble of an old machine operating under excessive load, indistinguishable whether it was a living being or some forgotten device from a bygone era, exuding an indescribable eeriness.
Let's go, we'll check it out. We'll spend the night there.
Li Yun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, turning the mining vehicle towards the abandoned brick factory. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on the road behind them, a group of people dressed in tattered camouflage with painted faces crouched under a road sign holding modified homemade guns, their eyes fiercely scanning the fresh tire tracks on the ground. Hanging from their waists were numerous human teeth, both adult and child, clearly seasoned bandits. "Boss, a vehicle has passed through the wilderness," a tall thin man said in a low voice. "From the tracks it looks like a heavy vehicle tracked." The one called Boss was a bald man with a vicious scar stretching from his brow to his chin. He stroked his chin, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. To make it through the Scythefoot beast's territory is no small feat. "Should we chase?" Chase, the bald man stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Haishi town is in need of hard goods. This vehicle looks quite tough. The prey has fled, the hunter must pursue. Notify the brothers, let's move." The mining vehicle rolled over the fallen iron gate of the brick factory, entering a realm of eerie silence. The twilight cast elongated shadows of the kiln, resembling the gnarled fingers of a giant pressing upon the earth. The metallic tang of rust in the air grew stronger, mingled with the scent of scorched earth left behind by evaporated soil. Li Yun parked the vehicle beside the relatively intact No. 2 kiln, which was backed by a mountain and had a half-collapsed brick wall on its side serving as a natural shelter. "We'll spend the night here." He turned off the engine and glanced at the dashboard, noting the battery at 11 and fuel at 9. "Before dawn tomorrow we must find a stable geothermal source to recharge, or this vehicle will become scrap metal." "All right." Wang Mang jumped out of the vehicle, stretching his stiff shoulders. "Li Gu, I'll look around to see if I can find something to burn. It would be tough without a fire tonight." "Don't wander too far," Li Yun nodded. "Be back within half an hour. If you're not back, I won't wait for you." "Got it." Wang Mang smiled, dismissing Li Yun's words, and headed toward the ruins of the factory with a crowbar in hand. He knew that although Li Yun appeared indifferent, he had never truly abandoned him. It was the same in the church, and it would surely be the same now. Though he's a bit timid, he's still reliable. Li Yun watched Wang Mang's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing as he recalled Wang Mang's performance along the way, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Even after being infected, he had not given up on himself. Such resilience was rare in these times. He remained by the vehicle, first checking the tracks and armor of the mining vehicle. The previous collision with the Scythefoot beast had left several scratches of varying depth, but overall it was unharmed. Next, he climbed up a stack of bricks beside the kiln and surveyed the surroundings. His spiritual sight activated, passively overlaying the world with a faint energy filter. Most of the brick factory was shrouded in a grayish-white energy of deathly silence, a typical sight for ordinary ruins. However, there were 3 anomalies. The first was the cluster of fissures in the center of the factory floor, where dark red geothermal energy flowed like veins that was their hope for recharging tomorrow. The second was deep within the No. 3 kiln, where a pulsating dark purple energy thrummed in a rhythmic pattern steady as a heartbeat, the sound of machinery he had sensed earlier. The third caused Li Yun's pupils to constrict. On the roof of the abandoned raw material warehouse in the northwest corner of the brick factory, he saw faint wisps of dissipating dark red life heat signatures. The remains were fresh, not more than 2 hours old. Someone has been here before. Li Yun's heart sank. Or they haven't left yet. He climbed down the brick stack, quietly drew his purification dagger from his waist, held it in hand, and stepped lightly toward the raw material warehouse. The warehouse door was ajar, filled with moldy clay brick blanks and broken carts. The ground was covered in thick dust, but several fresh footprints were visible, mostly boot prints large enough to belong to an adult male. The footprints wandered in the center of the warehouse for a while before leading deeper inside, disappearing behind a pile of collapsed shelves. Li Yun followed. Behind the shelves was an open space littered with empty canned food boxes, cigarette butts, and a brass shell. He picked up the shell and examined it in the dim light filtering through the broken roof. 7.62mm caliber, a rifle round. The shell had fresh firing marks on its primer, not older than a day. More than one person and they have firearms. Li Yun pocketed the shell and swept his spiritual sight around. No ambushes, no traps. It seemed these people had only rested briefly here before leaving. However, based on the direction of the footprints, they had left toward the outside of the brick factory, not deeper in. Survivors passing by. Or Li Yun recalled the red words painted on the road signs. When he returned to the mining vehicle, Wang Mang was coming back with a bundle of decayed wood and a few pieces of oil-soaked rags. "Li Go, I found some burnable stuff and I dug out half a barrel of some oil that smells like diesel." "That's enough." Li Yun helped set up a makeshift fire pit, took out a lighter and ignited it. "Tonight we'll have compressed biscuits and drink some hot water to make do." The sky had completely darkened. The wilderness night was piercingly cold, the fire crackling as it burned, casting a flickering orange glow that barely dispelled the darkness and threw dancing shadows on the kiln walls. The two silently chewed on the hard biscuits, washing them down with the little clean water left in the canteen. "Li Go," Wang Mang suddenly spoke in a low voice, "my back. It's starting to itch again." Li Yun looked at his back. In his spiritual vision, the golden aura suppressing the pollution was dimmer than during the day, with dark purple patterns visibly seeping outward, even faintly spreading to Wang Mang's neck. The effect of the holy oil was nearly exhausted, leaving them with less time than they had imagined. "Hang in there."
Li Yun said tomorrow we'll continue east.
According to the map, after about 100 kilometers we'll reach the plain area where there might be larger gathering points, or
we might find a way to completely purify the pollution.
He himself lacked confidence in these words.
Wang Mang gave a bitter smile and didn't respond. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the moon in the sky. Time trickled by and the atmosphere grew heavy. The fire gradually diminished as Li Yun added the last few pieces of wood. He leaned against the track of the mining vehicle, closing his eyes, appearing to rest but actually maintaining the barest level of vigilance with his spiritual sight. Midnight approached.
When the system interface in his mind illuminated with a soft glow, Li Yun instantly focused his mind.
Midnight, today's intelligence has been refreshed.
3 lines of text unfolded in sequence. Today's intelligence 13. The hunter group tracking you is codenamed Vulture with 5 members.
The leader Scarface is a first-tier pursuer with abilities Scent Mark and Endurance Frenzy.
The assistant Skinny Monkey is a first-tier trapmaster skilled in setting up traps and reconnaissance. The other 3 are ordinary thugs and they will arrive at the brick factory for a raid at dawn.
Today's intelligence 23. Deep inside the know. 3 Kiln, there is a geothermal pump station harboring a magma ant. This creature feeds on geothermal energy and its core weakness is the energy conduit connection point at its chest. Killing it will yield a geothermal crystal core which can serve as the energy circulation core for the mining vehicle, replenishing geothermal energy.
Note: mechanics can use this item to upgrade the mining vehicle's energy system. Today's intelligence 33. Behind the magma ant's nest lies an emergency medical kit left by the brick factory's doctor containing an unopened universal anti-pollution serum type 1 which has significant purifying effects on Wang Mang's current pollution state. Information flooded in and Li Yun instantly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing across his gaze.
3 pieces of intelligence, all lethal, yet each one also a glimpse of hope. The Vulture group of 5, 2 of whom are sequence holders. Dawn is approaching and we have less than 6 hours left. The magma ant, just its name sounds formidable, but killing it can yield a geothermal crystal core. This item could serve as the energy circulation core for the mining vehicle, allowing us to completely eliminate our energy troubles in the future. Most importantly, that universal anti-pollution serum, if we can obtain it, Wang Mang's issue can be resolved completely.
Wang Mang, Li Yun whispered, lowering his voice. Wang Mang, who was dozing off, jolted awake. What's wrong, Li Gu?
We are in trouble, but we also have an opportunity. Li Yun didn't elaborate as he had no intention of revealing anything about the system to anyone. Let's go.
Your infection has hope of being completely eradicated. I just detected traces of the anti-pollution serum's energy. He didn't disclose much about his sequence abilities, but he believed that Wang Mang wasn't a fool and would surely be able to discern some things, which is why he had been so compliant during their journey.
Really?
A hint of joy flashed across Wang Mang's face. With the anti-pollution serum, there was hope for him to completely eliminate the pollution from his body. However, seeing Li Yun's serious expression, he felt a weight in his heart. Li Gu, will it be dangerous?
Of course the risks are high, but this is your only choice, isn't it? Li Yun took out a fire axe from the mining vehicle and inserted the purification dagger into his waist sheath for easy access.
He would not give up the geothermal crystal core. In this world, a vehicle capable of achieving energy recycling was invaluable, worth fighting for.
Wang Mang's face shifted from red to green and finally he gritted his teeth. Let's do it. We're dead either way, so we might as well fight for it.
Yes, let's fight for it. Li Yun stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. But we can't act recklessly.
The flies behind us haven't arrived yet. We still have time to deal with the magma ants. We must obtain the serum and crystal core before they arrive. The magma ants were previously killed by one of the sequence users from the convoy on the highway, but those creatures are deep inside the know. 3 Will Kiln. Wang Mang looked towards the outline of the largest Will Kiln in the darkness. How do we get in?
Just charge in. He frowned, feeling anxious. If they rushed in like that, the magma ants would probably have a feast. The space was cramped, visibility poor, charging in would mean serving themselves to the magma ants.
Li Yun didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes, activating his spiritual vision to focus on the direction of the know. 3 Will Kiln.
In the vision granted by his ability, the energy structure inside the Will Kiln gradually became clear. About 10 meters in from the entrance, there was a pile of discarded bricks and collapsed supports. Further in, the ground began to slope downwards, leading to an underground pump station. The magma ant was at the center of the pump station, its energy reaction resembling a dark red fireball, constantly drawing energy from the geothermal pipes. About 20 meters behind it, a metal box emitting a faint blue light was half buried in the rubble. It was the emergency medical box. The entire pump station had only one main passage, but there were numerous rusted pipes and valves scattered around the magma ant, making the terrain particularly complex.
Moreover, with the dark environment, if it weren't for his spiritual vision, he wouldn't dare to take on the magma ant. There is a way. Li Yun opened his eyes, but it won't be easy.
The energy intensity of the magma ants is very high and the geothermal pipes around them are unstable.
If they are subjected to severe impact, local steam eruptions may occur. Then we
Wang Mang recalled the incident when he went to retrieve the Holy Grail in the church's heart, trembling, immediately concluding that this guy was up to no good. "You'll be the bait and I'll go for the anti-pollution serum."
Li Yun's expression was grim. He already had a plan.
"It's too dark inside. Even if you go in, you won't find the serum.
You need to make noise from the front to attract the magma ant's attention, drawing it away from the nest area.
I'll sneak in to grab the serum while it's distracted. Remember, your task isn't to fight Hedon but to lure it out alive from the pump station. Once it chases you out, run toward the entrance of the wheel kiln using the discarded bricks and supports to buy me time to get the serum." Wang Meng's face turned pale instantly. "Li Gu, this is too dangerous. What if it catches up?"
"That's why you have to be fast and create enough noise." Li Yun interrupted him before he could finish, his dark eyes locked onto him. "Didn't you say you've seen a sequence user kill magma ants before? So you should know that they don't move quickly but their attack range is vast. As long as you maintain your distance, you'll have a chance." Wang Meng swallowed hard, recalling the scene he witnessed in the convoy. That sequence user indeed took his time to wear down the magma ant from a distance with a bow and arrow. That monster could not catch up to a person. "All right. I'll give it a try."
Wang Meng gritted his teeth and agreed, but a glint of calculation crossed his eyes.
"Don't blame me, Li Yun, I just want to survive." He would lure the magma ant away, but he wouldn't risk his life. If it came to it, he would look for an opportunity to escape. In the face of life and death, their past friendship seemed less important. "It's not a try, it's a must." Li Yun's tone was stern.
"If you run away and I can't get the anti-pollution serum, you will eventually die as well.
Remember, we only have one chance." "I understand." Wang Meng trembled all over, his expression complex.
He took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and the feelings of selfishness vanished. There was no way out. Even if he escaped alone, he would not survive long without guidance, especially with the distortion pollution in his body. The two immediately took action. Li Yun handed Wang Meng several empty cans and stones. "Use these to create noise. Remember, when you go and throw one first and see how it reacts.
If it moves, just retreat while throwing them, guiding it towards the entrance."
Wang Meng took the items, his hands trembling slightly, but he gritted his teeth and walked toward the entrance of the no.
3-wheel kiln.
Li Yun, on the other hand, circled to the side of the wheel kiln where a gap formed by a collapse led directly to the upper side of the pump station. He climbed onto a pile of bricks, fully activating his spiritual vision, keeping a close watch on the movements within the pump station.
In the darkness, Wang Meng's figure disappeared at the entrance of the wheel kiln.
A few seconds later, clang. The first can hit the metal pipe, creating a loud noise. In the center of the pump station, the dark red fireball trembled slightly and a tentacle raised up.
Clang. Clang. "Come on, monster."
Wang Meng threw two more, this time hitting closer.
The magma ant was thoroughly agitated.
It crawled down from the machine, all its tentacles raised, and the conduit on its chest erupted with red light, slowly moving towards the source of the noise.
Wang Meng followed Li Yun's instructions, retreating while throwing, keeping a distance of about 20 meters from the magma ant.
The creature indeed moved at a slow speed as reported, but the crystals on the ends of its tentacles began to charge up, emitting a dangerous hum.
Li Yun held his breath, locking onto every movement of the magma ant with his spiritual vision.
When it reached the middle section of the pump station, a crystal at the end of one tentacle suddenly lit up, firing a thick orange energy beam. The beam shot towards Wang Meng.
Li Yun remained silent, watching calmly.
Wang Meng was prepared. With a clumsy roll, the beam grazed his back and exploded against the wall, leaving a charred mark.
That was close.
But this strike also allowed Li Yun to see clearly that before each attack from the magma ant, a light point would first illuminate at the connection point of the conduit on its chest, and then the energy would be transmitted to the ends of the tentacles through specific channels, a process that took about 1.5 seconds. Moreover, it couldn't attack multiple directions at once. When one tentacle attacked, the others would dim temporarily.
There are multiple weaknesses.
A glint of light flashed in Li Yun's eyes. At this moment, Wang Meng had successfully lured the magma ant near the entrance of the pump station, over 30 meters away from the medical box.
That's enough distance.
Li Yun leaped down from the brick pile, landing silently, darting towards the rubble like a ghost. In his spiritual vision, the blue light of the medical box was clearly visible, while a strange red light flickered ominously behind it. He rushed forward, swung the fire axe, crack. The lock on the box was cleaved open and its contents scattered, the axe blade slicing a small magma ant in two. Li Yun quickly spotted the light blue serum, grabbing it and stuffing it into his pocket. Hiss.
Another small magma ant noticed him, waving its tentacles ready to pounce.
Before it could make a move, it was cut in half by a flash of the axe, following the fate of its big brother. Humph, it even knew to hide behind the box and sneak attack. My spiritual vision isn't blind. Li Yun snorted coldly. If he were an ordinary survivor with unclear vision and eager to open the box to grab items, he would indeed have been successfully ambushed. At that moment, a shout came from the entrance of the pump station.
Li Gu. It's speeding up. Li Yun turned sharply, only to see that the magma ant had become completely enraged. The broken conduit on its chest erupted with furious geothermal energy and its speed doubled instantly.
It was eager to devour Wang Meng's blood and flesh and also to retaliate against Li Yun, who had ambushed its young. 3 tentacles charged simultaneously, locking onto the frantic Wang Meng.
This is bad.
Wang Meng had retreated to the narrow entrance of the wheel kiln with piles of bricks behind him, leaving no place to hide. 3 beams of light sealed off all escape routes, and in the next second he would be turned to ash. Roar! The magma ant let out an excited roar. It hadn't devoured fire-roasted flesh in a long time, and the prey before it captivated all its attention, completely unaware of the movements behind it.
The magma ant's attack methods are singular and its focus is solely on Wang Meng. What a great opportunity.
A fierce light flashed in Li Yun's eyes, his leg muscles taut, launching him like a cannonball towards the side and rear of the magma ant.
Spiritual vision fully activated.
He saw that at the moment when the magma ant charged up with all 3 tentacles, the light points at the connection of the conduit on its chest would briefly split into 3, each light point corresponding to a tentacle, and the intersection of those 3 light points was the weakest part of the conduit.
The weakness is here.
Li Yun was midair, his spiritual vision locked in a perfect trajectory, materializing before his eyes as he hurled the purification dagger with his right hand. The dagger transformed into a beam of white light, precisely striking that convergence point along the perfect trajectory.
Phew! The magma ant sensed the threat and attempted to retract its tentacles for defense, but it was already too late.
Hiss! The dagger pierced the conduit connection, pure white light clashing violently with the raging geothermal energy. Roar! The magma ant let out a pained howl. The energy beams from its 3 tentacles went out of control and exploded, triggering a chain reaction in the narrow space. Debris flew and waves of heat surged. Li Yun rolled upon landing, grabbing the fire axe that had fallen to the ground, taking advantage of the magma ant's momentary rigidity, raising both arms high and swung down toward the conduit connection. Crack! The conduit broke with a sound. Dark red energy liquid gushed out like a fountain. The magma ant's body convulsed violently and the crystals on its tentacles extinguished one by one, with cracks rapidly spreading and peeling away from its surface. 3 seconds later it crashed to the ground, completely motionless.
From its chest a fist-sized crystal core glowing with warm orange light rolled out. Killed the magma and obtained geothermal crystal core, spiritual vision proficiency 10, current LV 233,100. The system notification appeared. Wang Meng.
Li Yun scanned the surroundings with his spiritual vision, confirming there were no dangers before rushing over. Wang Meng was slumped beside a pile of bricks, his face pale, a large area of his back burned, but fortunately it was just a scratch.
In his gaze towards Li Yun there was no longer the prior selfishness, only gratitude and relief.
Just moments ago he indeed had thoughts of fleeing, but fortunately he chose to trust Li Yun and had bet correctly. He panted heavily, looking at the corpse of the magma ant on the ground, his heart still racing. Li Gu.
I almost didn't make it. It's fine now.
Li Yun picked up the crystal core and purification dagger, handing the serum to him. Hurry and inject it. Wang Meng's hands trembled violently. It took him 2 tries to open the vacuum-sealed packaging and injected the light blue liquid into the vein on his neck. Almost visibly, the dark purple patterns remaining on his back began to shrink and fade, eventually disappearing entirely. His skin returned to its normal color and even the previously burned wound was healing rapidly.
It works. It really works. Wang Meng's voice trembled with excitement.
You should rest for a while. Li Yun also sighed in relief but continued to move.
He took the geothermal crystal core to the mining vehicle, pried open the control panel.
The internal structure of the panel was complex, but in his spiritual vision the energy circuit paths were clear. He found the main energy circulation interface and carefully embedded the crystal core.
Buzz. The mining vehicle vibrated slightly and the previously dim indicator lights on the dashboard lit up one by one.
The battery percentage began to fluctuate. 11.
13. 15.
Geothermal energy was slowly being introduced into the energy system through the crystal core, forming a stable cycle. Although the charging speed wasn't as fast as directly connecting to geothermal fissures, the sustainability was a plus. As long as there was a geothermal environment, this vehicle could continuously replenish energy.
Pioneering energy, geological exploration 3, model vehicle integrity 99, slight scratches, vehicle component strength, tracks, body, multifunctional mechanical arm, currently activatable, observation window, click to view details, power core, geothermal energy conversion system, geological exploration 3, model energy reserve, geothermal crystal core, absorbing geothermal energy, battery level 50, for charging speed 80 kmh, maximum burst 120 kmh, beep beep beep. Identity module activating.
All function buttons on the control panel lit up a bright blue light, scanning Li Yun from top to bottom.
Biometric information of the driver recorded, highest authority bound. It's done. Li Yun's lips curled into a smirk. As long as the energy in the geothermal crystal core wasn't completely exhausted, this technological creation from before the cataclysm could keep running. Moreover, with the biometric binding from now on, this mining vehicle could only be operated by him. No one else could drive it away. All components of the mining vehicle can be upgraded. The technology from before the cataclysm is indeed impressive, and this will increase the chances of survival even further. He sighed in relief, gently stroking the highly tactile steering while constantly clicking to view the detailed information on the control panel. With the energy issue temporarily resolved and Wang Meng's pollution cleared, this adventurous trip was worth it. But at that moment a violent alert suddenly rang out in his spiritual vision. It wasn't coming from inside the brick factory, the threat was from outside, from the wilderness they had come through. In the darkness 5 dark red life heat sources were rapidly approaching, and in his spiritual vision 2 of the heat sources showed exceptionally strong energy reactions. The distance was less than 2 kilometers, their presence growing closer, and he could even vaguely hear the roar of off-road vehicles. The dawn had arrived. Time flies so fast, I almost forgot about these guys. Li Yun tightened his grip on the purification dagger, his gaze icy. Vultures. They're coming quickly. Night was deep. A hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. But the time for slaughter had come early. The deepest darkness before dawn hung like ink-soaked cotton over the ruins of the brick factory. Li Yun leaned against the cold brick wall of the kiln, fully extending his spiritual vision. In his field of vision 5 dark red heat sources were rapidly approaching within a kilometer. The engines of 2 modified off-road vehicles roared, tearing through the silence of the desolate wasteland with a harsh noise showing no signs of concealment. They're coming. Li Yun's voice was low, almost a sigh. Wang Meng, who had just injected the serum, felt the weakness and relief from the dissipating contamination, and upon hearing this his body stiffened. Brother Li, should we fight or run? Running away is our best option at this moment. Encountering a raiding party after just having a fierce battle is not good, he thought. We can't escape. Li Yun shook his head, his spiritual vision firmly locking onto the 2 vehicles. Their cars are lighter and at least twice as fast as our mining vehicle. They are familiar with the terrain of the wasteland. A detour to chase us would only tire us out. Wang Meng felt some fear and wanted to argue, but couldn't think of a better plan. We can only fight, Li Yun said, his gaze eerily calm as he scanned the surroundings quickly. But we must change our strategy. At the entrance of the kiln, the massive corpse of the molten fire ant still radiated warmth and a burnt odor. The mining vehicle was parked in the shadow beside the kiln, having just completed an energy circulation system upgrade, its body indicators flickering rhythmically in the darkness. Surrounding the kiln were mountains of discarded bricks, collapsed supports, and rusted pipes half buried underground. The terrain was complex, visibility was limited, and there were multiple layers of cover. Perfect. A cold smile crept across Li Yun's lips. Wang Meng, listen carefully. You climb up to the highest stack of bricks over there and take 2 empty cans with you. When you see my signal, I will flash my flashlight 3 times towards the sky. You should hit the cans hard to make noise, the louder the better. After hitting them, lie down and don't move, understand? That stack of bricks was the highest point of the brick factory, with an unobstructed view of the entire kiln entrance, and the collapsed supports on the side provided cover, making it hard to spot Wang Meng from below. I understand. Wang Meng nodded vigorously, grabbing the cans and sprinting toward the stack of bricks. He hesitated not at all. Li Yun's various performances along the way had made him completely convinced. As long as it didn't lead to his direct death, following Li Yun's lead could only be right. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction, turning to dash towards the mining vehicle. He pulled open the door, sat in the driver's seat, and quickly operated the control panel with both hands. His fingertips glided over the mechanical arm activation option. The geothermal crystal core embedded earlier not only provided energy but also unlocked the preset program for the mechanical arm. Multifunction mechanical arm activation, current mode, preset program, heavy object grabbing, throwing, energy supply, geothermal crystal core, stable power 80, sufficient power for a single high intensity operation of the mechanical arm. During these few minutes the geothermal crystal core continuously charged the mining vehicle, raising its power from 54 to a steady 80, enough for the mechanical arm to perform a powerful throw. A sturdy hydraulic mechanical arm slowly extended from the side of the vehicle, its 3-fingered alloy claw glinting coldly in the dark. Here comes a grand welcome ceremony. Li Yun coldly smiled as he set the program, designating the attack target 15 meters in front of the kiln entrance, where a relatively open area of rubble lay. With intelligent vehicle control, it would automatically attack according to the designated target. Then he jumped out of the vehicle and walked quickly towards the corpse of the molten fire ant. His spiritual vision scanned over the massive body, and at the abdomen he saw the flowing energy channels. That was the organ where the molten fire ant stored geothermal transformed grease used for lubricating joints and sealing surface cracks. Using resources at hand, Li Yun drew his military knife, pinpointed the location, and sliced open the shell gap of the molten fire ant's abdomen. Dark red syrupy grease surged from the incision, carrying a pungent odor of tar and sulfur. He quickly caught it with the empty barrel he had found earlier. The grease was still very hot to the touch, viscous and shimmering with a strange dark red glow in the darkness. Good stuff. In less than 2 minutes he filled half a barrel. Then, holding the barrel of grease, he quickly ran to the inside of the kiln entrance, evenly splattering the boiling grease on the entrance passage and the ground surrounding the corpse of the molten fire ant. The dark red grease spread across the stone floor, nearly invisible in the faint light, but the slickness would be deadly. After finishing all this, less than 4 minutes had passed. Li Yun looked at the glistening viscous grease on the ground, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This high-temperature grease was not only slippery but would ignite upon encountering a spark.
When the scarred ones rushed in, whether slipping or triggering flames, it would become a fatal trap. In his spiritual vision, the two off-road vehicles had charged to within 300 meters of the factory entrance, slowly decelerating and spreading apart in a pincer formation, clearly preparing to encircle. They're quite fast. Li Yun took a deep breath, checking his equipment one last time, the purification dagger at his waist, the military knife at his thigh, and the signal gun with only one illumination round left. After thinking for a moment, he tucked the signal gun back into his waist and grabbed the fire axe. Then he retreated deep into the kiln, hiding behind a pile of collapsed bricks, minimizing his spiritual vision to only track the life heat sources. He waited silently. Creak, the grating sound of brakes echoed at the entrance of the brick factory. Two off-road vehicles welded with steel plates and equipped with homemade machine guns on the roofs came to a stop. The doors swung open and 5 figures poured out. The leader was a bald man with a scarred face, his massive frame resembling that of a bear, and the scar on his face looked even more sinister under the dim light. He held a machete, the blade stained with dark red splotches. "Boss, there's a smell of blood and also a charred scent." A tall thin man sniffed the air, his eyes glinting with cunning in the darkness, playing with several oddly shaped small iron boxes in his hands. These were his homemade traps, quite lethal. While they weren't as powerful as grenades, they were cheap, which was the greatest advantage for them who pillaged around Haishi town every day. The scarred man squinted, the scent of molten fire ants. "It seems our guests are not simple, they even managed to slay that thing." A smile crept across his lips. Better early than late. With the corpse of the molten fire ant and a few slaves, we're going to make a big profit this time. "The vehicle is over there." A burly man with a homemade gun pointed to the side of the kiln-tracked mining vehicle. "Looks like it's been modified." "2 people. The thin monkey sniffed the air again. "One just got injured. The smell of blood is fresh but faint." "The other. The scent is very clean, too clean, unlike someone who has been in the wilderness." Having spent a long time in the wilderness, one naturally carried a scent unique to it. The scarred man sneered, pretending to be mysterious. "Old rules." The thin monkey sets up traps to cut off their escape. The third and fourth guys flank while I and Ironhead charge straight in. "That vehicle looks good. If we can take it intact, the scum in Haishi town will surely pay a high price." "Understood." The 5 quickly scattered. The thin monkey moved silently into the ruins on both sides of the kiln, starting to set up tripwire traps. The third and fourth guys crawled toward the mining vehicle from both sides, while the scarred man swaggered towards the entrance of kiln number 3 with the strongest Ironhead. Their coordination was practiced, clearly familiar with such deadly acts of robbery. Unfortunately, they did not know that every step they took was under someone else's watch. Deep inside the kiln, Li Yun slowly opened his eyes. In his spiritual vision, the movement trajectories of the 5 heat sources were clearly visible. The thin monkey was setting traps with remarkable skill, merging his traps with the surface debris and weeds. They were nearly invisible unless closely inspected, but in Li Yun's spiritual vision, every metal component of the traps emitted a faint energy response, with their locations and triggering methods clearly visible, which he noted down one by one. The third and fourth guys were encircling quickly, but their attention was clearly focused on the mining vehicle, neglecting the debris and shadows underfoot. The scarred man and Ironhead were the most arrogant, almost unreservedly charging straight for the entrance. "First cut off their wings," Li Yun planned in his mind. He quietly peered out from behind the bricks, raised his right hand towards the direction of the stack of bricks, and quickly flashed the flashlight on off, and for the third time on again. 3 flashes. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. Almost at the moment the signal was sent, Wang Meng gritted his teeth, gripping the cans tightly and banging them together with all his might, his knuckles turning white. The piercing sound of metal clashing exploded in the quiet dawn, reverberating across the entire brick factory, making his eardrums ache, yet he did not dare to stop. He knew the louder he hit, the greater Li Yun's opportunity would be. "What sound is that?" "It's coming from above." The third and fourth guys, about to encircle the mining vehicle, instinctively looked up towards the direction of the stack of bricks, their steps faltering. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, buzz, boom. The hydraulic mechanical arm pre-programmed suddenly sprang into action. The stout alloy arm sliced through the darkness, and its 3-fingered claw opened like the jaws of a beast, violently grabbing a pile of half-a-man-high discarded metal parts 3 meters to the side of the two. Crash! Hundreds of pounds of rusty frames, gears and broken drive shafts were seized by the mechanical claw and hurled towards the positions of the third and fourth guys like a catapult under hydraulic force. "Duck!" The third guy barely managed to shout this phrase, but before he could finish his rolling motion, he was overwhelmed by the storm of metal raining down on him. "Ah!" The fourth guy fared worse. A broken steel beam directly struck his thigh, the sound of bones cracking clear to hear as he screamed and fell to the ground. As the debris from the throw scattered, smoke and dust rose. Half of the encircling group was instantly incapacitated. In the midst of the smoke, the third guy fell silent while the fourth guy clutched his shattered thigh, screaming incessantly, blood staining the ground. The scarred man's expression changed drastically, his previously arrogant smile freezing at once. A fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes as he tightly gripped his machete, gritting his teeth and cursing, seeking death. "Thin monkey, find them. I want to skin these bastards alive. Damn. We've fallen into a trap." Upon hearing the wails of the fourth, Scar's face changed dramatically. That car might be remote controlled.
Shoho, find out who is controlling it. In the kiln. Shoha's voice came from the ruins laced with suspicion, but the smell. It's a bit mixed up. He did indeed catch a whiff of Li Yun's scent, but it was overwhelmed by the burnt stench of molten fire and corpses, the smell of spilled grease, and the earthy odor of the kiln itself, which muddled his judgment. Damn it, useless piece of trash. Scar cursed, gripping his machete tightly, and shouted at Taya to charge in with me. Let's finish this quickly. The two rushed into the kiln entrance one after the other. The entrance passage was about 10 meters deep, shrouded in darkness. Scar had barely taken 3 steps inside when his foot suddenly slipped. It was grease. A large amount of thick grease was spilled on the ground, making it impossible to see in the dark. Be careful. Scar reacted quickly, forcing his body to lean back, swaying unsteadily, but Tayato, who was behind him, did not have such luck. Ouch. The burly man was clumsy, unable to regain his balance, and slipped forward, crashing heavily onto the still-warm corpse of the molten fire ant. Put. Dark red bodily fluid splattered all over him, sticking to his face in a viscous streak. Damn it. Taitu struggled to get up, but the grease was too slippery and the surface of the molten fire ant corpse was coated in mucus, rendering him unable to stabilize himself. And at that moment of struggle, from the depths of darkness a figure sprang forth like a leopard. It was Li Yun. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His spiritual sight had already locked onto every step the two took after entering, calculating the positions where the grease was spilled, the angles of the molten fire ant corpses, and even the trajectory of Tayata's fall. Die. Li Yun hissed, lowering his body as he charged forward, his right hand gripping the purification dagger with the blade aimed not at Tayata's vital points but at his gun-holding right wrist. The blade flashed. Ah! Taitu screamed in agony as his right wrist was precisely pierced by the dagger, causing the soil gun to fly out of his hand. Instinctively he attempted to reach for the machete at his waist with his left hand, but Li Yun's movements were faster. His left leg whipped out like a whip, delivering a violent kick to the side of Tayata's waist where his kidney was. There were no ribs protecting that area, making it a significant weakness of the human body. Li Yun's enhancement from his spiritual sight wasn't much, but it was still far superior to that of an ordinary person. Ugh! Taitu groaned. The intense pain from his bleeding kidney caused him to curl up instantly, leaving him with no power to resist. Li Yun did not linger on the battle. Having landed a hit, he swiftly retreated, fading back into the darkness. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Taitu. Scar finally steadied himself upon seeing his companion's miserable state, fury surging in his eyes. I will kill you. He was absolutely enraged. As a first-tier hunter, his sequence ability Endurance Frenzy was instantly activated. His muscles bulged like steel veins, popping out like coiling dragons, his skin taking on a faint dark red hue, his breathing turning heavy like an ox, and his speed and strength suddenly increased by 30%. He no longer cared about the grease beneath his feet and charged recklessly towards the direction where Li Yun had vanished. I've found you. His heightened sense of smell in the frenzy allowed Scar to lock onto Li Yun's lingering scent, raising his machete high and bringing it down viciously onto the pile of bricks. Clang. Sparks flew. Li Yun blocked with his military knife, but the strength Scar wielded in his frenzy was overwhelming, numbing his grip and nearly causing the knife to slip from his hands. He used the force to roll backward while simultaneously retrieving the last signal pistol from his waist. He couldn't afford to fight Hedon. Scar in a frenzy far surpassed him in direct combat. Run! Can you escape? Scar snarled, chasing after him with large strides. He had seen this scene many times. No one could escape once he closed in during his frenzy. As Li Yun retreated, he quickly calculated the distance using his spiritual sight. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Now! He suddenly stopped his retreat, turned sideways, raised his gun, and under the full activation of his spiritual sight, Scar's bulging carotid artery due to the frenzy appeared as clearly as if it were drawn with a red line. In the dim environment, moving at high speed, an ordinary person would find it impossible to aim at such a precise target. But Li Yun was no ordinary person. The sequence ability of the Seer, granted by level 2 of spiritual sight, provided him with enhanced dynamic vision and reaction speed, making the world slow down in his eyes. He saw the trajectory of Scar's neck, the rhythm of his muscle contractions, and the exact point the carotid artery would pass in the next moment. Bang! The signal pistol spat fire. The flare shot out. It flew straight towards that predicted point. The fiery white orb struck Scar's right carotid artery with an accuracy that surpassed the limits of the naked eye within a distance of less than 3 meters. Put! The sound of burning flesh and blood made one's teeth ache. The high temperature and impact caused the already fragile structure of flesh and blood to completely collapse. Though the primary function of the flare was illumination, at such close range its impact and heat were sufficient to inflict fatal damage. Scar's maniacal laughter froze on his face. He felt a sharp burning pain on the right side of his neck, followed by a surge of scalding liquid spraying out. Is that my blood? The carotid artery was burned and ruptured by the high temperature, causing blood to spray out wildly under pressure. Ha! Ha! Scar tried to cover the wound with his hand, but blood gushed out between his fingers, unable to be stemmed.
The frenzy state accelerated his heart's pumping, causing him to bleed out even faster. He staggered back, the fierce light in his eyes replaced by fear, and his strength quickly dwindled as his blood flowed out. The numerous people he had cruelly tortured and killed now appeared before him, their eyes blood-red as they pounced on him, incessantly tearing at him.
Die. Li Yun did not give him any chance.
At the moment Scar's movement slowed due to blood loss, he stepped forward, swinging the fire axe in a vicious arc chop. The axe blade sliced into the connection between Scar's collarbone and neck, nearly cleaving half of his shoulder.
Scar's eyes widened, disbelief filling his final gaze before it faded completely.
His massive body fell thunderously to the ground.
Smoke and dust filled the air.
Li Yun stood beside the corpse, breathing lightly. Through his spiritual sight, Scar's life heat source was completely extinguished. Outside, Tai-Tu had fallen silent, and the third had been struck by metal, their fate unknown. The fourth had a broken leg and was still wailing. As for Shouho,
Li Yun's gaze shifted towards the outside of the kiln. Damn it, I've run into a tough one. Shouho cursed under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he quietly crept towards the mining vehicle.
He was clever. Upon witnessing the third and fourth being attacked by the mechanical arm and Scar and Tai-Tu rushing into the kiln, he realized that they had hit a hard wall this time.
He did not go to rescue them. Instead, he quietly approached the mining vehicle.
As long as he successfully seized the vehicle and escaped back to Blackstone Town, he would secure a place in the shelter.
No longer would he have to stay outside in fear. Scar, you can rest easy. I'll take good care of big sister.
A glimmer of greed flashed in Shouho's eyes and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Not only was there the mining vehicle, but also the supplies left behind by Scar, and even a spot in the Blackstone Town shelter. Thinking of all this and recalling the voluptuous and graceful figure of Big Sister, his heart couldn't help but heat up, and the fear around him instantly dissipated by half as he thought only of seizing the vehicle and fleeing, taking all the benefits. He eagerly reached out his hand, ready to pull open the car door, but with a hard yank it didn't budge.
Identity verification failed, activating alarm mode.
The blue light on the control panel of the mining vehicle retracted, revealing a prompt.
Beep beep beep.
The deafening horn suddenly erupted. In the silence before dawn, this sound was 10 times louder than Wang Mang banging on a tin can.
Oh no. Shouho's face changed dramatically as he turned to run.
But it was already too late. On the brick pile, Wang Mang, who had been observing nervously, heard the piercing alarm, his heart racing and his legs still trembling. But thinking of Li Yun still battling inside, he gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the brick he had prepared, and with all his strength he hurled it towards Shouho. He couldn't let Li Yun down. Even if he was scared, he had to help. The brick didn't hit anyone, but with a thud it struck the ground a meter in front of Shouho, sending rocks flying.
Who is it? Shouho instinctively paused and looked down. It was just at that moment of looking down.
Li Yun had already picked up the soil gun that Tai-Tu had dropped, poking it out from the kiln entrance, locking on with his spiritual sight and pulling the trigger.
Bang! The soil gun was extremely inaccurate, but at 5 meters it was sufficient. Shouho's body jolted as blood erupted from his back.
He staggered 2 steps, looking back in disbelief towards the kiln, then collapsed weakly to the ground. As the dust settled, Li Yun stepped out of the kiln entrance and the morning light just pierced over the horizon, casting a golden red glow over the brick factory ruins. He walked to Scar's corpse, crouched down, and retrieved a dark red crystal from the flesh and blood of the other. This was a fragment of the hunter sequence. Although incomplete, it contained a significant amount of energy. Killed 1 hunter sequencer, 1 trapper sequencer, spiritual sight proficiency 15.
Acquired hunter crystal fragment incomplete, 1 trapper crystal fragment incomplete, 1 current spiritual sight proficiency LV. 248,100 sequence growth path seer, current sequence progress 10, current distortion progress 5. 9.
A system prompt appeared. Li Yun stored the crystal, standing up to survey the entire battlefield. Wang Mang climbed down from the brick pile, his legs still shaking, but his eyes were bright, brotherly.
Did we win? We won, Li Yun nodded. Clean up the battlefield and take anything useful. Once we've accounted for everything, we leave here.
He walked towards the 2 modified off-road vehicles.
The vehicles were quite nice, but they couldn't be taken. However, there should be a lot of supplies on them.
The morning light pierced through the night, painting the ruins of the brick factory in a mix of rusty red and charred yellow. The bag jingled with the spoils looted from the members of the vultures. Brotherly, these guys are really damn rich. Wang Mang crouched beside a corpse, prying 2 yellow bullets from the dead man's boots, his face gleaming with the excitement of survival.
Look at this pure copper. And this knife, the steel is excellent. Li Yun did not respond, merely tossing the canvas bag into the back seat of the mining vehicle. His gaze scanned the entire battlefield, activating his spiritual sense to ensure there were no survivors. 5 corpses lay scattered in different positions, blood oozing from their wounds and pooling on the ground. Once we finish searching, we bury them. Bury? Wang Mang was taken aback. Out here in the wilderness. How about we just burn them? Digging a grave takes a lot of energy, right? Just setting them on fire works.
Besides, these guys are no good.
Bury them. Li Yun's tone was flat but left no room for debate.
They're human. If they die, they deserve to be buried. Even if they became monsters after being buried, it would take time for them to crawl out. Burning them would produce smoke that could easily attract attention.
Moreover, do you really want a group of bone-eating fog corpses chasing us tonight?
Wang Meng shivered at the thought, recalling the bone-eating fog corpse he had encountered in the church, and felt a dull pain in his back.
He quickly nodded. I'll dig a grave right now.
He grabbed the entrenching tool he found on the off-road vehicle and began to dig in a spot a bit farther from the wheel kiln.
Li Yun wasn't idle either. He approached the corpse of the thin monkey, crouched down, and began to search inside the collar of his clothing. Just as I thought, there's something.
A metal tag the size of a thumb was revealed, inscribed with crooked symbols that resembled a crude drawing of a vulture with 3 horizontal lines beneath it.
Identification marker. Li Yun tucked the tag away and checked the thin monkey's belongings.
A few homemade traps, a bundle of thin steel wire, a small bottle of pungent liquid, likely a scent agent for tracking, and half a pack of damp cigarettes. What caught Li Yun's attention the most was a palm-sized leather notebook with yellowed pages.
He opened it.
Most of it consisted of doodles and a rough map marking the safe routes, resource points, and danger zones around Haishi town. One page contained a crude table recording dates and numbers: 7. 15 3-head small tender exchanged for 12 food tickets, owed Scar brother 5 food tickets.
7.
22 1-head female young exchanged for 20 food tickets, 1 bottle of wine kept for myself.
8. 3 2-heads male strong exchanged for 15 food tickets, Scar brother took 8 food tickets. 8. 14 3-heads a family exchanged for 39 food tickets, 1 bottle of wine, Scar brother took 10 food tickets. Human trafficker. Li Yun's expression turned cold, feeling a twinge of regret for previously allowing these scoundrels to rest in peace.
However, recalling that they were not far from Haishi town, he thought that burning the bodies would produce too much smoke and attract trouble, while not burning them might lead to those corpses turning into monsters after exposure to the fog.
Forget it. Next time we encounter this organization, we kill them all.
He decided not to dwell on it any longer, casually tossing the notebook into the canvas bag and checking the body of Scar. This first-grade hunter had few possessions, but their quality was evidently superior.
A military dagger and a hidden iron box.
Inside the iron box were 3 crystal shards. 2 were dark red, rough in texture with irregular edges, clearly fragments from the hunter sequence. The other shard was gray-white, its surface etched with fine patterns resembling a blueprint for a wooden mechanism. This was a fragment from the Trapmaster.
Li Yun held them in his palm, activating his spiritual sense.
In his vision, the 3 shards emitted energy waves of varying frequencies. The dark red waves were violent and chaotic, carrying the aggressiveness of a hunter. The gray-white waves were subtle and intricate, like a hidden spider's web. Acquired Hunter Crystal Fragment damaged X2, Trapmaster Crystal Fragment damaged X1. Tip: can be directly absorbed to enhance spiritual sense proficiency or used as trading currency. Warning: absorption efficiency is low for crystals not from this sequence, and there is a slight risk of contamination. Trading currency and can be absorbed directly. Li Yun pondered for a moment, keeping the 2 fragments he had extracted from the flesh of the 2 dead men while holding the 2 hunter fragments in his left hand and the gray-white fragment in his right. He closed his eyes, focused, and attempted to guide the energy within the fragments using his spiritual sense. This method of absorption was something he had vaguely sensed from the information flow of the revelation a few days ago, which documented how sequencers could absorb crystal fragments, but he had never had the chance to try it. Sequencers could quickly replenish energy through crystal fragments and even temporarily borrow each other's abilities. Of course, the side effects were significant. Indeed, as the first wisp of dark red energy flowed into his body along his arm, Li Yun felt a surge of heat radiate from his heart to his limbs. Flashes of fragmented images appeared before him, chasing bloodshed, the desperate screams of many innocents. Those were the strongest emotional remnants of Scar's life. Poof. Li Yun snorted coldly, adjusting the energy flow of his spiritual sense slightly to forcibly suppress and decompose that heat. The essence of the seer sequence is observation and analysis, granting a natural resistance against such external emotional contamination. Under the guidance of his spiritual sense, the 2 hunter fragments quickly transformed into streams of dark red energy flowing into his body through his fingertips. As the heat was forcefully suppressed, a mild soreness spread throughout his body, soon replaced by a surge of mental power.
Absorbed Hunter Crystal Fragment X2 Spiritual Sense Proficiency 8 Current Spiritual Sense Proficiency LV 256,100. Next was the gray-white Trapmaster Fragment. This time the energy flowing into his body was cool and delicate, like countless threads weaving through his veins. What appeared before him were not emotional images but fragmented pieces of knowledge: how to set up tripwire explosives, how to use the environment to create visual illusions, how to calculate explosive yields. These bits of knowledge were fragmented, but with the seer's ability, Li Yun quickly organized and archived them. While it wouldn't make him a Trapmaster immediately, at least he would be quicker to see through similar tricks in the future. Absorbed Trapmaster Crystal Fragment X1 Spiritual Sense Proficiency 5 First successful absorption of other sequence crystals, gaining passive effect, slight increase in environmental reconnaissance sensitivity. Current Spiritual Sense Proficiency LV 261,100.
Having finished absorbing, Li Yun opened his eyes, a faint gray-white pattern flickering briefly in his pupils before vanishing. He moved his wrist, feeling that his mental power was considerably fuller than before, and the range of detailed perception after activating his spiritual sense seemed to have expanded by about half a meter.
Not bad. Li Yun thought it's a pity the quality of the fragments is too low. If it were a complete crystal. Brotherly. The grave is dug. Wang Meng's shout came. I'm coming, I'll help you drag.
Li Yun walked over. Wang Meng had already dug a shallow pit and was lifting Ironhead's corpse by the collar, dragging it towards the pit. The wound on his back had healed significantly under the serum's effect, and he had gained considerable strength compared to before. Though his movements were still somewhat stiff while dragging the corpse and swinging the entrenching tool, he no longer needed to grit his teeth to exert strength. The slight boost in physique brought by the serum was evident. This was the first time he truly felt the taste of becoming stronger. The two worked together to drag all 5 corpses into the pit, covering them with dirt. The entire process was silent and swift, without unnecessary rituals or sentiments. In this world, death was far too common. To be buried could already be considered a good end. Once the bodies were buried, Wang Meng wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the 2 off-road vehicles. Brotherly, what should we do about these cars?
We can't drive both of them away. Dismantle them. Li Yun took a deep breath, succinctly stating, take off the useful parts, drain the gasoline, and leave the rest here. They spent an hour disassembling the vehicles.
Although the off-road vehicles were old, some parts were indeed more comprehensive than those on the mining vehicle. A reasonably intact vehicle-mounted radio set, 2 engines, 8 military-grade off-road tires, a box of various bolts and nuts, and most importantly, 2 barrels of gasoline, each half full.
We've struck it rich. Wang Meng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the extracted gasoline. This will last us for quite a while. And the oil from the molten fire ants is premium fuel as well. He lifted the bucket and scraped off all the remaining oil from the molten fire ants. Use it sparingly. Li Yun took the gasoline and secured the canister to the back seat of the mining vehicle. He picked up the box of bolts and nuts and placed it in the vehicle, saying, although the geothermal crystal core can recharge in extreme situations, we still need backup fuel. Identity verification successful. Pioneer Energy Geophysical Exploration 3 activated. He sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle, controlling the multifunctional mechanical arm to lift 2 engines and off-road tires into the cargo area. The intelligence mentioned that the mining vehicle could be upgraded later, so these items might come in handy. The dashboard lit up, all data was normal, the geothermal crystal core was supplying stable energy and the power had been restored to 72. Get in the car, Li Yun said. We need to leave here. The previous commotion was significant and it was likely that other raiders might approach. With the blood scent lingering, moving slowly could lead to being blocked by monsters. Wang Meng climbed into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. The tracks of the mining vehicle rotated, crushing broken bricks and weeds as they drove out of the ruins of the brick factory. The morning light completely bathed the wilderness and the temperature began to rise. In the distance, the mountains loomed in the mist and a few dark spots circled in the sky. They were vultures, true vultures. They had caught the scent of death and were eager to share in the feast. Hey, it seems that even God can't bear to watch this, sending vultures to feast on vultures. Wang Meng flipped through the diary that Li Yun had put in his bag, glancing at the vultures slowly descending over the brickyard, his anger dissipating considerably. Let's go. I hope your God will keep us safe. Li Yun said, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently turned the steering wheel. The vehicle retraced its path for a while before turning onto a more concealed dirt road. This road was marked on the map, serving as a path for forestry patrols in the old days. Although narrow, it could avoid potential ambushes on the main road. Having just taken down a group of vultures at Blackstone Town, caution was key to surviving longer. After driving for about half an hour, Li Yun parked the vehicle at the edge of a desolate forest. The terrain here was relatively high, allowing a view of the road below backed by a mountain, making it a relatively concealed resting place. Let's rest here for a day, we haven't had a good sleep in days. Li Yun turned off the engine, allowing the mining vehicle to absorb geothermal energy for charging. He rummaged through his backpack for some compressed biscuits and a water bottle, saying, let's eat something and discuss our next steps. Alright, it's been several days without proper rest, it's time to take a break. Wang Meng yawned. Previously, the pollution had pushed him and the journey had been fraught with danger. In the face of life and death, he hadn't felt tired. Now that he relaxed, he felt drowsy. The two sat in silence eating breakfast. The biscuits were hard and there wasn't much water, but neither complained. Li Gu. Wang Meng suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hesitant. Do you think there could still be accomplices of the vultures over at Blackstone Town? Definitely, Li Yun replied, taking a sip of water. The Skinny Monkey's notebook mentioned Scarface takes a cut of 8, meaning Scarface takes a commission from every transaction. If there's a commission, it means there are still people above. Wang Meng's face showed a hint of hope. His daughter had been taken by human traffickers and she still hadn't been found. He no longer hoped to find his daughter, he only wanted to kill all the traffickers for revenge. We're not going to Blackstone Town, Li Yun interrupted, at least not now.
He unfolded the map he had found in the mine, pointing at their current location, then moving east. Our goal is the stargazing platform.
Blackstone Town is in the southeast, so we are taking a detour.
But Wang Meng hesitated, somewhat unwilling.
Do you want revenge?
Li Yun glanced at him, and under the passive effect of his spiritual sight, Wang Meng's subtle emotions were clearly visible.
No.
Wang Meng quickly shook his head, but he couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes.
I just feel that these beasts shouldn't be living so well.
They sell people and feast on blood buns.
They will die, Li Yun said calmly, but not now.
He put away the map and looked into the distance. The existence of Blackstone Town indicates that there is order there, albeit a distorted one.
If we go there now, we will either be swallowed or have to fight a hard battle.
Either way, it would delay our time to reach the stargazing platform. After a pause, he added, although your pollution has been resolved, the risk of distortion in my spiritual sight still remains. There is a solution to be found at the stargazing platform that is our top priority.
Wang Meng fell silent for a few seconds, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and the hatred in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity.
He knew Li Yun was right, revenge could not be rushed.
He slowly nodded. I understand, Li Gu. I'll listen to you. Just the two of us going would be like sending ourselves to die. We'll wait until we have strength, then settle accounts with those beasts. As long as you understand, let's rest.
Li Yun didn't say more. He leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and activated his spiritual sight passively, his breathing gradually becoming steady.
Li Gu, being young is great. I can fall asleep in an instant.
Wang Meng chuckled bitterly, closed the open window, placed the crowbar beside him, and curled up in his seat, falling into a deep sleep. The sun gradually slanted in the sound of breathing, and the cold full moon quietly hung in the sky, the night slowly enveloping the wilderness. Midnight quietly passed, and the system prompt sounded on time. Li Yun's eyes suddenly opened wide, his spiritual sight activated actively, and his pitch-black pupils grew deeper as he scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he opened the system panel. Midnight has passed. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence 13. The actual controller of Blackstone Town is a second-tier manipulator sequence with abilities of mental suggestion and emotional amplification. The town operates under a food voucher system. Lower-class residents can only exchange their daily labor for basic rations, and outsiders must pay a high town entry fee or complete dangerous tasks. Today's intelligence 23. About 80 kilometers east of the brick factory there is a relic of an old-era meteorological station. The underground machine room is relatively well preserved and may contain detailed climate and geological data from before the disaster in this area. Note: the meteorological station is occupied by a group of wind whisper bats, a species extremely sensitive to sound with degraded vision. Today's intelligence 33. The core gland of the wind whisper bat can be refined into a silencing potion. Applying it to weapons or equipment can significantly reduce noise during use, with effects lasting for 2 hours. This potion is particularly effective against creatures that rely on hearing for hunting.
Note: potion formula. The meteorological station. Wind whisper bats. Silencing potion. Li Yun processed the information quickly, planning in his mind. Not going to Blackstone Town was the right choice.
A second-tier manipulator with mental abilities, he had little chance of success against them right now.
Moreover, the order within the town was clearly exploitative, making it unnecessary to wade into murky waters.
The meteorological station was a good option. 80 kilometers away, at the speed of the mining vehicle, they could reach it before noon.
Additionally, it might have detailed geological data which would help in locating geothermal anomalies and planning routes.
Wind whisper bats may be troublesome, but as long as they made good use of their sensitivity to sound, they could be dealt with easily. The silencing potion is a great asset. Encountering sound-dependent monsters in the future would give them an extra card to play.
That settles it then.
Li Yun rubbed his cheeks and started the vehicle.
Li Gu, where are we going? Wang Meng rubbed his eyes, stretched, and looked at the gentle sunlight outside. To the meteorological station. Li Yun turned the steering wheel, redirecting the mining vehicle onto a more rugged dirt road. We're going to get some supplies and try out the new equipment. New equipment.
Wang Meng was taken aback, then looked out at the retracted hydraulic mechanical arm, and his eyes brightened.
Li Gu, are you talking about that?
Yes. Li Yun's lips curved into a slight smile as he manipulated the mechanical arm to stretch and retract gently. After absorbing the trapper's crystal, the environmental reconnaissance sensitivity increased, and combined with the spiritual sight, it became easier to control the arm accurately.
Catching a few bats should be easier than throwing scrap metal. The vehicle drove eastward in the morning light.
The tracks crushed the wilderness, leaving a long trail behind. In the distance, the mountains undulated and mist flowed through the valleys.
The vehicle drove eastward in the morning light.
The tracks crushed the wilderness, leaving a long trail behind. In the distance, the mountains undulated and mist flowed through the valleys.
The mining crawler jolted forward along the abandoned forestry track, its treads crunching over gravel in a rhythmic grating creak.
Wang Meng slouched in the passenger seat, clutching half a compressed biscuit and chewing absently. His gaze drifted repeatedly to the window. Behind him lay the withered woods, ahead stretched undulating low hills and vast swaths of brittle yellowed grass. Brotherly, he swallowed the last bite, licking crumbs from his fingers. Are you really sure there's something at that weather station that can cure your eyes? Not cure the eyes, cure the distortion, Li Yun replied, hands steady on the wheel without turning.
Same thing, Wang Meng muttered. Either way, it keeps you from turning into a monster. Li Yun remained silent. Distortion level 5. 9.
The figure had hung at the edge of his consciousness since last night after absorbing the crystal, cold sharp like a blade suspended just above his nape.
The revelation spoke of answers within the observatory, but it lay over 100 kilometers away.
Every kilometer consumed precious time, every step risked fresh peril.
And each use of his spirit vision nudged the distortion level upward incrementally, irreversibly. You said they're sensitive to sound, right?
Wang Meng broke the silence again, words tumbling out unchecked.
So, how do we handle this?
Toss a tin can to draw them off.
Not so simple, Li Yun finally answered.
They've occupied the weather station, not one or two but a swarm.
A swarm? Wang Meng shrank slightly, a chill prickling his spine. How many? Unknown.
Then how do you know whether we stand a chance?
Wang Meng's eyes widened in sudden uneasy realization.
Li Yun glanced sideways, the faintest curve lifting one corner of his lips. Because I have you.
Wang Meng blinked, then recoiled. Again. I'm the decoy.
Not this time, Li Yun pressed the brake. The crawler slowed to a halt behind a dusty earthen slope.
This time, it's cooperation.
He cut the engine, then reached beneath his seat and drew out several crumpled notebook pages salvaged from the lean man's corpse, flipping to one particular page. There, scrawled in the lean man's uneven hand, was a crude schematic for an improvised tripwire mine, complete with a rough, hasty diagram.
Wang Meng leaned in, squinting.
After a long pause, he scratched his head. What is this supposed to be?
A spider web. A trip-activated mine, Li Yun said calmly. Fine steel wire serves as the trigger line linked to a firing pin and primer.
When stepped on the wire, jerks the pin, igniting the primer and detonating the charge.
You know how to build that. Learning now. Li Yun handed the page to Wang Meng. You'll do it. Me. Wang Meng's eyes bulged.
Brotherly, I fix vehicles.
This is steel wires in the toolkit.
For empty tins. No detonators, but we have live rounds.
Li Yun cut him off.
Disassemble the cartridges, extract primers and propellant, pack them into the tins, connect the trip mechanism, no rail explosion needed.
Just noise. He paused, studying Wang Meng.
Your hands are steadier than mine, at least you've worked with machinery for decades.
Wang Meng opened his mouth to protest, then met Li Yun's obsidian gaze and swallowed the refusal whole.
He lowered his eyes to the page, tracing the lean man's hasty script with a fingertip, each stroke raw, unrefined.
Fine. I'll try. He leapt down and hauled the toolkit from the rear compartment.
Li Yun followed, sifting through spare parts salvaged from their wrecked off-road vehicle until he found the spool of fine steel wire in several empty tins. Crouched together in the lee of the earthen slope, Wang Meng unscrewed a bullet casing and carefully poured out the propellant. His hands were steady, honed by decades of mechanical labor, and now those same instincts were channeled into this life-or-death craft. The wire must be taut, but not too tight or it snaps before being triggered, Wang Meng murmured, securing one end of the wire to a makeshift firing pin inside the tin, threading the other end through a small hole in the wall and knotting it outside.
That knot's flawed.
Li Yun pointed, his pupils darkening imperceptibly as the fibers of the knot resolved into crystalline clarity before his eyes. Force vector is misaligned, the wire will slit free when tripped.
Wang Meng glanced up, then silently untied and reknotted it.
20 minutes later, 3 crude acoustic mines rested on the ground, less explosives, more calibrated alarms. They carried no lethal force. But when the wire pulled taut, the firing pin would strike the tin's inner wall with a sharp resonant clang, a sound that would carry dozens of meters across the stillness.
Sufficient.
Li Yun stowed the 3 devices in his pack rows and brushed dust from his knees.
Back in the crawler, we'll reach the station before noon.
The crawler roared back to life, lurching eastward onto the track once more. The farther east they traveled, the sparser the vegetation grew. Along both sides of the road, collapsed transmission towers sprawled like broken toys, twisted steel frames bent by some colossal careless hand. Some towers still bore severed high-voltage cables dangling into the dry grass, humming a low mournful drone whenever the wind stirred.
Wang Meng watched the ruins, and for once held his tongue.
After 40 minutes, a low basin appeared between the hills. At its center, several gray-white buildings nestled among skeletal trees.
The tallest bore a shattered dome atop its roof, a cracked inverted bowl.
The weather station. We're here. Li Yun eased the crawler into the shadow of a desiccated drainage ditch and killed the engine. He activated his spirit vision. Before him, the buildings shimmered faintly beneath a thin ashen-gray haze, not pollution but the lingering residue of biological activity. Beneath the eaves of the domed building, inside ruined ventilation shafts, even within hairline fissures along the walls, dozens of fist-sized deep red thermal signatures pulsed softly. At least 30, and all still inside. The structures shield them. Attempting capture with the manipulator arm is impractical.
We'll need another approach.
Li Yun calculated a faint throb blooming at his temple. He shut down the spirit vision instantly, but the ache intensified.
With its high intensity use, his distortion level had crept upward by 0.1, settling at 6.0.
That blade at his nape had drawn just a fraction closer.
30. Wang Meng paled. Just the two of us.
Dread coiled in his gut. Without the manipulator arm, their earlier plan, remote capture, had dissolved into nothing. These weren't foes two men could confront Hedon.
Who said we'd storm in? Li Yun withdrew one acoustic mine from his pack and waited thoughtfully in his palm.
They stay inside because the darkness suits them. But what if something outside proves more compelling?
You mean? Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Lure them out.
You'll place the remaining 2 mines on either side of the drainage ditch, steel wire strung horizontally 10 centimeters above ground. Once they're coated in grease, ignite it.
Then seize the opportunity to collect their core glands. I'll enter the station to retrieve geological data. Clear division of labor. We'll coordinate via radio, timing is critical.
As he spoke, he drove a scrap iron pipe into a crack in the slope, anchoring it upright as a meter-high stake.
I'll take the main building. After collection, return to the crawler. Watch for when the bats return and signal me. Understood.
Wang Meng swallowed hard, asked no further questions, and slipped away low and swift toward the far side of the ditch, cradling the acoustic mines. Li Yun meanwhile moved toward the main station building, last acoustic mine and steel wire in hand, using withered trees and earthen mounds for cover. He halted 50 meters short of the structure.
Spirit vision reactivated.
Beneath the eaves, the crimson heat signatures remained motionless, curled in quiet repose, some even breathing in slow rhythmic pulses. He knelt, securing the mine beneath a half-buried stone, stretching the wire taut across the only viable path ahead, anchoring its far end to the roots of a shrub 20 meters away. Then he uncorked the vial of viscous dark red grease harvested from molten ant corpses, and smeared a thin glistening layer along the wire. In the dim light it gleamed like congealed blood, reeking of tar and sulfur. When finished, he retreated 50 meters, vanishing behind the crumbling concrete base of a long-abandoned foundation. Wang Meng, he pulled out the compact radio scavenged from the Vulture squad, keyed the mic. Are you ready? When finished, he retreated 50 meters, vanishing behind the crumbling concrete base of a long-abandoned foundation. Wang Meng, he pulled out the compact radio scavenged from the Vulture squad, keyed the mic. Are you ready? A hushed voice crackled through the earpiece. Done, both sonic charges are set.
The wire is taut. What about your end?
All set, Li Yun murmured, his gaze locked on the building, palms damp with sweat.
Wait for my signal.
He clipped the walkie-talkie to his belt and withdrew a crude homemade firearm from his backpack, the very one he'd pilfered from a brickyard. He had scavenged numerous cartridges from the bodies of Tuajue and his men, plenty to fight without restraint. Drawing a slow, steady breath, he raised the gun and aimed at the densest cluster of dark crimson beneath the eaves. He squeezed the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot erupted like thunder in the stillness.
In the next instant, the eaves boiled with motion. Countless black shapes surged from crevices, their wing beats swelling from faint hums into a deafening, all-encompassing roar. Wind whisper bats.
Each was crow's-eyed with half-meter wingspans, their grayish-brown membranous wings shimmered with an eerie metallic sheen under the sun. They possessed no eyes, only a circular wrinkled disc covering their faces, densely furred with fine down, split down the center by a crescent-shaped gash revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Blind, they were yet far more acutely attuned to sound than any sighted creature.
The first wave plummeted from the rooftop, straight toward the origin of the gunshot. But Li Yun was already gone.
At the exact moment the hammer fell, he rolled off the concrete plinth and crawled low across the ground, vanishing into a thicket 20 meters away. The wind whisper bat swarm struck empty air. They circled the point of detonation, wings beating with shrill frantic urgency, like fingernails scraping glass. A few landed, pressing their grotesque facial discs against the earth to scan. Then, one brushed against the oiled steel wire.
Grease clung to the down on its belly.
It shrieked and flapped wildly, the wire trembled violently.
Clang! The sonic charge detonated. The firing pin slammed into the inner wall of the tin can, its metallic resonance reverberating across the hollow basin.
Startled, the bat swarm instantly veered, diving en masse toward the new sound. Yet all they found was a half-buried stone and an empty tin can. As they furiously tore at the innocent metal vessel. From the drainage ditch, Wang Meng yanked the second wire with brutal force.
Clang! Another blast.
The swarm pivoted again, a gray torrent surging toward the ditch.
They struck the second sonic charge's location, and again only an empty tin can awaited them. 2 consecutive failures ignited unrest. The entire swarm spiraled chaotically overhead, wing beats sharpening into piercing shrieks, several even turned on each other, tearing flesh with savage bites. And then, from the opposite side of the drainage ditch. Clang! The third sonic charge detonated.
This time the dozen nearest bats lunged without hesitation, homing in on the source. But after flying just 20 meters they collided with Wang Meng's first wire, not the sonic charge wire but the thin steel filament strung taut across the ditch slicked with molten ant grease. The first bat struck it, grease adhered to its wing membrane. It thrashed, struggling to break free, only to smear the viscous substance onto its skin. The second. The third. Within 10 seconds over a dozen bats were coated in thick dark red grease. They were no longer hunters. They had become living targets. Wang Meng. Li Yun roared into the walkie-talkie. Ignite it, now. Behind the drainage ditch Wang Meng had already wrapped oil-soaked rags around an iron rod. That diesel had been carefully reserved, scavenged earlier from a wrecked SUV intended solely as ignition fuel. Now it would serve its purpose. Clutching the lighter between his teeth he heard the command crackle through the earpiece and slammed his thumb down on the wheel. A flicker of tangerine flame licked the rag. His jaw clenched, sweat beaded on his palms. Fear had long since burned away, replaced by fury and by unspoken trust. He knew this throw had to be perfect. He swung the iron rod in a full furious arc, hurling the torch with every ounce of strength toward the entangled swarm. It carved a blazing arc through the air, striking true. A guttural snarl escaped him. Die. Whoosh. The torch traced a perfect parabola, landing squarely in the swarm's heart. Molten ant grease ignited on contact. Boom. Crimson fire erupted in a violent bloom. Dozens of bats burst into airborne fireballs, shrieking as they scattered in panic. But the flames pierced their wing membranes and charred their down. Within 10 meters they crashed, twitching, smoldering, collapsing into blackened husks. Now, go. Seizing the opening, Wang Meng rushed forward, prying open several partially incinerated corpses with a crowbar, and carefully extracted their core glands. These were vital for synthesizing silence serum, no waste could be tolerated. A pungent surreal stench filled the air, burnt hair mingling with roasted meat. The remaining 24 bats descended into utter chaos, terrified of fire yet drawn to it. Some lunged blindly toward the blaze, wings seared midair, others wheeled frantically overhead, shrieking in raw animal despair. Now. Li Yun burst from cover, gripping the crowbar he'd brought from the mine shaft, not charging the swarm but sprinting toward the meteorological station's main building. His spirit vision flared wide open. Within his enhanced sight the once dense clusters of dark red thermal signatures inside the building had vanished, 80% emptied. Only a few shivering pups remained curled deep within their nest. He stormed into the lobby, sweeping the crowbar sideways, shattering one lone bat mid-lunge. It fell convulsing and he delivered a crushing blow to its skull. Wind Whisper Bat slain 1, Spirit Vision Proficiency 1. Current Spirit Vision Proficiency LV. 262,100. No time to dwell. He bolted up the stairs, straight to the basement. The underground machine room remained relatively intact, its iron door stood ajar, bleeding faint red emergency light glow from the crack. Intel said this holds pre-cataclysm climate and geological archives. Li Yun kicked the door wide open. Inside was smaller than expected, barely 15 square meters. A row of dead monitors lined the wall. At the center stood a cylindrical device waist-high bearing a plaque. Pioneer Energy Meteorological Geological Data Terminal. A single green LED glowed steadily at one corner. It was still operational, powered by geothermal energy tapped from beneath the station, identical in principle to the mining rig's geothermal crystal core, enabling long-term stability. Li Yun strode forward, scanning the control panel. Its buttons bore unfamiliar glyphs, distinct from any modern electronics he recognized. Yet fragments of similar knowledge surfaced from the Revelation data stream. He drew a deep breath and pressed his fingertips to the touchscreen. The interface shifted, flashing a warning. Unauthorized access detected. Enter access key. Key. His pupils contracted, his brow furrowed as he stared at the Crimson Eagle head insignia, strangely familiar. That Crimson Eagle emblem matched the vulture's sigil stamped on the metal badge taken from the skinny thug. Both bore the stylistic hallmarks of pre-cataclysm organizations. Perhaps the Vulture gang had covert ties to Pioneer Energy. Worth testing. He reached for the metal badge at his belt, the one looted from the skinny thug. Beneath the Vulture insignia ran 3 horizontal bars. He pressed it firmly against the terminal's side-mounted sensor zone. Beep. Access key verified. Welcome, Pioneer Energy Field Contractor. You have one unread internal message sent August 22, 2135. A line of text scrolled slowly onto the screen. To the 7th Survey Team and all subsequent custodians. The Deep Bore project in the Sacred Heart Mountains has been officially terminated. Per Directive No. 47 of the Anomalous Phenomena Investigation Committee, all survey data from zones S7 through A12 is hereby classified top secret and immediately sealed. Attached is a 3D topographic map of regional geothermal faults highlighting 7 high anomaly reaction points. Warning: the energy fluctuation pattern at designated anomaly A11 matches known anomalous phenomena with 91.7 fidelity. Approach by personnel is strictly prohibited. Pioneer Energy Geotechnical Security Division. Below the text, a three-dimensional terrain map rotated slowly, 7 crimson dots pinned like nails into the heart of the Sacred Heart Mountains. The easternmost dot lay precisely 173 kilometers from Li Yun's current position in a straight line. Beside it, fine print read: A11 suspected prehistoric structure colloquially known as the Star Watch platform. Li Yun stared at the screen, his fingers slowly tightening at his sides. So the Star Watch platform had been flagged long ago. Not a ruin, but an anomaly point. And someone had known of it 73 years prior. Just as he leaned in to study the map's finer details, Wang Meng's urgent voice crackled in his earpiece. Brotherly. The fire's dying, the bats are turning back to their nest. Are you ready? Copy, back up the data first. Li Yun snapped back to focus, pulling from his belt the energy module recovered from the mineshaft and slotting it into the terminal's data port. The screen flickered. Data transfer in progress. 10. 35. 72. 100. Transfer complete. He yanked out the module and sprinted from the basement. Behind him, the terminal's display dimmed into darkness. The solitary green LED winked out forever. As Li Yun burst out of the basement, the sky beyond the building was choked with black smoke, staining the heavens a murky ashen yellow. From all directions came the mournful cries of windspeak bats, some shrill and piercing, others fading into feeble dying gasps. The air reeked of charred flesh laced with the sulphurous stench of burning magma ant oil, so acrid it stung the eyes. Clutching his crowbar tightly, Li Yun activated his spirit vision and leapt down the stairwell in one fluid motion. In the first-floor lobby, 3 isolated windspeak bats careened wildly. Clearly panicked by the external flames and the shrieks of their kin, they had abandoned their usual discipline, darting like headless flies between shattered windows and splintered doorframes. One slammed into a corner wall, its wing membrane tore and it convulsed feebly upon the floor. The other 2 whirled at the sound of Li Yun's footsteps, their eerie circular facial organs locking onto him. Their mouths gaped open, revealing rows of needle-thin fangs. SSSSS. They possessed no eyes, yet their posture radiated a pressure more suffocating than any sighted creature's. Li Yun did not falter. Within his spirit vision, the energy pathways of both bats glowed with crystalline clarity. A thumb-sized patch of dark crimson light pulsed just behind their throats, their core gland. A precise strike there would instantly paralyze them. The first lunged. Li Yun pivoted sideways, the crowbar swept upward in a diagonal arc, its tip piercing the bat's gaping maw, driving deep through its throat straight into the gland. Put. Soft, as if puncturing a water bubble. The bat's body stiffened midair, then collapsed limply to the ground. Killed. Windspeak Bat 1. Spirit Vision Proficiency 1. The second seized the opening, hurtling toward Li Yun's face, claws bared. Li Yun had no time to retract the crowbar. He released his right hand, arched backward, and kicked off the floor with his left foot, sliding half a meter in retreat. The claws grazed his nose, stirring a rank metallic wind. In the same breath, his left hand drew a combat knife from his belt. As he hit the ground, he thrust upward, the blade slicing through the bat's lower jaw from beneath. Killed. Windspeak Bat 1. Spirit Vision Proficiency 1. Current Spirit Vision Proficiency LV. 264,100. Li Yun rolled upright and wiped blood from his face, his own or the bat's he couldn't tell. His back burned where the bat's claws had torn through, blood already soaking his coat, but he paid it no mind. Escape. Collect glands. Those were his sole priorities now. Silence settled over the lobby. 3 windspeak bat corpses lay sprawled across the concrete floor, their dark crimson blood snaking in grotesque winding patterns. He had no time for them. Outside, over 20 more remained, scattered by fire, yes, but liable to regroup at any moment. Wang Meng, how's it going? He pressed the walkie-talkie as he sprinted from the main building. Through the earpiece came Wang Meng's ragged breathing, punctuated by crackling flames and the bat's wails, still burning. Those beasts have gone mad, some are flying your way. Encountered them. Neutralized. Li Yun veered around the rubble beside the main structure, sprinting toward the drainage channel. How many glands have you collected? 7, no 9. A few burned too badly, they're ruined. Enough. Withdraw. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shrill flapping pierced the air overhead. A crimson trajectory blazed across his spirit vision. Instinctively, Li Yun dropped and rolled, just as a black shadow sliced past his back, claws rending his coat and scoring 3 searing bloody gashes across his skin. It was a windspeak bat, larger than its kin. Unlike the others, it hadn't been scattered by the blaze. Instead, it had broken free from the inferno and circled behind him. Charred burns marred its wing membranes, but none struck vital tissue. SSSSS. With a violent aerial twist, it dove again. His spirit vision locked onto the bat's position, the red trajectory of its attack laid bare. Li Yun couldn't rise in time. He rolled sideways, instead swinging the crowbar upward in a horizontal arc. Clang. The crowbar struck its talons, sparks erupting on impact.
Its strength surpassed his expectation, jolting his palms with numbing force. Yet the blow threw it off balance, sending it crashing diagonally into a heap of scrap metal. Opportunity. Li Yun surged upright, spirit vision blazing, tracing its energy channels, then drove the crowbar straight for its throat. SSSSS. At the last instant the bat twisted its body, evading the fatal thrust. The crowbar pierced its wing membrane, instead missing the core gland entirely. It shrieked, thrashing across the ground with a mangled wing, yet still retained mobility. Li Yun raised his weapon for the finishing blow when Wang Meng's voice erupted over the radio raw with terror. Brotherly. Something's coming. Not bats. What? People. 2, no 3. Approaching from the west. Damn it. Li Yun's heart clenched. His gaze hardened. Spirit vision locked on, then in one swift motion he reversed the crowbar and smashed it into the crippled bat's skull, eliminating the threat before sprinting toward the drainage channel. Halfway there he saw them. At the channel's edge, Wang Meng crouched beside smoldering bat carcasses, gripping a blood and grease-smeared crowbar, his entire frame rigid. 30 meters away atop a low earthen slope, 3 figures advanced slowly. At their head strode a middle-aged man in a grimy military greatcoat, his face bisected by an old scar running from eye to mouth. He held a hunting rifle, its barrel leveled directly at Wang Meng. Behind him trailed 2 youths, a young man and a young woman, pale-faced, hollow-eyed. Each carried a weapon. The youth gripped a rusted iron pipe, the girl clutched a kitchen knife. But what arrested Li Yun's attention most was the aura clinging to them. Even in passive spirit vision he perceived faint violeting threads of energy coiling about all 3, not active corruption but residual traces, as though they'd long dwelled near a source of contamination. Friend, don't tense up, the middle-aged man rasped, his voice like sandpaper grinding stone. We're not here to steal. Wang Meng said nothing, only tightened his grip on the crowbar, eyes locked unblinkingly on the rifle's muzzle. At this range its power was lethal. One well-placed shot and he wouldn't escape. Li Yun emerged from behind the rubble, stepping forward deliberately, his right hand hanging loosely at his side, ready to draw the purification dagger from his belt. These 3 were ordinary humans. With spirit vision enhanced reflexes they wouldn't even register the trigger pull before he closed the distance. Then lower the rifle, Li Yun said, calm as still water, his expression utterly indifferent, as though the weapon in the man's hands were no more threatening than a fireplace poker. The man glanced at Li Yun, then at his crowbar and blood-streaked clothes, and grinned. Fair enough. You've got sincerity. He tilted the rifle's muzzle downward, but kept it raised. Only 1 round remained in the chamber. He dared not fire, not without certainty of killing Li Yun, and risk being overwhelmed in retaliation. The rifle was only a tool of intimidation. Who are you? Li Yun moved to stand beside Wang Meng, spirit vision fixed upon the trio. The energy threads around the youths were denser, especially the girl's, whose neck bore a faint violet patch. An early symptom of contamination. Refugees, the man replied. We came from Blackstone Town. Li Yun's eyes flickered subtly. Blackstone Town. Vulture's people, he asked, his fingers shifting almost imperceptibly, aligning the purification dagger's tip toward the man's throat. Within his spirit vision a silent luminous trajectory formed, connecting the dagger's point to the man's jugular. Should the man so much as twitch, the blade would be buried in his throat before the thought completed. The man paused, pain flashed across his eyes, then vanished as he shook his head. No. We're fleeing them. They're hunting us. I'm Zhao Taizhu. He gestured to the youths behind him. This is my nephew Zhao Chunlei and my niece Zhao Chouyu. Her parents were taken by the vultures last week. Said they owed debts. We escaped under cover of night. How did you find this place? Li Yun didn't relax, his tone remained sharp, probing. This wasn't a crossroads on any known route from Blackstone Town. They'd come for the meteorological station's geological records and windspeak bat glands. What business would ordinary survivors have here? This wasn't a crossroads on any known route from Blackstone Town. They'd come for the meteorological station's geological records and windspeak bat glands. What business would ordinary survivors have here? We detoured for 3 days, avoiding the vultures' patrols, hiding constantly, until we heard gunfire and followed the sound. Zhao Taizhu said we'd been sheltering in the wild for 2 days, starving, dehydrated. When we heard movement here we came to test our luck. We'd been sheltering in the wild for 2 days, starving, dehydrated. When we heard movement here we came to test our luck. He paused, gazing at the smoldering windspeak bat carcasses beside the drainage channel, his expression complex. You killed these things. Few survivors dared confront monsters, either because it wasn't worth the risk or because injury meant certain death. To fight them anyway signaled exceptional capability. Glad I didn't act rashly. Zhao Taizhu murmured inwardly, his shoulders easing slightly. Any problem? Li Yun narrowed his eyes, his obsidian-black gaze fixed unblinking upon the 3. And no problem. Zhao Taizhu stared at Li Yun's pupils, unnaturally large, jet-black and unnervingly deep, and something clicked in his memory. Hastily lowering the rifle he waved his hands frantically.
I only meant, if you need hands we'll help.
No demands. Just food, anything to eat. Instinct told him Li Yun was extraordinary, like those aloof sequence holders from Blackstone Town. This was survival itself, within reach.
Wang Mang stayed silent, glancing only at Li Yun.
He couldn't decide, not when these strangers might be vulture agents in disguise.
Better to let Li Yun, the sequence holder, make the call.
Li Yun didn't answer immediately.
His gaze swept over them, spirit vision fully engaged.
Zhao Taizhu emitted no hostile energy, only hunger, exhaustion, and a numb hollowed-out despair.
But Zhao Qiuyu's violeting patch, visible at her neck, was spreading visibly within his spirit vision, creeping outward like ink in water. A sign of active corruption. If untreated, she would become a bony rotting mist corpse within 3 days.
Your niece is contaminated.
Li Yun spoke abruptly.
Zhao Tieju's face paled. Instinctively he tightened his grip on the rifle. How do you know? I see it. Li Yun said.
And she has at most 3 days before she turns into a monster. He offered no further explanation. Mystery too was a form of leverage.
Bullshit. Zhao Chunlei lunged forward, brandishing the iron pipe. My sister's fine. Who the hell are you cursing? Chunlei.
Zhao Taizhu barked, but panic flickered in his eyes as he stared at Li Yun, voice trembling. Why you serious?
Li Yun said nothing.
He withdrew a small vial, half filled with golden liquid, from his belt and tossed it over.
Apply it to her neck. It will slow the spread. Zhao Taizhu caught it, hesitated 2 seconds, then uncapped it.
The golden liquid shimmered softly in the sunlight, releasing an odd soothing scent, not fragrance but something that quieted the soul. He gritted his teeth and gestured for Zhao Qiuyu to approach. She trembled as she lifted her collar, exposing the violet patch at her throat. Fine black veins already spiderwebbed from its edges. She got scratched by a rotting corpse at the Mistide's edge the day we fled. This appeared within 2 days.
Zhao Taizhu added quietly, voice thick with guilt.
He took a deep breath, dipped his finger into the vial and gently applied the golden liquid to the patch.
SSSSS.
A soft sizzling sound. Zhao Qiuyu stifled a groan, shuddering violently, but refused to cry out. Within seconds the violet patch ceased expanding. The black veins receded, the color itself faded, growing paler.
It works. Zhao Taizhu stared at the vial, disbelief warring with awe. What is this? Something that may save her life.
Li Yun extended his hand.
Return it.
Zhao Taizhu hurriedly handed it back, gratitude mingling with profound reverence in his eyes. Less than 1/3 remained inside. Li Yun sealed the vial carefully and tucked it away. It was the only known substance capable of delaying corruption, and every drop must be conserved.
Friend, no savior. Zhao Taizhu swallowed hard. Are you heading east? Could we accompany you? We won't slow you down, we'll work, stand watch anything. Wang Mang looked at Li Yun, expression conflicted. He knew Li Yun's rule: one more mouth meant one more variable, one more risk. But this time. Li Yun paused silent for several seconds, then asked, how much do you know about Blackstone Town? Zhao Tieju's eyes lit up. Everything.
Before the cataclysm my family lived in Xiangyang village just outside Blackstone Town. Afterward I stayed there for 3 months. I know how many vultures there are, where their strongholds lie, who truly rules the town, I know it all.
And the controller? Li Yun asked without hesitation, the intelligence he most needed.
Killing vultures demanded heightened vigilance against Blackstone Town itself.
Zhao Tieju's face paled. He lowered his voice, you mean, the mayor? Li Yun said nothing, only watched, spirit vision tracking every micro-expression across Zhao Tieju's face.
He is a demon, Zhao Taizhu whispered.
He controls people.
I saw it myself, one man defied him. The mayor simply stared at him for a few seconds, and the man fell to his knees begging forgiveness. Then, he walked himself to the gallows at the town gate and hanged himself.
Gah!
Wang Mang sucked in a sharp breath, chilled to the bone.
Good thing I listened to Brother Li and avoided Blackstone Town, otherwise. His gaze at Li Yun brimmed with dread and gratitude. Li Yun's eyes gleamed brighter.
Confirmed second-tier controller. Abilities, mental suggestion and emotional amplification. Such powers were insidious, but knowledge rendered them vulnerable. There were ways to counter them. You may join us, for now. But there are rules. They'd slain vultures. If pursued by Blackstone Town forces, 2 men stood no chance.
He required expendable shields, disposable yet useful. Name them.
Zhao Tieju's face lit with desperate hope. Food meant survival, rules meant nothing.
First, obey orders. Second, keep your hands to yourself. Third, in any situation demanding a choice between lives, I choose my own people first.
The same terms he'd once given Wang Mang.
Zhao Taizhu nodded vigorously, no hesitation whatsoever. Understood. Understood.
A single meal was all they needed to live, and obedience was a small price to pay. Death was merely another possibility. After enduring this broken world for so long, he'd grown accustomed to it.
Wang Meng muttered quietly, that sounds familiar.
Li Yun ignored him, turning toward the smoldering windspeak bat corpses.
Collect the glands first, then leave. Too much noise. Something else may come. I'll help.
Zhao Chunlei hurried after him, his earlier fury entirely gone. Having witnessed the golden oil save his sister, he dared not harbor even a sliver of disrespect toward Li Yun, only awe and gratitude.
He knelt swiftly, gathering glands with practiced efficiency.
Zhao Taizhu helped Zhao Qiuyu sit, then hesitated, before asking softly, "Savior, can her contamination be cured completely?" Li Yun paused mid-step.
"Depends on luck," he said.
"If fortune favors us, we may yet find a method of total purification."
He couldn't promise it, not knowing whether future intelligence would reveal the antiserum Wang Meng had used before.
Far off, the black smoke began to thin.
The windspeak bat's lament faded into silence.
Only the stench of char and blood lingered, fermenting slowly beneath the afternoon sun. The mournful cries of the wind language bats finally ceased, leaving only the stench of burning and the scent of blood in the air. Li Yun stood by the drainage ditch, gazing at the scattered bat corpses on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. Most of them had been burned too badly, the core glands were already carbonized and unusable. Wang Meng crouched among the pile of corpses, carefully searching with a pry bar, occasionally picking up a piece of dark red tissue the size of a thumb, rubbing it clean on his clothes and tossing it into the nearby metal bucket.
"Li Ge, I've counted them."
He stood up, wiping the sweat from his face. "There are 11 intact and 3.5 that are damaged, but they should still be usable."
Li Yun took the bucket, weighing it.
The glands were not large, each only a few grams, but they emitted a peculiar odor. It was not a fishy stench, but rather like some kind of herb crushed into a bitter powder. Silencing agent recipe: wind language bat core gland 3 500 ml purified water 300 ml alcohol simmered at low temperature until the volume is reduced to 1/4, then cooled and sealed for storage. Note: the effective components in the glands will decompose at high temperatures and the cooking temperature must not exceed 60 C.
Li Yun recalled the intelligence refreshed last night, gaining some insight.
"We have enough materials." He handed the bucket to Wang Meng. "Find a clean place and prepare to refine the medicine."
"Refine medicine?"
Wang Meng was taken aback. "Li Ge, you can do that?"
"Learned it on the spot." Li Yun replied succinctly, not feeling there was anything amiss.
Wang Meng opened his mouth, then swallowed the words he was about to say. He had long since grown accustomed to this.
Li Yun could always accomplish some astonishing feats, and asking would be futile.
Zhao Taizhu helped Zhao Qiuyu over, with Zhao Chunlei following behind, still clutching the rusty iron pipe, his eyes constantly glancing at the bucket.
"Benefactor, what is this?" Zhao Taizhu asked cautiously, fearing he might end up eating it. The meat from those monsters couldn't be eaten, some even carried strange contamination.
He had seen villagers driven mad from hunger eat the monster's flesh only to become monsters themselves.
"It's something that can save your life."
Li Yun glanced at him. "You all get in the vehicle first and find a place to rest.
Your niece needs quiet."
On Zhao Qi's neck, the dark purple blotch that had been suppressed by sacred oil was no longer spreading, but its color was still very deep. Her face was pale, her lips cracked, and she walked unsteadily.
"Wang Meng, give them some compressed biscuits and water." "All right, follow me."
Wang Meng stood up. "I'm hungry too, let's eat first."
"Thank you. Don't worry, any dangerous tasks will be left to us, we won't take food for free."
Zhao Taiyi's eyes were full of gratitude as he hurriedly nodded and helped his niece towards the mining vehicle.
Zhao Chunlei hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, "Can I help?" Li Yun glanced at him.
He was around 19, still youthful in appearance, yet his eyes held a hint of stubbornness. He wore an ill-fitting old jacket, the cuffs worn white, and there were several fresh scratches on the back of his hand.
"Can you make a fire?" Li Yun asked. "I can."
Zhao Chunlei quickly nodded. "I used to help my mom make the stove at home every day. Then watch the fire for me later." After Li Yun finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the mining vehicle. Zhao Chunlei stood there in a daze for a while before reacting, a flicker of joy crossing his face as he jogged to catch up. The mining vehicle stopped behind a wind-sheltered dirt slope about 2 kilometers from the weather station. The terrain here was concealed with earthen mounds blocking 3 sides, leaving only a narrow passage. The tracks left by the caterpillar were covered by branches tied to the back of the vehicle, making them nearly invisible unless looked at closely.
"This will do." Li Yun turned off the engine and jumped out of the vehicle.
Wang Meng had already pulled out the outdoor cooking gear they had brought from the mine, a small iron pot, an alcohol stove, and a large box of purified water seized from the vulture squad.
"Li Ge, can this work?" He raised the alcohol stove and asked, "Can you control the heat?"
He had seen a pharmacist in the convoy refine medicine using professional equipment which had been obtained at the cost of lives from an abandoned hospital.
Could this alcohol stove used for outdoor cooking also refine medicine? "Let's give it a try." Li Yun took the stove and rummaged through the toolbox for a thermometer.
It was an old part taken from an off-road vehicle originally intended to measure water temperature in the radiator. The scale was still fairly clear and it was just right for measuring the temperature while cooking the medicine.
Zhao Chunlei squatted nearby watching eagerly.
Li Yun ignited the alcohol stove, the orange flames licking at the bottom of the pot. He poured 50 milliliters of purified water into the pot, and as the water temperature rose to around 40 degrees he placed the 11 intact glands into it.
Keep an eye on the temperature.
He handed the thermometer to Zhao Chunlei. If the needle exceeds 60 degrees, call me. Although he had spiritual vision to monitor the temperature at any time, involving this young lad would help foster teamwork later. If he wanted someone to risk their life for him, he had to first build a rapport right. Zhao Chunlei nervously took the thermometer, his eyes fixed on the slender mercury column. The gland slowly softened in the hot water, the dark red tissues began to dissolve and the color of the water deepened, gradually first turning light red then darker until it became a murky dark brown.
A strange aroma wafted through the air.
It was neither fishy nor medicinal, but rather an indescribable bitterness that when inhaled for a while surprisingly calmed the mind.
Li Gu, it's 55 degrees. Zhao Chunlei reminded in a low voice.
Li Yun reduced the flame on the alcohol stove, the fire changing from orange-yellow to pale blue. He focused on the liquid in the pot, passively activating his spiritual vision. In the vision granted by his ability, the dissolved glands released faint strands of gray energy, slowly drifting and intertwining in the water. These were the effective components in the wind language bat's core glands merging with the water. As the temperature rose, the strands became denser and the color of the liquid deepened.
Spiritual vision proficiency 1, observing energy strands ability slightly enhanced, it's 58 degrees. Zhao Chunlei reminded again.
Li Yun turned down the stove flame even more, leaving only a faint blue flame. After simmering for nearly half an hour, the liquid in the pot reduced from about 800 milliliters to 200 milliliters.
The color had turned dark brown with a faint oily sheen on the surface, yet the bitter aroma had diminished significantly.
Li Yun turned off the alcohol stove, letting the liquid cool naturally while closely observing the changes within. Wang Mang leaned closer, sniffing. Is this done?
We're still one step away.
Li Yun rummaged through his backpack for the bottle of high-proof liquor, opened the cap and poured in 30 milliliters. The moment the liquor hit the pot, a flurry of tiny bubbles appeared on the surface of the liquid, the color deepening further. The bitter aroma vanished completely, replaced by a sense of
near total tranquility.
Though the liquid was right in front of him, it felt as though its presence had been diminished, making it hard to focus on without instinctively looking away.
Acquired silencing agent unpurified 1 portion. Quality ordinary due to the quality of the glands, and the cooking time potency is about 85 of the standard recipe.
Effect when applied to weapons or equipment, it can significantly reduce noise during use, lasting for 2 hours. Li Yun looked at the system, prompt, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
It's done.
He poured out about 40 milliliters of the dark brown liquid from the pot into an empty glass bottle he found in the mine, tightening the cap. There was still a good amount of liquid left, enough to make another portion.
Wang Mang, get me another bottle. Li Yun said.
All right. Wang Mang dug out a small iron box that had contained screws, emptied it and wiped it with a cloth. Will this do?
Li Yun took the iron box and poured the remaining potion into it.
The amount was slightly less than what was in the glass bottle, but it still contained nearly 30 milliliters. 2 portions of the medicine would be enough to handle 2 unexpected situations. Zhao Chunlei squatted beside them, his eyes sparkling. Benefactor, what can this be used for?
You'll find out when you try it.
Li Yun stood up, drew his military knife from his waist, dipped the blade into the iron box and evenly coated it with the dark brown liquid. Then he walked over to a dirt mound about half a person's height, swung his arm and slashed down with the military knife. Puff. The sound was light, as if it had cut into a pile of cotton. The usual whistling sound of the blade slicing through the air had completely vanished, replaced only by a muted thud as the blade cut into the soil.
Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy.
Zhao Chunlei was equally stunned, unable to speak for a long time.
Li Yun sheathed his knife, examining the potion on the blade.
The liquid adhered well, drying quickly after being applied, leaving behind an almost invisible film on the blade. Good stuff, he praised inwardly. If he had had this when dealing with the vulture squad, the roar of the mechanical arm throwing metal and the explosive sound of the signal gun would have been greatly diminished. While it would not be completely silent, it would at least reduce the risk of revealing their position to a minimum. Brotherly, can this be applied to guns? Wang Mang suddenly asked. Li Yun pondered. The best method would naturally be to apply it to the bullets, but if it's applied to the bolt, the mechanical sound when chambering should also be somewhat reduced. He took the hunting rifle from Zhao Tieju, dipped a cloth in the solution from the iron box and carefully applied it to the moving parts like the gun mechanism and trigger. Then he pulled the bolt. Ka! The originally crisp sound of metal impact became muffled, as if it were separated by a thick cloth, almost inaudible from 2 or 3 meters away.
It's amazing. Zhao Taiyi's eyes widened.
He had seen many weapons in Blackstone Town and had encountered silencers from the vultures, but those would ruin the gun barrel when installed and could only be used a few times. Although the silencing effect of this solution was not as good as that of a professional silencer, it was convenient, just one application would do. Benefactor this thing, he swallowed hard, hesitating to speak. This was a great asset for dealing with illegal firearms. If he could get his hands on some, it would make their journey much safer. Li Yun glanced at him, poured a few milliliters of the solution from the iron box into a small glass vial the size of a thumb and tossed it to him. Use it sparingly. Applied to a weapon, it lasts for 2 hours. Zhao Taizhu fumbled to catch it, his face filled with gratitude. Thank you, benefactor.
Thank you. Zhao Chunlei looked on eagerly but did not dare to speak.
Forget it, they will need to risk their lives later.
This will just give them a bit more fighting power.
With Linger around, I can sense any malice early on, so I'm not afraid of them turning against me. Li Yun thought for a moment, then poured a little more and applied it to Zhao Chunlei's rusty iron pipe before handing it back to him.
Give it a try.
Zhao Chunlei took the pipe, waved it through the air a couple of times and then poked it at a nearby mound. The original slight whistling sound when swinging the pipe was now nearly inaudible, with only a dull thud when it struck the ground. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. This is truly magical.
TSK tisk.
Wang Mang watched from the side, feeling a mix of emotions.
When he first followed Li Yun, he didn't receive such treatment. Holy oil serum solution, each of these was hard-earned. The Zhao siblings were lucky to gain benefits right after arriving. But he quickly came to terms with it. Li Yun was not the kind of person who handed out kindness indiscriminately.
Giving Zhao Taizhu the solution was because he had information about Blackstone Town and held a hunting rifle which might come in handy later. Applying the solution to Zhao Chunlei's pipe was mostly because he would need him to work soon.
Sure enough, Li Yun put away the solution, turned to Zhao Taizhu and said, now we can discuss the details about Blackstone Town. Zhao Taizhu quickly nodded, putting the hunting rifle aside and sitting up straight.
There are about 20 or so vultures. Their base is in an old factory east of the town where they've modified some off-road vehicles and patrol within a 30-kilometer radius every day to capture people.
The town mayor is the manipulator. He rarely shows himself.
I've seen him 3 times, each time in the square at the town entrance, standing under the gallows.
He doesn't speak, just stares at people.
Zhao Taizhu said, his face turning pale, clearly recalling something terrifying. The captured women are locked up in a warehouse beside the old factory, while the men are sent to work at the mine north of the town. I heard someone say that there's something beneath the mine and none of the workers have lived for more than a month.
Li Yun's expression hardened. The mine. Do you know where the mine is?
Yes. Zhao Taizhu drew a rough sketch on the ground north of Blackstone Town. If you follow the old road for 7 or 8 kilometers, there's an abandoned coal mine. After the disaster, that place was occupied by the mayor's people and strange noises are often heard from inside. No one dares to approach. Li Yun stared at the sketch, his mind racing. The exploration logs of Pioneer Energy mentioned unusual energy fluctuations deep within the Holy Heart Mountain range, marking 7 high anomaly response points in the A7 to A12 regions.
Could the mine north of Blackstone Town be one of them? If so, the mayor's purpose in occupying the mine is not just for coal.
He is searching for something.
Brotherly Wang Mang asked softly, should we?
He had gained some courage. They now had 4 combat personnel, and with the newly refined solution their team's strength had significantly increased.
A sneak attack might actually have some chances. No, Li Yun interrupted him. Going to Blackstone Town now would be suicidal. With more than 20 vultures plus a second-tier manipulator, we don't have enough people to even put a dent in them. He hadn't finished speaking. Zhao Taizhu and the others had just joined and still needed time to be observed. How could he possibly engage in battle with Blackstone Town at this time? There were no other benefits. Wang Mang shrank back, not daring to speak further. However, Zhao Taizhu caught the underlying meaning. Just because they weren't going now didn't mean they wouldn't go later. He quietly glanced at Li Yun, feeling a sense of calculation, and relaxed a little. The sky gradually darkened. In the distance, the ruins of the meteorological station were shrouded in twilight, with a few surviving wind whisper bats occasionally circling, but they quickly returned to their eaves. The stench in the air had dissipated, leaving only the unique chill of the wilderness at night. Li Yun stood up and scanned the surroundings. In the passive state of Linger, he detected no unusual energy reactions. We will rest here tonight, he said. We will continue our journey tomorrow morning.
Wang Mang responded and brought out several blankets scavenged from the vulture's off-road vehicle, distributing them to Zhao Taizhu and the others. Zhao Qiuyu wrapped herself in a blanket, leaning on her brother's shoulder, and her complexion looked a little better than during the day. The holy oil continued to take effect and the dark purple patches on her neck had faded a bit. Her breathing also steadied. She looked at Li Yun, her lips moved as if she wanted to say thank you, but in the end she simply nodded lightly, filled with gratitude in her eyes. Zhao Chunlei sat beside his sister, still clutching the iron pipe coated with the solution, his eyes sparkling, lost in thought. Zhao Taizhu placed the hunting rifle beside him, leaning against a mound, and closed his eyes.
The night deepened.
Li Yun leaned against the driver's seat, closing his eyes but not falling asleep.
The system interface appeared in his mind. Midnight. Today's intelligence has been refreshed.
Today's intelligence 13. At a depth of 300 meters beneath the Blackstone Town mine, there is an abandoned exploration well from Pioneer Energy. High concentrations of anomalous energy responses were detected at the bottom of the well, suspected to be of the same origin as the star observation platform. Note a large number of bone-eating worms are parasitic inside the well. This organism is extremely sensitive to vibrations and can consume all organic matter when acting in groups. Today's Intelligence 23. The mayor of Blackstone Town, Sunmoutsai, was formerly a geological engineer of Pioneer Energy's 7th exploration team and awakened as a manipulator after the disaster. The watch he wears on his right hand contains encrypted data from the exploration team, including a detailed map leading to the star observation platform. Today's Intelligence 33. The squad leader of the Vulture Patrol, Zhang Hong, has discovered the body of his brother Scar and others. Using the scent tracking ability of the tracker, he is following the bloody trail left by Scar and others and the traces of the mining machine that were not completely cleaned up, heading in the direction of the slope, seeking revenge for his kin. The leader Wild Dog Zhang Hong is a first-tier tracker with abilities including scent lock and footprint reversal. The deputy Jackal Wang San is a first-tier berserker with abilities including muscle enhancement and pain shield. There are also 4 ordinary thugs equipped with modified hunting rifles and machetes. They are expected to arrive in 3 hours. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Pioneer Energy's 7th exploration team, geological engineer, detailed map leading to the star observation platform. And 3 hours. He glanced towards the dark, indistinct ruins of the meteorological station and then towards the distant continuous mountains to the east. The passive warning from Linger had begun to ache faintly. Those people are coming soon. In the darkest hour of the night, Li Yun opened his eyes. In passive spiritual vision, 6 dark red life heat sources were slowly moving in the distance. With less than 2 kilometers left, their speed was not fast, but their direction was exceptionally precise, heading straight towards the earthen slope. The pursuers. Truly impressive. Li Yun's mind raced as he got up from the driver's seat and gently nudged the sleeping Wang Meng in the passenger seat. Ha! Brotherly! Wang Meng opened his eyes in a daze. Don't make a sound, Li Yun whispered. Wake up Zhao Taizhu and let Chunlei get up. We have guests coming. I will do it right away. Wang Meng jolted awake and hurriedly jumped out of the car. 2 minutes later, everyone gathered on the illuminated side of the mining vehicle. Zhao Qiuyu was wrapped in a blanket, her face pale but her eyes clear. Zhao Chunlei tightened the iron pipe smeared with a silencing agent, sweat forming in his palms. Zhao Taizhu held the shotgun tightly in his arms, his knuckles turning white. They were not fools. Being woken up at this hour surely meant some danger was approaching. Brotherly, how many are there? Wang Meng asked in a low voice. 6. Li Yun drew a rough sketch on the ground. A vulture patrol team from Blackstone Town led by a tracker first rank capable of locking onto scents and retracing footsteps. The assistant is a berserker first rank with muscle enhancement and pain suppression. The remaining 4 are ordinary thugs armed. Zhao Taizhu gasped. 6 people. And there's a ranker. Are you scared? Li Yun glanced at him, activating his passive spiritual vision, always attentive to the subtle expressions on everyone's faces. A flash of hatred crossed Zhao Taizhu's eyes as he gritted his teeth. What's there to be afraid of? After all, this life was one he had picked up. He was ready to fight these scum. Zhao Chunlei nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with burning hatred. I'm listening to my benefactor. Li Yun's lips curled into a slight arc as he began to deploy the plan. Wang Meng, take Qiuyu and drive the mining vehicle to that abandoned house to the east. No need to clean up the tracks, let them chase. Qiuyu is in the vehicle, and when they see someone inside they will definitely latch onto it. Ha! Wang Meng was taken aback. And what about you guys? I will stay with Taizhu and Chunlei. Li Yun pulled out the captured earth gun from the driver's seat along with a whole bag of yellow bullets. Do you see this? He poured out the bullets and took out a bottle of silencing agent, evenly coating each bullet. The silencing agent on the blade can only muffle melee sounds. But when applied to bullets, Li Yun's lips curled up, the gunfire will be reduced by 80%. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Are you saying I will find a vantage point and take them out one by one? Li Yun said. Taizhu and Chunlei will ambush behind that low wall on the west side. After I take down 2 or 3 thugs, you will start firing from the east, making as much noise as possible. Draw the attention of those vultures towards you. Zhao Taizhu frowned, and the tracker and berserker. He knew Li Yun was letting them attract attention, but ordinary people had little chance against a ranker. Leave that to me. Li Yun pressed the silenced bullets into the chamber one by one. Keep the remaining bullets. After firing, immediately change your position. Don't stay in one place. The berserker is tough, but if his legs are broken he won't be able to run. As for the tracker, I will make him come to me by scent. Wang Meng was still worried. But you only have a shotgun and a fire axe. Li Yun patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Just drive, and when I finish off those 4 ordinary thugs you can drive back and work with the mining vehicle's intelligent grabbing system to catch them. Wang Meng was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Got it. 10 minutes later, the roar of the mining vehicle's engine shattered the night silence. The tracks crushed the gravel and the headlights blazed brightly as it sped towards the abandoned house to the east. The commotion was so loud that it seemed they were afraid others wouldn't notice. Zhang Hong crouched at the edge of the earthen slope, his nose twitching, a glint in his eyes. Keep it down, there are molten fire ants around here. Don't disturb them, get out of the car here.
Yes.
The 6 of them dashed eastward. To avoid alarming the enemy, Zhang Hong deliberately parked the modified off-road vehicle 5 kilometers away and approached on foot, relying entirely on his tracking abilities, aiming to catch this group all at once. But they did not know that behind a patch of dry grass at the highest point of the earthen slope a pair of pitch-black eyes were locked onto their figures through the night. Li Yun lay hidden in the weeds, the earth gun resting before him, its barrel wrapped in silencer fabric he had scavenged from the vulture vehicle, and he had smeared a layer of molten fire ant oil on himself to completely mask his scent. The tracker relied on smell to lock onto targets, which was a countermeasure he had planned in advance. No one would seek trouble with monsters in the wilderness. Even if detected, they would never approach. With spiritual vision fully activated, the movement trajectories of the 6 heat sources were as clear as daylight. He pulled out a walkie-talkie and gently pressed the talk button. Wang Meng, slow down and let them get a bit closer. On the other end, Wang Meng's low voice came through. Understood. The roar of the mining vehicle became a bit quieter.
Zhang Hong was overjoyed. Their vehicle has broken down. Hurry up.
The 6 accelerated with less than 300 meters remaining to the mining vehicle. Li Yun narrowed his eyes, slowly moving the gun's muzzle to lock onto the last thug. The bullet soaked in silencing agent glimmered with a faint gray hue in his spiritual vision. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger.
Puff.
The gunfire was as quiet as a fart, hardly audible in the vast wilderness. 300 meters away, the thug's head tilted as he fell silently to the ground. Zhang Hong, running in front, had no idea.
Keep chasing, he shouted. Another 50 meters later, Li Yun pulled the trigger again. Puff.
The second thug fell, shot in the back of the head, blood splattering onto his nearby companion's face.
Ah.
Only then did the thug react, screaming in terror. It's an ambush.
Someone is shooting black guns. Zhang Hong suddenly turned back, seeing 2 bodies, his pupils constricting. Take cover. Everyone hide.
The remaining 2 thugs hurriedly crouched down, scanning the surroundings but seeing nothing. The night was too dark, and at over 300 meters away, Li Yun had perfectly blended into the patch of dry grass, making it impossible for them to find the shooter's position. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the west.
Bang!
Zhao Tai's shotgun fired, the bullet hitting the ground 5 meters in front of Zhang Hong, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Over there.
They're over there, a thug exclaimed.
Zhang Heng's eyes sharpened. Wang San, take the others to the west.
I'll deal with that shooter. The hidden shooter was too accurate and posed too great a threat. He needed to be dealt with first. If he got closer, his rank ability might just catch the scent of this guy.
Follow me.
Wang San shouted angrily, leading the remaining 2 thugs towards the low wall on the west side. Li Yun was waiting for this moment. He shifted his aim to one of the thugs.
Puff.
The third shot, and that person fell in response.
Ah.
The other thug was frightened out of his wits, screaming in terror as he turned to run. But after running less than 10 meters with a puff, he also collapsed to the ground. All 4 thugs were wiped out.
Damn.
They actually smeared molten fire ant oil to disguise themselves. Zhang Hong stared at the bodies on the ground, his face turning pale, but he did not stop, his nose twitching. He moved closer to the earthen slope. Based on the wounds on the bodies, he had locked onto the scent of the molten fire ants that Li Yun had on him. On the other side, Wang San rushed near the low wall, his muscles bulging, skin flushed like an angry bull.
Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei leapt from their hiding place, shooting as they ran.
The shotgun spewed fire once more, the bullet hitting Wang San, leaving only a 2-centimeter deep blood mark. The berserker's muscle enhancement was astonishingly tough.
Dare to shoot at me. Die. Wang San snarled as he lunged at Zhao Taizhu, delivering a punch. Bang.
Zhao Taizhu rolled away in a disheveled manner, the punch crashing into the wall and creating a large hole.
Debris flew, cutting Zhao Chunlei's forehead, blood flowing down his cheek. Uncle.
Zhao Chunlei gritted his teeth, gripping the iron pipe and charging towards Wang San, swinging a strike towards his ribs.
That was one of the most vulnerable places on a person. If this hit an ordinary person, would immediately suffer broken bones and collapse. Clang.
The pipe struck like it hit an iron plate, causing his hands to go numb.
What? Zhao Chunlei was startled, hurriedly retracting. You little brat, think you can run?
Wang San backhanded him, sending Zhao Chunlei flying.
Cough, cough, cough.
Zhao Chunlei landed heavily, blood filling his mouth, but he struggled to get up.
Chunlei.
Zhao Tai's eyes turned red as he raised the shotgun and fired again at Wang San's leg. The bullet embedded itself in the muscle, but Wang San only grunted, angered further, and charged forward.
At that moment, Li Yun slid down from the earthen slope.
He ignored the still distant Zhang Hong and headed straight for Wang San, running while aiming.
With his spiritual vision fully activated, Wang San's thick legs appeared distinctly in his view. Bang. This shot didn't use a silenced bullet, he deliberately let the gunfire explode to attract attention. The bullet accurately struck Wang San's right knee. Though the berserker's muscles were tough, the joints were a weakness. Wang San's right leg buckled, kneeling on one knee. Ah, he roared, trying to stand. Li Yun fired again. Bang. The left knee exploded in a spray of blood.
Wang San could no longer hold himself up and fell to the ground, his legs a bloody mess, bones exposed.
Wang Mang. Li Yun shouted into the walkie-talkie.
To the east, the mining vehicle's engine roared suddenly, the tracks crushing through the wilderness, speeding towards him.
Wang Mang floored the accelerator, aiming the vehicle directly at Wang San.
When 10 meters away, he yanked on the control stick. A hydraulic mechanical arm sprang out from the side of the vehicle, its three-fingered alloy claw opening like the mouth of a beast, viciously grasping Wang San's relatively intact left leg.
What?
Wang San had not reacted before he was hoisted upside down in the air. The hydraulic arm lifted him high 2 meters off the ground. Wang San struggled desperately, but with his leg broken he could exert no strength, swaying in the air like a salted fish.
Let me down if you dare. I will rip you apart.
He shouted angrily, blood dripping from his legs. Wang Mang poked his head out of the driver's cabin, grinning. Oh, you're still so spirited, hanging like this is great, well, take our time with you later.
Damn it, ambushed. Kill those two first to teach you a lesson.
Zhang Heng, hearing the gunfire, cursed angrily, abandoning the pursuit of Li Yun and instead lunging towards Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei. He moved extremely fast, the gleaming blade in his hand reflecting cold light. Just as Zhao Taizhu helped Zhao Chunlei up, he felt a fierce wind assaulting him from behind.
He instinctively turned, shielding Zhao Chunlei behind him, raising the shotgun. Bang.
The gun went off, but Zhang Heng sidestepped the bullet, grazing his shoulder. Your aiming is too slow, he sneered as he swung the knife down.
Just as the blade was less than half a meter from Zhao Taizu's head. Puff. A faint sound.
A burst of blood erupted from Zhang Heng's right shoulder joint, causing the knife to fly from his hand. He staggered back, turning to look towards the earthen slope. Li Yun held the earth gun, the barrel still smoking faintly. His pitch-black eyes shimmered in the night, locking onto every weakness on Zhang Heng's body.
Enough.
Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, his left hand reaching for the handgun at his waist, but he had only completed half the motion when Li Yun had already moved. Under the effect of the silencing agent, Li Yun's footsteps were nearly silent. By the time Zhang Heng drew his handgun, he had already closed the distance to within 5 meters.
Zhang Heng raised his hand to shoot. Bang. Bang. 2 shots, but in the night it was impossible to see Li Yun's movement track. He could only rely on his rank ability to track. With spiritual vision fully activated, Li Yun easily avoided the bullet's trajectories. He rolled sideways, reaching Zhang Heng's side just as his third shot missed. The purification dagger flashed with cold light, directly stabbing Zhang Heng's wrist. Ah! Zhang Heng screamed, the handgun dropping to the ground. Li Yun kicked the handgun away, the dagger shooting out like lightning under the perception of spiritual vision, precisely severing Zhang Heng's tendons in his hands and feet, with the dagger finally pressed against his throat. Don't move. His voice was as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. Zhang Heng froze, looking into those pitch-black eyes, a chill running down his spine. The battle was over. It took less than 10 minutes. All 4 thugs were eliminated. Wang San was suspended beneath the mechanical arm, his legs a bloody mess, barely alive. Zhang Heng lay on the ground, immobilized with severed tendons. Zhao Taizhu supported Zhao Chunlei as they approached. Zhao Chunlei had a gash on his forehead from the debris, blood smeared across half his face, but his spirit was still good. Zhao Taizhu also had a scratch on his arm, a result of dodging earlier. Benefactor. Zhao Chunlei smiled through the pain, gritting his teeth. We are fine, just superficial wounds. Li Yun nodded, looking down at Zhang Heng. Your brother Scarface, I killed him, he said. But you didn't come to find me just for revenge, did you? Zhang Heng's pupils constricted. What is really going on in the Blackstone Town mine? Li Yun's voice was soft, but each word struck like a knife. Zhang Heng clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Li Yun sighed and took out a walkie-talkie from his waist, identical to the one he had just confiscated. He pressed the talk button and a harsh electrical noise came through, followed by a hoarse voice, wild dog. Did you catch someone? Li Yun said nothing and cut off the communication. He looked at Zhang Heng. If you don't return in a few hours, Blackstone Town will send more people. Right. Zhang Heng's face changed. So I need information. Li Yun squatted down, waving the purification dagger in front of him. What exactly is Sun Maokai looking for under the mine? I can tell you, but you have to give me a quick end later. Alright, I'll keep my word. Li Yun agreed without the slightest hesitation. In his spiritual vision, Zhang Heng's life energy was rapidly disordered, clearly at the end of his strength, and acquiring some information from him was a good thing. Zhang Heng stared at the dagger, his lips moving, finally speaking. Crystals. A special kind of crystal. He said. That thing can help him break through to the 2nd rank and advance to the 3rd rank. Li Yun's eyes narrowed. 3rd rank. 300 meters underground in the mine there is an abandoned exploration well. Inside. The things in there we dare not go down. Every time someone is sent down they never come back up. Zhang Heng's voice trembled. But he keeps sending people.
He says that as long as he can get a piece of crystal he doesn't care how many die.
Li Yun was silent for a few seconds before slowly standing up. Wang Meng, clean up the battlefield. Take away anything useful.
He looked at Zhang Hong and then at the suspended Wang San. As for these two rankers,
don't waste the crystal fragments in their bodies.
Zhang Hong's eyes widened instantly. Before he could finish, the purification dagger had already sliced across his throat. Blood sprayed. Li Yun turned expressionlessly and walked towards Wang San.
You little bastard, if you have the guts, let me down. Wang San continued to curse while dangling in the air. Li Yun couldn't be bothered to waste words, swiftly ending his life. Eliminated one first-rank tracker ranker and one first-rank berserker ranker. Spiritual Vision Proficiency 20. Acquired Tracker Crystal Fragment 1, Berserker Crystal Fragment 1. Current Spiritual Vision Proficiency LV 285,100. Sequence Growth Path Seer. Current Sequence Progress 20. Current Distortion Progress 6.
5. Wang Meng and Zhao Taizhu began to scavenge the spoils while Zhao Chunlei squatted beside them, wiping the blood from his face with a cloth, his eyes fixed on the bodies, lost in thought.
The night gradually faded.
The eastern horizon began to brighten with a fish belly white.
A new day had begun.
The morning light pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the dirt slope. 6 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping into the cracked earth, staining it dark red. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder mingling with the chill of the morning, choking the throat. Wang Meng crouched beside Wang San's corpse, prying open his mouth with a crowbar to extract a dark red crystal the size of a grain of rice from the position behind his molars. This is a fragment of the Berserker sequence, though incomplete it gleamed impressively. Li Gu, can this thing really grow out of the mouth? He held the crystal up for inspection.
Not necessarily, Li Yun replied as he approached, taking the crystal to examine it further. Some are found in the heart, others in the spine, some behind the head. The location depends on the type of sequence and the awakening method. Wang Meng shuddered, recalling the purple light spots on the nape of those bone-eating fog corpses. This is too sinister. Sinister. Li Yun stored the crystal in an iron box. In this world, anything that can make you stronger is sinister. Benefactor, everything is here.
Zhao Taizhu piled up the loot on the ground. Aside from that modified pickup truck, the rest of those thugs were quite poor, not much of value on them.
Alright, 3 guns, just enough for each of us.
Li Yun glanced over, nodded, and distributed the 3 guns to Wang Meng and Zhao Chunlei. Keeping all 3 guns for himself wouldn't increase his sense of security. It was better to distribute them to enhance the combat capability of the team. Having fought together, Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei had given their all. Even with Zhao Chouyu infected, they did not abandon him.
This deepened Li Yun's trust in the two.
Ordinary thugs offered little reward. The real value lay in the crystals from those 2 sequence holders. He pulled out 3 crystal fragments he had retrieved from Zhang Hong and Wang San's corpses.
Zhang Hong's tracker crystal was grayish-white, its surface marked with intricate patterns resembling an ancient map.
Wang San had 2 berserker crystals, both dark red, one larger and one smaller, with the larger being of purer quality.
Acquired tracker crystal fragment flawed 1, berserker crystal fragment flawed 2. Tip can be directly absorbed to replenish spiritual sight proficiency or used as trade currency. Warning: non-sequence crystals have low absorption efficiency and a slight risk of contamination. Li Yun held the 3 crystals in his palm, activating his spiritual sight. In his vision, the 3 fragments emitted energy waves at different frequencies.
The tracker crystal's waves were subtle and prolonged like a winding path. The berserker crystal's waves were violent and intense like burning flames. 3 types of crystals, 3 fundamentally different abilities. He reflected the core of the seer is observation and analysis with a natural resistance to such foreign energies.
Absorbing them shouldn't be a problem.
He turned to Zhao Taizhu, saying, "You all go rest in the vehicle.
Wang Meng stays." Zhao Taizhu nodded eagerly, helping Zhao Chunlei toward the mining vehicle. Zhao Chunlei glanced back at Li Yun, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately he only nodded.
Once they were far away, Wang Meng leaned in. Li Gu, are you going to absorb these crystals?
Yes. Isn't it dangerous?
Yes, Li Yun replied with a glance, but danger must be embraced. The road ahead won't be peaceful. Every bit of strength increases our chances of survival. Wang Meng fell silent. He had seen sequence holders absorb crystals in previous caravans. Some went mad on the spot, bleeding from every orifice, ultimately becoming monstrous beings, neither human nor ghost. But he also knew that those without crystals faced those monsters and thugs and died even faster. "I'll keep watch for you." Wang Meng gripped his crowbar tightly, turning his back to Li Yun as he scanned the surroundings. Li Yun said nothing, sitting cross-legged and holding the 3 crystals in his left palm, closing his eyes.
His spiritual sight was fully activated.
His consciousness sank into his body and he saw the energy structure within a soft white halo around his heart, the core of the seer. Countless fine energy threads radiated from the core, connecting to his limbs and bones like a precise neural network. This was the foundation of his sequence.
He took a deep breath, guiding the energy from the left hand into his body. As the first strand of dark red energy flowed into his arm, a wave of heat suddenly exploded.
The energy within the Berserker crystal was turbulent and domineering, carrying a strong aggressiveness. It surged into Li Yun's energy network like a herd of wild horses attempting to conquer, destroy and transform. Flashes of fragmented images surged before his eyes, Wang San grinning as he smashed a man's skull, Wang San tearing a woman's clothes, Wang San ravenously chewing on unknown flesh. Those were the lingering emotions of the crystal's previous owner, the most primal kill and desire. Poof! Li Yun snorted coldly, the core of the seer suddenly illuminating. White energy threads surged from his heart like countless tentacles ensnaring the invading dark red energy. They did not violently expel it but rather analyzed it. The essence of the seer is observation, and observation requires understanding. The white energy threads penetrated the dark red energy, reading its frequency, structure and properties. The energy essence of the Berserker crystal was peeled away layer by layer, the principles of muscle enhancement, mechanisms of pain suppression, side effects of adrenaline surges. I see. Li Yun's mind was enlightened. As the analysis deepened, the dark red energy ceased to resist. They were assimilated and absorbed by the white energy, transforming into warm currents that flowed into Li Yun's body. His muscles felt slightly swollen, a mild itch radiating through his bones, and the capillaries beneath his skin seemed to grow thicker and denser. Absorbed Berserker crystal fragments. 2 Spiritual sight proficiency 12 acquired passive effect, slight increase in muscle strength, slight increase in pain threshold. Current spiritual sight proficiency LV 297,100. The 2 points of proficiency overflow before advancement are automatically counted towards the new level. Just a bit more. Li Yun opened his eyes, looking at the last crystal in his palm, the tracker crystal. The energy fluctuation of this crystal was entirely different. It lacked the aggressiveness of the Berserker, instead it bore a sense of subtle guidance. The energy threads were fine and long, like countless invisible paths extending into the void. Li Yun closed his eyes, guiding it into his body. The icy energy flowed down his arm, encountering no conflict, no resistance, even actively merging with the seer's energy network. What appeared before him was no longer emotional scenes but rather a series of blurred trajectory maps, the footprints left by Zhang Han while tracking prey, the path of sense he detected floating in the air, the subtle traces visible in Zhang Heng's eyes that ordinary people overlooked. These fragments of knowledge were quickly integrated and archived by the seer's analytical ability like pieces of a puzzle. Li Yun saw his own body not as an energy structure in spiritual sight but from an entirely unique perspective. The footprints he left slightly sank in the mud, the scent from his body diffused in the air, and the frequency of his chest rising and falling while he breathed. So this is how the tracker sees the world. He marveled inwardly, gaining a new understanding of the peculiar powers of the sequences. Absorbed tracker crystal fragment 1 spiritual sight proficiency 5 acquired passive effect, slight enhancement of environmental trace perception, able to detect subtle traces unnoticed by ordinary people. Current spiritual sight proficiency LV 202,100. Detected spiritual sight proficiency has reached the advancement threshold. Do you wish to advance? Warning: advancing spiritual sight will consume mental energy and there may be side effects such as cognitive distortion and loss of reality during the advancement process. It is recommended to perform it in a safe environment. Li Yun opened his eyes, a flash of grayish-white patterns glimmering in his pupils. A safe environment. He glanced around. The wilderness was desolate, the stench of blood still lingering, and monsters or pursuers could appear at any moment. But the next thought was even stronger. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Being stronger is always better. At least LV 2 isn't enough for me to stay in a cozy nest. He took a deep breath, silently urging advance. As the advancement began, a strong wave of dizziness suddenly struck. Li Yun felt as if his consciousness was being pulled out of his body by an invisible hand, causing him to fall into a gravityless space. Surrounded by endless darkness, there was no direction, no sound, and no point of reference. Where is this? He tried to open his eyes, only to find that the act of opening his eyes was utterly meaningless. In this space he had no eyes. Only his consciousness floated aimlessly. Suddenly countless points of light emerged from the darkness. Red, purple, white, gray. They swarmed together like the starry sky on a summer night. They rotated and moved slowly, interconnected by countless strands of energy, weaving a massive net that covered the heavens and the earth. Li Yun stared at those points of light. A realization surged within him. The red ones were the sources of life. The purple ones were polluted energy. The white ones represented the sequence of purification. The gray ones were. Before he could discern further, those points of light suddenly expanded and rushed toward him. The torrent of information flooded into his consciousness like a burst dam. Each point of light carried vast amounts of information, their positions, trajectories, energy frequencies, and interactions with surrounding points of light. An overwhelming influx of information nearly threatened to burst his brain. Ah! Li Yun screamed in his mind, but no sound escaped his lips. His consciousness began to distort him. Those points of light morphed into twisted faces in his eyes. Some bore the sinister smile of Wang San, others the terrified gaze of Zhang Heng, and some the dying scream of the scar-faced man, along with many more unfamiliar faces. Die! Why won't you die? Get down here! We're all dead. How come you're still alive? They screamed, cried and cursed as they surged toward him from all directions.
Illusion.
Li Yun gritted his teeth. This is cognitive distortion.
He desperately held onto a thread of clarity, recalling the essence of the seer: observation and analysis. Observation means to see.
Analysis means to understand. Now that this information was flooding in, he did not need to resist, he only needed
to understand.
He forced himself to calm down like a precise instrument, beginning to process the incoming information. The red points of light represented life. Their movements followed a patterned muscle contraction, shifts and center of gravity breathing rhythms. These patterns could predict their next positions. The purple points of light represented pollution. Their energy frequencies were chaotic, yet amidst the chaos there was order.
Finding this order would reveal their weaknesses.
The white points of light were the source of power for the sequencers. Their energy cores were located in the heart, brain and spine.
Different locations corresponded to different abilities.
The gray points of light, those were. He suddenly saw the gray points of light clearly. Those were traces.
Footprints left by people, tire tracks left by vehicles, bullet trajectories left by bullets, even the ripples of sound propagating through the air. Everything leaves traces at the energy level.
And these traces could be pre-played.
Li Yun's consciousness trembled violently.
He saw a trajectory. It was himself performing an action he would take in a few seconds. He saw himself standing up, walking towards Wang Mang and patting him on the shoulder. Then his self in the vision spoke clearly, saying, "Have you finished your watch?
Let me take over." Is this precognition? He was shocked.
In the next moment, all the points of light exploded simultaneously. The darkness receded and his consciousness returned.
Cough, cough. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath.
Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and his back was soaked with sweat. He felt a dull pain in his temples, having consumed most of his mental energy, yet his overall state was clearer than ever before.
Spiritual vision advancement successful. Current level LV
32,200. New ability unlocked. Trajectory preplay. When actively activated, it allows for a brief prediction of the target's next 12 seconds of action trajectory, consuming mental energy based on prediction duration and target strength. Passive ability enhancement. Perception range expanded to 50 meters. Energy insight accuracy improved, capable of distinguishing more subtle energy frequency differences. Distortion control ability enhanced. Each active use of spiritual vision reduces distortion growth by 50.
Current distortion progress 6.
5. Li Yun slowly clenched his fists. The pain from the back of his body previously inflicted by the wind language bat had nearly dissipated.
The support strength in his legs was significantly enhanced. The reinforcement brought by the berserker crystal had already integrated into his body.
Looking down, he could clearly see inside his own body. The white halo around his heart was twice as bright as before. The energy strands were thicker and denser, extending throughout his body. Muscles, bones and blood vessels, all the energy flows were clearly visible.
He looked up into the distance. Within a 50-meter range, everything had an energy outline.
Wang Mang had faint gray strands on him, remnants of the trace he left while standing. The corpses on the ground emitted dark red residual energy, slowly dissipating. Even in the nearby grass, a weak red source of heat was writhing. Combining spiritual vision with the knowledge in his mind instantly led to a conclusion.
It was a wild rabbit. This is LV 3 of spiritual vision.
Li Yun marveled inwardly. This brand new experience felt as if he had removed the frosted glass covering his eyes, truly seeing the world for what it was.
He tried to activate trajectory preplay, locking onto Wang Mang.
Instantly, several virtual lines appeared in his field of vision. These represented the actions Wang Mang might take next. He would turn to look at Li Yun in 2 seconds, then scratch his head in 4 seconds and walk over this way.
Sure enough, 2 seconds later, Wang Mang turned his head and quietly asked, "Li, good at work?"
Li Yun did not respond but continued to focus on those virtual lines. They were still changing, continuously adjusting the predicted trajectory based on Wang Mang's breathing, heartbeat and muscle state. Although it was only 1 or 2 seconds, it was enough to gain the upper hand in battle. If he had this ability when dealing with Zhang Heng, he wouldn't have had to hedge for long. A single move could lock onto his attack trajectory, directly subduing the enemy. A good thing he closed spiritual vision, and the throbbing pain in his temples immediately eased. Wang Mang, seeing that Li Yun did not respond, walked over with some concern. "Li Gu,
are you all right? Just now your eyes seemed to be glowing." He had seen 2 black gemstones seemingly burning in Li Yun's eye sockets.
"I'm fine." Li Yun stood up, stretching his shoulders. "I absorbed the crystal. There were some side effects." He walked over to Wang Mang, patted him on the shoulder just as he had seen in the pre-play.
Wang Mang was taken aback, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it. The two walked towards the mining vehicle.
Zhao Taizhu was leaning against the vehicle, smoking. Upon seeing Li Yun approach, he quickly extinguished his cigarette. Zhao Chunlei was crouched nearby with a bandage hastily wrapped around his forehead by Zhao Qiuyu, looking somewhat comical. Zhao Qiuyu leaned against the vehicle seat with holy oil continuously suppressing the pollution within her body, appearing much better than she had the previous night. Upon seeing Li Yun, her eyes brightened, her lips moved, and she finally spoke. Thank
you.
Her voice was soft as if she hadn't spoken in a long time.
Li Yun nodded and turned to Zhao Tieju. Is there anything else you want to add about the Blackstone town?
Zhao Taiju thought for a moment. The vultures change shifts every 3 days.
Today is their shift change day.
I previously repaired an off-road vehicle for them in Blackstone town and I witnessed their shift process firsthand. It's definitely accurate. But if Zhang Hong and the others haven't returned, the next shift we'll definitely notice by tomorrow morning.
So that means we have at most one more day.
About that Zhao Taiju said, but if Zhang Hong had reported back to the town before leaving, that time would be even shorter.
Li Yun fell silent for a few seconds, quickly calculating in his mind.
The meteorological station had been fully explored and the silencing agent had also been refined. There were 2 paths ahead: either continue east directly to the stargazing platform or turn back to find an opportunity to sneak into Blackstone town and retrieve the watch on Sun Maokai's wrist. The stargazing platform was key, but the route map in Sun Maokai's hands was also crucial. Without the map, even if they reached the stargazing platform, they might not find the entrance. The intel says Sun Maokai is the geological engineer of the 7th exploration team of Pioneer Energy. Li Yun thought the watch ES stores encrypted data from the exploration team. It likely contains the method to enter the stargazing platform.
But Blackstone town had over 20 vultures and a second-tier manipulator. Charging in would be suicide. We need a chance. Li Yun looked into the distance, an opportunity to create chaos among them.
He turned to the others and said, "Get in the car, let's leave here first. The smell of blood is too strong here, it will attract monsters before dark."
Wang Mang responded and started the vehicle, heading in the direction that Li Yun sensed was the safest.
The tracks rolled over the dirt, slowly leaving the slope. Behind them 6 corpses lay in the morning light. Several vultures circled in the sky, emitting sharp cries. The mining vehicle traveled 20 kilometers east and stopped at an abandoned gas station. The gas station had long been looted. The fuel pump hoses had been ripped out, the convenience store doors and windows shattered, and moldy snack wrappers and empty bottles scattered on the floor. But at least it had 4 walls to block the wind.
Well, spend the night here.
Li Yun jumped out of the car. The moment he landed, his spiritual vision activated, fully scanning his surroundings to confirm there were no hidden life sources, pollution traces, or signs of human activity before finally deciding to spend the night here.
Well, take turns keeping watch, 2 hours each. For the first 2 hours, Zhao Chunlei will watch the first half of the night, then Zhao Taiju will take over for the next 4 hours, and for the latter half of the night, Wang Mang and I will split the watch. Wang Mang pulled out blankets from the vehicle and distributed them to Zhao Taiju and the others.
Zhao Chunlei took the blanket, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Benefactor, where are we going tomorrow?"
Li Yun glanced at him.
The young man's eyes bore fear, but more than that they sparkled with anticipation.
Anticipation for revenge, for strength, for survival in this hellish world. East, Li Yun said, "First to the stargazing platform." Zhao Chunlei was taken aback. "What about Blackstone town?" "Well, come back," Li Yun interrupted him, "but not now."
Zhao Chunlei wanted to say something more, but Zhao Taiju pulled him back and shook his head.
Night fell.
The wind howled through the wilderness, stirring up dust and battering the shattered windows.
The ruins of the gas station appeared especially desolate in the night. Zhao Qiuyu, wrapped in a blanket, had fallen asleep against the wall.
Zhao Chunlei sat beside her, gripping the iron pipe coated with the silencing agent, his eyes fixed on the door outside. Zhao Taiju leaned against the door, his shotgun resting on his knee, smoking one cigarette after another.
Wang Mang lay on the driver's seat snoring.
Li Yun leaned against the seat, eyes closed but not asleep. The system interface materialized in his mind.
Midnight. Today's intelligence has been refreshed.
Today's intelligence 13. The Vulture Patrol Team in Blackstone Town changes shifts daily at 6 in the morning. After Zhang Hong's squad went missing, the next team, led by Wild Dog Lu Chuang, will track the traces.
Lu Chuang is a first-tier berserker sequence with abilities of muscle enhancement and adrenaline burst.
Estimated arrival time tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Today's intelligence 23. At 300 meters underground in the Blackstone Town mine, the bone-eater worms enter a dormant period every 72 hours, lasting 6 hours. During the dormant period, the worm swarm reacts sluggishly to external vibrations, making it the only window for entering the exploration well.
Next dormant period start time 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Today's intelligence 33. Sun Maokai inspects the mine entrance every evening carrying a watch.
Inspection route starting from the town center square, traveling via the old road to the mine, staying for about 20 minutes before returning.
There are 3 open high points along the way suitable for long-range sniping.
Li Yun opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
The opportunity has come.
As dawn broke, Li Yun opened his eyes. The wilderness outside the gas station was shrouded in a thin mist, visibility less than 200 meters. His spiritual vision activated, passively revealing a normal sight within his range, devoid of any life, heat sources, or traces of pollution.
However, in the distance, several dark red light spots flickered in the mist.
"They're coming," Li Yun said as he sat up and nudged Wang Mang awake.
Wang Mang jolted awake, looking into Li Yun's pitch-black eyes.
A thought struck him and he lowered his voice to ask, "Brotherly, could it be the pursuers from Haishi town?"
"How many this time?" Li Yun asked. "Same as before, 6 of them." I estimate that's the full strength of their vulture squad.
Li Yun squinted, focusing his spiritual vision to its maximum. The leader's energy signature is stronger than Wang San's. He should also be a sequence user.
The remaining 5 are ordinary thugs.
Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei, hearing their conversation, also woke up. In this environment no one could sleep deeply.
Zhao Chunlei gripped a silenced earth gun, palm sweating. Chunlei, don't panic.
Remember what I taught you after releasing the safety: align your shot in a straight line.
Don't rush aim before firing. Zhao Taizhu held the shotgun close, checking the bullets while advising his nephew. Uncle. Don't worry, I won't hold you back.
Zhao Chunlei took a deep breath. I will definitely not back down this time to avenge mom and dad.
Sigh.
Zhao Taizhu sighed, pulling a cigarette from his jacket pocket, placing it in his mouth and offering one to Wang Meng and Li Yun.
Benefactor, how do you propose we attack? Zhao Chunlei asked, his eyes filled with both tension and excitement.
Despite sustaining minor injuries in yesterday's battle, everything was according to Li Yun's plan, and he had a blind faith in him. To be able to kill those damned beasts alongside him, aside from his uncle Li Yun, was the one he admired the most.
Click.
As the flames ignited, Li Yun took a deep breath, feeling the nicotine numb his brain as his spiritual vision scanned the surroundings rapidly. To the east of the gas station was the open wilderness, defenseless and unguarded. To the west was a dry creek bed overgrown with weeds suitable for an ambush.
To the north lay an abandoned road, and to the south rolling sand hills.
Taizhu and Chunlei hide in the west creek bed.
Li Yun pulled 5 silenced bullets from his pocket and handed them to Zhao Taizhu. When you hear the gunshots, open fire to the north.
After shooting, immediately change position, don't stay in one place.
Zhao Taizhu took the bullets and nodded, understood.
Wang Meng, you drive the mining vehicle and circle around to the back of the southern sand hills. Wait for my signal, then bring the vehicle back and have the mechanical arm ready. Wang Meng's eyes lit up as he grinned. Are we going to lift someone?
Yes. Li Yun stood up, pulling out the earth gun from under the driver's seat to check the bullets. That Lu Chuang, I want him alive. 15 minutes later, everything was set.
Li Yun crouched among the rubble on the roof of the gas station, covering himself with a piece of tattered canvas that had fallen from the vehicle. The earth gun was positioned in front of him, aiming toward the east. With his spiritual vision fully activated, a modified pickup truck somewhat similar to Zhang Heng's approached rapidly. Occasionally someone would lean out of the window to observe the various traces on the ground, the movement trajectory of 6 heat sources clearly visible.
This is the spot, stop the vehicle.
Lu Chuang suddenly spoke up when they were 300 meters from the gas station, raising his hand to signal for a stop. His nose twitched, sniffing the air like a dog. The smell of blood. Lu Chuang squinted. They killed someone yesterday, they must still carry the scent of those useless Zhang Heng.
Those rats are right here.
Boss, could there be an ambush? A thug asked in a low voice.
What's there to fear?
Lu Chuang sneered to Zhang Heng. That useless one was ambushed even with Wang San.
I'm not the same.
He paused, lowering his voice. Spread out and surround the gas station. If you spot the target, shoot directly, leave one alive to interrogate. Lu Chuang walked at the front, his build even larger than Wang San's, his bare upper body covered in grotesque scars. Behind him followed 5 thugs armed with modified shotguns, their eyes alert.
Spread out. Search the area.
Lu Chuang's eyes gleamed with greed. As long as he completed the task assigned by the boss, finding the one who killed Zhang Heng and bringing back his head, he would be able to pursue that beautiful hospital director he had long desired.
Yes. My little darling, wait for me obediently. Lu Chuang licked his crimson lips, feeling a surge of heat in his chest.
I hope your flavor suits my taste. The 5 thugs dispersed, advancing toward the gas station in a fan shape.
200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters.
Li Yun squinted, slowly moving the gun barrel to lock onto the leftmost thug.
The bullet soaked in silencing agent glowed faintly with a gray hue in his spiritual vision. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Puff.
The gunshot was very soft, like a breeze brushing past the ear. 100 meters away, the thug's head tilted as he collapsed silently to the ground. The other thugs were completely unaware.
Puff.
The second thug fell, shot in the back of his head, his gun flung away by the force and hitting another thug on the head.
Up, that thug yelped in pain, turning to see what happened, only to realize and scream in terror, it's an ambush.
Lu Chuang turned sharply, seeing 2 bodies, his pupils constricting. Take cover. The remaining 3 thugs frantically ducked to the ground, glancing around but seeing nothing. Just then gunfire erupted from the creek to the west.
Bang. Bang.
Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei fired simultaneously, their bullets hitting the ground 10 meters in front of Lu Chuang, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Over there. In the creek, one thug exclaimed. Lu Chuang's expression hardened. You 2 go to the creek. Drag those 2 bastards out.
The 2 thugs exchanged glances, trembling, but under Lu Chuang's blood-red gaze that seemed ready to devour them, they struggled to rise and crept towards the creek.
Gotcha, little mouse.
A cold smile crept across Li Yun's lips. He had been waiting for this moment. He slightly adjusted his aim, locking onto one of them.
Puff. With the third shot that person fell. Ah. I'm not fighting anymore. Spare me. The other thug, terrified, turned and ran. But less than 10 meters into his escape with a puff, he too collapsed to the ground. All 5 thugs were exterminated. Damn, it's still a tough nut. Lu Chuang's face turned ashen. He understood how Zheng Heng's squad had perished, but instead of fleeing he roared, his muscles swelling instantly. His skin turned dark red, veins bulging like dragons, his entire being puffing up a size. Come out, you bastard. He grabbed the shotgun dropped by a thug and started blasting at the gas station. Bang. 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 The bullets struck the rubble on the roof, sending debris flying. Li Yun rolled off the roof, landing behind the gas station. You dog, I've found you. Lu Chuang discarded the empty gun and charged toward the gas station. His speed was astonishing, each step leaving deep footprints. Li Yun darted out from the side of the gas station, raising his gun to aim. The crosshair was set on Lu Chuang's leg. Bang. This shot did not use a silenced bullet, the gunshot resounding. The bullet struck Lu Chuang's right knee with precision. However, Lu Chuang merely let out a grunt. Though his leg buckled, he did not fall. The adrenaline of the berserker surged, causing his knee joint to grotesquely bulge, absorbing the impact of the bullet. The bullet struck the knee, tearing through flesh, ultimately embedding itself in the protruding joint. This was a special ability developed to the extreme by a first-tier berserker. When adrenaline surged, the joint temporarily hardened into bone armor capable of withstanding the impact of ordinary bullets. This was what made him stronger than Wang San. Die. Lu Chuang snarled as he lunged at Li Yun, his fist the size of a sandpot crashing down. Li Yun activated his spiritual vision fully and dodged to the side. Trajectory prediction activate. In his vision, a dotted line appeared on Lu Chuang's fist. This punch was a feint. The real killing blow was the left knee that followed closely. Humph, no wonder you can be a squad leader, your heart is truly black. Li Yun smirked. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lowering himself to slip under Lu Chuang's armpit. With his left hand on the ground, he swept his right leg, delivering a solid kick to the side of Lu Chuang's left knee. Bang. The collision of limbs produced a dull thud. Although Li Yun's body had been enhanced twice, it could not compare to Lu Chuang, a specialist in physical combat, but it still far exceeded that of an ordinary person. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chuang's eyes as his body swayed, losing balance and kneeling on one knee. Yet he reacted swiftly, swinging a punch at Li Yun's head. Trajectory prediction activated again. The landing point, angle, and force of this punch were all clearly visible. Li Yun turned his head, the fist grazed past his ear, the wind from the punch stinging his cheek. Simultaneously, his right-hand earth gun was already pressing against Lu Chuang's right knee along that crimson energy trajectory. Bang. This shot was almost at point-blank range. The bullet pierced through the knee bone, exploding in a cloud of blood mist. Ah! Lu Chuang screamed in agony as 2 bullets stacked together completely penetrated his protruding knee joint, tearing apart the tendons and flesh around the knee, leaving a small crater. His right leg was ruined. Damn it! Lu Chuang's eyes turned bloodshot, adrenaline fully surging, a wave of heat coursed through his body. His muscles swelled again, suppressing the excruciating pain. I'll tear you apart. He bent one leg and stomped the ground, lunging toward Li Yun. In his spiritual vision, Lu Chuang's movements became incredibly slow, as if dropping frames, moving gradually through the air with trails appearing, showing the landing points, the angle of his outstretched arms where there were gaps, how to evade. Everything was vividly captured. Useless. Before these eyes, your struggles are nothing but futile efforts. In Li Yun's pitch-black eyes, Lu Chuang's figure charging at him was reflected. He stepped sideways, taking 2 steps without halting, the muzzle of his gun slightly rising, aiming at Lu Chuang's left knee. Bang. Another shot. Lu Chuang, still in the air, felt his legs torn and bloodied, sensing the warm flow within him vanish, unable to support himself any longer, and he collapsed to the ground. Bang. Bang. Li Yun loaded bullets, aiming again at Lu Chuang's elbow joints with 2 more shots. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Chuang's crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Li Yun, his arm twitching as he tried to reach for the gun at his waist, but the excruciating pain at the joints extinguished that thought. He rolled his eyes, slowly closing them, the rising and falling of his back gradually slowing down. For safety's sake, it's better to hang him up and then interrogate him. Li Yun did not approach, but instead took a few steps back. In his spiritual vision, the blood within Lu Chuang was rapidly rushing toward his legs, his life energy already significantly weakened, but this injury could not guarantee whether a physically enhanced berserker like him still had the strength to resist. Wang Mang. Li Yun shouted into the walkie-talkie. To the south, the engine of the mining vehicle roared abruptly, its tracks crushing through the wilderness, rushing at full speed. I'm coming. Brotherly. Wang Mang floored the accelerator, aiming the front of the vehicle directly at Lu Chuang's position. When he was 10 meters away, he yanked the control lever. A hydraulic mechanical arm sprang out from the side of the vehicle, its 3-fingered alloy claw opened wide, viciously grabbing Lu Chuang's left leg. What? Lu Chuang suddenly opened his eyes wide, regaining a flicker of clarity, but before he could react to the intense pain in his legs, he was already hanging upside down in the air.
Blood dripped from his legs, quickly staining the ground red, and the last bit of strength he had painstakingly accumulated was rapidly vanishing. Lu Chuang struggled desperately, but with his legs severed and bleeding he could not muster any strength, only swaying in the air.
"Let me down.
I will kill you," he roared, but his voice was filled with weakness. Wang Meng stuck his head out of the driver's cabin, grinning. "Let's keep him hanging first, we'll talk slowly later."
Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei rushed over from the riverbank.
Zhao Qiuyu also emerged from the mining vehicle, her face still somewhat pale, but her gaze was significantly more resolute than before, tightly clutching a piece of rag and silently standing behind Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Chunlei had a new wound on his forehead from a stray bullet, blood smeared across half his face.
But he grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. "We won, we won.
There are bandages in the mining vehicle, go inside and let your uncle wrap you up."
Li Yun nodded at Zhao Taizhu and walked 2 meters away from Lu Chuang.
At this distance he could reach out freely, but Lu Chuang could never touch him, moving back and forth with great safety. Lu Chuang swung in the air, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Li Yun. "Who the hell are you?
Do you know who I am? Let me go."
"I know," Li Yun said indifferently. Lu Chuang, a first-tier berserker captain of the Vulture patrol team.
Lu Chuang's pupils contracted you.
He was certain he had never seen Li Yun before. How could this guy know his information?
Could it be that there's an undercover agent in Haishi town who sold him out?
The scarred man, I killed him. His unfortunate brother Zhang Hong and Wang San I also killed.
Li Yun interrupted him. "Now it's your turn."
Lu Chuang shuddered all over, then roared, "You dare!
You dare to kill me? The town head won't let you off. The entire Haishi town will hunt you down. That's a matter for the future."
Li Yun drew out the purification dagger from his waist, waving it before Lu Chuang's eyes. "Now you answer my questions.
Answer well and I'll give you a quick end." Lu Chuang gritted his teeth and refused to speak. "People like you. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin."
Li Yun sighed, the dagger piercing into his thigh, slowly sliding along the muscle and bone seam displayed in spiritual vision.
"Ah!"
Lu Chuang screamed in agony. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
What is Sun Maokai looking for under the mine?" "Crystals. Special crystals."
Lu Chuang was sweating profusely from the pain. He said that thing can help him break through to the second tier and advance to the third tier. There's an abandoned exploration well 300 meters underground in the mine filled with bone-eating worms, but there are those kinds of crystals at the bottom of the well.
How many people have gone down? I don't know.
Each time it's the town head who personally leads the team. We only guard outside. The people who went down never came back up yet. He still kept sending people down, saying that as long as they could get one piece it was worth it, no matter how many died.
That sounds a lot like Zhang Hong.
Li Yun was silent for a few seconds before continuing to ask. Zhang Hong said you change shifts every 3 days. Are you leading the team today? This was a bluff. He had killed too quickly before and hadn't had the chance to ask. This time was just a good supplement.
Yes. Today I'm on duty. There are 6 of us who haven't returned and the next shift we'll find out tomorrow morning.
Lu Chuang took a deep breath, his gaze somewhat vacant. The intense pain was making it hard for him to hold on. So it means that Haishi town won't realize you're missing until at least tomorrow morning.
About. Roughly.
Lu Chuang gasped, but if the town head can't contact us in advance, he might send someone to check early.
Li Yun nodded, putting away the dagger. Wang Meng, clean up the battlefield. Don't waste the crystal fragments of these 2 sequence holders.
Lu Chuang's eyes widened instantly. You said you'd give me a quick end. He had clearly said everything, yet this guy was not trustworthy.
Please give me a quick end. My wife, I know I shouldn't have traded you for food, but I'm so hungry. Please give me a quick end.
Lu Chuang's eyes were filled with bloody tears, shouting incoherently, I shouldn't have traded my wife for food, I shouldn't have assaulted that female student, I shouldn't have eaten her brother. But it's not my fault, it's this world that forced me. His eyes were filled with bloody tears as he looked forward, as if a radiant figure of a woman was slowly approaching him. I shouldn't have assaulted you nor eaten your brother, but it's not my fault. Lu Chuang turned his head left and right, looking at the young and youthful figures of women surrounding him. It's not my fault, it's this world that forced me.
Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. In the next life, don't live like a scumbag. Li Yun's gaze was cold as he quietly listened to Lu Chuang's confession.
Which of these vultures had not been stained with blood? He waved his arm, the dagger slicing through his throat, blood gushing out.
Killed a first-tier Berserker sequence holder, X1 spiritual vision proficiency 10, obtained Berserker crystal fragment defective, X1 current spiritual vision proficiency LV 312,200.
Wang Meng picked out a dark red crystal fragment from Lu Chuang's nape, wiped it on his clothes and handed it to Li Yun. Brotherly, this guy's crystal is brighter than Wang San's.
Li Yun received the crystal, examining it.
Indeed, Lu Chuang's crystal was purer, with a hint of faint golden threads within the dark red. 3rd tier. He pondered. Sun Maokai has gone mad for the sake of advancing to the 3rd tier.
What exactly lies beneath the mine? Zhao Taizhu approached, whispering, Benefactor, what should we do next? Li Yun looked into the distance.
The sun had fully risen, the mist dispersed, and the wilderness appeared extraordinarily desolate in the morning light. In his mind, 3 pieces of information from last night flashed quickly. Lu Chuang is dead and the pursuers have been temporarily dealt with. The mine enters a dormant period at 3 in the afternoon, which is the only chance to go down. Sun Maokai will inspect the mine in the evening, which is the best time to obtain the watch. First let's deal with the bodies, Li Yun said. The smell of blood is too strong, it could attract monsters after dark. Wang Meng and Zhao Taizhu nodded, starting to drag the bodies for burial. We are far from Haishi town, just set it on fire. Li Yun looked around and within his line of sight there was neither the life energy of monsters nor any sense of crisis, so it could safely be burned. By the way, don't forget to strip them of their clothes, I will need them later. Okay. Wang Meng and Zhao Taizhu exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Old Wang, what does the benefactor want to do? Zhao Taizhu asked quietly as he leaned toward Wang Meng. He hadn't seen Li Yun have such a hobby all along the way. Could it be that the pressure is too much and he wants to find a little peculiarity? How would I know? Wang Meng muttered while stripping off the clothes. Who knows what he's plotting, let's just follow his lead. Recalling the experience of being bait along the way, he felt both love and hate towards Li Yun. Whether it was the combat plan or leading the way, he had never made a mistake, unlike the captain of his previous convoy who would occasionally lead them into monster dens, resulting in a few deaths every time they searched for supplies, and the convoy could only pray for good luck each time they set out. Fortunately, with old Zhao and his nephew sharing the burden, I can finally catch my breath. Wang Meng glanced at Zhao Taizhu, feeling much better. The two found abandoned gasoline barrels at the gas station, poured in the remaining gasoline and set the bodies ablaze. The high temperature could completely cover the scent of blood, avoiding leaving any traces. Zhao Chun lay squatted nearby, wiping the blood from his face with a cloth, suddenly speaking up. Benefactor, can we go into that mine? Li Yun glanced at him, the young face was filled with a fiery desire for revenge. Yes, Li Yun said, but we need to prepare. He walked over to the modified pickup truck to check its condition. Although this truck was old and had been confiscated from Zhang Heng's team, the engine was still functional and there was half a tank of gas. Taizhu, can you drive? Zhao Taizhu paused for a moment, then nodded yes. Before the disaster I drove transport for a few years. I've also driven this kind of pickup, just a bit rough around the edges, but it's fine to drive slowly. Good. Li Yun pointed at the pickup. This vehicle is for the 3 of you. Wang Meng, drive the ancient vehicle that Lu Chuang brought and follow me closely. Let's split up, it's less noticeable. After all, the convoy can't just have one vehicle, and with these 2 pickups they can escape separately in case of danger, increasing their chances of survival. Also search the storage room of the gas station. Gas stations usually have spare gasoline barrels. Fill up the fuel tanks of all 3 vehicles and pack all the barrels we can find. Li Yun was about to get in the car when he looked at the gas station and quickly instructed, taking out the map from his hand-carried box and marking the location of the gas station. The area near Haishi town is desolate and gasoline is solid currency that cannot be wasted. Zhao Taizhu and Wang Meng quickly nodded, understood. 10 minutes later, 3 vehicles left the gas station. The tracks crushed the dirt and the tires rolled over the gravel, slowly heading north towards Haishi town. Behind them 6 corpses were dragged into the dried-up riverbed covered with weeds. Several vultures circled in the sky, emitting piercing cries. But today they would not get to eat meat. 3 vehicles kicked up a long trail of dust in the wilderness. Li Yun's mining vehicle led the way with enhanced vision fully activated. Everything within sight appeared clear. Wang Meng drove a modified pickup truck seized from Lu Chuan, following closely behind, while Zhao Taizhu's pickup secured the rear. As the convoy approached Blackstone town 10 kilometers away, Li Yun signaled and the 3 vehicles turned into a dried-up riverbed. On both sides of the riverbed were earthen slopes 3 to 4 meters high, overgrown with yellowed wild grass, perfectly concealing the vehicles. The tracks left by the tracks and tires were swept away by Li Yun, directing everyone to use branches tied to the rear of the vehicles. They would be nearly undetectable in a short time. This is the spot. Li Yun jumped out of the vehicle and scanned the surroundings. We are 8 kilometers from Blackstone town. The mining site goes dormant at 3 this afternoon, giving us 4 hours to prepare. Wang Meng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brotherly, should we just charge in? Charge. Li Yun glanced at him. More than 20 vultures and a second-tier controller, what do we charge with? Even if they managed to eliminate 3 vulture squads, Blackstone town still held a significant numerical advantage, not to mention the second-tier controller, whose abilities were mysterious and unpredictable. Acting recklessly would be akin to seeking death. Wang Meng scratched the back of his head and shrank his neck, not daring to speak further. Zhao Taizhu squatted nearby smoking, while Zhao Chunlei leaned against him, gripping a soil gun coated with a silencing agent, his eyes shining brightly. Zhao Chouyu sat in the back seat of the pickup, her complexion much better than yesterday. The dark purple blotches on her neck were suppressed by the holy oil and no longer spreading. In his enhanced vision, a faint light green energy pulsed within her heart like a glimmer, slowly but steadily dissolving the dark purple contaminated energy on her neck. This energy was gentle yet powerful, unlike any sequence energy he had encountered before. Is this? Li Yun frowned, his expression grave. Sequence awakening. And it seems it is not a combat type sequence. Initially he thought this girl would be infected once the holy oil suppressive effect wore off, and he had prepared to comfort Zhao Taiju and the others, but unexpectedly there was a pleasant surprise. It seems I need to pay more attention to her later. Li Yun immediately made a decision in his heart: anyone who could give him a glimmer of hope to survive in this world was worth investing in heavily. After the convoy was annihilated and they narrowly escaped, bringing Wang Meng along and saving Zhao Taiju were all to increase their chances of survival. In this brutal world one could not go it alone, the margin for error was too slim. If one person encounters a monster they cannot outrun it and will die, but with more people it becomes different. Banding together to survive is a survival instinct ingrained in humanity since ancient times. Teju Li Yun waved him over. Zhao Taiju quickly extinguished his cigarette and approached. Benefactor, what is it? You mentioned you stayed in Blackstone Town for 3 months and are familiar with the surrounding terrain. Now tell me in detail, are there any high points around the town? Preferably locations with a clear line of sight to observe the entrance of the mining site. Zhao Taiju pondered for a moment and squatted down to sketch a rough map with a branch. Blackstone Town has a crossroad structure with 4 main streets running east, west, south and north. The town chief's son Mao Tsai lives in the old granary at the town center, which has been converted into his residence. The Vulture's stronghold is in an old factory to the east of the town where they have modified 4 off-road vehicles that patrol within a 30-kilometer radius every day. He drew several lines and continued. The mining site is about 7 to 8 kilometers north of the town, connected by an old road. There are 3 high points along both sides of the road. The first is an abandoned water tower 2 kilometers north of the town, over 20 meters high, allowing a clear view of the entire entrance of the mining site. However, the water tower is made of iron. Climbing up would make noise and there is no cover, making it easy to be spotted. The second is a small hill 500 meters east of the mining site with several large rocks on top, offering a wide view to see the mining site's entrance and that old road. But there is no cover there, and if discovered, escape would be impossible. The third. Zhao Taiju paused, pointing to a winding line on the map. This dried-up drainage ditch extends from the north of the town all the way to the vicinity of the mining site. The ditch is 1.5 meters deep, making it impossible for someone squatting inside to be seen from outside. If they follow the ditch, they can reach a point 300 meters from the entrance of the mining site. Li Yun's eyes lit up. 300 meters. The bullets soaked in the silencing agent have an effective range of exactly 300 meters. Can people go through the drainage ditch? Yes, Zhao Taiju nodded. I went through a section when I escaped. The bottom of the ditch is dry with no water, but some parts have collapsed, requiring climbing over. Li Yun focused on the sketch, rapidly calculating in his mind. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the mining site would enter its dormant phase. If they could reach the end of the drainage ditch before then, when Sun Maokai comes to patrol in the evening at a distance of 300 meters, if the controller is not a physically enhanced type of sequence user, even if they are stronger than an ordinary person, a silenced bullet hitting a vital spot would suffice. But the problem is Sun Maokai is a second-tier controller. His abilities include mental suggestion and emotional amplification. Just making eye contact with him could lead to being controlled. We cannot make eye contact, Li Yun thought. I must shoot without him noticing me. He looked up at Wang Meng. Do the walkie-talkies still have power? Yes, Wang Meng pulled out 2 walkie-talkies from his pocket seized from the vultures. The batteries should last for half a day more. Li Yun took one, clipped it to his waist and handed the other to Zhao Tieju. Later, Wang Meng and I will go scout and you 3 stay here to keep watch. If something happens, contact us with the walkie-talkie. Zhao Taiju was taken aback. Benefactor, just the 2 of you? What if? Having more people makes it easier to expose us. Li Yun interrupted him. You 3 stay here, keep an eye on the vehicles and supplies and be ready for battle. It also serves as a backup plan. He didn't take the 2 along for a reason. Both had sustained some injuries when dealing with Zhang Hong and Lu Chuang, and there was also someone in the team who was awakening a sequence and was unwell. If they all infiltrated together, the target would be too big and easy to expose. It would be better for them to stay here, watch the vehicles and be ready to provide support if needed. Zhao Chunlei stood up, wanting to say something, but was pulled back by Zhao Taiju. Listen to the benefactor. Zhao Taiju whispered, understanding Li Yun's intention. By staying here they could potentially draw some attention away from Blackstone Town, creating an opportunity for the 2. Half an hour later, Li Yun and Wang Meng changed into clothes stripped from the corpses of Lu Chuang and the others. The tattered camouflage uniforms were stained with grease and still carried a hint of blood. The 2 smeared dirt from the ground on their faces, tousled their hair and rubbed some dry grass and dust on their clothes to mask the scent of blood, trying to imitate the demeanor of the vulture thugs so they appeared no different from those who have roamed the wilderness for years. Li Yun tucked the purification dagger into his waist, slung the soil gun on his back and pocketed 30 bullets coated with a silencing agent. Wang Meng carried a crowbar and also slung a hunting rifle on his back, looking just like those vulture thugs. Brother Li, do I look alright? Wang Meng awkwardly tugged at his clothes, his expression quite unsightly. He knew that Li Yun asking them to strip down to these clothes meant trouble. It's fine, Li Yun glanced at him. Remember, stay close to me and don't speak. If we encounter a patrol, act according to my signals. The 2 made their way north along the dried riverbed. At the end of the riverbed was a patch of withered trees. Passing through them would lead them to the drainage ditch Zhao Taiju mentioned.
Li Yun led the way with enhanced vision fully activated.
Within a 50-meter radius, no energy fluctuations could escape his gaze. Wild rabbits and the grass crows on the branches, even the wriggling earthworms in the soil, all bore an energy outline either bright or dim. As they passed through the withered trees, Li Yun suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal. Wang Mang immediately crouched down, not daring to make a sound. 30 meters ahead, two dark red life heat sources were moving slowly. They were not beasts, they were humans. Li Yun squinted, focusing his enhanced vision.
Two men in tattered camouflage uniforms held modified hunting rifles with machetes hanging at their waists. Their faces were painted with war paint, eyes alert, scanning their surroundings as they walked.
A vulture patrol.
Two individuals, ordinary thugs. Li Yun's mind raced as he gestured silently to Wang Mang, follow and make no sound.
Crouching low, they advanced sideways using the cover of withered trees. Under the effect of the silencing agent, their footsteps were nearly inaudible.
The two patrolmen remained utterly unaware of the danger drawing near.
One lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and grumbled, "Damn it, patrolling at noon while those bastards sleep, drink and carouse inside the factory.
And here we are. Speak less.
The captain warned us, the area's been unstable lately.
Scar's squad hasn't returned yet. Stay sharp.
Scar's worthless, he's probably hiding in some village chasing women." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a black shadow lunged from the side. Li Yun gripped the fire axe with both hands and slammed its blunt edge into the man's occiput.
Thud.
Eyes rolling back, the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground.
Before the second patrolman could react, Wang Meng's crowbar crashed into his throat. Ark!
A guttural muffled sound escaped his throat as he collapsed, convulsed twice, and lay still.
The entire sequence lasted under 3 seconds.
Li Yun crouched beside the bodies and searched them: 2 modified hunting rifles, a dozen rounds of ammunition, half a pack of cigarettes, and a walkie-talkie.
He handed the walkie-talkie to Wang Mang. Hold this. Wang Mang accepted it, swallowing hard.
Brotherly, did we just kill Vulture's men?
Won't we be discovered?
They won't find them before nightfall, Li Yun said, glancing at the corpses.
Drag them into the brush.
Together they hauled the bodies deep into the withered woods and concealed them beneath dried grass and branches. For now the scent of blood would not escape.
At the earliest, discovery would come only tomorrow.
Once the bodies were hidden, Li Yun led Wang Mang onward. Beyond the withered woods lay a desiccated drainage channel, roughly 1.5 meters deep, 2 meters wide, its bed cracked earth overgrown with brittle yellowed weeds.
This is it. Li Yun leapt down into the channel and crouched, exposing only the upper half of his head.
From this vantage, the northern expanse came into clear view. An abandoned highway wound forward, vanishing beyond the horizon. Barren farmland stretched on either side, punctuated only by the solitary silhouettes of withered trees. Farther still, a dark mist-shrouded hill loomed, an artificial mound of coal gang, the mine's spoil heap.
Brotherly, is that the mine? Wang Mang whispered. Mm. Li Yun fixed his gaze upon the hill, activating his spirit vision to its fullest extent.
But the distance was too great, he could not discern precise energy fluctuations. Yet he sensed something drawing his perception toward it. Not danger, but a faint elusive sense of guidance.
It echoed the golden aura he'd once perceived outside Holy Heart Church. The star viewing platform.
He murmured inwardly.
Could the abandoned exploration shaft beneath the mine truly be linked to it?
He suppressed his doubts and continued forward along the channel.
After roughly 2 kilometers, the channel ended abruptly, blocked by a collapsed earthen embankment.
Dirt and rubble formed a small mound, severing the channel midstream.
We can't go through, Wang Mang frowned. Li Yun stared at the debris pile, scanning it with his spirit vision.
Beyond the mound, several faint dark red thermal signatures flickered, small, mobile, not human.
Wild dogs. Or something else. We'll circle around, Li Yun decided.
They climbed out of the channel and veered across the adjacent wasteland, skirting the collapse. The wasteland bristled with waist-high withered grass, perfect for concealment. Past the collapse, the channel resumed intact once more. The thermal signatures belonged to feral dogs gnawing on a rotting carcass atop the rubble. As the two approached, the dogs twitched their noses, caught the metallic tang of blood, and fled, tails tucked into the wilderness. Even dogs have grown cunning in this world, Li Yun muttered, sheathing his purification dagger and pressing onward. After another kilometer, he halted abruptly. Within his spirit vision, 4 dim crimson life signatures pulsed 300 meters ahead inside the channel.
Not beasts. Humans. And judging by the intensity of their energy signatures, all 4 were ordinary people.
An ambush, Li Yun whispered, signaling Wang Mang to crouch and freeze. They knelt motionless in the channel, breath held.
Li Yun narrowed his eyes, focusing his spirit vision with absolute precision. The 4 heat signatures paced back and forth, patrolling.
2 carried firearms, the other 2 brandished cleavers. They paused, frequently scanning the surroundings.
Vulture's men. Li Yun understood instantly.
Sun Maokai had indeed been cautious, knowing the channel served as a covert approach to the mine. He'd stationed hidden sentries precisely here to intercept intruders. Wang Meng edged closer, breathing low. Brotherly, what do we do? Li Yun studied the 4 signatures, calculating rapidly. 4 against 2, with firearms. A direct assault was suicidal. Yet detouring would cost precious time. By 3 p.m. he needed to reach the channel's terminus to survey the mine's topography. Stay here. Li Yun spoke softly. I'll draw them off. Ha! Wang Meng blinked. How? He couldn't imagine any trick that might lure them. These weren't fools. Li Yun didn't answer. He withdrew a bullet from his pocket, weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then drew a slow breath and flung it toward the opposite bank of the channel. Patter. It landed 30 meters away in the dry grass, emitting a soft, unmistakable sound. All 4 patrolmen froze and turned toward the noise. What was that? One murmured. Let's check, replied another, raising his rifle and crouching low as he crept toward the grass. The remaining 3 stood rooted, scanning the perimeter warily. Li Yun had waited for this exact moment. Silently he rose from the channel and slipped sideways through the withered grass, circling toward their flank. Under the silencing agent his steps made no sound. 30 meters. 20. 10. Their backs were turned, eyes locked on their comrades' direction. Li Yun erupted from the grass, spirit vision locking onto their movement trajectories. His predictive vision activated, he foresaw they wouldn't turn in time. The fire axe descended, crushing the last man's skull. Thud. The man dropped without a cry. The other 2 whirled, fingers brushing triggers, but hadn't raised their weapons. Li Yun was already among them. Spirit vision locked. His left fist shattered one throat, his right hand drove the purification dagger cleanly through the other's windpipe, blindingly fast. Ordinary humans stood no chance against Li Yun, whose body had undergone 2 successive enhancements catalyzed by spirit vision. Irk! The dying man's scream was smothered beneath Li Yun's palm, reduced to a choked, muffled gurgle. 3 seconds later all 3 lay motionless. Li Yun caught his breath and glanced toward the 4th man, still searching the grass. Hearing the commotion, the man spun and froze, pupils contracting at the sight of 3 fallen bodies. Ambush! He opened his mouth, but a silenced round pierced his skull before the cry could leave his lips. Put! His corpse slumped into the grass. Wang Meng peered up from the channel, stunned to see Li Yun alone, having dispatched 4 armed thugs with ruthless efficiency. He knew sequence users far surpassed ordinary humans, but Li Yun's sequence should have mirrored that of the seer from his former convoy, fragile, requiring constant protection. Before Zhao Taizhu and others had drawn attention this time, it was pure unassisted Ana versus 4 combat. Brotherly, you. Wang Meng swallowed hard, his awe deepening palpably. No time for talk, Li Yun holstered his pistol. Keep moving. They resumed their advance along the channel, unimpeded this time. At 2:45 p.m. Li Yun reached the channel's end. 300 meters ahead stood the mine's entrance. A massive iron gate, rust-eaten and draped with corroded barbed wire. On either side stood crude guard towers, each manned by 2 armed thugs. Periscopes jutted from the towers' roofs. Every 10 minutes 2 guards emerged to patrol the length of the gate, alert, vigilant, disciplined. Clearly Sun Maokai had ordered heightened security at the mine's threshold. Inside, rows of dilapidated worker barracks leaned precariously. Behind them yawned the mine's entrance, a black gaping maw. Beside it mountains of coal gang rose like necrotic hills, rusted, or carts lay overturned nearby. With spirit vision fully engaged, Li Yun perceived the energy emanating from deep within the shaft, a grotesque oscillation, swirling violet and ashen gray, as if countless lives were entangled in torment. The violet hue was the bone corrosion worm's corruptive energy, dense, coiled, radiating malice. Bone corrosion worms. He murmured inwardly. At the heart of that chaotic vortex a slender pure white luminescence flickered, identical in nature to the purifying energy he'd sensed at Holy Heart Church, yet older, deeper, profoundly enigmatic. Li Yun held the white glow in his gaze, and a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. The star viewing platform's route map lies in Sun Maocai's possession. And whatever lies beneath may yet reveal the true entrance. Li Yun held the white glow in his gaze, and a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. The star viewing platform's route map lies in Sun Maocai's possession. And whatever lies beneath may yet reveal the true entrance. At 3:20 p.m. Li Yun and Wang Meng retraced their steps through the withered forest, where Li Yun deliberately slowed his pace and activated his spirit vision in full. The previous corpse hiding site showed no anomaly. The scent of blood had been masked by dry grass and would remain undetected for some time. The 4 bodies lying beside the drainage ditch had been dragged deep into the underbrush and buried beneath loose soil. Brotherly, are we really striking this afternoon? Wang Meng whispered, his face taut with tension. That's a Tier 2 manipulator. Are you afraid? Li Yun glanced at him. Wang Meng was obedient and reliable, but cautious to a fault, always yearning for quiet survival. Yet in this world how could one avoid risk entirely? Prudence was vital when required, but so was decisive action.
Wang Meng's face flushed crimson as he stiffened his neck afraid. Hell no.
I just worry he can control people. What if we get too close? Then we won't get close, Li Yun cut in. We'll fire from 300 meters and vanish immediately.
No matter how powerful he is, he cannot outrun a bullet.
Wang Meng swallowed hard, silent now, his heart pounding. That was a Tier 2 sequence holder, a single glance from him could command death. They quickened their pace, crossed the withered forest and returned to the dried-up riverbed. 3 vehicles remained concealed exactly where they'd left them. Zhao Taizhu squatted atop a dirt mound smoking while Zhao Chunlei leaned against a car gripping his rifle tightly. Zhao Qiuyu sat in the rear seat, her complexion markedly improved from that morning. Seeing the two return, Zhao Taizhu hastily stubbed out his cigarette and slid down the mound. Benefactor, how did it go? We reached the end of the drainage ditch. Li Yun leapt from the vehicle and retrieved a hand-drawn map from his pocket, unfurling it on the ground.
300 meters from the mine entrance, wide open sightlines encompassing the entire compound.
He tapped the map with a twig. 2 guard towers flank the entrance, each housing 4 thugs. 2 roving sentries patrol the gate, rotating every 10 minutes. Security is tight.
Zhao Taizhu frowned.
And Sun Maokai. He inspects the mine every evening at dusk, Li Yun said, glancing at the sky.
It's 3:30 p.m. Now, over 2 hours until sunset.
Brotherly, shall we wait inside the drainage ditch and open fire the moment he arrives? Wang Mang leaned in.
Not so simple. Li Yun shook his head.
Sun Maokai is a Tier 2 manipulator, his ability is uncanny. If he detects us prematurely, or if our shot fails to kill him.
He paused, turning to Zhao Taizhu. I need a contingency plan. Zhao Taizhu blinked. Benefactor, you mean? Wang Meng and I will take position in the drainage ditch, Li Yun said.
You 3 stay here, but don't just wait idly. 1 hour later, if no gunshot is heard, drive toward the mine, get as close as possible.
Make noise. Let the vultures believe an assault is underway.
Zhao Chunlei's eyes lit up, draw their fire.
Exactly, Li Yun nodded. Once chaos erupts, Sun Maocai's focus will fracture.
Then I'll strike, with far greater odds of success. Zhao Taizhu hesitated, but what if they truly charge forward?
Then run. Li Yun said the mining vehicle has been modified, it's faster than theirs.
Circle evasively.
Don't let them catch you.
He turned to Zhao Qiuyu. Through his spirit vision, the faint emerald energy pulsing within her had grown subtly stronger since morning.
Qiuyu, how do you feel?
She lifted her head, lips parting softly. Much better.
Li Yun nodded, saying nothing more.
Her sequence awakening remained unspoken, neither the time nor place for explanation.
By 4 p.m. twilight deepened.
Li Yun and Wang Meng set off again along the dried riverbed, this time carrying the silenced herb-coated muzzleloader and 30 rounds of ammunition. They traversed the withered forest and dropped into the drainage ditch, crouching low as they advanced northward. At the landslide site, Li Yun halted and swept the area with his spirit vision. No thermal signatures lingered behind the rubble, the wild dogs had fled.
Proceed.
They skirted the collapse and continued onward.
At 4:30 p.m.
they reached the ditch's terminus. 300 meters ahead, the iron gate of the mine entrance gleamed dully with rust in the setting sun. 8 thugs stood armed in the twin guard towers, scanning the perimeter with vigilance. 2 roving sentries paced before the gate, rifles trained steadily toward the wasteland. Wang Meng lay flat in the ditch, exposing only half his head. Brotherly, they seem even more tense than by day. Li Yun narrowed his eyes, spirit vision fully engaged. Within 50 meters all appeared normal, but deeper inside the mine several dark red thermal signatures drifted steadily. Those were patrolling thugs, rotating every 10 minutes. Deep within the mine shaft, a mottled mass of violet-gray and ashen-white energy pulsed like a slumbering heart.
A faint white luminescence shimmered, more distinct now than at noon. Bone-devouring worms.
Li Yun murmured inwardly.
They're nearing dormancy.
He checked the sky, the sun had dipped behind the hills, staining the horizon in tangerine light. Darkness would fall completely within half an hour. Sun Maokai approaches. His voice dropped to a whisper. Be ready. Wang Meng drew a slow breath, knuckles whitening around the rifle stock.
At precisely 5 p.m. 2 headlights pierced the gloom on the distant abandoned highway. A black modified SUV rolled in from Blackstone Town, moving unhurriedly as though time held no urgency. Li Yun narrowed his gaze, focusing his spirit vision intently.
The SUV halted at the mine entrance. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat stepped out. At 300 meters his features remained indistinct. Yet within Li Yun's spirit vision a faint dusky purple aura clung to the man, not pollution but something else, an energy shield. A crimson danger marker flared across Li Yun's vision. His seer's instinct screamed for retreat.
A manipulator.
He realized. Such a unique life energy signature could never be mistaken by a seer's innate perception. Sun Maokai paused at the mine entrance, exchanging brief words with the tower guards, then turned toward the mine shaft.
Brotherly fire now. Wang Mang whispered. Not yet. Li Yun shook his head. Wait until he emerges. Entering demanded peak alertness, emerging would lower his guard to its weakest point.
Sun Maokai vanished into the mine mouth.
10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Night fell utterly.
Faint floodlights flickered to life across the compound, casting wavering beams across the barren expanse. Visibility waned, but for Li Yun, endowed with spirit vision, darkness became an advantage, blinding enemies while sharpening his own perception.
Sweat slicked Wang Mang's palms, his grip trembled slightly on the rifle. He kept glancing sideways, terrified of discovery by the vulture patrol. Li Yun remained motionless, spirit vision locked unwaveringly on the mine entrance. At 5:45 p.m., Sun Maokai reappeared.
He stood at the mouth, brushing dust from his coat, then strode toward the SUV.
Now. Li Yun inhaled deeply. The muzzleloader emerged from the ditch's edge, its barrel aimed at the gray-clad figure 300 meters away.
Spirit vision surged.
Trajectory prediction activated.
Across his vision, Sun Maocai's path crystallized clearly. He would reach the SUV in 3 seconds, grasp the door handle, then bend to enter. The instant the door opened, he would be most vulnerable.
Li Yun's barrel tracked the projected line with glacial precision. 3, 2, 1. Sun Maokai bent, his upper body vanishing into the vehicle. Put.
A soft silken report. The herb-silenced bullet sliced soundlessly through the ink-black night, racing along the precalculated white energy trajectory revealed by spirit vision.
300 meters away, Sun Maocai's body locked rigid, then crumpled limply into the SUV. Hit. Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, only Li Yun's hand clamped over his mouth, stifling his cry. Silence. Li Yun's whisper was low, his spirit vision fixed unblinkingly on the SUV.
Within his vision, the dusky purple aura dissolved rapidly, Sun Maocai's life heat extinguished entirely within seconds.
Utterly dead, no reversal possible.
Our leader's dead.
Who did this? Did anyone see?
It's a gunshot wound. How?
No shot was fired.
Inside the SUV, thugs erupted into panic, some leaping out shouting, others spraying blind bursts of gunfire into the surrounding dark.
But the night was too dense, they couldn't locate the shooter. Amid the chaos, someone cried, "Run! Ambush!" Seconds later, the SUV roared to life, swerving violently toward Blackstone Town.
The remaining thugs scattered in terror, sprinting after it, stumbling, scrambling, vanishing instantly into the night. Wang Mang lay flattened in the ditch, watching the thugs flee faster than hares, and murmured brotherly, "They've all fled. Sun Maocai's corpse remains there."
Li Yun narrowed his eyes, sweeping the mine entrance with spirit vision. Sun Maocai's body lay slumped beside the SUV, utterly alone.
The tower guards still stood, but stunned by the sudden calamity, they merely pointed their rifles blindly into the darkness, too paralyzed to approach.
Stay here.
Li Yun holstered his weapon and crawled from the ditch.
Wang Mang froze. Brotherly, what are you doing? All the men are dead, why not withdraw now?
Waiting risks their regrouping.
To retrieve something. Li Yun didn't look back.
Using nightfall as cover, he inched forward on his belly. Across 300 meters of open ground, he moved with infinite slowness and care, undetectable to panicked, disoriented thugs. Spirit vision blazing, Li Yun perceived the 8 thugs' energy outlines in the towers, each fixated on the distant wasteland, barrels pointing in entirely wrong directions. After confirming no eyes watched, he crept swiftly to Sun Maocai's body. It still radiated warmth, blood seeped slowly from the wound at his throat. Li Yun spared no glance, his gaze fastened upon the man's right wrist. There rested a wristwatch, black metal band, cracked face still glowing with a faint steady blue light. Along its side, engraved in fine script, Vanguard Energy 7th Survey Team, Sun Maokai. Li Yun's fingers moved swiftly, he unclasped the band and slipped the watch into his pocket. Just then a thug turned and stared directly this way. Li Yun froze prone beside the corpse, indistinguishable from another fallen body. The thug studied the scene for several seconds, saw nothing amiss and turned away.
No time to search for sequence crystals, safety first. Withdraw now. His primary objective had been the watch. To greedily seek Sun Maocai's post-mortem sequence crystal would demand larger movements, risking exposure to the thugs once they regained composure. Li Yun held his breath for a full minute before inching backward, centimeter by centimeter, slithering back like a serpent retreating silently into the drainage ditch. Not a single sound escaped him. 5 minutes later, Li Yun vaulted into the ditch. Wang Mang lunged to steady him. Brotherly, I thought I'd lost you. That thug almost all clear. Li Yun exhaled, pulling the watch from his pocket. Got it. This is Sun Maocai's. Wang Mang stared transfixed. He didn't ask why, knowing Li Yun never acted without purpose. Li Yun secured the watch. Let's go.
They crouched low, racing back down the ditch.
At the landslide, urgent shouts and pounding footsteps echoed from behind. They're closing in. Wang Meng paled.
Li Yun glanced back, spirit vision scanning. 30 meters away, 6 dark red heat signatures surged forward, the same thugs who'd fled earlier. Having encountered no pursuit, they doubled back, boldly returning to recover their leader's body.
Keep running.
Li Yun drew his purification dagger from his waist.
I'll hold them off. Brotherly, Wang Meng's eyes widened. He'd never intended to abandon Li Yun. Together, no arguments run.
Li Yun shot him a sharp look. 6 ordinary thugs posed no threat worth fleeing alone.
Stay safe, brotherly.
Tears glistened in Wang Meng's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he bolted forward.
Li Yun pivoted, crouching behind the landslide, spirit vision ablaze.
6 heat sources drew nearer.
20 meters. 10. 5.
The first thug burst around the corner. Before he registered the scene, a black shadow slammed into him. The purification dagger flashed, driving cleanly into his throat.
Ugh! The body collapsed.
The second thug raised his rifle. Li Yun already circled behind him, the dagger piercing ribs and heart.
Bang!
The third thug finally fired. The bullet struck rubble, spitting dust. But Li Yun had already vanished from that spot. Trajectory prediction activated. The bullet's path blazed white in his vision. He sidestepped, then lunged from another angle, burying the dagger deep into the thug's nape.
3 seconds. 3 thugs down. The remaining 3 whirled and fled, firing wildly as they ran. Bang! 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 Li Yun's eyes narrowed.
Within his spirit vision, 3 white trajectories materialized.
His muzzleloader locked onto their fleeing backs. 3 precise shots rang out.
Ugh! All 3 crumpled, blood splattering the earth.
Done.
Li Yun scanned for residual life energy, then sprinted into the depths of the drainage ditch. Gunfire faded behind him.
At 6:30 p.m., Li Yun burst from the withered forest onto the dried riverbed.
The 3 vehicles remained, engines humming. Zhao Taizhu stood by the car, rifle in hand, face drawn with tension. Seeing Li Yun streak back, drenched in blood, his eyes reddened. Benefactor.
Where's Wang Meng? He's coming. Li Yun gasped for air. Prepare to depart.
As he spoke, Wang Meng burst from the forest, breath ragged. Brotherly, I'm
fine.
This time he grasped the chasm between himself and Li Yun, having fled first yet being overtaken and surpassed by Li Yun after he'd finished off the pursuers.
Get in the vehicle. Li Yun vaulted into the mining vehicle and ignited the engine. All 3 cars surged from the riverbed, tearing across the wasteland eastward at full speed.
Behind them, from Blackstone Town, distant cries of chaos rose and receded, growing ever fainter into the silence.
Night fell like ink.
3 vehicles raced across the desolate wasteland, their headlights carving jagged gashes through the darkness and startling a flock of crows roosting in withered trees.
Caw, caw. The crow's shrill cries pierced the night, a grim omen that sent an inexplicable chill down Wang Meng's spine.
Li Yun gripped the steering wheel, his gaze flicking repeatedly to the rearview mirror. Blackstone Town had vanished into the distance, its lights extinguished, but the passive warning of his spirit vision still throbbed faintly.
This premonition did not come from behind. It came from ahead. The mine.
The wristwatch rested snugly in the outer pocket of his thigh, its metallic chill seeping even through his trousers. Under spirit vision, the fine cracks across its dial shimmered with a faint cerulean glow, as if dormant energy were stirring slowly awake.
Brotherly, are we really going into the mine? Wang Meng's voice crackled over the radio, taut with tension.
That place is crawling with bone-devouring worms.
He remembered every detail from Lu Chuang's interrogation. No one who entered the mine shaft ever emerged. The bone-devouring worm's dormancy ends at 9 p.m.
Li Yun glanced at the time, 7:43 p.m.
We have just over an hour. Move fast, we'll make it.
But what if? Wang Meng groaned, inwardly desperate to dissuade Li Yun once more. Venturing into a mine shaft at night was no simple task, especially with creatures as horrifying as bone-devouring worms lurking within. There is no what if. Li Yun cut him off. Sun Maotsai's wristwatch contains the mine's internal map, but it requires activation via the deep energy interface inside the mine itself. This was the only way to obtain the precise route to the star observation platform. He'd assumed retrieving the watch alone would grant full access to the star observation platform's coordinates, only to discover it was merely a personal identity terminal requiring connection to the mine's deep energy interface to decrypt and retrieve its core data. Silence hung over the radio for several seconds before Zhao Tieju's voice broke through. Benefactor, we're coming with you. Li Yun glanced in the rearview mirror. The pickup truck carrying Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei followed closely, their headlights trembling in the dark. This middle-aged man who'd fled Blackstone Town rarely spoke flattery, but each time danger demanded courage he never faltered.
No, Li Yun said.
You and Chunlei stay outside, guard the vehicles and supplies. Wang Meng comes with me.
But
Zhao Taizhu refused to remain sheltered behind Li Yun and Wang Meng. They'd done little on this journey, and he longed to repay their life-saving grace.
No buts, Li Yun interrupted. The mine tunnels are narrow, more people would only hinder us.
Stay outside, guard the vehicles and supplies, and carry out two critical tasks. First, if the vultures' men pursue us, immediately drive in circles to draw fire. Do not engage directly, create an escape corridor for us. Second, if we do not emerge within 2 hours, drive east without delay, do not wait for us. Li Yun had calculated carefully. Activating the wristwatch and retrieving the detailed map at the mine's deep energy interface required only 2 people.
Too many would risk disturbing the bone-devouring worm's dormancy. Zhao Taizhu opened his mouth, then simply nodded. Understood, benefactor.
I'll await your return, not just for myself. After ending the transmission, he turned to Zhao Qiuyu beside him, her small hand gripping his sleeve, her gaze resolute.
A quiet warmth filled his chest. Ha! Little one, let go.
Your uncle is no heartless wretch.
Yes, yes.
Zhao Qiuyu released his sleeve and patted the slightly warm compressed biscuit tucked in her chest pocket.
My uncle is the kindest man alive.
Her complexion had improved markedly, she could now converse normally.
My niece bears extraordinary fortune and has awakened a sequence.
Zhao Taizhu watched her nibble the biscuit, a spark of delight flashing in his eyes, confirming his earlier suspicion. Li Yun had once declared Zhao Qiuyu would not survive 3 days, but now her vitality surged, surpassing even that of a prime adult male like himself.
Tejuan's children both carry rare fortune, truly commendable. May they endure.
He drew a deep breath, flicked the cigarette butt from the window and slammed his foot onto the accelerator, surging forward to keep pace with the accelerating mining vehicle.
At precisely 8 p.m.,
the 3 vehicles halted behind a low earthen mound 2 kilometers east of the mine. From there the mine's silhouette wavered faintly against the night.
Searchlights still burned, but the guard towers stood empty.
Those raiders had fled back to Blackstone Town to raise the alarm. No one would dare return for some time.
Let's go.
Li Yun leapt from the vehicle and retrieved 2 headlamps from the pickup's cargo bed, one he handed to Wang Meng.
Put it on. Wang Meng accepted it, his hands trembling uncontrollably.
He rubbed his face fiercely, drew 3 deep breaths to steady his nerves, secured the headlamp strap, then inspected his crowbar and hunting rifle thrice, loading and unloading the chamber twice before finally relenting. Zhao Chunlei leaned out of the cab and whispered, "Benefactor, be careful." Li Yun glanced at him, then turned toward Zhao Qiuyu seated in the rear seat.
The young woman reclined there, her pallor improved further since daybreak.
The dark purple blotch at her throat had shrunk to the size of a thumb ring by a faint luminous emerald halo. Within spirit vision, that emerald energy pulsed with double its morning intensity, rhythmic, vital, like a newborn heart beating for the first time. It was not merely eroding the dark purple corruption, it was gradually repairing her damaged meridians and internal organs. The corruption is nearly purged, her internal injuries have healed significantly.
Li Yun murmured silently. So, this is a healing-oriented sequence. He withdrew his gaze and said to Wang Meng, "Let's go." They slipped forward low and swift, vanishing into the night's embrace toward the mine. The raiders who'd occupied the guard towers had long since fled with the SUVs back to Blackstone Town, leaving only the automated rotating searchlights still whirring. Each light swept a sector every 30 seconds, but the raiders had departed in such haste the angles remained unadjusted. Most beams lanced wildly across the wasteland beyond the mine, leaving the mine entrance itself swallowed in absolute blackness. Li Yun led Wang Meng through the blind spot of the searchlight, slipping past the iron gate and skirting the warehouse walls toward the mine entrance. "Brotherly, this place," Wang Meng whispered, his voice thick with dread. A strange odor hung in the air, not decay, not burning, but a sharp acrid tang that tightened the throat with prolonged exposure. The mine mouth gaped black, a yawning maw. Coal dust on the tunnel walls glinted dull crimson under their headlamps like congealed blood. "Put this on."
Li Yun pulled 2 ragged cloths from his pocket and handed one to Wang Meng.
"Soak it in this."
From his belt he withdrew the half-empty vial of holy oil and dripped several drops onto the cloth. Golden liquid soaked into the fabric, releasing an aura of profound calm.
Do bone-devouring worms fear this? Wang Meng's eyes lit up. We'll find out soon enough.
Li Yun covered his nose and mouth with the cloth and stepped into the mine. His headlamp's beam cleaved the darkness, illuminating 10 meters ahead. The tunnel proved wider than expected, broad enough for 3 abreast. Wooden support beams lined both walls at irregular intervals, many had rotted, leaning precariously as they held up the ceiling. Scattered across the floor lay splintered minecarts, rusted rail tracks, and human bones.
Wang Meng's foot slipped.
He looked down to see a stark white shin bone still draped in tattered cloth. He sucked in a sharp breath, freezing where he stood.
"Don't stop," Li Yun's voice echoed from ahead. "Those bones won't bite you."
Wang Meng swallowed hard, sidestepped the bone and hurried after him. The tunnel sloped steadily downward, growing steeper with every step.
After roughly 10 minutes, a fork appeared ahead.
One passage veered left, another right, both swallowed whole by darkness. Their headlamp beams vanished instantly upon entering, revealing nothing.
Li Yun halted and activated his spirit vision fully.
Within 50 meters, faint threads of dark purple energy drifted through both passages, but the left channel's concentration was markedly denser, almost mist-like.
And deep within that swirling violet fog, a faint silvery luminescence pulsed, emanating unmistakably from the left. Li Yun decided without hesitation. Wang Meng followed close behind, knuckles white around his crowbar, palms slick with sweat. Another 15 minutes passed and the tunnel suddenly widened.
They entered a cavernous chamber, roughly the size of a basketball court, its ceiling soaring so high their headlamps failed to illuminate the rock above.
At its center loomed a colossal rusted machine, what remained of a mining hoist.
Scattered around the machine lay over a dozen metal crates.
But what chilled them most were the countless exoskeletons littering the chamber floor. Each measured as thick as a human arm, translucent shells gleaming with a faint ominous violet hue under the headlamps.
Piled in mounds, some retained twisted postures as if they'd crawled free only moments ago.
Wang Meng's face drained of color, his knees trembled violently.
Brotherly, what is this?
Exoskeletons of the bone-devouring worms. Li Yun crouched and picked one up for inspection.
Through spirit vision, faint traces of dark purple energy clung to the shell, but it was utterly inert.
These worms had completed metamorphosis, entering their next, more voracious stage. And newly molted, they would be ravenous.
Hurry, find the interface. Li Yun rose.
It must be nearby.
They split up, searching the chamber.
Wang Meng kicked aside a heap of exoskeletons, pried open a metal crate, empty. Another, empty.
Third, fourth. Brotherly, all of them are empty. His voice quivered, not only from fear but from the suffocating presence of corpses permeating the mine.
Li Yun said nothing, his spirit vision swept the entire chamber in an instant.
Inside the massive mechanical ruin, a faint blue energy conduit pulsed rhythmically, threading along corroded metal before converging beneath a control panel on its flank. He approached slowly. His headlamp illuminated the side panel, its buttons long seized with rust, but beneath it a palm-sized recess waited. Its shape matched Sun Mount's wristwatch dial exactly.
Found it.
Li Yun withdrew the watch and carefully slotted it into the recess.
Click.
A soft, precise sound. Instantly, the watch's fissures blazed with cobalt-light blue radiance surging from its seams and flooding into the machine's interior.
In the next second, the chamber floor shuddered violently. Brotherly! Wang Meng cried out. The tremor lasted exactly 3 seconds, then ceased.
A deep resonant hum emanated from within the mechanical wreckage. One by one, the rust-fused buttons on the control panel ignited, blue light blinking steadily in the gloom. Then the central screen flickered to life. Lines of text scrolled forth. Frontier Energy's 7th Survey Team Encrypted Data Terminal.
Welcome, Engineer Sun Mao. Unread data detected 7 items. Decoding. Please wait. Decoding complete. A 3-dimensional map unfurled across the screen.
It depicted the Sacred Heart Mountain range in meticulous detail. Dense clusters of red and blue markers dotted the terrain.
Red indicated geothermal anomalies, blue marked abandoned boreholes.
Farthest east, flashing gold, was a single radiant point. Beneath it, fine print read: A 11 anomaly energy fluctuation pattern matches known anomalous phenomena at 91.
7 confidence.
Unauthorized approach strictly prohibited.
Colloquial designation: Star Observation Platform.
Note: a suspected prehistoric structure lies 300 meters directly below this coordinate.
Entry coordinates encrypted. Access requires authorization. Li Yun stared at the golden point, his pulse quickened just slightly. 173 kilometers. It lay there.
He did not notice how the machine's low-frequency vibration traveled ceaselessly through the tunnel walls deep underground, precisely disrupting the bone-devouring worm's dormancy. Just then, a faint skittering sound emerged from the depths of the chamber. Soft, nearly imperceptible beneath the machine's drone.
Yet Li Yun's spirit vision shrieked, an agonizing needle-sharp warning stabbing his temples. The skittering intensified, multiplying, swelling like countless insects scuttling over gravel, surging up the tunnel like a living tide. Wang Meng's face went deathly pale.
He whirled, staring into the direction of the sound, deeper into the tunnel where darkness pooled thick and impenetrable.
Brotherly, you said they were dormant. Li Yun's spirit vision flared white, every detail within 50 meters fractured and resolved instantly. Hundreds, thousands, of dense dark purple thermal signatures flooded forward like a torrent. Each pulsing heat source corresponded to a bone-devouring worm. Trajectory prediction activated automatically, his vision flooded with overlapping paths. They would breach the chamber in 10 seconds. The first wave would hesitate 5 seconds before the holy oil scent, but the following waves would surge over their comrades' bodies, overwhelming the barrier. Within 10 seconds, both men would be stripped to bare bone. And that golden point, their destination, lay dead center in the advancing tide. The vanguard worms reached the chamber entrance, then abruptly halted 3 meters short, writhing frantically as if repelled by an invisible force, refusing to advance. It works.
The holy oil does hold them back, for now. Relief flashed across Wang Meng's face, tremulous disbelieving. In this abyss of despair it was the sole glimmer of hope. But the moment those words left his lips the second wave surged over the first, undaunted, relentless, shattering the fragile defense. The holy oil repelled only the front line, it could not stem the flood.
The machine's vibration woke them. Early dormancy ended prematurely.
Li Yun ripped the wristwatch from its socket and jammed it deep into his pocket, then seized Wang Meng's arm and sprinted toward the tunnel exit, roaring, "Don't freeze, run."
The machine's vibration woke them. Early dormancy ended prematurely.
Li Yun ripped the wristwatch from its socket and jammed it deep into his pocket, then seized Wang Meng's arm and sprinted toward the tunnel exit, roaring, "Don't freeze, run."
Run.
As Li Yun shouted this word, he had already dashed 3 meters ahead. Wang Meng was a beat slow by the time he reacted. The rustling sound behind him was already so close it felt like it was right next to his ear. He dared not look back, gritting his teeth, clutching the crowbar and charging outward. The beam of the headlamp swung wildly in the mine shaft, illuminating the decayed wooden support beams on both sides as well as the scattered broken bones and rusted rails on the ground. Behind him the sound of crawling insects grew increasingly loud. It wasn't just one or two, it was the sound of hundreds, even thousands of bone-biting insects pursuing their prey in the narrow mine shaft, the shrill screeching of their limbs scraping against the rocks, the snapping sounds of their mandibles opening and closing, and the sticky friction of them squeezing against each other. These sounds mixed together like a tide, like a flood surging from behind, coming from all directions, flooding in through every crevice of the mine.
Li Gu. They are catching up.
Wang Meng's voice had turned pitchy, his face filled with terror. He was tense all over, quickly following closely behind Li Yun, gasping for breath, feeling a chill run down his back. Li Yun did not look back. He activated his spiritual vision fully, the scene within a 50-meter radius exploding in his mind in the form of energetic outlines. 30 meters behind him, dense dark purple heat sources filled the mine shaft, resembling a boiling river. The bone-biting insects at the front had already charged within 20 meters. Their speed was faster than an ordinary person's run, 6 limbs frantically climbing on the rock walls, the ground, and even on their companions.
The trajectory simulation activated automatically.
In his field of vision, countless purple virtual lines extended from the swarm, weaving into an impenetrable net with him and Wang Meng at its center.
A fork ahead, turn right. Li Yun roared, his body suddenly lunging forward.
Wang Meng had no time to think about why they should turn right. His legs instinctively followed the direction of the shout. Just as he dashed into the right mine shaft, a piercing shriek came from behind. The first few bone-biting insects lunged but missed, crashing into the left wall, but more insects immediately adjusted their direction and chased after them.
Turn left. Then to the right.
Li Yun, like a precise navigation device, led Wang Meng through the labyrinth of mine shafts. Every choice at the forks deftly avoided the densest routes of the insect swarm. Each turn allowed them to shake off their pursuers for a few seconds.
But they couldn't shake them off completely.
There were too many insects, and this mine shaft was their den.
No matter how Li Yun chose, new swarms would always emerge from the side paths, blocking their way ahead. Li Gu. There's more ahead.
Wang Meng shouted in terror as he saw more bone-biting insects blocking their path. 20 meters ahead in a left fork, a horde of insects was surging out, their crawling speed extremely fast, 6 limbs scraping against the ground with a shrill sound. They were being attacked from both sides. Li Yun halted, his gaze sweeping around like lightning. The right wall had a depression formed by a collapse about 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide, barely enough to accommodate 2 people. At the bottom of the depression was a rusty iron fence, behind which was an abandoned ventilation duct, the opening only half a meter in diameter, too small for a person to crawl through.
But the insects couldn't squeeze in either. Get in. Li Yun shoved Wang Meng into the depression, following closely behind and drawing out the purification dagger from his waist.
The scent of holy oil emanated from the blade, forming a thin barrier in the cramped space. The front row of bone-biting insects had already reached the edge of the depression, their 6 limbs skidded to a halt, mandibles opening and closing, emitting furious screeches, yet they dared not advance.
But the insects behind them were undeterred.
They piled on layer by layer, pushing their front row companions forward. The first insect was nudged a step forward, its antennae brushing against the edge of the holy oil scent, releasing a puff of white smoke. Hiss. It twisted frantically, trying to retreat, but the insects behind it gave it no chance. The second, third, fourth, more and more insects were pushed into the range of the holy oil scent, emitting desperate hisses, their bodies emanating white smoke, yet they still pressed forward recklessly.
Li Gu. They've gone mad.
Wang Meng's voice trembled, filled with fear. He was terrified that the next moment he would be devoured clean by these bone-biting insects. Li Yun said nothing, staring at the thin layer of white smoke. The smoke was visibly thinning at a rapid pace. There was only half a bottle of holy oil left, and the remaining scent from the dagger was already thin, wouldn't last long.
At most 30 seconds. After 30 seconds these insects would surge in and devour the 2 of them down to the bones. His gaze fell on the rusty iron fence deep within the depression. Scanning with his spiritual vision, behind the fence was the ventilation duct sloping downwards into the depths below. Dust and insect exoskeletons had accumulated on the walls of the duct, but the duct itself was metal, sturdy enough that the insects couldn't bite through. But the fence had rusted shut. Wang Meng the crowbar. Li Yun said.
Wang Meng paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, his hands trembling as he handed over the crowbar. Li Yun took the crowbar, inserted it into the gap between the fence and the rock wall, and pressed all his strength against it. Creak! Despite his 2 times enhanced strength, the rusted iron fence emitted a screeching groan, not budging an inch. The trajectory simulation activated instantly, and the clear path of force from the crowbar appeared in his field of vision. Relying solely on his own strength was clearly lacking. Wang Meng, come over and help.
Li Yun growled, his arms straining.
Wang Meng gritted his teeth, grasping the crowbar, and exerted force simultaneously with Li Yun.
Creak, bang. The fence finally broke open, revealing the dark hollow ventilation duct behind.
The duct had a diameter of only half a meter, barely enough for one person to crawl in.
Get in.
Li Yun shoved Wang Meng. Li Gu, you go first.
No time for that.
Li Yun interrupted him, sheathing the purification dagger behind his waist and crawling into the duct, supporting himself on the edges.
Wang Meng followed closely behind.
Just as they crawled into the duct, the thin layer of holy oil scent completely dissipated.
The front row of bone-biting insects surged into the depression, lunging at the opening of the rusty fence. But the opening was too small, they couldn't squeeze in and could only frantically claw at the entrance, emitting piercing shrieks.
The duct was pitch black. The headlamp had been broken in the earlier frantic run, and only the purification dagger at Li Yun's waist emitted a faint white glow. The white light was dim but enough to illuminate 3 meters ahead in the duct. The duct sloped down sharply. The two were almost sliding down, their elbows and knees scraping painfully against the metallic walls.
Li Gu, where are we going? Wang Meng's voice echoed in the duct, clearly filled with fear. I don't know. Li Yun replied, which was the truth.
The map in his wristwatch only displayed the structure of the main mine shaft. This abandoned ventilation duct was not on the map. But the only way to survive right now was to crawl forward, reaching a place where the insect swarm couldn't follow. After crawling for about 5 minutes, the duct suddenly widened. The diameter expanded from half a meter to about 1 meter, barely allowing them to stand up while bent. A head of fork appeared, splitting into 3 paths. One to the left, one to the right, and one continuing downwards.
Li Yun stopped activating his spiritual vision fully. Dark purple energy threads filled all 3 ducts, remnants left by the insect swarm.
But the left path had noticeably sparser threads, while the downward path had threads so concentrated they almost formed a solid mass, and a low hum could faintly be heard from its depths.
That wasn't the sound of the insect swarm.
It was more like the sound of some machinery operating.
Go left.
Li Yun made a judgment. The two crawled into the left duct and continued forward. After crawling for another 10 minutes, the duct suddenly reached its end. Ahead was a rusty iron door with a fist-sized iron lock hanging on it, already rusted shut. Li Yun tried pushing it, but the iron door did not budge.
Let me try.
Wang Meng squeezed to the front, pulling out a thin iron wire from his waist, a little gadget he had scavenged from Lu Chuang's corpse, which he had kept in his pocket. He poked the wire into the keyhole, pressing his ear against the lock, his fingers turning gently.
Click. A light sound and the iron lock sprang open.
Li Yun glanced at him, said nothing, and pushed open the iron door. Behind it was a small room of about 10 square meters filled with clutter, a rusty toolbox, moldy canvas, and several barrels of machine oil that had been sitting there for who knows how long.
3 vehicles departed from the mine, leaving 2 deep tracks on the wilderness.
Li Yun drove the mining machine at the front, its headlights slicing through the darkness, illuminating the withered yellow grass and jagged stones ahead. He gripped the steering wheel, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time, watching as the outline of the mine grew distant, ultimately vanishing into the night. In the passenger seat, Wang Meng slumped in his seat, completely exhausted. His face was blackened by smoke, with scrapes on his elbows and knees, blood scabs mingling with dust, making him look quite miserable.
Li Gu. He spoke weakly, next time can we change someone for this kind of work? I feel like my life is about to end.
He was genuinely frightened this time. The feeling of teetering on the brink of life and death was not pleasant.
Just a moment's hesitation could have led to being devoured by the bone-eating worms. Change to who?
Li Yun glanced at him. Taiju or Chunlei? Wang Meng opened his mouth, recalling Zhao Tai's somewhat clumsy skills and Zhao Chunlei's reckless nature, ultimately swallowing his words.
Then I guess it's still me.
He muttered, at least I can still survive with you.
Li Yun did not respond, his gaze fixed on the watch next to the dashboard. The crack on the watch was faintly glowing blue, resembling a sleeping pulse.
The numbers on the dial were blurred, but he could sense the information stored within it was a roadmap to the stargazing platform, and also the hope for solving the distortions.
Distortion level 7.
2. This number pierced his mind like a thorn. Since leaving the Holy Heart Church, every use of spiritual sight had raised the distortion level a bit. Although the increase in distortion was reduced after reaching level 3, frequent usage still added up. During the recent mad dash, the trajectory preview had been almost fully activated, causing the distortion level to rise by nearly a point.
We need to hurry.
Li Yun thought to himself, 173 kilometers at the speed of the mining machine. As long as the road is clear, we can arrive before dark tomorrow. But the premise was no accidents on the road. In this world, an accident-free journey was the greatest unexpected event. After half an hour of driving in the wilderness, a deserted village appeared ahead.
Dozens of earthen houses stood crookedly by the roadside, most roofs collapsed, walls overrun with dead vines. Well, spend the night here.
Li Yun slowed down, steering the mining machine into the village, stopping in a relatively intact courtyard. Zhao Tai's and Wang Meng's pickups followed in, forming a half circle with their fronts facing outward for easy evacuation.
Well, take turns keeping watch.
Li Yun jumped out of the vehicle, stretching his stiff shoulders. First half of the night, Taizhu and Chunlei; second half, me and Wang Meng.
4-hour shifts.
Zhao Taizhu nodded, taking his hunting rifle and climbing onto the courtyard wall, crouching in a position with a clear view. Zhao Chunlei followed beside him, gripping a silenced homemade gun, his eyes shining brightly, showing no signs of drowsiness. Wang Meng pulled a blanket from the car, handing one to Zhao Qiuyu while wrapping himself in another and curling up in the driver's seat, dozing off almost instantly. Zhao Qiuyu accepted the blanket but did not rest immediately. She leaned against the pickup, her gaze lingering on Li Yun, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. Li Yun sensed her gaze and turned to look. His spiritual sight activated, passively revealing the energy contours surrounding the girl. The pale green aura was stronger than during the day, like a thin mist enveloping her, slowly repairing the damaged tissues within her body. The dark purple blotch on her neck had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, its edges tinged with a faint golden hue.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Li Yun spoke, his deep black eyes fixed on Zhao Qiuyu, a slight smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth as he could probably guess what the girl wanted to say. Zhao Qiuyu paused for a moment, then lowered her head, her voice very soft. Benefactor.
Have I become a monster?
Li Yun frowned slightly, finding it somewhat amusing. What do you mean?
Zhao Qiuyu looked up, fear in her eyes. I feel like something is moving inside me. Warm like flowing water. My uncle said that's a good sign, but I'm scared.
I'm afraid I'll turn into one of those mist corpses.
Li Yun fell silent for 2 seconds before stepping in front of her. Look at me, he said.
Zhao Qiuyu looked up, meeting his deep black eyes, which glimmered faintly in the night like two black gemstones. Zhao Qiuyu shuddered, instinctively wanting to retreat, but was held in place by Li Yun's grip on her shoulder.
Don't move, Li Yun said, focusing his spiritual sight. In his vision, Zhao Qi's internal energy structure became clear.
The pale green aura was located at her heart, rhythmically pulsing, releasing countless tiny energy filaments with each beat. These filaments spread through her veins, converging at the damaged tissues to repair and regenerate them. Meanwhile, the dark purple contaminated energy was being gradually devoured and decomposed by these filaments.
You're not a monster.
Li Yun released his grip and took a step back. It's a sequence awakening.
Zhao Qi's eyes widened. Sequence.
It's like my ability but different in type, Li Yun explained. What you awakened is a healing sequence capable of repairing damaged bodies and purifying polluted energy.
I'm not sure of its exact name, but it's definitely a good thing. In this apocalypse, it's more precious than any combat sequence. In the future, if anyone in the team is injured or contaminated, we'll be relying on you.
Zhao Qiuyu stared blankly at him, her lips trembling, unable to say a word for a long time. From an ordinary person on the brink of death to suddenly becoming a high-ranking sequencer, the gap was too vast, making it hard for her to accept in that moment. Li Yun turned and walked towards the mining machine, taking a couple of steps before stopping, not looking back as he said, live well. In this world, those who can awaken sequences are favored by heaven. Zhao Qiuyu watched his back, her eyes suddenly reddening. She opened her mouth wanting to say thank you, but her throat felt blocked, unable to utter a single word. Li Yun leaned against the driver's seat of the mining machine, eyes closed but not asleep. His spiritual sight activated, passively revealing everything within a 50-meter range to be normal. On the courtyard wall, Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Chunlei crouched on either side, their gazes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The distant wilderness was eerily silent, with not even the sound of insects.
The watch lay on the dashboard, its blue light blinking rhythmically.
Li Yun stared at the watch's mind, flashing back to the hand-drawn map deep within the mine.
Connection passage below A11 anomaly point. That location was less than 500 meters from the ventilation duct they escaped from. 500 meters.
If the swarm hadn't chased them, if there had been a bit more holy oil, if.
There are no ifs.
Li Yun interrupted his thoughts. As long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. He did not dwell too much on regret or lament. As long as there was life, there was hope. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest.
Time passed second by second. Midnight struck.
In the depths of his mind, that cold voice sounded right on schedule. The chaos within Haishi town deepened after the death of the second-tier manipulator Sun Maotsai as the Vulture gang fell into internal strife.
The former vice leader Vulture Lu Haiki contended with Wang Hu, a former subordinate of Sun Maotsai, for the second-tier manipulator sequence crystal contained within Sun Maokai's corpse, plunging the town into disarray and leaving no time to pursue outsiders.
In the midst of this turmoil, the former mechanic Su Chan led a group of survivors to escape. The convoy consisted of 7 people led by Lei Jin, a first-tier martial artist with abilities in iron bones and inch power. Su Chan was a first-tier mechanic skilled in vehicle modification and energy systems. They were retreating east along Old Route 7, expected to intersect their current path in 6 hours.
Note personal experiences of Leijin and Su-chan.
The third piece of information indicates that the Cliff Canyon and necessary route to the stargazing platform 80 kilometers along the current path is occupied by a group of rock-armored lizards. These creatures have a rocky shell covering their bodies, providing formidable physical defense, but their abdominal scales open and close every 30 seconds for heat dissipation lasting 3 seconds. Their weakness lies in the soft palate within the mouth, requiring an attack when they open their mouths to spray acid.
Note Molotov cocktails can inflict substantial damage to their abdomen, causing overheating and death.
Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Internal strife in Haishi town, he murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. This could be considered good news. The thugs were too preoccupied with fighting over the sequence crystal to pursue them, allowing them to pass unhindered without worrying about the pursuers behind. Indeed, it was wise not to go after that second-tier manipulator sequence crystal that would have been a hot potato.
Li Yun thought the last remnants of greed for the crystal dissipating completely.
He felt fortunate not to have succumbed to greed. Had he attempted to claim that sequence crystal, the remaining vultures in Haishi town would have relentlessly pursued him.
Li Gu. Wang Mang asked weakly, noticing the smile on Li Yun's face. What's up? Good news. Li Yun stood up, scanning the crowd. Haishi town has turned against itself. No one is chasing us. Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Really?
He had no doubts Li Yun had never been wrong on this journey. Compared to the so-called prophet of their previous convoy, Li Yun seemed more like a true prophet. Except for those unforeseen incidents, everything had gone according to his plan.
There's even better news. Li Yun looked east. A group of survivors has escaped from Haishi town and is heading east. There are mechanics among them who can modify vehicles.
As he spoke, Li Yun opened the 2 personal experiences attached to the information, quickly skimming through them. After confirming that neither of them were wicked individuals, his eyes brightened and he made a decision.
Good people are great. I love teaming up with good people.
Zhao Taizhu leaned over, asking, Benefactor, should we rendezvous with them?
Exactly. Li Yun nodded. There are 7 of them, 1 martial artist and 1 mechanic. Adding us to the mix will form a decent convoy.
He paused and looked at Zhao Qiuyu.
Your sequence has just awakened and needs time to grow. Having 1 more person means 1 more chance for survival.
As his sequence abilities gradually matured, Wang Mang, Zhao Taizhu and the others had gained his trust through their recent battles. It was time to select more members to join. The stronger the convoy, the safer he would be. No convoy would want to lose a guide as accurate as he was.
I'll follow your lead, Li Gu. Zhao Qiuyu nodded vigorously, his cheeks slightly flushed. Let's set off. Li Yun jumped onto the mining vehicle. Let's aim to meet them before dawn.
The 3 vehicles roared back to life, traversing the wilderness as they headed east.
At 4 in the morning, the convoy arrived at the entrance of Cliff Canyon. The sky was just beginning to lighten.
Steep rock walls flanked both sides of the canyon, with a narrow passage in the middle that could only accommodate 1 vehicle. Morning mist flowed through the valley with visibility under 50 meters.
Li Yun slowed down, activating his spiritual sense.
200 meters ahead, several clusters of dark red heat sources were resting against the rock wall. Their energy profiles were lizard-like, larger than a human, covered with thick energy armor.
Rock-armored lizards.
Stop the vehicle. Li Yun raised his hand and the 3 vehicles gradually came to a halt. Wang Mang leaned out to look. Li Gu, is there something ahead?
Rock-armored lizards.
Li Yun focused on those heat sources, a dozen of them blocking the canyon.
Zhao Taizhu's expression changed. What should we do? Take a detour. No detours. Li Yun shook his head. This is the only route to the stargazing platform. He squinted, recalling the information details. Their abdominal scales open and close every 30 seconds, lasting 3 seconds.
Their weakness is in the soft palate of their mouth.
3 seconds. Within those 3 seconds, they must strike at the mouth when it opens.
Wang Mang, bring the gasoline we filled at the gas station earlier. Li Yun jumped out of the vehicle. And Taizhu, your hunting gun.
2 minutes later, 3 Molotov cocktails were ready. Li Yun also pulled out a bottle of silencing agent from the toolbox and applied it to the bullets. I'll drive and lure them out. Li Yun instructed, you all follow behind and watch for my signal. Li Gu, that's too dangerous. Wang Mang panicked. It's dangerous, but it has to be done.
Li Yun interrupted him, you guys stay behind. When I fire, you ignite and charge in. He paused and looked at Zhao Chunlei. Your eyes are sharp, keep an eye on the lizards' bellies. Shout when you see their scales open.
Rest assured, Li Gu. Zhao Chunlei nodded vigorously.
There are still too few sequence users aside from me. No one else can do this.
I need to quickly recruit a few more sequence users.
Li Yun felt a bit helpless. He didn't want to take risks, but leaving such a task to Wang Mang and the others would amount to sending them to their deaths, and it would be a worthless death. Ordinary people would not be able to accurately shoot the vital spots of rock-armored lizards while the vehicle was speeding. He took a deep breath and suddenly slammed down on the accelerator. The mining vehicle charged into the canyon, its headlights cutting through the morning mist. The rock-armored lizards that were resting on the rock wall instantly became alert, their heads turning in unison, murky eyes fixated on the intruder. Hiss. The first rock-armored lizard leapt from the rock wall, landing on all fours and charging toward the mining vehicle. It opened its mouth, a dark green glow emanating from deep within its throat. Acid was about to be spewed out. Now. Li Yun sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle skidding to the limit as he pulled the trigger. Bang. The silenced bullet flew out silently, accurately entering the open maw. Boom. The bullet struck the soft palate and the rock-armored lizard let out a piercing shriek, the acid in its mouth exploding uncontrollably, splattering itself. Its shell convulsed violently and 3 seconds later it crashed to the ground. Rock-armored lizard killed. 1 spiritual sense proficiency, 3 effective. Li Yun felt a surge of excitement as he quickly reloaded with one hand. The second and third lizards leaped at the same time. While dodging the vehicle, Li Yun raised his gun and fired. With his spiritual sense fully activated, the trajectory prediction automatically engaged, allowing him to accurately capture the moment each rock-armored lizard opened its mouth. Though they appeared to attack simultaneously, there was a subtle sequential time difference. With his spiritual sense fully activated, the trajectory prediction automatically engaged, allowing him to accurately capture the moment each rock-armored lizard opened its mouth. Though they appeared to attack simultaneously, there was a subtle sequential time difference. Bang. Bang. The bolt of the gun was pulled back swiftly. Without even looking, Li Yun fired 2 shots through the car window and 2 rock-armored lizards fell to the ground. But the remaining dozen or so had already surrounded him. They no longer attacked individually but formed a fan-shaped encirclement, simultaneously opening their mouths. Benefactor. Their bellies have opened. Zhao Chunlei's voice came through the intercom. Li Yun glanced out of the corner of his eye and indeed saw that the scales on the bellies of those rock-armored lizards were slowly opening, revealing the soft tissues beneath. Light it up. Throw the Molotovs. Li Yun growled lowly. This was the best opportunity in his spiritual vision. Behind him, Wang Meng, Zhao Tieju and Zhao Chunlei ignited their Molotov cocktails simultaneously and threw them with all their might. Boom! The 3 Molotovs exploded among the lizards and flames spread instantly. The scales on the bellies of those rock-armored lizards had just opened and the flames directly scorched the soft tissues within, causing them to emit piercing shrieks and roll in frenzy. Charge forward. Li Yun slammed the gas pedal. The mining vehicle roared as it surged into the sea of flames, its tracks crushing the burning lizard corpses. The vehicle was engulfed in flames and the heat seeped through the doors, but Li Yun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The vehicle burst out of the fire and a scene of devastation lay behind. Dozens of rock-armored lizards lay on the ground, some still twitching while others had turned to char. Kill rock-armored lizards. 9 spiritual vision proficiency, 27 current LV. 348,200. Li Yun slowed down and parked, gasping for air. He had no time to fully relax before his hand was already reaching for the purification dagger at his waist. At that moment he heard the roar of an engine ahead. 3 modified off-road vehicles came driving from the other side of the canyon, their headlights piercing through the morning fog. On the roof of the front vehicle a modified heavy machine gun was mounted. His spiritual vision instinctively scanned the chassis windows and the heavy machine gun on the roof of those 3 vehicles. No gun muzzles were pointed at him and there were no red hostile energy markers. The people were busy getting out of the cars, their postures not indicative of an impending attack. Li Gu. Wang Meng's voice came from behind, clearly tense. Don't move, Li Yun whispered, let's see what they want. His inside ability did not sense any danger, but he heightened his vigilance in secret. The vehicle stopped 30 meters away from the mining vehicle. The car door opened and a burly middle-aged man stepped out. He had a scar across his face, sharp eyes, and his bare arms were covered in scars. Friend, you have good skills, he said, his voice deep. These rock-armored lizards have blocked us for 3 days and you dealt with them alone. Li Yun remained silent, scanning with his spiritual vision. This man was surrounded by a faint golden energy aura, its fluctuations fierce and domineering. Behind him a young woman in work clothes got out of the car. She wore goggles and held a wrench, her energy fluctuations subtle yet precise. Lei Jin, the middle-aged man, clasped his fists, escaped from Haishi town. Su Chan, the young woman, nodded, her gaze landing on the mining vehicle, the Pioneer Energies Exploration Type 3. Where did you get this from? As she spoke, her eyes never left the vehicle's body, quickly scanning over the track's suspension and the mechanical arm, muttering softly, the power system is still the original factory's, the mechanical arm hasn't been modified. What a shame about this good chassis. Li Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, she was completely right. This indicated that she truly knew her stuff. What a coincidence, he said, we just came from Haishi town as well. He pointed to the 3 vehicles behind him. Li Yun, this is my convoy. We were planning to go to the stargazing platform. He did not hide his destination, intending to attract the 2. Since they were sequence users, they were likely to know information about the stargazing platform. Lei Jin's eyes brightened. Stargazing platform. Do you know the way? Yes, Li Yun took out a map from his pocket. I just got the route map.
Lei Jin was silent for a few seconds, exchanged glances with Su Chan and looked at the already flipped-over rock-armored lizards. The two suddenly laughed. They were sure that at least one of Li Yun's sequence abilities was weakness analysis or guidance, otherwise it would be impossible for Li Yun and his group to be the opponents of the rock-armored lizards. They had fought the rock-armored lizards before and could only say that the armored scales of these beasts were no joke, even machine guns couldn't penetrate them.
Friend, let's discuss something.
Take us along. There are 7 of us, 3 fully modified off-road vehicles, a heavy machine gun with 200 rounds of ammo, enough compressed biscuits and drinking water to last half a month, and a mechanic proficient in vehicle modification and energy systems. Well, look out for each other on the road and no one will be able to stop us. Su Chan added, I saw your mining vehicle. The geothermal crystal core's conversion efficiency isn't set right. The energy system still has 30 potential that can be tapped. Give me 2 days and I'll install a boost valve and adjust the energy circuits so it runs faster and more steadily. This was their offered compensation since they wanted to join the convoy and have someone lead them. They couldn't offer nothing in return. This was also a reflection of their value. Li Yun looked at Wang Meng, then at Zhao Taizhu. Wang Meng grinned widely, his eyes full of anticipation. Li Gu, I think it's good. With so many new members in the convoy, even if they had to take risks on the road, there would be more options and his safety would be guaranteed. He was eager for more people to join the convoy. Zhao Taizhu scrutinized Lei Jin and the others. From their decisive and capable demeanor, these two were not simple characters. He leaned over to Li Yun's ear and whispered, I haven't seen these two in Haishi town, but this vehicle is indeed from the vultures. Be careful if they have ulterior motives. This convoy's strength far exceeded theirs if their joining was a pretense and they were actually vultures. Rest assured, if there's any danger I wouldn't bring you here. Li Yun nodded, feeling 2 more points of goodwill towards Zhao Taizhu in his heart. Being cautious like this would save him a lot of worry. He turned back, extended his hand, his tone steady but carrying an undeniable certainty. Welcome aboard. But let me make it clear, the command and decision-making of the convoy can only be in my hands. If you can accept that, we will move forward together. He didn't want any fools in the convoy questioning his authority. With an intelligence network in hand plus the insight ability of his sequence, he was confident that no one in this world was more suited to the position of captain than he. You can lead the way. That's great. We have no objections. Lei Jin exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly shaking his hand vigorously. The two of them usually relied on maps, stumbling along the way and ultimately falling into traps set by the vultures, ending up trapped in Haishi town. If it weren't for Li Yun taking down the second-tier controller Sun Maokai in time, they would have been killed and extracted for their sequence crystals after a day or two. The convoy needs a name, Su Chan suddenly said. We can't just call it temporary convoy, right? A name is important. It can enhance the cohesion of the convoy and naturally cannot be taken lightly. Li Yun thought for a moment, looking towards the east. The sky was beginning to lighten, the morning light piercing through the clouds and casting over the wasteland. Let's call it Dawn. Dawn Convoy. Lei Jin laughed heartily. Good. Dawn Convoy sounds hopeful. Su Chan also smiled, turning to wave at her convoy. Everyone come down, meet our new friends. 7 people got out of the vehicle, some men and some women, young and old. They wore expressions of fatigue from having survived a catastrophe, but their eyes sparkled with light. Having escaped from that hell in Haishi town, they looked at the long-missed sunlight and felt hope for life for the first time. Li Yun's spiritual vision swept over them and he couldn't help but nod inwardly, reaffirming that Lei Jin and the others had good character. Children were indeed a burden in this world. A cruel convoy would not take them in, and even if they did, they would be treated as food and expendables. He looked at his watch. There are still 168 kilometers left. Li Yun opened the car door, the black pupils in his eyes trembling unconsciously. The stargazing platform was getting closer. Distortion level 7. 2. The knife hanging at the back of his neck was still there. But at this moment he stood behind a group of people. As dawn broke, the convoy halted at an abandoned village 5 kilometers from the canyon's exit. Although it was called a village, only 7 or 8 dilapidated earth houses remained, forming a half-collapsed courtyard. Most of the courtyard walls had crumbled into piles of dirt, but at least they could block the gusts of wind from the wilderness, and remnants of black ash from the previous fire still lingered on the ground. Li Yun's purpose for coming here was simple: the water well in the village. This was the first time he had utilized his pathfinding intuition since awakening the seer sequence. This is the place. Li Yun pushed the door open and jumped out of the vehicle, his spiritual sight instantly spreading, sweeping across the entire village. There were no signs of human life or any traces of pollution in his field of vision, only a few wild rabbits peeking out from the grass. In the center of the village, the mouth of a stone well shimmered with a clear blue light. This intuition is truly terrifying. Li Yun paused momentarily, gaining a new understanding of the seer sequence. This intuition derived from the sequence was frighteningly accurate, not much different from satellite positioning before the Great Catastrophe. Lei Jin jumped down from the modified off-road vehicle, carrying a half-dried piece of wild boar meat on his shoulder and striding over. 7 people followed behind him, a mix of men, women and children, their faces showing the fatigue of having survived and a hint of vitality in their eyes.
They surveyed the village hoping to collect some supplies.
Li Gu, this is what we caught on the way.
Lei Jin handed over the wild boar meat, freshly made jerky enough for the convoy to have a meal.
Consider it our greeting gift.
Li Yun accepted it, weighing it in his hands. It was at least 30 pounds. In this world, meat was worth more than gold.
Thank you.
He handed the meat to Wang Meng. Build a fire and cook it.
Let's have a better meal today.
There's a well in this village, we don't need to save the water, let everyone have a warm meat soup.
Alright Li Gu, leave it to me.
Wang Meng's eyes lit up instantly, his throat involuntarily swallowing as he grabbed the meat and dashed off.
As today's chef, it was only reasonable for him to taste the flavor first, right? Great. We have water to drink. Quick.
Grab some bottles, fill them as much as you can. Upon hearing there was a well, everyone was thrilled and instantly erupted into chaos, snatching up mineral water bottles from the vehicle and rushing toward the well. Currently, the convoy's water resources were limited, prioritizing distribution to the sequence users and able-bodied young men.
Zhao Taizhu took Zhao Chunlei to gather firewood while Zhao Qiuyu squatted beside the pickup truck, occasionally glancing at the newcomers with curiosity and a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Li Yun walked to the corner of the courtyard and leaned against a half-broken wall.
From this position he could see all the movements in the courtyard with his spiritual sight passively activated. Everything within view was captured. Lei Jin followed and squatted down beside him, pulling out a crumpled half-pack of cigarettes and offering him one.
Li Yun took it, lighting it with Lei Jin's flame and taking a deep puff.
Li Gu, Lei Jin spoke, lowering his voice, I have a question to ask.
Go ahead. Li Yun glanced at the hesitant Lei Jin and said a single word while holding the cigarette. That watch on your wrist.
Lei Jin looked at the watch on his wrist, his voice dropping even lower. It's Sun Maokai's, isn't it?
Li Yun didn't respond, only raised his eyes to glance at him, his fingertips silently resting on the purification dagger at his waist.
Lei Jin tensed up instantly, hurriedly waving his hands. Li Gu, don't misunderstand.
I'm not trying to rob you.
That dog Sun Maokai locked us in Haishi town for half a month, forcing us to accept his mental control every day.
Su Chan almost fell victim to his people and I fought desperately to protect her. He died, he deserved it. Good riddance. I just want to ask, did you kill him? Li Yun was silent for 2 seconds, slowly exhaling the smoke. It was me.
Lei Jin was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. He stood up and bowed deeply to Li Yun.
Li Gu, this bow is for the 7 of us. From now on your business is my Lei Jin's business. Li Yun waved his hand, no need for this formality.
In this world, surviving relies on mutual support. You have your abilities, I have my routes, we walk together, each taking what we need.
Understood. I'll be the first to face any monsters on the road.
Lei Jin nodded seriously and squatted back down, offering another cigarette. Then let me ask one more thing, what exactly is at the stargazing platform?
Li Yun stared at him for 2 seconds.
In his spiritual sight, the faint golden energy aura around Lei Jin was steady and pure with no fluctuations. He wasn't lying, nor was he hiding any ulterior motives. I don't know either, Li Yun replied, but there are things there that can solve the problems I have.
Sequence distortion.
Lei Jin instinctively asked, a hint of dread in his tone.
Seer-type sequence abilities will distort with excessive use, each one is tainted with the bizarre. Li Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened, his pitch-black eyes staring directly at Lei Jin.
Lei Jin hurriedly waved his hands to explain, I was with another convoy before and met a brother from the seer sequence. His ability distorted from overuse and he ended up becoming a man-eating monster.
Li Gu, your eyes.
Even a perceptive person can tell something's off.
A normal person's black pupils shouldn't take up 2/3 of the white of the eye. Not just him, even an ordinary person could see Li Yun's uniqueness.
Li Yun remained silent, quietly watching him, waiting for him to continue.
I'm not trying to pry into your secrets.
Lei Jin scratched his head, a hint of awkwardness in his smile.
I just wanted to say, if you need help, feel free to ask. I owe you my life indirectly, and so does Su Chan.
Your matters are our matters. Li Yun looked at the awkwardly smiling Lei Jin, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly.
Let's finish this smoke first.
Based on the personal experiences provided by the intelligence system, he had a preliminary understanding of this honest man. He was indeed a good person, but not the kind of naive good person. He had his own bottom line and knew how to be grateful. Lei Jin smiled broadly, remaining silent. The two of them squatted by the wall, silently smoking. Not far away, Wang Meng had already set up a fire while Zhao Chunlei squatted beside it, watching the pot boil meat. The grease floated on the bubbling soup, mingling with the aroma of spices, constantly tantalizing everyone's taste buds and making their stomachs rumble. A few ordinary people returned from fetching water, rummaging through the village for usable cloth and firewood, unable to resist glancing frequently at the pot, swallowing hard. Su Chan brought down pots, bowls and utensils with a few young people from the vehicle and boiled a pot of hot water.
Zhao Qiuyu moved closer to help and Su Chan smiled at her, handing her an enamel mug.
The two whispered to each other, Zhao Qi's tense face gradually relaxing as a smile emerged.
Li Yun watched the scene, feeling a slight stirring in a corner of his heart.
Such a warm and stable atmosphere was rarely seen in this cannibalistic apocalypse. At noon everyone sat around the fire gnawing on the tender and flavorful wild boar meat, drinking hot water.
Mom, is this the meat you talked about? It's so delicious.
The little boy swallowed the meat soup in small sips, occasionally biting off a piece of tender pork, chewing slowly, reluctant to swallow it all at once.
How's he remember this is the meat Uncle Lay caught? We must be grateful, understand? I understand, Mom. When I grow up I will definitely repay Uncle Lay.
Howsey waved the bone in his hand like a long sword, looking quite proud. Several ordinary people who escaped with Leijin from Haishi town knelt on the ground eating meat while shedding tears, murmuring prayers for their loved ones who hadn't survived.
They are all pitiful people. Li Yun stepped forward and placed 3 or 4 pieces of meat from his bowl into Duan Li's bowl. Sir, I can't accept this.
Duan Li hurriedly shrank back with her bowl, her body tensing up, her eyes filled with fear. Having seen many instances of meat being thrown in Haishi town, she was too afraid to accept this sudden kindness, fearing it might be a joke from someone with a sudden whim.
Take it and eat. Your child needs it. Li Yun tossed the words over his shoulder and turned to leave.
As a sequence user he was already allocated more meat. Missing this extra piece wouldn't starve him, but this mother with 2 children likely couldn't bear to send a single piece to her own mouth. Wang Mang was eating greedily, his mouth greasy, murmuring, "Li Gu, this meat is really delicious. I haven't eaten such tasty meat in a long time."
Oh. Is that so? Let me have a taste.
Li Yun was quick to act, swiftly reaching out with his chopsticks and precisely grabbing the largest pig's trotter from Wang Mang's bowl, taking a big bite. The fat mixed with rich meat juices exploded in his mouth, the tender trotters flavorful and chewy.
It's indeed not bad, Wang Mang, your skills are commendable. Li Gu Yu. Wang Mang was both amused and exasperated that Big Pig's trotter was secretly saved by him as a treat for himself. Delicious. So delicious.
Zhao Chunlei swallowed hard nearby, instinctively shifting slightly to protect his bowl, gripping a bone and gnawing on it with delight.
Li Gu seems not to have enough to eat, should we give him a piece? Zhao Qiuyu was eating in small bites, occasionally glancing up at Li Yun, then quickly lowering her head, conflicted about whether to give him a piece of meat from her bowl.
Leijin sat beside Su Chan with his bowl, lowering his voice. "What do you think?"
Su Chan withdrew her gaze from Li Yun, speaking softly. Type 3 Geological Survey Vehicle, a pioneer energy vehicle. The fact that it can traverse the wilderness until now shows that he at least understands machinery.
We struggled for 3 days to take down those armored lizards, yet he handled them all by himself.
Is that all?
Leijin bit into the tender pig's trotter, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. He understood Su Chan too well. Just based on this, it was impossible for her to so readily join the convoy.
Isn't this enough? Su Chan retorted. How many auxiliary sequence users have you seen that dare to charge into a crowd of monsters alone?
I observed closely. Most of those armored lizards were burned to death by Molotov cocktails.
Why didn't we think to use this tactic back then?
Leijin fell silent. And then there's his eyes.
Su Chan's voice dropped even lower. When he scanned over earlier, I felt like nothing could be hidden from him.
She didn't elaborate further, but Li Yun's deep black eyes left her feeling that the words unfathomable only scratched the surface. It was as if all her secrets were laid bare, leaving her with no room to hide. This perception from the mechanic had saved her countless times.
Let's observe for now.
Su Chan picked up her bowl and took a small sip of the meat soup, her mind replaying every detail of Li Yun serving meat to Duan Li. Leijin nodded, saying nothing more, already formulating his plans in his heart. What he had said to Li Yun earlier contained no lies, but he needed to ensure the safety of those who followed him.
This trust earned through risking lives could not be betrayed.
He recalled the look in Li Yun's eyes when he accepted the wild boar meat. It was not evaluation, it was scanning.
Like a precise instrument, it swept over everyone present from head to toe. This captain was indeed not simple.
In the afternoon, Li Yun gathered everyone together and rearranged the convoy formation. The mining vehicle will lead and I will be responsible for scouting. He spoke with an irrefutable tone. Leijin's vehicle will be in the middle with the heavy machine gun ready for fire support at any moment.
Taizhu and Wang Meng's vehicles will follow behind, maintaining a distance of 50 meters.
The few ordinary people brought out by Leijin from Haishi town were physically weak and couldn't help much against monsters. Placing them in the middle of the convoy was the safest option and allowed Leijin to operate the heavy machine gun without worry, firmly anchoring this firepower within the convoy.
I have no objections. Leijin immediately nodded, feeling a deeper appreciation for Li Yun.
At least this captain was not cold-hearted, not throwing them to the back of the vehicle to be cannon fodder.
Su Chan leaned over. Li Gu, can I take a look at your vehicle? While we have some downtime today, I can make some adjustments. Li Yun directly granted her access to the mining vehicle's controls.
Trust those who can be used, suspicion those who can't.
Moreover, the intelligence system had never updated a betrayal warning for Su Chan.
Even if she were to try something, it would be visible in his spiritual sight.
Su Chan climbed into the driver's seat, tinkering for a good half hour, emerging with sweat on her face. The geothermal crystal core's conversion efficiency does have issues.
I added a temporary pressure valve which can improve power by 15. But to completely resolve it we need specialized modification tools and parts.
Where can we find those? Li Yun's eyes brightened instantly. The intelligence system had long indicated that the mechanic could upgrade the mining vehicle. If this vehicle could continue to be upgraded, traversing land and even constructing a mobile steel fortress would not be impossible. There's an abandoned mining town called Tongshan ahead, I've seen it on the map.
Suchan continued, if there's a repair station there we are likely to find the parts we need.
Li Yun looked at the watch on his wrist, the blue light flickering softly.
Tongshan mining town was precisely on the way to the stargazing platform. As night fell deeper, Li Yun leaned back in the driver's seat of the mining vehicle, eyes closed but not asleep. His spiritual sight remained passively active and everything within his view was normal. On the courtyard wall, Lei Jin and Zhao Taizhu squatted on either side holding silenced rifles, their eyes vigilantly scanning the pitch-black wilderness. In the distance only the whistling of the wind through the ruins could be heard and the silence was deafening. The watch rested on the dashboard, its blue light flickering rhythmically. Li Yun closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest and conserve energy. Time passed second by second. Midnight struck. Deep in his mind the cold mechanical prompt echoed at the appointed time. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, 3 lines of crimson text slowly emerging in his view. Intelligence 1. A group of steel-tooth rats are lurking in the abandoned mining town of Tongshan, approximately 300 in number. This species is gregarious with extremely keen hearing, capable of locating prey through ground vibrations. Weakness: fear of strong light and high-frequency sound waves. Among the group is a rat king, killing it can intimidate the rat swarm. Intelligence 2. Hidden within the underground maintenance station of the mining town is a mechanic modification kit basic which can be used to upgrade the mining vehicle's energy system and mechanical arm. The entrance to the maintenance station is located beneath the central abandoned repair workshop covered by the steel-tooth rat's nests. Intelligence 3. In 12 hours a bone-corroding fog tide will sweep through this area. The fog tide will last for 4 hours, during which bizarre creatures' activity levels will increase by 200 and visibility will drop below 5 meters. The only shelter nearby the underground maintenance station of the mining town. Li Yun gently tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth.
Steel-toothed rats. Rat king. Mechanic kit. Bone-corroding fog tide.
He murmured these keywords, rapidly devising the next course of action in his mind.
300 steel-toothed rats would be suicide to confront Hedon.
But if there was a way to locate the Rat King and take it out in one strike, the rest would scatter. Strong light and high-frequency sound waves were their weaknesses. Although the flares were used up, the survival whistle was still available. The underground maintenance station had the modification kit that Suchan needed. Moreover, it was also a shelter where they could evade the fog tide coming in 12 hours.
The timing is just right.
Li Yun glanced at his watch. We departed dawn, arriving at the mining town before daybreak, deal with the steel-tooth rats during the day and retreat into the maintenance station by evening.
He closed his eyes again, leaning back against the seat. Tomorrow would bring another tough battle. He needed to conserve sufficient energy.
On the courtyard wall, Lei Jin glanced back at the direction of the mining vehicle. In the darkness he could only vaguely make out the outline of the driver's seat.
What's wrong? Zhao Taizhu asked in a low voice.
Lei Jin shook his head, whispering, it's nothing.
I just feel. Following this captain I feel inexplicably secure.
He had previously been in several convoys, and the so-called seers in those convoys were all unreliable, always risking ordinary lives to scout the way.
But Li Yun was different.
It seemed he already knew the weaknesses of those armored lizards, making targeted arrangements, every step calculated clearly. This feeling finally settled the anxiety that had been hanging in his heart.
Just follow him, you won't go wrong.
Zhao Taizhu grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, pulling out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and lighting them for the 3 of them.
As they smoked, he began recounting his experiences since following Li Yun.
He was well aware that Lei Jin was making small talk just to hear this.
Coincidentally, he also wanted to probe Lei Jin's background.
In the night the two quietly chatted, gaining a deeper understanding of each other.
Coincidentally, he also wanted to probe Lei Jin's background.
In the night the two quietly chatted, gaining a deeper understanding of each other. At 4 in the morning the convoy departed from the abandoned village. The night had not yet faded and only a faint grayish-white hue lingered at the horizon. The wilderness was shrouded in thick darkness, with only the headlights piercing through, casting 2 beams of dim yellow light onto the rugged dirt road ahead.
Li Yun led the way in the mining vehicle, advancing boldly with full spiritual sight activated.
The close-up view revealed a dead silence devoid of life and pollution. However, at the end of his line of sight to the northeast, about 10 kilometers away, clusters of dark red heat sources were densely packed together, resembling a sea of flames glaringly bright against the darkness. That was the steel-toothed mice mentioned in the intelligence system, numbering at least 300. Yet Li Yun's gaze lingered on the mouse group for just half a second before sweeping further afield. At the edge of his spiritual sight, further northeast in the sky, a faint, almost imperceptible dark purple energy was slowly and silently surging. This was a precursor to the bone erosion mist tide.
There are still 8 hours left. Time is more than sufficient.
Stop the vehicles, Li Yun raised his hand, his cold voice transmitting through the intercom to the entire convoy ahead is the Tongshan mining town.
Everyone turn off your engines and lights.
5 vehicles gradually came to a halt, engines shutting down one after another, and the last 2 beams of light abruptly disappeared with the dense darkness instantly swallowing everything. Lei Jin jumped out from the modified off-road vehicle, crouching low as he rushed to the mining vehicle and whispered, Li Gu, is there a situation? The fact that Li Yun had turned off the lights indicated there was definitely something dangerous ahead. There's a nest of steel-toothed mice in the mining town. Li Yun's gaze remained locked on the sea of dark red heat sources, around 300 of them. Lei Jin gasped, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end.
300.
I've seen those things. One can match a hungry wolf, their bite stronger than steel. If 300 come rushing at us, we'll be reduced to scraps along with our vehicles.
Therefore we cannot engage them, Hedon.
Li Yun pushed the door open and jumped out of the vehicle, gathering everyone around. Wang Meng, Zhao Tieju, Zhao Chunlei, Zhao Qiuyu along with the 7 others brought by Lei Jin and Su Chan formed a quick circle, instinctively lowering their breathing.
Listen carefully.
Li Yun crouched down, picking up a piece of rubble and swiftly sketching a rough map of the mining town on the ground, the lines crisp and clear.
This is the mining town with a main street running north to south. The mouse group is all concentrated in the town center, numbering at least 300. A direct assault would be suicidal. But we can scatter them and take them down one by one.
He looked up at Su Chan. You'll handle the heavy machine gun. How far can it shoot? Su Chan adjusted her goggles, her tone calm and assured. It has an effective range of 800 meters. The steel-toothed mice are fast. Within 400 meters I can guarantee a 70% hit rate.
That's enough.
Li Yun pointed to a small hill on the eastern side of the mining town. You drive to that vantage point, set up the machine gun and aim for the middle section of the main street. When the mouse group is drawn out, your only task is to provide suppressive fire. You must not allow them to regroup. Su Chan glanced in the direction he pointed and instantly grasped the core of this tactic, nodding lightly.
Understood.
Li Yun then turned to Lei Jin. The entrance to the underground repair station is beneath the abandoned garage in the town center. Once we draw away the main force of the mice, you and 2 quick-footed brothers sneak in to prioritize finding the modification kits. Remember, regardless of whether you find anything, you must withdraw within half an hour.
Lei Jin was taken aback.
Li Gu, I can handle close combat, but finding things. You are a martial artist with the fastest reflexes. If there are any escaped mice inside, only you can cover for the team.
Li Yun interrupted him directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Su Chan's machine gun is far more useful than your fists.
The mechanic's precise shooting can maximize the suppressive power of the heavy machine gun. The martial artist's close combat reflexes make him the best candidate for entering unknown areas.
This arrangement is completely essential. Lei Jin instantly understood, nodding heavily.
All right. I'll follow your lead. Li Yun then turned to Wang Meng and Zhao Taiju. You 2 take Chunlei and set up the sound grenades at the fork in the main street on both sides. The wires should be pulled low 10 centimeters off the ground. When the mouse group rushes through, we'll attract as many as we can. Wang Meng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Don't worry, Li Gu, I'm familiar with this job. He had previously set up sound grenades with Li Yun to lure away those damned bats, and doing it again was naturally second nature. Just as he finished speaking, Su Chan suddenly interjected, Li Gu, use this. She turned around and pulled out a metal box from the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Lifting the lid revealed neatly arranged metal devices, each about the size of a palm, with intricately welded circuits and simple loudspeakers at the front. What is this?
Wang Meng immediately leaned in closer.
Consider it an improved version of the sound grenade. Su Chan adjusted her goggles, her tone carrying a hint of confidence. Last night while servicing the vehicles I modified them using the speakers from a scrapped radio and car batteries. The volume is 5 times greater than your tin conversion and it can transmit directionally, ensuring no friendly fire. She had taken the opportunity to assess the convoy's supplies while servicing the vehicles. When she saw the sound grenades made by Wang Meng, her curiosity got the better of her and she couldn't resist taking a look, completing the upgrade in the process.
Good stuff.
Li Yun's eyes lit up as he picked one up and weighed it in his hand. The metal casing felt solid with sharp prongs at the bottom, allowing it to be fixed directly to the ground.
What's the activation method?
Just like the original, pull the wire to activate. Su Chan pointed to the pull ring on the side of the device. When the wire is pulled, the firing pin strikes the primer, igniting the miniature detonator inside.
The sound can travel 500 meters. The steel-toothed mice's ears will definitely not withstand this. Li Yun smiled.
This was the true value of the mechanic. Wang Meng will use this. He handed the metal box over. Set it up according to the original plan. Wang Meng cradled the box, looking at the devices glinting with metallic coldness, his eyes bright like light bulbs.
Got it, Li Gu.
I'll make sure it's all set up clearly. This thing was 100 times better than the junk he had made himself.
Zhao Chunlei tightened his grip on the earth gun, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Li Yun. Li Gu, what about me? You'll follow Wang Meng and be responsible for igniting it. Li Yun pulled out the remaining gasoline and white wine from the trunk along with some glass bottles collected along the way. Once the mouse group is in disarray, you'll throw Molotov cocktails into the densest area of them.
Remember, don't get greedy. Once you throw, withdraw immediately.
Don't linger in battle. Understood. Zhao Chunlei nodded vigorously as if he wanted to etch the task into his mind. Li Yun finally turned to the 7 ordinary people.
Their faces were all marked with undeniable tension, their bodies slightly stiff, fearing they would be used as bait to attract the monsters.
You'll follow Chiu Yu and hide behind that row of overturned mining trucks to the west.
Li Yun pointed to a nearby cover.
No matter what noises you hear, you must not come out.
Chiu Yu will protect you. Wait until the battle is over before coming out to clean up the battlefield and collect supplies.
Zhao Chiu Yu was taken aback. Li Guai. Your ability needs to be tested in real combat.
Li Yun looked at her, his tone calm yet firm.
If anyone gets injured, you must handle it immediately. This is your task and the safety line of the entire team. All right, Li Gu.
Zhao Chiu Yu bit her lip and nodded forcefully, the panic in her eyes instantly transforming into determination.
Understood, Captain.
The 7 ordinary people exchanged glances, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, hurriedly nodding at Li Yun before following Zhao Chiu Yu towards the mining truck cover. Li Yun stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present.
Has everyone remembered their tasks?
We have. The crowd replied in unison, their voices low yet filled with a sense of determination.
Action. At 4:30 in the morning, everyone took their positions.
Li Yun touched the broken wall at the entrance of the mining town, carrying 10 modified sound grenades on his back and wearing a high-frequency survival whistle around his neck. In his spiritual vision, 300 dark red heat sources were densely packed in the center of the town. They lay motionless on the ground walls and even rooftops like a group of dormant venomous snakes deeply asleep. He took a deep breath, pulled out the first sound grenade from behind him and forcefully drove it into the ground beneath his feet, straightening the wire that spanned the entire main street entrance.
Continuing forward. 50 meters. 100 meters.
When he was just 200 meters away from the town center, Li Yun stopped in his tracks. Ahead, those dark red heat sources began to twitch slightly.
A few steel-toothed rats raised their heads, their palm-sized thin ears twitching slightly, capturing the faintest vibrations in the air.
They heard something. Li Yun held his breath, slowly crouched down and placed the second sound grenade, straightening the wire and securing both ends to the wheel hubs of 2 abandoned minecarts.
Continuing forward. 150 meters.
Only 50 meters remained to the town center. He finally saw the true appearance of these monsters.
Steel-toothed rats. Each one was the size of an adult wild dog, covered in tough, short grayish-brown fur. Their heads accounted for 1/3 of their bodies, with mouths that split open to the roots of their ears, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth like steel nails glistening with a cold light and still smeared with dried bits of flesh and black blood. Most deadly were their palm-sized thin ears, so thin they were almost transparent, capable of detecting the faintest vibrations around them. Li Yun held his breath, slowly crouched down and placed the third sound grenade. At that moment, the foremost steel-toothed rat suddenly raised its head, its ears precisely tuned to his direction. It heard something but was not quite sure. Li Yun's muscles instantly tensed, remaining completely still, even lowering his heartbeat to the minimum, blending into the darkness like a stone. The steel-toothed rat stared into the darkness for a few seconds, found nothing unusual, shook its head and lay back down.
Li Yun slowly retreated.
1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Retreating to a safe distance of 50 meters, he pulled out the survival whistle from around his neck and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he blew hard. Whoosh.
The piercing high-frequency sound wave instantly shattered the pre-dawn silence. The entire mining town exploded in chaos. 300 steel-toothed rats raised their heads simultaneously, letting out a frantic scream. Their ears were extremely sensitive to high-frequency sound waves, and this whistle blast pierced into their minds like countless glowing steel needles. The dozens of steel-toothed rats in the front row instantly went mad, rolling on the ground while frantically scratching at their ears, emitting a heart-wrenching, ear-piercing shriek. But more of them were driven into a frenzy. Following the source of the sound, they charged toward Li Yun like mad. 300 steel-toothed rats charged simultaneously, shaking the ground and stirring up dust, their gray forms surging out from the town center, sweeping along the main street toward Li Yun.
Li Yun turned and ran.
As he passed the location of the third sound grenade, his toes lightly hooked, precisely pulling the wire. Buzz. The deafening metallic high-frequency sound erupted behind him. That sound was more than 5 times louder than a tin can, like an invisible steel hammer crashing against the eardrums of the steel-toothed rats. The dozens of steel-toothed rats in the front row instantly held their heads and rolled, letting out heartbreaking shrieks, being trampled underfoot by the rats behind them.
But more steel-toothed rats still charged, with bloodshot eyes fiercely pursuing Li Yun's figure.
Li Yun passed the location of the second sound grenade. Buzz.
Another sound. This time the rat swarm was clearly thrown into disarray.
Some were holding their heads, howling on the ground, some continued to charge forward while a few collided into each other, rolling into a heap.
But the leading dozen or so steel-tooth rats still did not stop keeping their bloodthirsty gaze locked on Li Yun.
Li Yun reached the entrance of the main street, hooking the wire of the first sound grenade with his toes. Buzz. The third explosion echoed throughout the entire mining town.
The rat swarm was completely thrown into chaos.
They spun and screamed disorderly on the main street, with a few even losing their minds and starting to madly bite their own kind. At that moment, at the side intersections of the main street, Wang Mang and Zhao Taizhu simultaneously pulled the wires in their hands. Buzz. 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 7 modified sound grenades exploded in succession, coming from all directions like an invisible sound net, trapping the entire rat swarm in the middle. The steel-tooth rats completely lost their sense of direction. They didn't know which way to chase, becoming a chaotic mass on the main street, trampling and biting each other. The once orderly stream turned into a scattered mess.
Light it up! Li Yun shouted into the intercom.
Wang Mang, Zhao Tizhu and Zhao Chunlei simultaneously ignited the Molotov cocktails in their hands, using all their strength to hurl them toward the most concentrated area of the rat swarm.
Boom! 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 Flames exploded, gasoline flowed across the ground, spreading wildly among the rats.
The steel-tooth rats, engulfed in flames, let out piercing shrieks, rolling on the ground frantically, only causing the fire to spread faster. But the truly deadly strike came from the heavy machine gun on the eastern hillside. Su Chan squinted one eye, aiming the gun at the middle section of the main street where the rat swarm was most dense.
Mechanics don't just know how to fix cars, their marksmanship is also impressive.
Her finger firmly pressed the trigger, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Da 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 da. Flames erupted and bullets poured down like a violent rain.
No matter how tough the steel-tooth rat's fur was, it could not withstand the machine gun's barrage. The dozens of steel-tooth rats in the front row were instantly turned into a bloody mess, flesh and blood flying everywhere, with shattered bones scattering across the ground.
The remaining steel-tooth rats were completely panicked.
They stopped chasing, starting to frantically scatter, but at the intersections on both sides of the main street, Wang Mang and the others had already set up an elaborate trap.
10 centimeters off the ground, a tough wire was strung across every intersection.
The first steel-tooth rat charged into the intersection, its front legs getting caught in the wire, flipping into the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could get back up, Zhao Chunlei's iron rod came crashing down on its head, splattering red and white all over the place.
The second, third and fourth.
Wang Mang and Zhao Taizhu guarded the intersection on either side, their machetes and iron rods flying up and down. The steel-tooth rats that were tripped had no chance to get back up before being met with a fatal blow. But even more were still charging. Li Yun stood at the entrance of the main street, his spiritual vision fully activated, his gaze locked tightly on the deepest part of the rat swarm, the dark red light that was brighter than all other heat sources. The steel-tooth rat king. It had been hiding at the very back of the swarm, not charging forward even a step, continuously emitting sharp shrieks directing the attack of the rats.
Found you.
Li Yun took a deep breath, his legs suddenly exerting force, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the center of the rat swarm. His pitch-black pupils instantly filled all the whites of his eyes, spiritual vision fully engaged, trajectory prediction activated. His vision was instantly filled with a dense array of red attack trajectories. His figure moved like a ghost among the rats, each step precisely landing in the gaps of the steel-tooth rats' attacks with no extraneous movements. The purification dagger flashed with cold light, each strike accurately piercing into the eye sockets, throats and hearts of the steel-tooth rats, not a single blow missing.
10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters.
He forcefully cut through the entire rat swarm and charged right in front of the steel-tooth rat king. Squeak! The steel-tooth rat king let out a sharp screech, opening its mouth wide to reveal its 2 rows of steel-like teeth, lunging fiercely at Li Yun's throat.
Too slow. Li Yun's voice was as cold as ice, his spiritual vision had already locked in on all of its movements.
He slightly sidestepped, precisely dodging the rat king's bite, and with a swift motion the dagger plunged into the rat king's throat, following the jawbone, piercing directly through its entire brain. Hiss! The steel-tooth rat king let out its last heart-wrenching shriek, its body convulsing violently a few times before crashing to the ground, completely silent. Almost the moment the rat king fell, the entire frenzied rat swarm seemed to hit the pause button. They stopped in their tracks, their ears twitching wildly, letting out anxious fragmented shrieks. Then they completely collapsed. The remaining 200 or so steel-tooth rats fled like retreating seawater, madly rushing into the depths of the mining town's ruins, disappearing without a trace.
The battle has ended.
In less than 20 minutes, over 100 corpses of steel-tooth rats lay scattered across the main street, their black-red blood pooling into small streams that flowed along the dirt road's ruts. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder and burnt flesh choking one's throat. Su Chan rushed down from the hill, the barrel of her heavy machine gun still emitting white smoke. She ran in front of Li Yun, her expression turning pale as she saw him covered in blood.
Brotherly.
You. Just a few superficial wounds, nothing serious.
Li Yun waved his hand, most of the blood on him belonging to the steel-tooth rats. With his spiritual sight locking onto the attack trajectories, the creature's attacks couldn't touch him at all. He looked at Wang Mang and the others. How is everyone?
Wang Mang collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily.
His face blackened by smoke was split into a radiant grin. Brotherly. I killed 7. What a thrill. Zhao Chu lay squatted nearby, a new wound on his forehead from a scratch made by a steel-toothed rat's claw, blood smeared across half of his face. Yet he smiled wider than anyone holding up an iron rod. I killed 3. One hit each smashed their heads completely. For him this was the greatest harvest. Zhao Taizhu leaned against the wall, a deep scratch on his arm, blood dripping down to his elbow. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Chou Yu. Li Yun's expression changed as he called out urgently. Zhao Chou Yu crawled out from behind the mining cart, her face paling at the sight before her, yet she didn't stop, quickly running over. She rushed to Zhao Tai's side, seeing the bone deep wound on his arm. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her hand against it. A faint green light emanated from her palm. The glow was weak but visible. The gentle light enveloped the wound, gradually stopping the blood that was seeping out. The torn flesh began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Tai's eyes widened, unable to articulate his thoughts. This. Don't move, uncle. Zhao Chou Yu bit her lip, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. It's my first time using it and am not very skilled yet. After tending to Zhao Tai's wound, she immediately ran to Wang Meng's side. Wang Meng's calf had been bitten by a steel-toothed rat, his pants shredded and bloodied. Zhao Chou Yu squatted down, pressing her hands onto the wound, and the faint green glow shone again. Wang Meng winced in pain, baring his teeth, but as he watched the wound slowly heal, his eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Chou Yu, this is incredible. Zhao Chou Yu said nothing, focusing intently on activating her ability. Once Wang Meng's bleeding completely stopped, she sighed in relief, sitting down heavily on the ground, her face as pale as paper, her breathing becoming rapid. It's too draining. She gasped, I can only do this much. Leijin crawled out from the maintenance station carrying a heavy metal box. Seeing this scene, he froze in place. He had seen many sequencers, his own martial artist Su Chan's mechanic, the maniacs of Blackstone Town, but he had never seen a sequencer with the ability to directly heal wounds. A healing sequencer. His eyes were filled with shock and eagerness as he murmured, this thing actually exists. Li Yun ignored his astonishment, picking up the box and walking over to Su Chan. Su Chan took the metal box from Li Yun's hands. Lifting the lid revealed neatly arranged gears, bearings, high-pressure lines, and precision chips, core parts for modifying motorcycles. Brotherly, I found it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A complete set of basic modification kits for mechanics along with spare parts. Enough for me to upgrade the mining vehicle from top to bottom. She pulled out several steel-toothed rat incisors from her pocket. I just checked, this stuff is harder than ordinary high-carbon steel. If processed, it could be used to reinforce the vehicle's body and armor. Li Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Can you do it? Give me 2 days. Su Chan adjusted her goggles, her tone confident. The abandoned engineering vehicles and mining carts and the mining town engines, tires and steel plates, all are usable materials. I guarantee that in 2 days our convoy won't just run fast, it will be tougher than a tank. Li Yun smiled, turning to the main street where the corpses of the steel-toothed rats lay scattered across half the street. Wang Meng gathered the team to clean up the battlefield, he ordered. Pull out all the rat teeth, skin all that can be skinned. Don't touch the meat, we don't know if it carries radiation or toxins. Rat skins can be made into cold-resistant gear and rat teeth are modification materials, waste nothing. Understood, brotherly. Wang Meng immediately agreed, calling the others to start working. The ordinary people who had been hiding behind cover now all emerged. Their faces still bore the remnants of fear, but more so was the relief of having survived. A middle-aged man squatted by a steel-toothed rat's corpse, carefully slicing open the skin with a knife. His movements were slow but steady. A young woman squatted nearby, cleaning the pulled teeth one by one, counting and putting them into a bag, gradually revealing a smile on her face. A little boy named Halsey crouched beside his mother, his eyes wide with excitement as he looked at the sharp rat teeth, showing no fear. Mom, these teeth are so sharp. Duan Li stroked his head, remaining silent, but her eyes were reddening. Her husband had perished in the jaws of such monsters, and seeing so many corpses now brought her a flicker of solace. Leijin walked over to Li Yun, offering a crumpled cigarette. Brother Li, your command. He paused, struggling to find the right words. I've lived this long and have never seen anyone fight monsters like this. 300 steel-toothed rats, over 100 killed, and in less than 20 minutes they were completely routed. Li Yun took the cigarette, lighting it with the fire Leijin offered, taking a deep drag. If one cannot fight alone, then fight together. He exhaled a smoke ring, his tone calm. Everyone has their own skills, using them in the right way is 100 times better than rushing in alone. Leijin nodded, glancing at the ordinary people busy at work, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. What about them? They are people too. Li Yun interrupted him directly. Anyone who has survived escaping from a place like Blackstone Town has their own value. It's just a matter of whether you know how to utilize it. In this world the useless have long since perished, those who are alive all possess abilities. Leijun fell silent for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. Brotherly being with you gives me peace of mind.
Li Yun remained silent, his gaze instinctively sweeping across the horizon. His spiritual sight activated passively and he furrowed his brow as he sensed a surge of energy in the distance. At the horizon a strange dark purple hue began to emerge, rapidly spreading towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the edge of that dark purple several twisted black energy vortices were forming quickly. This was the harbinger of the fog tide that could shred steel.
Everyone stop what you're doing. Li Yun suddenly stood up, his voice low and urgent, carrying an undeniable command.
Everyone was startled and turned to look at him in unison.
The fog tide is about to arrive. Li Yun spoke quickly. The fog tide storm has already begun to take shape. Anyone caught in it will surely die. Su Chan, how many people can fit in the maintenance station? Su Chan's face changed instantly. It can fit 20 people.
I just went inside to check, the space is not small and it's sealed well. Take all core supplies and retreat to the underground maintenance station within 15 minutes.
Li Yun looked at the 30 or so steel-toothed rat corpses on the main street that had yet to be dealt with, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it.
Forget the bodies, lives are more important.
The crowd erupted into chaos, but not a single person panicked.
They immediately abandoned the half-peeled teeth and skins in their hands, running back to the convoy like madmen, hauling core supplies, medicines, food, weapons, gasoline, and the 70 or so rat teeth and pelts they had already stripped.
Leijun rushed to Li Yun's side. Brotherly, how did you know the fog tide was coming? And what about that storm?
I saw it with my spiritual sight.
Li Yun stared at the approaching dark purple cloud, the swirling black energy vortices reflecting in his pitch-black eyes. Trust me, we need to move quickly.
Leijun did not hesitate for a moment, turning and shouting to the crowd, did you all hear that?
Move quickly. If you don't want to die, start running now.
15 minutes later everyone had retreated into the underground maintenance station. The heavy blast door slammed shut behind them, locking them in.
Through the observation window behind the door everyone watched helplessly as the outside world was completely engulfed by the surging dark purple fog.
The mist rolled like a living creature crawling frantically along the ground. Wherever it passed, the steel-toothed rat corpses visibly rotted and dissolved, eventually turning even their bones into a pool of black water. Even more terrifying were the swirling black vortices that occasionally appeared within the mist, shredding even several tons of abandoned mining carts into pieces in an instant. Leijun leaned against the iron door, gasping heavily, his back soaked in cold sweat. He looked at Li Yun, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief.
Brotherly, your spiritual sight is incredible. If it weren't for you, all of us would have died outside today.
Su Chan stood nearby watching the apocalyptic fog tide outside, murmuring to herself, those fog tide storms. I've heard survivors in Blackstone Town say that those caught in them leave behind no bones. Zhao Qiuyu leaned against the wall, still pale, but a hint of a reassuring smile graced her lips.
Wang Meng grinned widely. I told you following Brotherly is the right choice.
The ordinary people clustered together watching the swirling death fog outside, then turning to look at Li Yun, their eyes filled with relief for having survived and genuine trust.
Leijun fell silent for a few seconds before standing up straight, deeply bowing to Li Yun. Brotherly, from now on whatever you say goes. My life, Leijun, is completely entrusted to you.
Li Yun waved his hand, his tone calm.
No need for melodrama.
Let's take the time to rest. The fog tide will last for 4 hours. Once the fog clears, we still have plenty of work to do. He leaned against the cold wall, slowly closing his eyes. His spiritual sight remained passively active, keeping the deadly dark purple energy firmly outside the heavy blast door.
For now we are safe.
In the distance the fog tide surged, emitting eerie wailing sounds. But inside the maintenance station the dozen or so people huddled together for the first time felt that this cold steel space was warmer than anywhere else.
For now we are safe.
In the distance the fog tide surged, emitting eerie wailing sounds. But inside the maintenance station the dozen or so people huddled together for the first time felt that this cold steel space was warmer than anywhere else. The heavy blast-proof iron door completely isolated the wailing sound of the fog tide from the outside. Inside the maintenance station a dozen people were crammed into the small space, sitting or leaning, and no one spoke. The emergency lights above emitted a pale cold light under the generator's power, illuminating the supply boxes piled in the corners and the rusty mechanical parts. Li Yun sat against the wall, his eyes tightly closed, his spiritual sight passively spread open.
Within his field of vision the deadly dark purple fog tide energy was firmly blocked outside by the iron door, providing temporary safety.
But he did not relax in the slightest.
Distortion level 7. 2.
This number was like a poison thorn painfully embedded in his mind. Each time he used his spiritual sight and sequence abilities this number silently rose, and over 100 kilometers away at the stargazing platform was the only known antidote.
Once the distortion level exceeded 10 he did not know what he would become. Would it be a mutated hand? Or would a random organ mutate?
Brotherly Wang Meng crouched down and leaned closer, asking in a hushed voice, are you asleep?
No. I can't sleep either.
Wang Mang pulled out half a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one, that ghostly fog tied outside.
If it weren't for you, we would have all ended up here today.
Li Yun took the cigarette but did not light it, merely holding it between his lips. Wang Mang did not mind and lit one for himself, taking a deep puff and slowly exhaling the smoke. The convoy I was with before the captain also claimed he could foresee danger.
What happened?
He led us straight into the lair of the steel-toothed beast and 7 or 8 people died before we escaped.
Later I found out he was just making blind guesses based on experience.
He paused, looking at Li Yun with eyes full of trust. But you are different.
You can truly see.
The nun he met in the church was not wrong. The seer sequence could indeed change many people's fates, perhaps including his own.
Li Yun remained silent.
Wang Mang did not press further, grinning. Anyway, this life of mine was saved by you. I will believe whatever you say. Nearby, Lei Jin and Su Chan were squatting next to a metal box, counting the supplies they had excavated from the depths of the maintenance station.
The mechanics modification kit, the whole set is here. Su Chan laid out the parts one by one, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Pressure valves, energy circuit stabilizers, hydraulic enhancement modules for mechanical arms. And this.
She held up a palm-sized metal box. The lid flipped open, revealing a row of precision chips. The core upgrade for the vehicle's intelligent terminal. With this installed, the automatic driving and fault diagnosis functions of the mining vehicle can all be activated. Lei Jin scratched his head. These things. As long as they can run, why complicate things?
What do you know?
Su Chan shot him a glance. With this kit I can make the vehicle run 30% faster and reduce fuel consumption by 20%. Moreover, the vehicle can be outfitted with composite armor forged from steel-toothed rodent's teeth, making it capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire without issue.
Lei Jin's eyes instantly lit up. That's great.
He understood being able to run faster and withstand gunfire was enough. In the corner, Zhao Qiuyu leaned against Zhao Tieju, her complexion still pale but much better than before.
Sister, are you okay?
Zhao Chunlei approached, his eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Zhao Qiuyu shook her head softly. It's just that using my abilities for the first time took quite a toll.
I just need to rest for a bit.
As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Li Yun by the wall. That figure covered in blood, single-handedly slaughtering through the rodent horde, was still vividly etched in her mind.
Sister.
Zhao Chunlei waved his hand in front of her, glancing in the direction of her gaze and chuckling.
Ah.
Zhao Qiuyu snapped back to reality, her face slightly flushed. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Chunlei grinned mischievously. I just wanted to say brotherly is truly amazing.
Zhao Qiuyu did not respond, lowering her head, but her ears secretly turned bright red.
A few ordinary people huddled on the other side, speaking in hushed tones. A little boy named Haozi leaned against Duan Li's chest and had fallen asleep. A middle-aged man leaned against a pile of canvas, still holding a steel-toothed rodent tooth he had pulled out in his hand, examining it repeatedly.
Can this thing really be made into a weapon?
He asked softly. If Su Chan says it can, then it definitely can. Someone beside him responded quietly. With this, Captain, there is hope for our future.
Time passed second by second.
4 hours later, the wailing sound outside the blast-proof iron door gradually subsided. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes. In his spiritual sight, the swirling dark purple energy was visibly dissipating at a rapid pace. The fog tide has stopped. He stood up. The crowd immediately surrounded him, their faces tense yet harboring hope for survival.
Li Yun walked to the door and looked outside through the observation window.
Outside, the dark purple fog had completely dissipated, revealing the mining town once again. But the sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. The steel-toothed rodent corpses that had not been moved were now completely gone. All that remained on the ground were pools of dark brown stains, not even a single bone left. Several dozens of tons of abandoned mining vehicles were twisted and deformed, looking as if they had been ruthlessly crumpled by a giant's hand.
The fog tide storm is indeed terrifying.
Su Chan murmured to herself, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Even the steel behemoths had ended up like this, let alone their flesh and blood. In an instant they probably turned to bone and flesh, becoming a cloud of blood mist.
Li Yun pushed open the iron door and stepped outside first.
The air still carried a pungent burnt smell, but visibility had completely returned to normal. He scanned the surroundings, activating his spiritual sight instantly. Within his field of vision there were no life heat sources nor any traces of lingering pollution.
It's safe,
he said. The crowd poured out one by one, staring at the devastated ruins before them, momentarily falling silent. Wang Mang squatted by a pool of black stains, smacking his lips, not even a scrap left. Luckily we ran fast. If we were a moment late we would have ended up like this. Stop lamenting. Li Yun looked at Su Chan. Now that we have the modification kit and materials ready, how long will it take to complete the repairs and upgrades? The convoy's vehicles were parked together. Fortunately, the mechanical arms extending from the mining vehicle were embedded into the ground, securely anchoring all the vehicles in place, preventing them from being swept away in the fog tide storm. However, unavoidable damages were still numerous and they needed to conduct a thorough inspection. Su Chan scanned around the mining town, her gaze landing on the abandoned engineering machinery, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Give me one day.
These scraps in the mining town are enough for me to completely renovate the entire convoy. Alright, Li Yun nodded, immediately assigning tasks. Everyone listened to Su Chan's orders.
Lei Jin, you are in charge of moving heavy objects.
Wang Ming Tieju, you will take people to dismantle parts.
Chunlei, you bring a few brothers to carry all the teeth and skins of the rodents that were stripped off earlier.
Understood. Everyone chimed in unison and immediately split up to take action. At dusk, within the derelict workshop on the western edge of the mining town, flames roared skyward, not from fire but from Su Chan. She stood at the workshop's center, arms raised slightly, palms upturned. Two torrents of sapphire light surged from her palms, writhing and stretching like living things in midair, the sequence ability of a machinist metal affinity. Wherever the light passed, heaps of scrap steel rose as if lifted by invisible hands, floating, rotating, colliding with crisp resonant clangs of metal upon metal. Li Yun leaned against the workshop's entrance, his divine sense fully activated.
Within his vision, fine sapphire energy filaments extended from Su Chan's palms, coiling with surgical precision around every piece of metal. Like countless delicate tentacles, they sensed each metal's texture, density and melting point, then relayed every detail instantaneously back to Su Chan's mind.
Lei Jin.
Su Chan's voice rang clear and bright. Bring me that minecart axle, the thickest one. Lei Jin stood bare-chested, his muscles thick and corded.
He drew a deep breath, a faint golden aura shimmered across his skin as his martial artist's iron bone ability surged to full activation.
Striding forward, he seized the axle, thick as a man's waist, with both arms braced his legs and let out a guttural roar lift. With a tremendous heave, he hoisted the solid steel axle, weighing no less than 500 Jin, onto his shoulders.
The concrete floor beneath his feet cracked inward, imprinting two deep footprints.
Carrying the axle, Lei Jin advanced step by steady step toward Su Chan, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his gait unshaken as though rooted to the earth.
Set it here. Su Chan pointed sharply to the open space before her.
Lei Jin released his grip, the axle crashed down, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air.
Impressive, old Lei.
Wang Meng stared, eyes wide. Your strength rivals a small crane.
Less talk, more work. Lei Jin panted heavily yet grinned fiercely. What else needs moving? Just say the word.
Su Chan paid no mind to their banter, her hands snapped together sharply. Instantly, the heavy axle was enveloped entirely in sapphire light, levitating high above the ground. The glow intensified, its surface began to flush a deep smoldering crimson. This was no ordinary flame, rather the direct molecular resonance induced by her sequence ability, generating extreme heat through high-frequency vibration.
10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds.
The axle shifted from dull red to incandescent scarlet, then blazed into searing orange-yellow. Its rigid form softened, melting like wax, then gathered into a molten sphere drawn and reshaped with flawless precision by unseen forces. Beads of sweat glistened on Su Chan's brow, yet her eyes burned with fierce brilliance.
Steel-tooth rat fangs.
Beside her, Zhao Chunlei sprinted forward, cradling a basket brimming with rat teeth. With a single flick of her hand, all 100 fangs lifted simultaneously, soaring into the air and merging seamlessly into the molten steel. The sapphire light pulsed violently as the fangs dissolved and fused into the molten core. Armor layer solidified. Su Chan flung her arms wide. The alloyed steel split instantly into dozens of uniformly thin plates hovering in perfect alignment. Each plate gleamed with a cold ashen-brown metallic luster, its surface etched with fine granular patterns, the reinforced microstructure left behind by the melted rat fangs.
Down.
One by one the plates descended smoothly, landing with resonant weighty thuds upon the workshop floor, each impact echoing with unmistakable density, signaling armor far sturdier than ordinary steel. Lei Jin stepped forward, clenched his fist and struck one plate with full force. Clang. The blow reverberated like a temple bell. The plate did not budge, but Lei Jin staggered half a step backward, shaking his numbed hand and drawing sharp breaths. Damn, this thing's far harder than before. Su Chan wiped the sweat from her temple, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Steel-tooth rat fangs possess 1.5 times the hardness of high-carbon steel.
When alloyed and refined, the entire plate's impact resistance improves by at least 40%.
Her gaze swept toward the mining vehicle parked outside the workshop, her eyes alight with resolve.
Now, let's get to work. Night fell.
Inside the workshop, welding torches flared without pause. Su Chan moved between the 5 vehicles like an indefatigable precision engine. Sapphire sequence light flickered intermittently, melting, shaping, reinforcing each motion executed with absolute exactitude. Lei Jin hauled steel after steel in and out, drenched in sweat yet growing more energized with every lift.
This was the fleet's lifeline, its very survival depended on durability, and he poured every ounce of strength into forging armor unbreakable.
Wang Mang and Zhao Taizhu directed several civilians dismantling abandoned vehicles.
Engines, tires, suspensions, wiring, every usable component was methodically stripped and sorted into neat labeled piles.
Handle everything carefully, no scratches, no dents.
Understood, Brother Chunlei. Zhao Chunlei led a group of adolescent boys, including Haozi, to ferry small parts. They darted in and out, drenched in sweat, faces radiant with genuine joy. Time slipped away second by silent second. Midnight struck precisely.
Leaning against the repair station's entrance, Li Yun suddenly heard a cold mechanical chime echo deep within his consciousness. Today's intelligence updated. His eyes snapped open, 3 lines of crimson text materialized slowly before him. Intelligence 1. A pack of rot-bone wolves, approximately 40 in number, has taken hold of the bleached bone wasteland 50 kilometers ahead. These creatures possess extraordinary olfactory acuity capable of tracking blood sent across 5 kilometers. Their bodies are encased in eerie energy-congealed rot-bone carapaces, impervious to ordinary blades or swords. Weakness vulnerable to fire. Unprotected eyes, direct strikes prove fatal. Their fangs and claws rival specialized alloys in hardness, ideal for enhancing mechanical resilience. Rot-bone flesh and marrow when fermented with soil yield fertile compost capable of significantly boosting crop yields.
Appendix fermentation method for rot-bone soil.
Intelligence 2. Deep within the wasteland lies a derelict Pioneer energy supply depot containing 3 crates of military-grade compressed biscuits, 2 crates of antibiotics and 1 fully functional diesel generator.
Depot coordinates marked. Intelligence 3. A survivor convoy 20 strong is advancing toward the same region from 30 kilometers away.
Its leader Chen Wu is a level 1 starseer able to vaguely discern auspicious or perilous directions by celestial alignment, but incapable of precise tactical insight. The convoy carries 3 machine guns and 10 crude firearms.
Maintain distance and observe. Appendix personal dossier of Chen Wu.
Li Yun stared at the 3 intelligence briefings, and a slow knowing curve formed at the corner of his mouth.
Rot-bone wolves. Supply depot. Unknown convoy. 50 kilometers ahead, another mission awaited.
He lifted his gaze toward the workshop center. Su Chan still labored, welding sparks dancing across her sweat-slicked face, yet the silhouettes of all 5 vehicles had been utterly transformed.
At dawn's first hush she straightened, at last exhaling deeply. Done.
Instantly the others gathered round.
5 vehicles stood aligned in the workshop's heart, reborn. Foremost was Li Yun's mining vehicle. Its frame now bore unprecedented mass, reinforced along the flanks with full coverage ashen-brown composite armor forged from steel-tooth rat fangs. Its treads had been replaced with heavy-duty mining variants, grip enhanced by over 100%. The roof-mounted manipulator arm had been completely redesigned, longer, thicker, vastly stronger, its triple alloy gripper tips embedded with honed steel-tooth rat fangs glinting with lethal coldness under the lights. Next came Lei Zhen's modified SUV, likewise armored, its roof-mounted heavy machine gun mount refortified with an added auxiliary ammunition storage compartment, maximizing both endurance and firepower. Behind them stood Wang Meng's and Zhao Tieju's pickup trucks, their cargo beds heightened, their sides welded shut with protective plating converted into makeshift armored transports. Their tires were swapped for solid rubber treads salvaged from mining carts, explosion-proof, abrasion-resistant, stable even on the most treacherous terrain. Last was Su Chan's own SUV. This vehicle underwent the most radical transformation, the entire rear seat removed and replaced with a mobile workshop. Welding torches, toolkits, spare components, all meticulously organized. A solar charging panel mounted atop ensured continuous power for all onboard equipment. Shall we test it? Su Chan looked toward Li Yun, pride unmistakable in her eyes. Absolutely. Li Yun rubbed his palms together, then vaulted onto the mining vehicle's cab and twisted the ignition knob. Vroom. The engine roared, a deep commanding growl, richer and smoother than ever before. Every indicator on the dashboard blazed to life. A newly installed smart display illuminated key metrics: power core, geothermal energy conversion system upgraded. Energy reserve 91, armor integrity 57, manipulator arm upgraded, gripping force 82, top speed 115 km/h. A faint satisfied curve touched Li Yun's lips. He leapt down and approached the manipulator arm, running his fingers over the Fang-embedded claw tips. What exactly can this grip? Anything, Su Chan replied, patting the hydraulic piston. Gripping force increased by 80%, lifting a compact car is effortless. And those Fang-tipped claws. Hard enough to serve as weapons in extremis. She paused, pointing toward a rusted minecart nearby. Care to try? Li Yun nodded, climbed back into the cab, and instantly expanded his divine sense. Real-time data flooded his vision: hydraulic pressure thresholds, manipulator load limits, optimal gripping trajectories, all rendered with crystalline clarity. His fingertips danced lightly over the control lever, precisely calibrated to the designated notch. A low resonant hum filled the air as the manipulator extended its triple alloy claws, opening wide and locking firmly onto the minecart's central chassis. Lift. Li Yun pulled the lever. With a surge of hydraulics, the manipulator heaved, lifting the abandoned minecart, well over 1 ton, clean off the ground, suspending it steadily half a meter in the air. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Lei Zhen stared, jaw-slacked. Damn, it's basically a crane. Li Yun lowered the cart, smoothly dismounted, and met Su Chan's gaze. Well done. Su Chan smiled, wiping sweat from her cheek. Tomorrow we'll refine the details, reroute all vehicle circuitry, and then we move out for good. Lei Zhen strode over, rapping his knuckles against the mining vehicle's new armor. So, could this thing withstand a whole swarm of steel-tooth rats now? Not a full swarm, but a dozen easily. And if truly surrounded. A single sweep of the manipulator would mow them down in waves.
They circled the 5 reborn machines, grinning unabashedly. Wang Mang leaned against his pickup, stroking the thickened armor plating, beaming. How much cargo can this haul now?
At least double, Suchan said. And with the new tires, even the worst dirt tracks won't shake it loose. Standard spike strips won't pierce them, let alone nails.
Zhao Taizhu crouched beside his pickup, tapping the reinforced plating with his fingertip, listening to its dense resonant ring, and gave a slow solemn nod.
Sturdy. This work is solid.
He knew little of vehicles, but that deep unwavering timbre spoke volumes of safety.
The civilians lingered at the periphery, gazing upon the 5 armored behemoths, machines built to dominate the wilds, their eyes alight with hope.
Housie held Duan Li's hand, tilting his small face upward. Mommy, will we ride in this one now? Duan Li smoothed his hair, tears welling, but her smile was warm and certain. Yes.
From now on, we ride in this one.
Li Yun lifted his eyes eastward.
Night hung thick and black. Dawn remained hours away.
Return to the repair station to rest, he said.
At first light, we move on. They answered in unison, walking away with quiet laughter and easy strides.
Li Yun brought up the rear, leaning against the doorway, his gaze sweeping across the 5 steel steeds capable of carving paths through the wasteland, then lingering on the dozen souls resting inside the station, some seated, some leaning, all breathing the same air of hard-won calm.
Just over 100 kilometers left, almost there. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened the intelligence interface, studying Chen Wu's personal dossier with meticulous care.
In the corner of the intelligence panel, the anomaly index, a silent, unblinking numeral, twitched once more. As dawn broke, the convoy, having completed its preparations, departed from the mining town. 5 vehicles lined up in a row, leaving deep tracks in the morning mist. The foremost mining vehicle donned a new exterior, the gray-brown composite armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light, the sound of its tracks grinding over gravel resonating with several times more stability than before.
Li Yun grasped the steering wheel, his spiritual sense fully activated.
Everything appeared normal within his range of vision, though the numbers indicating distortion on the system panel flickered slightly. As the convoy pressed onward, the sharp pain in his mind grew increasingly vivid. At the edge of his sight, over 40 dark red heat signatures huddled together, slowly moving across the wasteland.
Corrupted bone wolves.
Intelligence reports indicated that these creatures had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, able to track the scent of blood from 5 kilometers away. They were covered in a layer of grotesque energy, congealed bone, impervious to ordinary blades. Fear of fire, unprotected eyes. Li Yun silently recited the intel in his mind, gradually pressing down on the brake while his gaze swept over the storage box beside the dashboard. Inside were 6 petrol bombs, hastily prepared the night before specifically for these beasts.
Li Gu came Lei Zhen's low voice over the intercom. Is there a situation ahead? Li Yun suddenly slammed on the brakes, having surely detected some danger.
50 kilometers ahead, a pack of corrupted bone wolves, around 40 of them.
Li Yun spoke calmly. We can't go around, it's the only route to the stargazing platform.
He attempted to activate his spiritual sense to scout for alternative routes, only to be met with a sharp pain in his mind. That was the danger warning from the seer sequence. Other routes harbored crises even more lethal than the corrupted bone wolves, making it impossible to evade.
Corrupted bone wolves. Lei Zhen's voice suddenly went grave. I've seen those. Their bone shells are incredibly sinister, even small caliber bullets can just slide off. Last time our team managed to burn one to death with fire.
Li Yun added, yes, these beasts fear fire, their only weak spot is their eyes.
Li Yun nodded. Inform everyone to check the petrol bombs.
If we encounter them later, follow my lead.
Understood.
The convoy continued forward. At 9 in the morning, a desolate expanse of barren Gobi appeared before them. Waist-high withered yellow grass rustled in the wind, revealing the cracked, upheaved earth beneath.
Occasionally a few scattered animal bones half buried in the ground could be seen glinting eerily in the pale sunlight. Li Yun gradually slowed down, his spiritual sense spread out to its fullest extent. In a depression 2 kilometers ahead, over 40 dark red heat signatures lay resting on the ground. Their energy profiles were a whole circle larger than that of the steel tooth rats, with limbs on the ground and a particularly glaring bright red mass at the position of their heads. That was their eyes.
Stop! Li Yun raised his hand. The 5 vehicles gradually came to a halt, the sound of engines dying down in succession. Lei Zhen pushed open the car door and jumped down, crouching low as he rushed to the vehicle side. Li Gu, where are those beasts? 2 kilometers ahead in the depression, they are all resting. Li Yun's gaze remained fixated on that area, not shifting in the slightest. Su Chan also approached, holding a modified telescope, glancing in that direction, her expression suddenly changing. I see it. That layer of bone shell, it looks disgusting. Li Yun turned to her. Are the petrol bombs sufficient? He had not dared to slack off last night, specifically instructing Su Chan to prepare more petrol bombs as today's weapon against monsters and final fallback. If the plan fails, this would be their last retreat. I made 12 overnight last night, plus the ones left over. We have a total of 18. Su Chan spoke with certainty, fully understanding his intention, and admired Li Yun's caution in her heart. That's enough. Li Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, his voice low yet carrying undeniable authority. Listen carefully, this pack of wolves is no easy target.
Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate that layer of bone shell, and close combat would be suicidal. Therefore we will divide our tasks.
He pointed at Legion. When I lure the wolf pack out, you take 2 people to guard the front of the convoy.
The wolves charging towards us will be your responsibility. A martial artist's fist is more effective than bullets.
Legion grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Understood.
I've been wanting to have a go at these beasts myself.
Last time I encountered such monsters, I was just an ordinary person forced to hide behind and shoot from a distance, watching my close combat companions suffer heavy casualties.
This time I want to go all out and avenge my former teammates.
Li Yun then turned to Su Chan. Save your bullets for the heavy machine gun, use them only at critical moments. Wait for my signal and fire only when we need suppressive fire.
Su Chan adjusted her goggles. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Finally he turned to Wang Meng, Zhao Tieju and a few ordinary people. You guys take positions behind the vehicles and prepare for long-range shooting. No need to aim for the body if it can't be penetrated, just focus on their eyes.
When the wolf pack charges, shoot at whichever wolf's eyes turn red.
Wang Meng paused. Li Gu, at this distance can we hit them?
Even if we can't hit them, we still need to shoot, Li Yun replied flatly. Disrupt their formation. As long as one bullet grazes their eye, that wolf is done for.
Everyone nodded in unison, immediately turning to take their positions.
5 minutes later, Li Yun pressed down on the accelerator.
The mining vehicle let out a deep roar, its tracks grinding through the withered grass, startling a flock of black crows as it charged straight into the wasteland.
2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 500 meters.
In the depression, those lying corrupted bone wolves all raised their heads in unison, their crimson eyes fixed intently on Li Yun and the others, a series of low growls emanating from their throats, thick foul-smelling saliva dripping slowly from their exposed gums. Li Yun finally saw their true appearance. Each one was larger than an adult wolf, their bodies wrapped in grayish-white bone shells resembling a set of tattered rusted armor. The bony armor was riddled with fine cracks through which dark red flesh could be seen undulating grotesquely. What was most unsettling were their eyes. Pairs of blood-red vertical pupils stood out vividly against the gray-white bone armor, glaring like 2 clusters of ghostly flames. Hiss. The leading corrupted bone wolf king let out a sharp hiss, and over 40 wolves simultaneously rose, charging madly towards the mining vehicle. Their speed was astonishing, each leap covering 3 to 4 meters, the bone armor on their bodies gleaming with an eerie luster under the sunlight, resembling ferocious beasts clawing their way up from hell. Li Yun violently turned the steering wheel, the mining vehicle carving a sharp arc across the wasteland, rushing sideways. The wolf pack immediately adjusted their direction, the front few already closing within 100 meters. Faster than steel-toothed rats, Li Yun's mind raced, but not as agile in turning. He maneuvered the vehicle in a serpentine pattern while pulling out a survival whistle and placing it in his mouth. Then he blew it hard. Whistle. The sharp high-frequency sound instantly tore through the surrounding air. The first few corrupted bone wolves in the lead immediately clamped their heads and tumbled, emitting piercing howls. Their ears couldn't withstand this either. But most merely paused for a moment, then continued their pursuit with red eyes.
The effect of high-frequency sound waves is limited.
Li Yun squinted. Their hearing isn't as sharp as that of steel-toothed rats. He slammed the accelerator, the mining vehicle speeding towards the previously selected open area. Behind them, over 40 corrupted bone wolves relentlessly pursued like a grey torrent. In the direction of the convoy, Wang Meng and Zhao Taizhu had already set up their guns. The few ordinary people crouched behind the vehicle, gripping their homemade guns, palms slick with cold sweat. Closer. Closer.
Wang Meng muttered, the gun barrel firmly aimed at the leading corrupted bone wolf. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Fire.
Wang Meng pulled the trigger with all his might.
Bang.
The bullet grazed past the skull of the rotting wolf, missing its target.
Startled by the gunshot, the wolf instinctively tilted its head. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Several crude guns fired simultaneously, sending bullets flying in all directions. Most missed, but one shot hit its mark. The bullet pierced straight into the right eye of a rotting wolf.
Awoo. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, clutching its head and rolling frantically on the ground.
Dark red blood gushed from its eye socket as it lost all balance, crashing into a companion nearby, and the 2 wolves tumbled together.
I hit it. I hit it.
Zhao Chunlei shouted excitedly, his face flushed with thrill.
Don't shout. Keep shooting.
Zhao Taizhu turned his head and slapped the back of his head, but he didn't loosen his grip on the gun. Li Yun focused on driving while keeping an eye on the movements behind them. With spiritual sight activated, the trajectories of over 40 dark red heat sources were clearly visible.
Among the wolves, one rotting wolf was larger than the others, its blood-red eyes exceptionally bright. That was the rotting wolf king.
It had been hiding behind the pack, not charging to the front, merely howling continuously, directing the pack's attack. Its bone armor was a whole circle thicker than that of other wolves, covered in scars and bullet holes from past battles, clearly not its first encounter with human survivors, displaying cunning far beyond its kin.
Found you.
Li Yun slammed the steering wheel and the mining vehicle suddenly made a sharp turn, charging toward the side of the wolf pack.
The wolves were forced to change direction, their once tight formation instantly dispersed. Just then several rotting wolves broke through the defense line, charging madly toward the convoy. Roar!
The fresh scent of blood and flesh was incredibly enticing, constantly teasing and stimulating their taste buds, with greed filling their crimson eyes.
Lesion! Li Yun shouted into the intercom. Coming!
Lesion had been ready.
He took a deep breath, a faint golden aura instantly shimmering across his skin, activating the warrior's iron bones ability to its fullest.
With a sudden burst of power in his legs, he shot out like a cannonball. The first rotting wolf leapt at him midair. Lesion sidestepped and his clenched fist smashed fiercely into the side of its skull.
Crushing force, go! Bang! A muffled sound of impact echoed.
The wolf was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before struggling to get up, shaking its head and then fainting on the spot. The warrior gathered all his strength for one strike, the terrifying crushing force directly shattering its brain through the bone armor.
So damn tough. Lesion shook his hand, grinning. Bring it on. The second wolf pounced, and this time he aimed directly at its eye. A punch drove into the eye socket and the wolf couldn't even let out a scream before dying instantly. The third, fourth. Lesion stood like a moving wall of steel, firmly blocking the front of the convoy.
The charging rotting wolves were smashed away one by one, either dying on the spot or dizzy and shot down by Wang Meng and the others.
But there were too many wolves. Roar! Over a dozen more rotting wolves under the Wolf King's command bypassed Lesion and charged straight toward the side of the convoy. Suchin!
Li Yun shouted again, keeping a close watch on the pack's movements. On the roof of the vehicle, Suchin had already squinted one eye, aiming her gun at the densest part of the wolf charge.
Da-day-day-day!
The tons of fire erupted and heavy machine gun bullets poured down like a torrential rain.
The bone armor on those rotting wolves could withstand ordinary bullets but couldn't withstand the close-range sweep of a heavy machine gun.
The first few wolves were instantly turned into a bloody mess, flesh and blood flying everywhere.
The wolf pack, originally organized by the Wolf King, was firmly suppressed by this wave of firepower, and their formation was completely thrown into chaos. Roar! The rotting Wolf King's eyes flashed with urgency as it watched its pack begin to scatter.
It immediately howled, attempting to reorganize the attack.
Finally showing itself.
A glimmer of light flashed in Li Yun's eyes. He slammed on the brakes, executing a beautiful drift to come to a steady stop. He grabbed the crude gun from the passenger seat, opened the car door, knelt on one knee and aimed directly at the depths of the wolf pack.
Spiritual sight activated.
Trajectory prediction fully engaged. The high-intensity ability triggered a slight pain in his head, causing the distortion percentage to rise silently by 0.1,
but Li Yun didn't care at all.
In his vision, over 40 dark red heat sources were clearly visible, with the brightest one at the back being the Wolf King.
Growling roar.
It was hiding behind several rotting wolves, howling wildly, trying to regroup its pack. But its subordinates, scattered by the heavy machine gun fire, were not listening to its commands.
Li Yun took a deep breath, slowly moving the gun's muzzle.
At a distance of 300 meters, the chaotic pack blocked the red trajectory.
He was waiting. 2 seconds later, a rotting wolf was hit by a bullet, screaming as it fell. The Wolf King's form revealed itself only for a brief second. But that was enough.
In his vision, several red virtual lines instantly appeared on the Wolf King's head, indicating its next move.
It would surely dodge to the left in the next second, hiding behind another rotting wolf. 30 centimeters to the left. Got you, die. Li Yun held his breath, his fingers steadily pulling the trigger. Bang!
The bullet sliced through the air, accurately piercing that blood-red eye.
Whoa!
The Wolf King let out an extremely shrill howl, clutching its head and rolling frantically on the ground. The bullet had entered its eye socket, directly penetrating its brain. It struggled weakly a couple of times, its limbs stiffened and it fell silent.
Almost simultaneously as the Wolf King hit the ground, the entire wolf pack seemed to hit the pause button. All the wolves stopped in their tracks, their ears twitching wildly, emitting anxious shrieks. Then they scattered. The remaining 20 or so rotting wolves fled in a frenzy, disappearing into the depths of the wasteland. The battle was over. It lasted less than 15 minutes. Over 20 rotting wolf corpses lay scattered across the wasteland, dark red blood flowing along the land's crevices.
The air was thick with the smell of blood, gunpowder and burnt flesh choking the throat. Lesion sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. He was splattered with blood, both his own and that of the rotting wolves, yet he grinned brightly. Li Gui killed 7 of them. That was exhilarating. His eyes sparkled with joy. Killing 7 rotting wolves was a form of vengeance for his fallen teammates. Suchin jumped down from the roof, rubbing her sore arms, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Li Gui, that shot of yours. 300 meters, one shot to the eye. How did you do that? At this distance, even she, a mechanic well versed in firearms, would only have a 70% chance. But Li Yun was just a support sequence, yet he managed to achieve such a feat. Just luck, Li Yun smiled, putting away his gun, scanning the area to ensure there was no danger before walking straight to the Wolf King's corpse. He squatted down using a purification dagger to cut open the Wolf King's eye socket, prying out a blood-soaked eyeball. Behind the eyeball was a dark red crystal about the size of a grain of rice. The crystal of the rotting wolf. Although it was incomplete, it was still a solid gain. Wang Meng, take people to clean the battlefield. Li Yun stood up, pull out all the wolf fangs and cut off the claws. These items can enhance mechanical strength, don't waste them. Wang Meng acknowledged and immediately called a few ordinary people to start working. Li Yun turned to Suchin. The blood and flesh of the rotting wolves, when mixed with soil and fermented, can cultivate crops and even significantly increase yield. Take all the blood and flesh we can carry and throw them into the mining vehicle's carriage for burial and fermentation. He had long planned this. The mining vehicle's carriage was idle anyway and could be transformed into a mobile planting chamber to solve the convoy's food problem. After all, with a large number of people in the convoy, relying solely on scavenging like before would eventually lead to depletion. Suchin was taken aback. This thing. Can it really be used for farming? She had never heard that the blood and flesh of rotting wolves could be used to cultivate crops, and for a moment she found it hard to believe. Of course it can, Li Yun said. It also requires some techniques. Just follow what I say for now and we'll deal with it later. A middle-aged man squatted next to the wolf carcass, carefully cutting open the fur with a knife and pulling out the wolf fangs one by one. Uncle Chen, is what the captain said true? Can this monster's body really be used to cultivate crops? A young woman nearby helped out, cleaning the pulled-out fangs and counting them into a bag, quietly lowering her voice to ask. Wan Lan didn't Li to say something about that before? Chen Lin glanced at the rotting wolf corpse on the ground. We've followed quite a few convoys. Have you ever seen a captain accomplish that? That's true. Wang Lan's face also broke into a smile, her eyes filled with hope. Uncle Chen, do you think we'll be able to eat fresh vegetables in a while? Hurry up and get to work. When has Li Di ever deceived anyone? Chen Lin scolded with a smile, his bone knife continuously stabbing into the seams of the rotting wolf's armor, carefully removing a piece of bone armor intact. A child squatted beside them, staring wide-eyed at the sharp wolf fangs. Mom, these teeth are so sharp. Silly child, don't touch them with your hands. You need to use a knife to insert it little by little from the gaps. Duanli patted his head, continually teaching her son how to process the wolf carcass, occasionally glancing back at her daughter sleeping in a swaddle on the seat, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope different from her previous urgency and numbness. Leijin walked over to Li Yun, handing him a crumpled cigarette. Li Gu, your shooting skills. He paused, struggling to get the words out. They're just incredible. Li Yun accepted the cigarette, lit it with his flame and took a deep puff. Just practice more. Leijin grinned. I don't believe you one bit. He had practiced shooting too, but wouldn't believe Li Yun's words. However, he didn't press further. After all, everyone has their secrets. Probing too deeply would be inconsiderate. As long as Li Yun could keep him alive, he would follow him. In the distance, the sea of flames was still burning, thick smoke billowing. But this wasteland was temporarily safe. Just then a crackling noise suddenly came from Li Yun's intercom at his waist, a strange male voice breaking through the static from over 10 kilometers away. In the realm of spiritual sight, 20 moving heat sources were rapidly approaching them from 30 kilometers away. As twilight deepened, the convoy rumbled across the desolate plain of bleached bones and arrived at the heart of the ruins, several crumbling brick houses encircling a rust-eaten corrugated iron warehouse. Half the warehouse roof had collapsed, yet its main structure remained intact. A faded metal plaque was nailed to the wall, its weathered inscription barely legible: Vanguard Energy, Field Supply Station No. 7. Li Yun swung open the vehicle door and leapt down, instantly activating his spirit vision. Within his field of view, no thermal signatures flickered, no traces of anomalous biological contamination lingered. Only deep inside the warehouse did a diesel generator emit a faint cerulean aura of energy. This is it, he said, voice calm and decisive, issuing orders on the spot. Wang Meng, take your team and clear every item from the warehouse. Leijin, perimeter watch. Su Chan, inspect the generator. Determine whether it can be transported. The group responded in unison and sprang into action. Wang Meng led several ordinary survivors into the warehouse. Moments later they emerged hauling heavy iron crates, their faces alight with unrestrained joy. Brotherly, we've struck gold. 3 crates of military-grade compressed biscuits. 2 crates of antibiotics, top-tier supplies. Li Yun strode forward and flung open a crate lid. Inside, the biscuits were stacked with precise uniformity, vacuum-sealed, impeccably preserved, unexpired, the hardest, most reliable currency in the post-cataclysm wasteland. Fine goods, he murmured, snapping the lid shut. Load everything onto the vehicles, leave nothing behind. Understood. Amid hurried bustle and irrepressible grins, the team scrambled to haul the supplies. Few military-grade compression biscuits. They'll last years. Chen Lin lifted a package, scrutinizing the faded print on its packaging, whispering in quiet awe. After the Great Cataclysm, only a handful of powers, chiefly the superstates and their subterranean megacities, could still manufacture goods of such quality. Truly impressive, captains extraordinary. Uncle Chun, how did he know this station held supplies? Wanlan, shifting crates, glanced left and right, then leaned close to Chen Lin, lowering her voice. She was genuinely baffled. Previous convoys had always sacrificed scouts, sending them ahead to certain death, just to scavenge meager scraps after near-fatal odds.
This time, however, they'd arrived unscathed, 0 casualties, and secured a trove of premium goods as if guided by divine sight. Wanlan, haven't I warned you that curiosity doesn't just kill cats? It kills people. Chen Lin's expression darkened.
Seeing no one nearby, he exhaled inwardly in relief and swiftly pulled her into the shadowed corner of the ruins. He hissed, voice low and urgent, never forget, our captain appears serene, even kind. He never hoards rations or sends us on suicide missions. But he is a sequence holder.
If you value your life, bury those reckless thoughts.
Focus instead on learning engine repair and marksmanship from me.
Uncle Chun. I was wrong. Wanlan's face flushed with shame.
She knew the truth well, but over these past days Li Yun's uncommon leniency toward ordinary survivors had lulled her into the dangerous illusion that she was treated as a person and thus dared entertain forbidden questions. In prior convoys she wouldn't have dared even glance at a sequence holder without bowing deeply. Before sequence holders, ordinary people were mere expendables, retained only while useful, discarded without hesitation when obsolete.
Work diligently. Ask nothing you shouldn't. Think nothing you shouldn't. Reckless thoughts cost lives.
Chen Lin sighed, then froze mid-sentence, his gaze locking onto a pair of pitch-black, unnervingly tranquil eyes.
His heart lurched. He yanked Wanlan back toward the crate's head, bowed, uttering not another word.
Interestingly, Yun murmured softly, a faint glint flashing across his pupils, then vanishing unremarked. At that moment Shu Zi, small clutching a dented iron box, rushed over, tilting his face upward. Uncle Li, what's inside this box? Since Li Yun had gifted his mother strips of meat, the boy had grown markedly closer to him.
Li Yun took the box, opened it, and found several tins of meat and a slab of chocolate. A reward for you, he said, handing it back. Take it and share with everyone. The boy's eyes lit up. Clutching the box, he dashed toward Duan Li. Mama. Chocolate. Try some. He remembered chocolate, the bittersweet warmth wrapped in memory, a rare solace in the wasteland, back when his father still lived. You must thank the captain first. Duan Li gently stroked his hair, her eyes glistened though she spoke no more. Thank you, Uncle Li. Shu Zi's mouth full of chocolate, his voice muffled but bright, his wide eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Remember to share with your brothers and sisters. Li Yun knelt, a rare gentle smile softening his features as he pinched the child's grind-streaked cheek. Watching Shu Zi, he glimpsed his own childhood, early mastery of reading expressions, precocious composure, heartbreaking in its quiet maturity. Just then a sharp burst of static crackled from the walkie-talkie clipped to Li Yun's belt. ZZZT, this is the Chen Wu convoy. We are well-equipped, well-supplied, and welcome all survivors to join us. Repeat, this is the Chen Wu convoy, well-equipped, well-supplied. The faint warmth vanished from Li Yun's face. That fleeting tenderness sank, buried beneath cold calculation. His brow furrowed, and his spirit vision expanded instantly. 30 kilometers away, 20 crimson thermal signatures advanced steadily toward their position, moving slowly, veering slightly off course, constantly recalibrating their route, yet converging unmistakably upon this ruin. They're coming. Li Yun lowered the walkie-talkie voice level. 20 individuals. 6 vehicles. Lei Zhen's expression tightened. From Blackstone Town. This wasteland stretched empty for leagues, only survivors fleeing Blackstone Town could possibly form such a convoy. Likely so. Li Yun swept his gaze across the ruins. They're slower than I anticipated. He had assumed Shen Wu, a starseer, would foresee the station's existence, prompting Li Yun to dispatch the Bone Wolves first, then accelerate here to secure the supplies ahead of them. Yet their arrival was delayed, far later than expected. Su Chan emerged from the warehouse, dragging the generator's fuel line. Brotherly, the generator is sound. Core components intact. Fully transportable. Good. Li Yun issued swift commands. Lei Zhen, redeploy the convoy into defensive formation. Su Chan, mount the heavy machine gun and lock down the approach. Wang Meng Taizhu, withdraw your men behind the warehouse's broken walls. Keep low. Train your rifles outward. Understood. Within 5 minutes the Dawn convoy stood arrayed before the ruins. The mining crawler anchored the center, its thick composite armor forming an immovable bulwark, its prow aimed squarely down the approaching path. Its rooftop mechanical arm rose high, 3-fingered alloy claws splayed wide, the serrated fangs of steel rats embedded in each claw tip gleaming with cold menace in the fading dusk. Lei Zhen's off-road vehicle held the left flank, its roof-mounted heavy machine gun already deployed. Su Chan crouched behind it, one eye narrowed, the reticle fixed unwaveringly on the horizon's edge. Wang Meng and Zhao Taizhu's pickup trucks guarded both wings, cargo beds piled high with empty crates deliberately staged to feign that supplies were loaded aboard them. Li Yun leaned against the mining crawler's door, walkie-talkie in hand, spirit vision locked unblinking onto the 20 advancing heat signatures. 15 kilometers. 10 kilometers, 5, 1. At last 6 heavily modified off-road vehicles appeared at the far end of the plain.
On the lead vehicle's roof stood a gaunt middle-aged man holding an instrument resembling an antique compass head bent in scrutiny.
Stellar divination indicated no human presence here.
He glanced upward at the deepening sky, then back at his star chart disc, frowning, before sharply waving his hand behind him. The six vehicles slowed, gradually halting precisely 100 meters from the ruins. Doors swung open in unison, 20 figures stepped out, disciplined and silent. Foremost among them was the same gaunt man from the roof, wearing a faded threadbare jacket, a jagged old scar slashing diagonally from browbone to jawline, lending his face a savage cast. He gripped a hunting rifle, muzzle pointed downward, but his finger rested firmly, unyieldingly on the trigger. His gaze swept the defensive array before him, lingering 2 seconds on the mining crawler and its massive mechanical arm, his expression shifting subtly with wary recognition.
"Friend, don't be nervous."
He spoke first, his voice raspy like sandpaper. "We are just passing by and would like to ask for some water." Li Yun remained still, his spiritual vision sweeping over the 20 individuals across from him. Among the 20 dark red heat sources, one was significantly brighter than the others. Undoubtedly it was the leader of the convoy, Chen Wu.
His energy fluctuations were peculiar, a gray-white halo dotted with tiny star-like specks resembling scattered starlight in the dark night. Astrologer. Li Yun understood immediately, correlating this with the personal experiences in the intelligence system.
He jumped down from the vehicle, took a few steps forward and stopped at a safe distance of 50 meters, his hand resting naturally on the purification dagger at his waist.
With his enhanced wrist strength combined with spiritual vision at this distance, he could achieve perfect accuracy.
"There is water," he said flatly, "but first you need to tell me where you came from and where you are going."
The man squinted, sizing up Li Yun.
The astrological disc in his hand suddenly shook gently, the pointer spinning wildly for several circles before finally settling firmly, pointing towards Li Yun's direction. "Friend, your fate is quite resilient." He suddenly spoke. "This disc of mine has reacted."
Li Yun did not respond, merely watching him quietly.
The man glanced down at the instrument again. This time the pointer began spinning wildly, showing no signs of stopping after dozens of turns.
His expression changed dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "How is this possible?" he murmured. "I can't actually see your fate."
Since awakening as an astrologer, he had been able to peer into the fate of every individual through the astrological ritual and disc. With this skill he had managed to eliminate the former leader and secure his position. Li Yun was the first person he could not fully discern since his awakening. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Li Yun's mouth. Of course he could not see his own fate.
The existence of the intelligence system rendered him an inscrutable fog on the energy level.
Any precognitive abilities attempting to probe him would only be thoroughly disrupted. The man took a deep breath, retracting the astrological disc, forcing a smile. "My name is Chen Wu. I used to be with Pioneer Energy. These brothers with me were all brought out from Haishi Town. We just escaped from Haishi Town and plan to head east to find a safe place to settle down."
"East?"
Li Yun looked towards the east. "East is the Bone Wasteland, and beyond that lies the No Man's Land."
"I know."
Chen Wu sighed. "But we can't stay in Haishi Town any longer. Those vultures have gone mad, willing to turn on their own for a piece of sequence crystal.
We took advantage of the chaos to escape, leaving everything behind, and our water supply is nearly depleted."
He paused, glancing at the warehouse behind him. "This is a supply station of Pioneer Energy, right? There should be supplies inside." Previously he had divined that the astrological disc indicated a high probability of survival resources here, which is why he brought the convoy over.
A deeper curve formed at the corner of Li Yun's mouth.
"There are," he said, "but they are all gone."
Chen Wu was taken aback. "What do you mean?"
"It means you arrived too late." Li Yun raised his hand to point behind him, where the outlines of supplies were clearly visible in the back of several pickup trucks.
Chen Wu's expression darkened instantly.
The young men behind him tensed up, instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. Almost simultaneously, on the roof of the left side SUV, Su Chan's finger instantly rested on the trigger of a heavy machine gun.
Standing beside the motorcycle, Lei Zhen's skin glimmered with a faint golden aura as his iron bone ability was primed to strike.
Behind the ruined wall of the warehouse, Wang Mang and Zhao Tieju along with several others had their guns aimed directly at Chen Wu and his group. In that tense moment, Chen Wu suddenly raised his hand, stopping the people behind him.
"Friend, this isn't very considerate of you, is it?"
Chen Wu still forced a smile. "You've swallowed this whole supply station without leaving us even a drop of water." He was well aware that the other side held an absolute advantage in terrain. His side had no cover apart from their vehicles, and the heavy machine gun was firmly trained on them. If a fight broke out, they would gain nothing. "There is water," Li Yun said. "There is a water well behind the warehouse. You can draw your own. But as for the supplies, there is no negotiation." His own convoy was not small, and these supplies were crucial, so they could not be let go easily. Chen Wu stared at him for a few seconds. The spare astrological disc in his hand trembled again. He wanted to try once more to see Li Yun's hidden cards. This time the pointer did not spin wildly but pointed directly at Li Yun. In the next second, the astrological disc emitted a crisp snap, sending up a puff of green smoke. The astrological lines burned through, rendering it completely useless. "This?" Chen Wu's eyes widened as he looked at the ruined instrument in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. Li Yun's expression sharpened, and in his mind the cold mechanical voice of the intelligence system echoed, precognitive sequence ability probing has been blocked, target sequence device has been destroyed, target has suffered sequence backlash. He had anticipated this long ago. The existence of the intelligence system made him a forbidden zone for all precognitive sequence users. Any attempts to probe him would be directly interfered with or even backfired. He remained composed, still quietly observing Chen Wu. Your hidden cards are crystal clear to me, do you still wish to act? Chen Wu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of metallic sweetness in his throat. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with an unmistakable wariness. He waved his hand to signal the people behind him to remain still, then took a few steps forward, stopping 30 meters away. Friend, I, Chen Wu, have been in Haishi town for half a year and have seen many capable individuals. He lowered his voice, but someone like you I am seeing for the first time. This disc has been with me for a year and has never malfunctioned. Li Yun did not respond, only watching him. Without any tangible benefits, expecting to gain something from him was impossible. Chen Wu gritted his teeth and turned back to his convoy. He bent down and lifted a fuel barrel from one of the vehicles, placing it down one after another until he had moved 5 barrels. These 5 barrels of gasoline are my gesture of friendship. He looked up at Li Yun. No talk of exchange, just consider it a gift for our first meeting. Li Yun smiled. You are quite perceptive. He had already used spiritual vision to lock onto all of Chen Wu's movements and vital points. As long as there was the slightest abnormality, the purification dagger could be drawn in an instant, taking his life. To capture the leader first would be a devastating blow to the morale of the remaining members. Chen Wu let out a bitter laugh. Being unperceptive is not an option. I may not have many skills, but I do have a knack for reading people. The ones behind you, that shirtless guy, is clearly a martial artist. The girl wearing goggles has the aura of a mechanic and she handles the machine gun very steadily. And you, he fixed his gaze on Li Yun's eyes, I cannot see through your tactics, but they are certainly not simple. He paused, pointing towards the ruins behind. If I'm not mistaken, there are still people hiding there with their guns aimed at us. Li Yun did not deny it. He paused, pointing towards the ruins behind. If I'm not mistaken, there are still people hiding there with their guns aimed at us. Li Yun did not deny it. Chen Wu sighed. All right, I admit defeat. 5 barrels of gasoline in exchange for a box of compressed biscuits, is that acceptable? Li Yun remained silent for 2 seconds before turning towards the mining vehicle. He unloaded a box of compressed biscuits from the vehicle and placed it on the ground between the two groups. Deal. There were no abandoned gas stations nearby, and the few modified pickups in the convoy were all fuel guzzlers. They could only run for another day before gasoline ran out. In order to reach the star observation platform on time, this trade was quite advantageous, ensuring profit without loss. Chen Wu instantly breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand behind him, move the gasoline over. A few young men hurried over and moved the 5 barrels of gasoline to Li Yun's side. Li Yun approached, opened the lid of one barrel and sniffed. Lei Shen leaned and examined it closely and nodded. Brotherly, this is real gasoline, usable, no additives. Good. Li Yun closed the barrel lid and looked at Chen Wu. Tell me in detail about the situation in Haishi town. Who ended up taking Sun Maokai's sequence crystal? Chen Wu glanced at the muscular Lei Shen standing next to Li Yun, his eyelids involuntarily twitching as he lost his temper completely, and answered honestly, Lu Heiqi. That guy was Sun Maokai's assistant, a first-tier berserker. After Sun Maokai died, he led people to snatch the crystal and fought with Wang Hu's gang for 3 days, resulting in over 20 deaths. In the end, he managed to seize the crystal, but he was seriously injured himself and is said to be near death. Lu Heiqi. Li Yun frowned. What special abilities does he have? Not quite sure. Chen Wu shook his head. He rarely takes action personally. But I've heard he is much stronger than an ordinary berserker and can withstand rifle bullets. This was information he had previously divined through the star observation disc, and he wasn't entirely certain, but he conveyed it to Li Yun. As for whether Li Yun would test the authenticity and attempt to seize that second-tier sequence crystal, he couldn't care less. Li Yun nodded, turned and walked towards the ruins. The water is behind the warehouse, fetch it yourself. He said without looking back. The biscuits are yours, don't touch anything else. Chen Wu was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a grin. Friend, you're quite an interesting person. He waved his hand behind him. Go get the water, keep your hands clean, and don't touch anything else. The young men first moved the box of compressed biscuits onto the vehicle before quickly circling around to the back of the warehouse, and soon cheers for fetching water could be heard. Chen Wu stood in place watching Li Yun's back, hesitating for a few seconds before finally calling out to him, friend, are you all heading to the star observation platform? As a star diviner, he was also troubled by sequence distortions. This direction had no other place worth visiting besides the legendary star observation platform. Wherever there are supplies, that's where we go. Li Yun stopped and turned to look at him. Is there a problem? That place. Chen Wu's eyes flashed with caution as he lowered his voice. I've heard people say it's not safe. An exploration team from Pioneer Energy had previously investigated it, and out of over a dozen people who entered, only 2 returned, and they both went mad. Li Yun looked at him calmly, saying nothing, merely nodding slightly.
Chen Wu sighed inwardly, cursing the little fox for being tight-lipped and leaving no cracks. Alright, forget I mentioned it. In any case, just be careful. He turned and walked towards his vehicle, taking a few steps before stopping and looking back to add, by the way, if you encounter a group of people on the road, be sure not to engage with them. That gang calls themselves the Fog Returners and they're quite sinister. I've seen them while observing the stars and each time it's a sea of blood. Moreover. He paused, their activity range is right around here. Li Yun's gaze sharpened as he silently noted this name. He activated his insight ability to scan the surroundings, temporarily detecting no signs of danger. Fog Returners. He was uncertain if this was just a smokescreen Chen Wu intentionally released to trap him. Yes. Chen Wu nodded. They believe in the bone corruption mist-tide, thinking it is a divine blessing. If you encounter them, keep as far away as you can. After saying this, he showed no signs of hesitation and quickly jumped into the vehicle. Drive fast. As soon as the door closed, Chen Wu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. The core tool of the Star Diviner was damaged and the backlash from the sequence was far heavier than Li Yun had imagined. If he stayed any longer, he feared his secrets would all be seen through by that unfathomable young man. The 6 vehicles quickly started engines roaring and swiftly disappeared into the night of the wasteland. 3 machine guns and over 20 guns. If a fight breaks out, even with the terrain advantage, we would lose a few teeth trying to take them down. The cost is too high, forget it, let him live. Li Yun's gaze flickered as he clearly saw the chaotic energy fluctuations within Chen Wu through his spiritual sight. He stood in place, slowly releasing his grip on the purification dagger, watching as Chen Wu's convoy vanished into the night, the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. With more people than his convoy and superior firepower, even with the terrain advantage, it would still cost 7 or 8 lives to take down Chen Wu's convoy, with Lei Jin and Su Chan both combat-type sequence users. Brother Li, what exactly are these Fog Returners? Lei Jin walked over looking puzzled. Why hadn't he heard of this cult before? Could it be that Chen Wu was deceiving them? I don't know. Li Yun shook his head, his expression growing serious, but if they can make a Star Diviner see a sea of blood, they definitely aren't good news. Be cautious if you encounter them in the future. Su Chan jumped down from the roof of the vehicle holding a fuel barrel in her hand. Brother Li, this gasoline is fine, usable. Though Lei Jin had already checked, as the only mechanic of the convoy, she must verify this crucial resource personally to be aware of its condition. Good. Li Yun jumped onto the mining vehicle. Hurry up, load the gasoline onto the vehicle and set off immediately. Find a safe place to rest for the night, aiming to reach the star observation platform before night falls tomorrow. Yes. Captain. Everyone responded, hurriedly moving the gasoline barrels onto the vehicle. Wang Meng leaned over, grinning. Brother Li, with this gasoline, how far can we go? Over 100 kilometers. Li Yun replied, enough to reach the star observation platform. He rubbed his forehead. The previous intense use of spiritual sight caused a slight piercing pain in his mind, and the number representing distortion on the system panel silently flickered once again. He raised his eyes to the east. The night was as dark as ink, the wasteland boundless. At the edge of his spiritual sight, a faint, almost imperceptible dark purple mist was surging silently on the eastern horizon. Deep within the mist, several strange temperatureless heat sources were slowly moving in their direction. The star observation platform was right there. But the murderous intent ahead had already quietly spread. The night was as dark as ink. The convoy set up camp at the edge of a desolate village on the bone waste, where a few collapsed walls and rusted steel frames barely shielded the flickering light of the bonfire but could not block the biting night wind from the wilderness. Li Yun leaned against the track of the mining machine, holding a half piece of compressed biscuit in his hand, yet his gaze was fixed on the east. In his spiritual vision, the faint dark purple mist was still silently swirling. Deep within the mist, several gray-white lifeless shapes resembling burnt paper ash were moving slowly. Returners. He chewed on this name, stuffing the last bite of biscuit into his mouth, and picked up a cup of warm water from the bonfire, taking small sips. Lei Jin walked over from behind the wall, crouched beside him, shook the cigarette box and handed him one. Li Go, still not asleep? Li Yun took the cigarette, lighting it with his flame. What about you? He shouldn't be on night watch today. The sequencers needed to conserve energy and be ready for battle. These trivial matters were the work of ordinary people. On night watch. Lei Jin grinned, scratching his head, and said in a lowered voice, Su Chan said we encountered a strange convoy today and feared an ambush, so she asked me to stay alert. I figured I might as well keep watch the whole night. Thanks for your hard work. Li Yun glanced at him and patted his shoulder. He felt most at ease leaving the night watch to this martial artist who had escaped from Blackstone Town. He was not talkative but reliable. With him on night watch, Li Yun felt the most secure. Time passed minute by minute. At exactly midnight, a cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind as scheduled. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Intelligence 130 kilometers away. The Returners Blood Sacrifice Squad is tracking you. This squad consists of 7 members led by Miles Osborne, a first-tier corruptor sequencer with abilities of flesh puppetry and touch of corruption. The remaining 6 are ordinary zealots equipped with modified shotguns and machetes. They aim to capture convoy members alive for sacrificial rituals.
They are expected to arrive at the abandoned village in 30 minutes. Intelligence 2. The returner's sacrificial ritual requires 7 live sacrifices, with the ritual site located 20 kilometers ahead at the Bloodstone altar. Surrounding the altar are buried high-energy explosive boxes left by the 9th exploration team when they were attacked by the returners. Detonating them could destroy the altar and deal a fatal blow to the returners. Attachment coordinates of explosive boxes and detonation methods, along with a letter left by the 9th exploration team. Intelligence 3. The core crystal of the returner's corruptor sequencer can be used as an advanced material for the purification dagger. Absorbing it can unlock a new ability called Purifying Flame, which inflicts continuous burning damage on polluted energy. Note, it must be extracted within 1 hour after killing the target, or the energy will dissipate and become ineffective. Attachment method for advancing oddities. Beginner level. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This was just in time.
He stood up and patted Lei Jun's shoulder. Wake everyone up, we have guests coming.
10 minutes later, everyone squatted in a circle around the bonfire. Li Yun crouched on the ground, quickly sketching the surrounding terrain and routes with gravel.
30 kilometers away, a squad of returners is heading this way.
7 people with a sequencer as the leader, and the other 6 are zealots. He pointed to 2 marked points on the map. Their goal is to capture us alive and take us to the Bloodstone altar 20 kilometers away for sacrifice.
Wang Meng's face turned pale. Sacrifice?
What kind of cult lunatics are these? Since the order collapsed after the cataclysm, cults using natural disasters as a guise to deceive have increased. Some even worship bizarre entities, offering blood sacrifices to gain power, employing cruel methods that are horrifying.
Don't panic. Li Yun raised his hand to calm everyone, his gaze sweeping over them. We have guns and we outnumber them.
They don't know our strengths, which is our greatest advantage. He pointed to the location marked on the map for the altar. Suchan, you take Lin and the others drive around to the altar. He recalled the cautious middle-aged man who followed Suchan. He could help alert and lend a hand if there were any variables on the way.
Suchan was taken aback. I take the people. What about Lei Jun? Lei Jun stays behind.
Li Yun looked at the burly man beside him, his shirt off. He will stay with me to crush that corruptor. For safety's sake, they must keep Lei Jun, the undefeated martial artist, close by to ensure they have a firm grip on the sequencer on the other side. Lei Jun grinned, his fist cracking. I love this job. Li Yun continued to instruct Suchan. You're the mechanic. Bury the explosives, connect the wires, and detonate them, all under your control. Did you remember the coordinates?
Got it clearly.
Suchan adjusted her goggles and emphatically noted it in her notebook. Bloodstone altar 20 kilometers away, coordinates precise. You all have one task, to sneak to the altar, find the buried explosives and wait for my signal. Li Yun fixed his gaze on her, his tone devoid of jest. No matter what happens here, you must not detonate without my order.
Not a second early, not a second late.
Timing is crucial to avoid alarming the enemies. These returners are persistent, and once they strike they must be captured all at once.
Suchan took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed. Lin.
Li Yun looked at the calm middle-aged man.
Li Laoda, you command. You follow Suchan and assist her.
The altar will likely have followers stationed. You all are responsible for perimeter vigilance and must not let anyone get close to Suchan. Lin nodded vigorously, gripping his shotgun tightly, his knuckles turning white. Li Laoda, don't worry, I'll protect Miss Su with my life. In the past, when he followed other convoys as an ordinary person, he was always sent to scout ahead and die as cannon fodder. But now he could follow this captain and actually do something meaningful, protecting those around him. He was very grateful to Li Yun for giving him and Wang Lan this opportunity.
Without any hesitation, they turned and drove off, quickly disappearing into the night.
Li Yun withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Mang and Zhao Tieju. You two take Xunlei and bring all the sound grenades from the vehicle, setting them up around the ruins. Tighten the wires, keeping them 10 centimeters off the ground, forming 3 defensive lines.
Wang Mang's eyes lit up, instantly understood. I'm familiar with this job.
Zhao Chunlei gripped his gun tightly, palms sweaty, hurriedly speaking. Li Go, what about me? You and Xiu Yu hide behind that pile of scrap metal. Protect your sister, she is the only doctor in the convoy. Li Yun pointed to a pile of rusted steel frames in the corner of the ruins. When the fighting starts, no matter what noise you hear, don't reveal yourselves.
Wait until the battle is over, then come out to treat the injured.
Okay. Zhao Qiuyu bit her lip and nodded vigorously, pulling her brother along to quickly hide behind the scrap metal pile without waiting for Zhao Chunlei to speak. She understood her importance, and such times rushing up would only create trouble for Li Yun and the others.
After the battle, that would be her time to shine.
She understood her importance, and such times rushing up would only create trouble for Li Yun and the others.
After the battle, that would be her time to shine. 5 minutes later, everything was in place.
Li Yun crouched behind the highest broken wall in the ruins, his hunting rifle resting on the wall, his spiritual sight fully opened, intensely locking onto the 7 gray-white heat sources 30 kilometers away. Lei Jun crouched beside him, his muscles taut, the ability iron bone primed and ready like a tiger poised to pounce.
How do we attack later? Lei Jun whispered.
From 300 meters away, I will first disable the right arm of that corruptor. Leon squinted. His right hand is his primary means of attack. If I disable his right shoulder, his combat power will drop by half. Wait for him to fall, then you rush out to deal with those 6 fanatics.
Understood.
Leishan licked his lips, excitement filling his eyes. Those 6 scruffy ones, leave them to me.
1 kilometer. 300 meters. Here they come.
7 dark shadows crawled along the ground, their tattered gray-white robes glimmering with an eerie cold light under the moon. The foremost figure was enveloped in a gray-white halo. Wherever it passed, the withered wild grass wilted and rotted at a visible speed, even the ground turning black.
The corruptor Miles Osborn.
Li Yun squinted, slowly moving his rifle. In his spiritual sight, the energy outline of Miles Osborn was clearly visible, with the halo at the position of his heart being the brightest, marking his core sequence. The energy concentration in his right hand was twice that of his left, precisely what the intel labeled as touch of corruption.
Right hand. Touch of corruption. Li Yun took a deep breath, aiming steadily at Miles Osborn's right shoulder.
At a distance of 300 meters, the night wind howled, but the trajectory of the silenced bullet had already been calculated to perfection.
Trajectory rehearsal activate.
The high-intensity spiritual sight triggered a familiar sharp pain in his mind, with a flicker of dark purple distortion shimmering at the edge of his vision, but he was completely focused on locking onto the target with no time to spare.
In an instant, several red virtual lines appeared in his sight. Miles Osborn would look up in 3 seconds, tilting left 15 degrees towards the direction of the ruins.
At that moment, his right shoulder would be fully exposed to the bullet's path.
3, 2, 1. Miles Osborn looked up. Put. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible.
300 meters away, the unsuspecting Miles Osborn's body jolted violently as his right shoulder exploded in a mist of blood. The bullet accurately penetrated the scapula, shattering the energy core of the touch of corruption. His right arm immediately drooped and the gray-white halo surrounding him dissipated significantly.
Ah! Miles Osborn let out a piercing scream, crashing to the ground. The 6 fanatics immediately panicked. My lord! My lord, what happened to you? It's an ambush. Get down.
Miles Osborn reacted quickly, clutching his bleeding shoulder and shouting, urging the others to lie down.
But it was too late.
In the ruins, Wang Meng forcefully pulled the first steel wire.
Buzz. The modified sound thunder erupted, a deafening metallic high-frequency resonance tearing through the night sky.
In close proximity to the explosion, the 6 fanatics immediately covered their heads, screaming in agony, their eardrums bleeding directly. The first 2 in front collapsed to the ground, unable to even hold their guns.
Leishan.
Li Yun growled softly.
Coming.
Leishan leapt out from behind the broken wall, a faint golden halo reflecting on his skin, charging into the crowd like a human tank, fearless.
Bang.
He smashed the first person's head with a fist, blood and brains splattering everywhere.
Crack.
He twisted and snapped the neck of the second person, the sound of shattering bones sharp and piercing. The remaining 4 had just struggled to raise their guns when Leishan charged in front of them, delivering blows that shattered bones in a rapid succession like exploding beans.
10 seconds. All 6 fanatics were eliminated.
Meanwhile, Li Yun had already rushed to Miles Osborn's side.
Miles Osborn's right shoulder was bleeding profusely, but his left hand was still frantically gathering the gray-white corrupting energy. He gritted his teeth, staring at Li Yun with eyes filled with resentment and madness. You. How did you know my? Did you think I wouldn't know where a rat like you would hide? Or did you think I wouldn't know your weakness?
Li Yun said with a cold smile. I guessed.
Blood flesh puppet.
The ground erupted violently. 3 grotesque creatures made of flesh and corrupted mud emerged from the ground, each half a person tall, their bodies oozing thick black-brown corrupt liquid, clawing and pouncing towards Li Yun.
Come on. Li Yun advanced rather than retreating, fully opening his spiritual sight.
The attack trajectories of the 3 blood flesh puppets were crystal clear in his spiritual sight. The one on the left was aiming to bite his left leg, the middle one was clawing at his waist, and the right one lunged straight for his face. He sidestepped to avoid the left one's bite while kicking the middle one in the head, sending it flying sideways. The purification dagger in his right hand flashed coldly, precisely stabbing into the eye socket of the one on the right.
Sizzle.
The holy purification aura erupted from the dagger, instantly melting the blood flesh puppet into a puddle of black water emitting dark smoke.
The remaining 2 hadn't even adjusted their direction when Li Yun had already closed in before Miles Osborn.
Miles Osborn's eyes widened, his left hand unable to condense the next attack in time as Li Yun's hunting rifle was firmly pressed against his left shoulder.
Bang. At point-blank range, the bullet instantly penetrated the scapula and his left arm was completely rendered useless. Ah! Miles Osborn let out a heart-wrenching scream, his arms drooping weakly and the gray-white halo surrounding him completely dissipated. He slumped to the ground, looking up at Li Yun, his eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment and an unmistakable fear.
But just then a strange smile suddenly crept onto his lips.
You. Did you think you won? Miles Osborn's throat emitted a strange laugh like a deflated windbag. The altar. The sacrifice. My companions will use my blood to summon the divine's kin. You will all die. Li Yun looked down at him, his gaze calm as if observing a dying insect.
Are you talking about those 6 guarding the altar? He spoke lightly.
Miles Osborne's smile froze. Li Yun pressed down on the intercom, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Suchan detonated. 20 kilometers away at the Bloodstone altar. The Bloodstone altar stood in the center of the wasteland, 6 blood-colored giant stones forming a circle, the stone platform in the middle covered with dried black-brown bloodstains, a stench wafting in the air. 6 fanatics were kneeling around the altar muttering incantations, their expressions frenzied. The eldest fanatic at the front held a bloody human organ in his hands, the sacrifice left from the last ritual. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, his expression twisted with fanaticism. Great devourer of darkness, your servant is about to bring back 7 live sacrifices with their fresh flesh and blood to awaken your kin to descend upon this world. Suchan crouched behind a dirt slope 30 meters away, her fingers tightly gripping the detonator. Beside her, Chen Lin and Wang Lan held their hunting rifles, the gun muzzles firmly locked onto the 6 fanatics on the altar, barely breathing. Miss Su, when do we blow it up? Chen Lin asked in a low voice. Wait for the signal.
Suchan focused on the 6 fanatics, her palms sweaty. At that moment, one fanatic suddenly stood up, scanning the dirt slope with his hunting rifle. Suchan immediately held her breath, signaling Chen Lin to be quiet as they pressed tightly against the dirt slope, not daring to breathe until the fanatic cursed and returned to kneel at the altar, slowly exhaling.
These beasts. What do they take people for?
Suchan gritted her teeth, watching the bloody and bizarre ritual before her, wishing she could instantly press the detonator and blow these inhumane lunatics to pieces.
But she firmly remembered Li Yun's instructions: without a signal she must not act rashly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Suddenly Li Yun's calm voice came through the intercom. Suchan detonated.
Suchan took a deep breath and forcefully pressed the detonator. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion erupted instantly.
The high-energy explosives buried around the altar detonated simultaneously, a dark red mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky. The 6-ton blood-colored giant stones shattered instantly, debris flying up to hundreds of meters high. The elder fanatic holding the sacrifice was directly blown away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground, one leg blown off at the knee, blood and flesh a mess. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the altar, which had turned to ruins engulfed in flames, his expression of fanaticism instantly transforming into boundless despair.
No. No. The altar. My altar.
He reached out, trying to crawl toward the ruins, but his broken leg only allowed him to helplessly squirm on the ground.
The kin of the divine will descend. I need the altar.
Tears mixed with blood flowed down his face as he lay on the ground like a dying insect, pleading towards the ruins of the altar.
Please. Please. Let me complete the sacrifice.
The only response to him was the residual flames and smoke from the explosion and the howling night wind.
The altar was gone. The sacrifice had failed. The divine would not come.
In the ruins, Miles Osborne listened to the thunderous roar from the intercom, his pupils suddenly constricting. He looked towards the eastern skyline lit by the explosive fire, staring at the direction that had turned to ruins, the strange smile on his face completely frozen.
The altar. My altar.
He mumbled to himself, turning his head to look at Li Yun, his eyes now filled only with profound fear.
You knew all along.
Yes. Li Yun crouched down, lightly tracing the dagger against his neck. From the moment you set out, your altar was destined to be blown up. Your sacrifice was bound to fail. Your god was destined to wait in vain for its food.
Please spare me. Miles Osborne instantly burst into tears, his face filled with remorse and pleading. I am innocent. I joined the fog returners just to survive.
He was completely unaware that the pitiful figure begging on the ground was no different from those survivors who once knelt before him, pleading not to be taken for blood sacrifice.
Go to hell and repent. I hope Satan will take you. Li Yun gave him no further opportunity.
The dagger gently swiped across.
Puff.
Miles Osborne's eyes widened, his throat making a wheezing sound, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a word.
After 2 seconds of stiffening, he crashed to the ground.
Killed a Tier 1 Corruptor Sequence 1 Spiritual Sight Proficiency 15 Acquired Corruptor Crystal Fragment 1 Current Spiritual Sight Proficiency LV
388,200 Distortion Level 7.
5. Li Yun crouched down, cutting open Miles Osborne's chest with the dagger, retrieving a gray-white sequence crystal from the position of his heart. The crystal was only the size of a thumb, its surface covered with fine cracks through which dark red blood threads could be seen writhing strangely.
Corruptor Crystal can be used to upgrade the Purification Dagger, unlocking a new ability, Purification Flame.
Would you like to enhance absorption?
Not for now. Li Yun stored the crystal and stood up.
The explosive light was too conspicuous, he had to quickly clean the battlefield and evacuate. His insight instinctively sensed several strange, dangerous auras rapidly approaching from all directions.
In the distance, the flames gradually extinguished. Suchan's voice came through the intercom, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Li Gu. It blew up. Everything blew up.
That old bastard is still alive, crying on the ground, muttering that the divine will not come. It was so pathetic.
Give him 2 shots. Li Yun said blandly without any fluctuation. Eliminate evil, thoroughly cut the weeds at the roots.
Remember to burn all the remaining bodies at the scene, leaving no traces.
Got it. I understand.
Su Chan admired him inwardly, increasingly impressed by Li Yun's decisiveness. This was the leader she was willing to follow, ruthless, straightforward, and never dragging things out. Wang Mang emerged from the corner of the ruins, looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, then glancing at Li Yun, swallowing hard. Li Gu, you're just too amazing. That bastard thought he could turn the tables with the altar at the end. He never expected you had already taken out his lair. He had previously wondered why they sent Su Chan to blow up an empty altar 20 kilometers away. It turned out this was the real trap. He's brought this on himself. Li Yun sneered, capturing people for sacrifice. He deserves to die when it falls on me. He looked around. Burn all these bodies, notify everyone, get in the car immediately. To prevent these cultists from performing any sinister resurrection tricks, everything must be burned clean.
All right. I'm on it.
Wang Meng's expression turned serious as he jogged to inform everyone to get in the car, and then turned back to grab a bucket of gasoline from the vehicle, dousing the bodies thoroughly.
Li Yun watched as the bodies of Miles Osborne and the others turned to charcoal in the flames, finally feeling at ease. He wanted to see how they planned to resurrect them after being burned to this extent. Zhao Chunlei emerged from behind a pile of scrap iron, his eyes bright with excitement. Li Gu, did you predict what they were planning to do? Just being cautious.
Li Yun glanced at him. Learn from this in the future. This kid was clever but still lacked experience in the apocalypse. Zhao Qiuyu followed behind, her face still pale, but her eyes were filled with uncontainable admiration. She looked at the charred bodies on the ground and then at the distant area still emitting smoke, quietly saying his expression just now. Before he died, he seemed completely unable to believe. Because he thought he still had an escape route. Li Yun jumped onto the mining vehicle, starting the engine. Once the escape route is cut off, he is left with only despair. In the distance, Su Chan's convoy quickly approached the headlights, cutting through the darkness with 2 beams of light. Su Chan poked her head out of the car window, her face covered in soot, but she smiled brightly. Li Gu. That old bastard was crying on the ground. I'll never forget that in my life. He was still shouting, God, why have you abandoned me? It killed me.
Ha ha ha. Well done.
Li Yun gave her a thumbs up, turning to the others. Everyone get in the car, we need to reach the stargazing platform before dawn. The 5 vehicles roared back to life, their engines tearing through the night silence, rolling over the gravel of the wasteland, speeding eastward. Behind them, the 7 corpses in the ruins turned to charred remains in the flames. Black-red blood flowed along the ground's crevices, slowly gathering in the moonlight into a bizarre ram's head emblem, shimmering with a subtle yet sinister glow as the blood flowed. Further away, the bloodstone altar that had been blown to ruins was still emitting thick smoke.
God. Save me.
A fanatic covered in scars and missing a leg lay on the ground, weakly murmuring in the flames.
No one responded to him. The divine would not come.
Only the dark purple mist tide on the eastern horizon was silently surging. Within the depths of the mist, dozens of lifeless gray-white heat sources were rapidly gathering towards the stargazing platform.
No one responded to him. The divine would not come.
Only the dark purple mist tide on the eastern horizon was silently surging. Within the depths of the mist, dozens of lifeless gray-white heat sources were rapidly gathering towards the stargazing platform. As dawn broke, the convoy departed from the ruins filled with the stench of burning. 5 vehicles kicked up a long trail of dust across the wasteland, their headlights piercing through the morning fog, casting 5 faint glows like fireflies wandering alone in the apocalypse. Li Yun drove the mining vehicle at the front, his right hand gripping the steering wheel while his left rested on the purification dagger at his waist. It had not ceased its agitation since last night. Ever since he extracted the gray-white crystal from Miles Osborne's chest, the dagger had come alive, its blade perpetually warmed, the tiny white crystal on the hilt flickering as if eagerly urging something. What's the rush? Li Yun cursed inwardly, his fingertips brushing against the crystal in his pocket. Corruptor crystal can be used to evolve the purification dagger, unlocking the new ability Purification Flame. Do you wish to absorb it? He had been too busy with the evacuation last night to deal with this. Now, as the convoy entered a relatively open wasteland with no immediate threats in sight, it was time. He controlled the steering wheel with one hand while pressing the crystal onto the dagger's blade. V-Room. The moment the crystal made contact, the white crystal on the hilt erupted with blinding white light. The gray-white energy surged forth from the crystal like it had a life of its own, flooding into the dagger's interior. Li Yun felt a warmth in his palm, followed by the gray-white energy streaming up his arm like countless cool threads racing through his veins. Hiss, he inhaled sharply, his fingers nearly slipping, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel. But in the next moment, the chill suddenly turned warm as if tamed by something, gradually merging into his limbs and bones. In his mind, the system notification blared, detected resonance between corruptor crystal and purification dagger, energy distribution in progress. Purification Dagger absorbs 72 energy, unlocking new ability. Purification Flame inflicts continuous burning damage on polluted energy, can be actively triggered by consuming mental power. Purification Dagger evolved into a rare item. Flame Short Blade Host absorbed 28 energy. Spiritual Vision Proficiency 10. Distortion Degree remains unchanged. Current Spiritual Vision Proficiency LV
398,200. Distortion Degree 7.
5. Detected weak psychic link established between the host and Flame Short Blade. New passive effect. Short Blade recognizes its master can vaguely perceive the location and state of the blade within a 50-meter range. Binding the host's soul information cannot be taken away by others. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking down at the Flame Short Blade in his hand. The blade was longer than before, with faint golden patterns swirling along the edge. The white crystal was now more than twice as bright, its surface entwined with wisps of gray-white patterns slowly undulating like living veins. He tried to silently call out in his mind, "Come here." The short blade remained still.
Li Yun's mouth twitched, so the psychic link only allows for sensing, huh? But in the next second he was stunned.
Because he could clearly feel the existence of the short blade. Not by sight, but as if he had a new nerve connected to the blade, firmly binding them together. It was right in his hand, blade tip pointing forward, the hilt pressed against his palm. Every detail, the temperature of the blade, the fluctuations of the patterns, was crystal clear. More importantly, he knew that this blade now recognized only him. Even if someone tried to take it away, they wouldn't be able to use it and would be directly countered by the purification flame energy upon touching it.
What if I throw it away? Will it fly back to me?
The short blade did not respond, but he could distinctly sense a faint emotion, like disdain, as if bluntly saying, "You're overthinking it."
Li Yun smiled. This was an unexpected joy.
Though it couldn't achieve the legendary feat of flying swords taking heads with this sense, he would no longer have to worry about losing his weapon. Moreover, the claws cannot be taken away by others was worth more than anything in this cannibalistic apocalypse. He sheathed the short blade and raised his gaze ahead. Just then a mass of dense gray-white light points suddenly erupted in his spiritual vision. 10 kilometers ahead, several groups of gray-white heat sources were rapidly approaching from the northeast. They moved at an extremely fast pace, completely unlike the crawling fanatics from last night. Instead, it felt like they were tracking something. "Stop the vehicles!" Li Yun shouted, and the 5 vehicles halted instantly, their tires screeching over the gravel with a piercing sound. Lei Shen leaped off the off-road vehicle and rushed to the mining vehicle's side. "Li Gu, what's going on?"
"The returners."
Li Yun stared intently at the several rapidly moving heat sources, his expression darkening. "At least 15 people, and their speed is unusual."
15.
Lei Shen gasped. "Weren't there only 7 last night?"
"That was the vanguard."
Li Yun narrowed his eyes. "These are the real main forces."
He quickly recalled the intelligence from last night.
The report only mentioned the blood sacrifice team, consisting of 7 individuals, without indicating that there would be pursuing troops. However, the intelligence system's rule was daily refresh, and the 3 pieces of information refreshed last night only pertained to that night's situation. The returners clearly had more than one squad. After the blood sacrifice team went dark, the main force would undoubtedly track them down by the scent of blood.
"Li Gu, what do we do?"
Suchan also jumped out of the vehicle, her face slightly pale. 15 people if we fight Hedon."
"We can't fight Hedon."
Li Yun interrupted her, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. Ahead was a vast wasteland with no defensible positions. They were on the road they came from, but the returners had already circled around from the northeast. Turning back now would be walking into a trap. The only escape route, he looked toward the southeast, where a series of low hills lay with a complex terrain full of ravines most suitable for maneuvering and concealment.
"Everyone get back in the vehicles, retreat to the southeast."
Li Yun jumped onto the mining vehicle. "Suchan, you come with me in front. Lei Shen, you stay at the back, keep a close watch on their movements."
"Understood."
The 5 vehicles restarted their tracks and tires grinding over the gravel as they sped toward the hilly terrain in the southeast. Behind them, the several gray-white heat sources were clearly accelerating like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, relentlessly closing in.
20 minutes later, the convoy plunged into the hilly area.
The roads here were 10 times harder to navigate than the wasteland, littered with rubble and dried riverbeds, forcing the speed down to 20 kilometers per hour. But Li Yun did not hesitate, activating his spiritual vision, fully leading the convoy to weave frantically through the hills.
"Li Gu."
Lei Shen's urgent voice crackled through the intercom. "They're closing in.
Less than 3 kilometers away."
Li Yun glanced at the rearview mirror. In his spiritual vision, the several gray-white heat sources had divided into 3 paths, 2 flanking from the sides while 1 closely pursued from behind. Their speed surpassed that of the off-road vehicles, completely unlike anything a normal human could run.
Sequence beings. Li Yun understood, at least 3 in all speed-enhanced types.
In open ground they would definitely lose to the speed-enhanced corruptors. The only way to neutralize their speed advantage was to dive into the complex river terrain, maximizing their own spiritual vision advantage. He sharply turned the steering wheel, the mining vehicle spinning around into a dried-up riverbed. The riverbanks on both sides rose 3 to 4 meters high, perfectly concealing their positions and creating a natural ambush site.
"Everyone shut off the engines," Li Yun shouted.
The 5 vehicles came to a halt instantly, their engines silencing one by one. The riverbed fell into a dead silence with only the sound of wind rustling through the dry grass echoing in the open expanse. Li Yun lay on the roof of the mining vehicle fully activating his spiritual vision, fixating on the rapidly approaching heat sources.
500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Here they come. The gray-white figures finally appeared at the edge of his vision.
At the forefront were three men dressed in grayish-white robes. The most robust among them, standing in the middle, was a bald white man with a grotesque scar running from his brow to his chin, deep-set eyes and irises glowing with an eerie grayish-white hue. His name was Hans Kruger, the leader of the Fogbearers' Bloodblade Squad, a level 1 corruptor, and the number of survivors who had died at his hands exceeded 80. To the left stood a lanky German with messy blonde hair and neurotic smile perpetually gracing his lips. His name was Fritz Wagner, also a corruptor, but his abilities leaned towards speed and ambush. On the right was the shortest of the three, a Russian with a hooked nose named Igor Petrov, also a corruptor specializing in controlling tentacles to block escape routes. Each of these three men emitted a grayish-white aura that was twice as potent as that of Myers Osborne from the previous night. Behind them followed 12 zealots armed with modified shotguns, their eyes wild, resembling rabid dogs under the influence of drugs.
Stop.
Hans Kruger suddenly raised his hand and the group of over 10 instantly halted.
He sniffed the air like a dog trying to catch a scent.
The smell of blood. He squinted, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips.
Fresh, it's nearby.
That waste of Myers must have died at the hands of this group last night. Fritz Wagner licked his lips nervously, saying, "Boss, if those people could kill Myers, could they be tough opponents?"
Tough opponents.
Hans scoffed dismissively, his expression full of contempt. That fool Myers dared to pursue with 6 useless people, he deserved to die.
We three teaming up within 100 miles, there is no prey we cannot subdue.
Igor Petrov spoke sulkily, quick and decisive. The priest needs living sacrifices for the rituals.
Understood.
Hans nodded sharply, waving his hand.
Spread out and surround the riverbank. Capture them alive, do not kill them. The group instantly fanned out, approaching the riverbank in a crescent formation. They're coming.
Li Yun held his breath, slowly adjusting his gun to aim directly at Hans Kruger's forehead.
300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Now bang. The gunshot exploded.
The silenced bullet shot forth, targeting the bald man's forehead. But at the moment Li Yun pulled the trigger, the grayish-white aura surrounding Hans suddenly flickered violently. Thanks to the corruptor's instinctual perception of death, he sharply tilted his head. The bullet grazed past his ear, leaving a deep bloody gash visible to the bone on his face. "It's an ambush," he shouted, retreating swiftly while simultaneously spreading his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of grayish-white corrupting energy.
In the next instant, the ground erupted.
Dozens of tentacles made from a mix of flesh and soil surged from underground, sweeping towards the convoy like giant pythons.
Dodge.
Li Yun growled, leaping down from the roof of the vehicle.
Break it to pieces.
Lesion had long been poised to strike, a faint golden glow appearing on his skin as his iron bone ability activated at full power, charging towards the tentacles and delivering a powerful punch. However, the resilience of the tentacles surpassed expectations. Li Yun's punch, capable of breaking steel, only created a fist-sized dent and failed to break them.
Li Gu. This thing is too hard. Li Yun's expression changed as he quickly retreated.
His punch had considerable force. Even without the inch strength enhancement, it should have easily broken steel. There must be something unusual about it.
I'll handle it.
Li Yun landed, rolling to avoid a sweeping tentacle while drawing his flame short knife, striking down fiercely against the incoming tentacle.
Sizzle.
The blade of the short knife suddenly ignited with a faint golden flame. The moment the fire touched the tentacle, it exploded into flames like burning oil meeting a spark. The tentacle writhed violently, decaying and smoking within moments, transforming into a puddle of black liquid emitting dark smoke.
Indeed, the purifying flame counters these monstrosities.
A glint of light flashed in Li Yun's eyes as his spiritual vision's prediction proved accurate. With a thought, he extinguished the faint golden flame on the knife. In that instant, he clearly sensed the state of the short knife. The energy had only been slightly consumed, and it could still be used at least another 17 or 18 times. The sense of a blood connection became increasingly clear, as if the short knife were telling him, "Use me freely, I can take it."
Good stuff. Li Yun's eyes brightened. Li Gu.
Your short knife. Li Yun stared, eyes wide.
No time for chatter.
Li Yun interrupted, turning to charge straight at the three fogbearers.
Cover me. Hans Kruger clearly saw the scene, his expression changing drastically. Holy flame. His face filled with shock and anger. For the first time, a hint of fear flashed in his grayish-white eyes, quickly replaced by greed. That kid has a holy artifact. Fritz Igor attack together. Kill him. That knife is a holy relic bestowed upon us by the gods, we must seize it. Kill.
Fritz and Igor attacked simultaneously, the ground erupting once more as dozens of corrupt tentacles surged from underground, weaving into an impenetrable net, descending violently upon Li Yun.
Bring it on. Li Yun charged forward instead of retreating, fully activating his spiritual vision and trajectory prediction.
The high-intensity activation sent a familiar sharp pain through his mind, and a flicker of dark purple distortion appeared at the edges of his vision, but he was entirely focused on locking onto the trajectories of dozens of tentacles, unable to be distracted. In his vision, the trajectories of the dozens of tentacles intertwined densely, forming a net, but under the inside of his spiritual vision the gaps between each trajectory were clearly visible. He moved like a fish, nimbly weaving through the gaps between the tentacles, each step precisely landing in the dead angles of their attacks. Occasionally, when he couldn't evade, he swung the flame short knife, instantly turning the incoming tentacle into black water with the faint golden purifying flame. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. He forcefully broke through the tentacle formation, charging right in front of Hans Kruger. Die. The short knife swept forth, carrying the faint golden flame, aiming straight for the bald man's throat. Watch out for the knife in his hand. Hans' face turned pale and he retreated frantically, his hands clasping together, grayish-white energy coalescing to the extreme flesh puppet. The ground erupted violently as a 2-meter-tall flesh monster emerged from underground, opening its gaping maw to bite down fiercely at Li Yun. Li Yun didn't even glance at it, swinging the short knife behind him, and the faint golden flame erupted right in the monster's mouth. Sizzle. The monster let out a piercing shriek as its entire head was instantly melted by the purifying flame, its massive body crashing to the ground. Li Yun had already leaped over its corpse, plunging the short knife directly into Hans Kruger's heart. Hans Kruger stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how a mere yellow-skinned and seemingly just an auxiliary sequence could breach the tentacle formation set by him, Fritz and Igor, how he could slay his flesh puppet with a single blow, how he could. The short knife pierced his heart and twisted gently. PFF. It was as light as popping a bubble. Hans looked down at the faint golden flame emerging from his chest, his lips moved as if to say something, but no words came out. His body stiffened for 2 seconds before crashing to the ground. Killed a level 1 corruptor, sequence 1, spiritual vision proficiency 15, current spiritual vision proficiency LV 3,113,200. Hans. Fritz Wagner screamed in shock, turning to flee, moving as fast as a grayish-white ghost. Damn it, you didn't even warn us before running. When we get back, I'll make sure the priest sacrifices you. Igor Petrov cursed angrily, falling a step behind, and also retreated frantically, darting away dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The two had run over 1,000 meters but had not completely left. Instead, they lingered far behind the convoy like two wolves fixated on their prey, eyes filled with resentment and greed. Li Yun glanced back but did not pursue. There was no way to catch up. Even after enhancing his spiritual vision twice and undergoing energy tempering, speed was ultimately not his strong suit. Moreover, these two had already been scared out of their wits. Chasing after them would be futile, only dragging him into an ambush with their reinforcements arriving. Behind him, Leijin had already led Wang Meng and the others, cleaning up the 12 zealots thoroughly. Su Chan jumped down from the roof of the vehicle, gazing at the chaos on the ground, then at the short knife in Li Yun's hand, still emanating faint golden embers, swallowing hard. Li Gu, when did your short knife gain this ability? I've seen this knife before, it was sharp, but now it seems to have become a wondrous item. Just upgraded, Li Yun replied, stowing the short knife and sweeping his gaze around. Clean the battlefield, we withdraw in 3 minutes. He approached Hans Kruger's corpse and crouched down, slicing open his chest with the short knife. A complete grayish-white crystal rolled out, larger than the one from last night, with strange blood-like threads swirling around its surface. Acquired corruptor crystal complete. One tip can be used to further enhance the flame short knife, absorbed to increase spiritual vision proficiency or serve as high-tier trade currency. Li Yun stored the crystal and stood up. In the distance, the two grayish-white figures had already vanished deep into the hills. Yet Li Yun knew they would not give up easily. The fog-bearers, like wild dogs on the wasteland, would not rest until they had tasted blood. Li Gu Leijin approached, pulling out the last 2 cigarettes from his pack, handing one to him. What do we do next? Li Yun took the cigarette, lit it with his fire, and inhaled deeply. He looked towards the east. In his spiritual vision, the dark purple mist tide was still undulating silently. Deep within the mist, more and more grayish-white heat sources were rapidly gathering towards the stargazing platform, growing ever closer. Keep moving. Li Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone unwavering. We must reach the stargazing platform before dark. But what about those fog-bearers? They will chase after us, Li Yun interrupted, his gaze icy. But when we reach the stargazing platform, it will be a different story. He jumped onto the mining vehicle, starting the engine, which roared deep and low. 5 vehicles restarted, rolling over the debris-laden ground, speeding towards the eastern horizon. Behind them, the 2 grayish-white heat sources still hung back like ghosts that could not be shaken off. Yet Li Yun's hands on the steering wheel were steady as a rock. He glanced down at the flame short knife at his waist. The white crystal on the blade was still slightly warm. He glanced down at the flame short knife at his waist. The white crystal on the blade was still slightly warm. The convoy continued to speed eastward through the hills. Li Yun gripped the steering wheel, his gaze occasionally scanning the rearview mirror. In his spiritual vision, the 2 grayish-white heat sources hung in the distance like 2 non-aggressive yet nauseating hyenas that refused to leave. Li Gu, the voice of Leijin came through the intercom. Those 2 bastards are still following us. Should we stop and take a shot at them?
No need, Li Yun replied flatly. Let them follow. The closer they get the faster they will die. He glanced down at the blazing short knife at his waist. The white crystal on the blade was still slightly warm, sensing its master's killing intent, sending excited tremors through his palm. Distortion level 7. 5. This number had risen by 0. 1. But Li Yun no longer cared. The wraiths were like wild dogs on the plains, the more you ran the harder they chased. The only way was to kill them until they were terrified, making them turn around at the sight of the tracks left by the dawn convoy. Everyone pay attention. Li Yun pressed the intercom. 20 kilometers ahead is the Stargazing Plateau mountain range. Before we enter the mountains, we need to deal with these two tails first. Understood, came the synchronized responses from the intercom. 20 minutes later, the convoy emerged from the hills and a continuous range of mountains filled their view. The mountains were not particularly steep but were filled with towering dead trees and waist-high wild grass. Various flowers and vegetation were densely packed, occasionally accompanied by faint sounds. An abandoned winding mountain road snaked upward along the terrain, eventually disappearing into the swirling clouds. Li Yun pressed the brakes and the 5 vehicles came to a slow stop. He jumped out of the car, fully activating his spiritual vision, scanning the surroundings. The energy flow in the mountainous area ahead was steady with no obvious signs of pollution. However, once he crossed the mountain's waist, the perception of his spiritual vision began to blur as if blocked by an invisible barrier. The Stargazing Plateau. Li Yun squinted. There's definitely something strange. He turned to the others. Lei Jin, Suchan, follow me. Wang Meng, Taizhu, keep the convoy secure, facing outward, ready to retreat at any moment. Understood. Li Yun led Lei Jin and Suchan walking up the winding mountain road for 500 meters, stopping at a U-shaped bend. Here the view was open, allowing them to see the entire expanse of hills below. More importantly, the steep vertical cliffs on either side of the road sealed off any retreat, making it a natural ambush site. This bend was the only way into the mountains, with cliffs blocking the escape routes on both sides. Ahead was the ambush zone and behind was their path. As long as they lured their enemies, an escape would be impossible. This is the spot. Li Yun crouched down, pulling out a bottle of silence potion from his backpack, pinching a bullet between his fingers, and began to evenly apply it. They've chased us all this way, they must be tired. Let's prepare a surprise for them. Lei Jin's eyes were filled with killing intent, his fists cracking another ambush. I like this. Previously dealing with the corruptors, those damn tentacles were too disgusting. I didn't get to enjoy myself. Li Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over a towering rock on the inner side of the bend. You two hide behind the rock. I'll lure those two over, wait for my signal to act. Understood. The 3 quickly took their positions. Li Yun leaned against the rock wall opposite, fully activating his spiritual vision, locking onto the 2 increasingly close heat sources. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Here they come. 2 grayish-white figures emerged from the hills, stealthily approaching along the winding mountain road. It was Fritz Wagner and Igor Petrov. Both were clearly more cautious now, no longer charging recklessly as before. Instead, they hunched low, using the cover of dead trees and rocks, advancing step by step. The boss is dead. If we go back like this, the high priest will definitely sacrifice us to the gods, Fritz whispered, his voice filled with unconcealable fear. Just thinking about those disciples punished by the high priest sent a chill down his spine. What should we do? Igor gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with greed and madness. We must get that knife. As long as we bring the holy object back, the high priest won't punish us. Instead, he will reward us. But that kid is too sinister. Hans was so strong, yet he was killed by him with 3 strokes. Sinister. Igor scoffed dismissively. That was just Hans being foolish. We want to engage him in close combat. Well, wear him down from a distance. No matter how good he is, can he withstand bullets? All along the way, the 2 had already devised countless plans to deal with Li Yun. The temptation of that short knife, which could purify corrupt energy, was simply too great for them. As long as they could obtain that knife, he could become the #1 saint within the sect, and the rewards from the high priest would surely be generous. The 2 whispered to each other while slowly advancing, using cover. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Now is the time. Li Yun suddenly dashed out from behind the rock, the blazing short knife drawing a cold arc in the sunlight as he charged directly at the 2. He's coming out. Fritz shouted in alarm, raising his hand to shoot without a second thought. Bang. Bang. But Li Yun's speed was too fast. With his spiritual vision fully activated, the trajectory prediction was instantly engaged, and the flight paths of the 2 bullets were clearly visible in his view. The continuous high-intensity activation of spiritual vision intensified the stabbing pain in his mind. A dark purple distortion aura flickered at the edge of his vision, and the distortion level number silently fluctuated. He sidestepped, allowing the 2 bullets to graze past his clothes while simultaneously sweeping his short knife, aiming straight for Fritz's throat. Clang. Fritz reacted quickly, hurriedly blocking with the butt of his gun. The knife and gun clashed, sending sparks flying. But Li Yun's strength exceeded his expectations.
The tremendous force left him feeling numb in the hands and he nearly dropped his hunting rifle.
Igor! Help me!
Fritz yelled while retreating hastily.
Damn yellow-skinned monkey die!
Igor Petrov's eyes turned red as he roared, suddenly spreading his arms wide, and grayish-white corrupt energy surged wildly. The ground erupted violently and 3 thick corrupt tendrils burst forth from the earth, intertwining and whipping towards Li Yun with a foul putrid liquid. This strike sealed off all angles of evasion he could think of.
As long as it hit, the corrupt tendrils would shred him to pieces. This time I should win, right?
He smiled faintly, secretly relieved no one could dodge under such circumstances.
I've survived the tentacle formations and not afraid of your 3. Li Yun scoffed coldly, his spiritual vision locking onto the attack positions of the 3 tendrils.
Instead of retreating, he advanced, flicking his short knife backhandedly, and a pale golden purifying flame erupted from the blade.
Hiss! The moment the flames touched the tendrils, it was like pouring hot oil onto a fire. The 3 thick tendrils twisted wildly, rotting and smoking, turning into a pool of black liquid emitting dark gas in the blink of an eye.
But just that moment's delay allowed Fritz and Igor to create a safe distance, both raising their hunting rifles and wildly pulling the triggers at Li Yun.
Bang! 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 Bullets rained down like a storm. Li Yun's spiritual vision was fully activated and his figure flitted like a specter amidst the hail of bullets.
Yet the bullets were far too dense. He dodged 7 or 8, but the last one grazed his left arm, tearing a bloody gash, warm blood seeping out instantly.
Die for me!
Li Yun roared angrily as he charged out from behind the boulder, his skin instantly radiating a faint golden glow like an enraged lion crashing straight towards Fritz.
Damn it!
Fritz's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly turned his gun towards Li Yun. His combat experience was exceptionally rich and he immediately recognized Li Yun's rank. Allowing a martial artist to get close could be fatal. But Li Yun was too fast. In the span of 20 meters he covered the distance in 3 strides, his fist the size of a wok slammed down hard onto the barrel of the shotgun.
Short strength unleash. Crack!
The steel shotgun was smashed into 2 pieces. The tremendous impact sent Fritz flying backward, crashing heavily against the rock wall, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Igor sensed that the situation was dire and turned to run down the mountain. But Su-chan had already set up a heavy machine gun on the rocks, her aim locked firmly on his right leg.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 rounds fired. Igor's right leg instantly erupted in a shower of blood and he let out a scream, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several meters away.
Don't kill me! Igor dragged his severed leg, frantically crawling backwards, his face drained of color. I can tell you the information about the Lord of Sacrifice.
Li Yun stepped in front of him, the flame short knife dancing in the air, its cold gleam flashing as it severed his tendons. He looked down at Igor, who was crumpled on the ground, his tone devoid of any emotion. Speak. The Lord of Sacrifice is Victor Krasu, a 2nd-tier corrupted one. Igor spoke rapidly like a machine gun, fearing that delaying even a second would cost him his life. He is gathering all the blood sacrifice teams to set an ambush at the foot of the star observation platform, waiting for you to walk into the trap. He has already assembled over 50 people plus a squad of elite ranks sent from the Hei Church, all of them 1st-tier corrupted ones.
Why?
Li Yun narrowed his eyes. Is it just for revenge on those useless ones? He felt that things were not so simple. Even for revenge there was no need to make such a big deal.
No, it's not just revenge. Igor's eyes flashed with extreme fear. That knife in your hand. It's a sacred artifact. When we reported, the Lord of Sacrifice said that as long as he could seize the sacred artifact he would be able to break through to the 2nd tier and advance to the 3rd tier. Li Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. 3rd tier. Again the 3rd tier.
Sun Maokai went insane for the 3rd tier and this Victor Krasu was no different.
What else? He asked. Nothing else. I really told you everything. Igor's face was filled with pleading. Please spare me.
Before he could finish, a gray-white energy beam shot in from a distance, tearing through the air.
Watch out. Li Yun's spiritual sense was instantly filled with a crimson warning of danger.
The seer's rank instinctively made him roll to the side, but that beam was too fast, grazing his shoulder as it flew past, directly piercing through Igor's head.
Ugh. Igor's eyes widened, the pleading on his face freezing instantly. His body stiffened for 2 seconds before crashing to the ground, utterly silent. Igor. Fritz looked on in horror at this scene, struggling frantically to get up.
But Li Yun stomped heavily on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground, nearly crushing his bones.
If you don't want to die, don't move.
He swiftly reached out like a snake, quickly dislocating Fritz's limbs and dragged him behind the boulder. This was the only survivor left. The captain had put so much effort into this, even risking himself as bait. They must keep this mouth alive. Li Yun looked up towards the direction from which the beam had come.
On the distant ridge stood a man in a gray-white robe. The distance was at least 800 meters. That deadly energy beam had come from 800 meters away.
On the rock wall, the spot where the beam had grazed exploded into a fist-sized deep pit, the residual force sweeping over the hard rock, visibly corroding and decaying at an alarming rate.
2nd tier corrupted 1.
Li Yun squinted. Victor Krasu. The man did not respond. He merely stood quietly on the ridge, maintaining a distance of 800 meters, fixating his gaze on the flame short knife in Li Yun's hand, then turned and disappeared behind the rocks.
Brotherly, should we pursue? Lei Jin asked, a glint of killing intent in his eyes as he clenched his fists.
He was quite annoyed with this sneak attacker. If that decaying beam had truly hit Li Yun, they would definitely not have escaped.
No pursuit.
Li Yun shook his head, walked to Igor's corpse, crouched down and sliced open his chest with the short knife. A complete gray-white crystal rolled out, more plump than the previous ones with a stronger energy fluctuation.
Obtained corrupted 1 crystal, complete 1.
He stored the crystal, then turned and walked to Fritz. Fritz's face was filled with terror, his body shaking like a leaf. Don't kill me.
I know Victor's weakness. I know how to deal with him.
Li Yun looked down at him, his eyes as calm as if observing a dying insect.
Speak. His core isn't in the heart.
Fritz spoke rapidly. It's in the 3rd segment of the spine. His touch of corruption is controlled by the spine. As long as you break that, his ability will be halved.
What else?
Also, he fears fire. Ordinary fire is useless against him, but sacred flame can restrain him.
That knife in your hand can kill him.
Hate flickered in his eyes, both for Li Yun and for Victor.
Li Yun nodded. I've told you everything. Spare me. Don't worry.
Li Yun crouched down, pressing the short knife against his throat. I keep my word. A glimmer of hope flashed in Fritz's eyes. In the next moment, the short knife swept lightly.
PFF.
Fritz's eyes widened, a hissing sound escaping his throat as he stiffened for 2 seconds before completely losing his breath. Killed a 1st tier, corrupted 1 rank or 1 spiritual sense proficiency 15.
Current spiritual sense proficiency LV. 3,128,200. Distortion 7. 6. Obtained corrupted 1 crystal, complete 1.
After all, I did say I would deal with the tails behind me.
Li Yun stood up, looking towards the distant ridge. 800 meters away, even through the mountain, he could precisely shoot through the head. Still a penetrating corruption attack. A 2nd tier corrupted one was indeed not to be trifled with. He needed to quickly raise his spiritual sense level.
The barrier of the star observation platform was already capable of shielding his perception. If he didn't upgrade, entering the mountain would leave him blind.
Brotherly.
Lei Jin approached, his expression grave. Over 50 people plus a 2nd tier, what should we do?
Li Yun did not respond immediately.
He looked up at the mountain peak. In the depths of the mist, he could vaguely see the outline of a spire building.
The star observation platform. Right there. We go up the mountain. Li Yun said.
But those returning foggers. They will set an ambush at the foot of the mountain.
Li Yun interrupted, but we want head down to the foot of the mountain.
He pointed to the midslope, to the entrance of the abandoned mine tunnel, almost completely overgrown with wild grass.
Let's go around from there.
That was the only path he saw in his spiritual sense that wasn't covered by the gray-white heat source.
Though it was difficult to traverse, at least it would allow them to survive. Get in the car. Li Yun jumped onto the mining vehicle. We must enter the mountain before dark.
The 5 vehicles roared back to life. The engine's roar shattered the valley's silence, crushing through the debris, speeding towards the hidden abandoned mine tunnel concealed in the wild grass. Behind them, the bodies of Fritz and Igor lay in a pool of blood, slowly growing cold. On the distant ridge, the gray-white figure appeared once more, quietly watching the departing convoy.
Interesting.
Victor Crossa licked his cracked lips, a frenzied and greedy glint flashing in his eyes. That knife
is mine now. Interesting.
Victor Crossa licked his cracked lips, a frenzied and greedy glint flashing in his eyes. That knife
is mine now.
The convoy came to a halt deep within the mine for a moment of respite. After several consecutive battles, the team had reached their limit. The large wounds have healed and the small ones should be bandaged.
Remember, keep them dry.
Zhao Qi's face was pale, the green light in her hand gradually fading.
Also, here are some antibiotics. Remember to take them on time. Thank you, Sister Zhao. I understand. Wang Lan took a deep breath, her eyes filled with gratitude.
If it weren't for Zhao Qi's help with the depth of the wound on her chest, she certainly wouldn't have made it through the night. Among the ordinary people in the convoy, except for women and children, almost everyone was injured.
Those zealots were too crazed, utterly fearless.
If it weren't for Lei Jin and Su Chan's help in holding them off along with Zhao Qi's healing, they would have lost at least 5 or 6 members. No one spoke, everyone was trying to recover their strength as much as possible. After all, no one knew when those fanatics from the cult would catch up.
Alright, Xiaoyu, take a seat and rest for a bit. We've done enough for our injuries.
Wang Meng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and walked over to Zhao Qiuyu, handing her 2 pieces of compressed biscuits.
Eat something first. Okay, Uncle Wang, your wound isn't minor either.
Once you recover, I'll help treat you. Zhao Qiuyu smiled, reached out to take the biscuits and started nibbling on them. The surroundings were eerily silent, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of dripping water above, echoing in the darkness like a countdown timer. Li Yun leaned against the rock wall, glancing at his watch.
It was 11:57. 3 minutes left.
Li Yun took a deep breath, his spiritual sight constantly scanning the surroundings, the innate ability of the seer sensing the dangers in this area.
Ahead lay the star observation platform and behind them were pursuers. He needed systematic intelligence to decide their next move.
Li Gulazian leaned closer, lowering his voice. Are we just going to wait here?
Li
Yun activated his spiritual sight passively. Everything in his field of vision appeared normal. The group of fog returners was trapped in the maze of pipes, unable to find this place in the short term.
But Li Yun knew this was only temporary.
Victor Crossu, that second-stage corruptor, would not let it go. He would certainly pursue them.
3 minutes passed quickly.
At exactly midnight, a cold mechanical notification echoed in his mind on cue. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Intelligence 1. The Fog Returner Bloodblade unit is conducting a carpet search in the underground mine of the Star Observation Platform mountain range. Captain Victor Crossu, second-stage corruptor, leads 43 cultists divided into 9 small teams to seal off all main paths. They are equipped with corruption beacons reporting their locations every 2 hours. If no report is received within 2 hours, the remaining teams will immediately converge on the missing area. Intelligence 2. The Vanguard Energy 7th Exploration Team secretly constructed an emergency purification chamber deep within the mine containing 3 sequence distortion suppressants type 1.
This agent can temporarily suppress the seer's sequence distortion progression and stabilize mental strength, providing a buffer for advancement.
The coordinates of the purification chamber have been marked. Warning: the energy barrier of the purification chamber can only last for 10 minutes, so it must be accessed quickly. Attached mine structural map. Intelligence 3. The communication frequency of the Fog Returner team is 27.5
MHz using simple encryption. Intercepting and simulating the signal can create false reports to mislead the encirclement direction. Attached simple signal simulator production method requires radio module portable power supply.
3 lines of crimson text slowly emerged in his vision. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing deep within his pupils.
3 pieces of intelligence, each deadly yet each also a glimmer of hope. 43 people, 9 small teams reporting every 2 hours. This was both a net and an opportunity.
The suppressants were deep in the mine, capable of suppressing distortion and stabilizing mental strength.
Intercepting signals and creating false reports could lead the pursuers in circles.
He slowly stood up, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Legion, gather everyone here. 2 minutes later, a dozen people formed a circle.
The beams of headlamps flickered in the darkness, revealing the fatigue and anxiety on their faces.
Li Yun squatted down, quickly sketching the mine structure on the ground with some gravel.
His upgraded spiritual sight doubled his perception of spatial structure. The mine map he had only glanced at before was now as clear in his mind as if it were laid out before his eyes. The paths, ventilation shafts, and abandoned mining sites that had been etched into his mind from the transportation hub map now transformed into squares on a chessboard.
Listen carefully.
He looked up, scanning the crowd. The Fog Returners are 43 strong, divided into 9 small teams, currently sealing off all main paths.
Wang Meng's face instantly turned pale. 43.
Don't panic. Li Yun raised his hand to calm them. They have rules, reporting their locations every 2 hours.
Right now they've just dispersed and the next report will be in an hour and a half.
He pointed to several points on the map. This is their team distribution. The main paths are sealed, but they are unaware of the existence of this ventilation duct. This is our only escape route, and also their dead end.
Legian's eyes lit up. Li Gu, what's your plan?
Li Yun did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out the crystals he had retrieved from the bodies of Hans, Fritz, and Igor.
3 complete corruptor crystals emitted an eerie grayish-white glow in the darkness.
He looked at Zhao Qiuyu. Qiuyu, come here. Zhao Qiuyu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly stepped forward.
Li Yun laid the 3 crystals in his palm. Use your healing ability to protect me a bit. I need to absorb them. Now.
Zhao Qiu's expression changed. Li, do your distortion level. It's precisely because of the distortion level.
Li Yun interrupted her. If I don't enhance my spiritual sight, entering the star observation platform will be like being blind. Even if the platform can suppress distortion, the premise is that I must survive long enough to obtain it.
He paused and looked at everyone. For the next hour and a half I need to absorb the crystals.
You all must protect me.
Legian nodded firmly. Rest assured, not even a fly will get in here.
Zhao Qiuyu took a deep breath, her hands glowing with a faint green light as she pressed them against the back of Li Yun's neck.
Li Yun closed his eyes, gripping the 3 crystals tightly in his left palm, fully activating his spiritual sight. As the energy surged in, excruciating pain washed over him like a tidal wave. The energy from the 3 complete crystals far surpassed that of shards, the grayish-white corrupting force tearing through Li Yun's energy network like 3 ravenous wolves. Countless broken images flashed before his eyes, Hans' sinister smile while killing Fritz's cruel sneak attack, Igor's terrified begging on the ground.
Steady your mind.
Zhao Qiu's voice came from behind the faint green light, desperately pouring and shielding Li Yun's spiritual core.
Li Yun gritted his teeth, the innate abilities of the seer fully operational, observing, analyzing, assimilating. The grayish-white energy was peeled away layer by layer, the essence of the corruption pierced through, absorbed and transformed by the seer.
The remnants of emotional fragments were gradually dissolved by Zhao Qi's healing light, turning into nothingness.
Time ticked away second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes.
Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a faint golden light flashing deep within his pupils.
Absorbed corruptor crystals complete 3 spiritual sight proficiency 90 current spiritual sight proficiency LV.
218,200 detected that spiritual sight proficiency has reached the advancement threshold.
Would you like to advance? Advance. Advancement starting. Consuming mental power.
A violent dizziness struck again, but this time Li Yun was prepared. He maintained a thread of clarity, allowing his consciousness to plunge into that endless dark space.
Countless light points re-emerged, red, purple, white, gray, densely packed, overwhelming.
But this time they no longer swirled chaotically, instead they rotated and intertwined in some peculiar pattern. Li Yun stared at the glowing specks and an unprecedented epiphany surged through his mind. The red thermal signatures of life, once mere dashed lines, now unfolded before him as vivid pre-visualized sequences. He could see with cinematic clarity every motion a person would make 3 seconds into the future, not as conjecture but as if replaying a recorded vision. The violet corruption energy fragmented before his eyes into countless frequency layers, each revealing a distinct vulnerability. Some recoiled from fire, others from light, still others from sonic waves of precise resonance. The white sequence cores no longer appeared as hazy orbs but resolved into intricate three-dimensional energy schematics, heart, spine and brain rendered in crystalline detail, each node's energetic linkage laid bare. Faint footprints, lingering scents and residual soundwave ripples began to rewind within his perception. He could see who had passed this spot 5 minutes prior, and even trace the direction they had taken upon departure. His consciousness convulsed violently, then snapped back into place.
Cough, cough. Li Yun gasped, awake, breathing hard.
Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his tactical suit clung drenched to his back. Yet the world around him had irrevocably transformed.
Spirit vision advanced. Current rank LV.
For 18,400 new ability unlocked. Trajectory rewind, when actively engaged, briefly reconstructs the movement trajectories within a target area over the past 5 minutes. Mental stamina cost scales with duration. Passive enhancement. Perception radius expanded to 100 meters. Energy insight precision greatly heightened, capable of identifying exact frequencies and corresponding weaknesses of corruption. Energy distortion control enhanced. Each active use of spirit vision now increases distortion by
15 less than before. Current distortion progress 7. 8 even shielded by Zhao Yu's restorative power. 3 high-intensity uses of spirit vision, coupled with absorption of 3 corruption crystals, had nudged distortion upward, however slightly.
A flash of deep violet distortion halo flickered at the edge of his vision, accompanied by that familiar searing sting, a grim reminder that time was slipping away. Yet just as he prepared to rise, a wave of warm energy surged from his heart, rushing through his entire body in an instant. It was the residual energy from the absorbed crystals, now fully awakened by his ascended spirit vision, and beginning to nourish his flesh. Ugh! Li Yun jolted, his bones crackled softly, his muscles swelled visibly beneath his skin, and a faint golden luminescence shimmered across his surface before fading into silence. He lowered his gaze to his hands, the knuckles thicker, the tendons tauter. Clenching his fists, he felt raw power surging like a tide.
This sensation dwarfed even the surge he'd experienced after absorbing the Rampager crystal, by orders of magnitude.
Energy feedback detected. Physical resilience dramatically enhanced. Human physiological limits transcended. Body attribute panel unlocked. Strength 10 baseline human, 24 agility 10 endurance 10. Combat assessment surpasses standard tier 1 combat sequence operatives. Li Yun slowly tightened his fist, savoring the torrent of strength coiling within. He rose, and with a subtle push of his toes launched himself forward 3 meters in a blur speed so sudden it startled even himself.
Brotherly. Lei Jin's eyes widened. Li Yun offered no explanation.
Instead he strode toward a waist-high boulder, drew a slow breath, and struck.
Boom. The rock shattered instantly, fragments scattering like shrapnel. Lei Jin gaped. Holy hell, Brotherly, what are you?
After all, he himself was a martial adept, shattering such stone came easily to him. Yet he distinctly recalled Wang Mang telling him Li Yun was a seer, assigned to the support sequence.
Since when did support sequence operatives wield this kind of force? Li Yun glanced at his fist, only the knuckles flushed faintly, not a single break in the skin. LV.
For spirit vision granted far more than heightened perception. A fraction of the absorbed crystal energy had taken root permanently within his body. Lucky break, Li Yun said, brushing dust from his knuckles, his tone as placid as commenting on fair weather. But the way everyone now looked at him had shifted entirely, especially the civilians. They'd known their captain could foresee danger in command tactics, but never imagined he could shatter stone with his bare fist.
Zhao Chunlei's eyes gleamed like floodlights. Brotherly, teach me.
Master your firearm first, Li Yun replied, then turned to Su Chan.
Do you have radio modules in the vehicle?
Su Chan was still reeling, she blinked then stammered, Yais.
We salvaged parts from the Vulture's off-road vehicle, should be enough to assemble several crude transceivers. Bring them out, Li Yun instructed. I need you to build something.
His fingertip traced rapid precise schematics onto the ground, reciting every fabrication step and encryption protocol from memory word for word.
30 minutes later, 3 palm-sized signal simulators rested silently on the floor. Su-chan wiped sweat from her brow.
Brotherly, will these really fool the Mistwalkers?
She'd built them herself, but this configuration was unprecedented. Untried. Unproven. Li Yun picked one up, weighted thoughtfully in his palm. Only one way to find out.
His gaze settled on the hand-drawn map pinned to the wall, the official mine tunnel schematic from intelligence archives.
9 Mistwalker squads were deployed across distinct sectors.
They had 1 hour and 30 minutes until their next positional report to Victor. But what if one squad went silent? The remaining 8 would converge immediately on the missing unit's last known coordinates.
That gap is ours to exploit.
His eyes locked onto the deepest point on the map, the red-circled zone.
Beneath it, the entrance to the sub-level access conduit. His objective, and a place the Mistwalkers would never tread.
Energy fluctuations there were dangerously unstable. Victor would never risk his followers. But what if one squad reported sighting their target there?
Li Yun spoke.
Yes, sir. Take 2 men in this simulator, climb to the midpoint of this ventilation shaft.
He pointed to a location near the main corridor on the map.
At precisely 1400 hours, broadcast this frequency, claim you've spotted us and are in pursuit.
Li Yun's eyes lit up. Then what?
Then run, Li Yun said, a faint smile curling his lips.
Run as fast as you can, deeper into the tunnels. The other 8 squads will converge instantly.
By the time they realize the ruse, we'll already be. His finger tapped the red-circled zone on the map.
There. Su-chan frowned.
But Victor.
He's tier 2, he'll go to. Li Yun cut in.
But he won't crawl through the pipes. A tier 2 corruptor, proud, suspicious, unwilling to risk himself. Fritz had whispered that truth with his dying breath.
Li Yun stared at the map, cold fury glinting in his eyes. Victor Krasu. Wait all you like. By the time you discover the deception, I'll have secured the inhibitors and entered the observatory. And then, Hu Hansum remains very much undecided. 15 minutes remained until 2 o'clock.
Ice-cold water seeped from the rock face, sliding down Li Yun's nape into his collar as he leaned deep within the shadow's eyelashes half-lowered, yet his spiritual sense had already stretched to its 100-meter limit. Every current of damp frigid air in the mine tunnel, every faint gray-white energy trail left behind by the mist returners, even the subtle tremor of rusting rebar embedded in the stone walls, all unfolded before his perception with crystalline clarity. Behind him, Zhao Qiuyu slept soundly nestled in Zhao Tai's arms. Pallor from repeated healing still clung to her cheeks, and her breathing was so quiet it barely stirred the air. Su-chan crouched on the ground, her screwdriver a blur in her grip as she performed the final calibration on the palm-sized radio. The chassis had been stripped from a mist returner corpse, a standard-issue tactical comms unit whose core encryption module she had painstakingly rewritten using her sequence ability. The signal flickered, unstable, but functional.
Brotherly.
Li Yun crept forward, voice hushed like velvet over stone, footsteps silent as a cat's. Wang Mang and Zhao Chunlei followed close behind.
Time's nearly up.
Li Yun opened his eyes and rose slowly. The mine tunnel schematic, copied from the transport hub, was already fused in his mind with the terrain. His spiritual sense had scanned each corridor and junction, etched with flawless precision.
Remember this? Li Yun's gaze locked onto Li Yun's face. At exactly 2 o'clock, transmit an emergency distress signal on the mist returner's encrypted frequency.
In chaos, no one will verify the identity of a frontline rescue team. Li Yun flashed a grin, teeth gleaming white.
Understood.
The moment you send it, run back.
Not a second's delay. Li Yun's tone hardened, sharp as forged steel.
Whether or not you receive a reply, you must exit the ventilation shaft within 3 minutes. 1 second late, and 43 of them will seal you inside like rats in a pipe. We'll emerge as fast as we can, Li Yun replied, solemn-faced, nodding firmly.
Wang Mang. Li Yun turned to him. Go with Li Yun.
If he gets reckless, tries to linger and watch the spectacle, reel him in.
Wang Mang's expression fell. Brotherly, if his head overheats, can I really hold him back? If you can't pull him, kick him.
Li Yun clapped his shoulder.
Just come back alive.
Brotherly, I intend to walk beside you all the way. I will return alive. Take care of yourself.
Wang Mang nodded fiercely, then vanished into the darkness of the ventilation shaft alongside Li Yun and Zhao Chunlei. Li Yun turned, surveying the remaining group. Su-chan. Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Qiuyu.
And the few ordinary civilians. Including himself, 9 souls in total.
Su-chan, Li Yun said, meeting her gaze. Is the vehicle secured? She nodded.
Exactly as you instructed, hidden deep within that abandoned side tunnel covered with waterproof tarp, and even the tread marks were swept away.
That spot lies far from the main tunnel.
The mist returners are hunting us, they won't search there.
Good.
Li Yun pointed to the route marked on the map, the path leading to the purification chamber. We must reach this position before 2 o'clock. This road hasn't been maintained in decades, collapsed sections and derelict where carts block it completely.
Vehicles can't pass. We'll have to go on foot. Zhao Taizhu tightened his grip on the hunting rifle. Benefactor, do mist returners patrol that area? Yes. Li Yun gazed into the consuming dark. 2 patrols circle nearby, but after 2 o'clock they'll be lured away by the false signal. Brotherly, if something goes wrong with Leijin. Su Chan cradled the modified comms device, her voice edged with quiet dread. One misstep on his part could doom them all. Then we break through, by force. Li Yun cut her off. But until then, trust me. He stepped first into the tunnel ahead. Silently the others followed.
The surviving civilians clutched their iron pipes tightly at the rear of the formation, breath held tight, not daring even a whisper, determined not to falter, not to hinder, not to betray the fragile thread holding them all together. The tunnel narrowed further, rock ceiling pressing low, headlamp beams trembling in the blackness, illuminating fractured walls and corroded rails. The air grew heavier with moisture dripping, echoed from every direction like countless unseen eyes watching from the void.
Li Yun led the way, spiritual sense unwavering.
Within 100 meters, every fissure in the rock, every branching passage stood starkly visible. He could even see the faint gray-white filaments of residual energy, the mist returner's traces, flickering just beyond a distant fork. 3 hostiles, 50 meters ahead, right side branch. Li Yun's voice dropped to a whisper. He raised a hand. Instantly the group froze, breath suspended. Li Yun fixed his gaze on the 3 gray-white thermal signatures slumped against the wall in repose, energy rhythms calm, motionless.
Less than 60 meters away. Had they walked forward blindly, collision would have been inevitable. Yet his spiritual sense had seen them first. More crucially, he saw the cylindrical objects slung at their waists. High-explosive grenades.
Wait, silently, for 2 minutes, Li Yun murmured, a flicker of wariness in his eyes.
2 minutes later the 3 thermal forms stirred and moved, vanishing down another corridor. Go.
They slipped through the stretch of tunnel in utter silence, separated from the mist returners only by a single slab of rock. They passed, within arm's reach. Meanwhile, deep within the main mine tunnel, Victor Krasso stood beside a derelict elevator shaft, his ashen gray eyes riveted to the corrupted beacon in his palm.
On its screen 43 luminous dots scattered across the tunnels, status nominal. Still haven't found them.
His voice rasped like sandpaper grating steel. Master, they entered the ventilation ducts, too narrow for our people to follow.
His subordinate kept his head bowed. But every exit is sealed. They cannot escape.
Victor ran his tongue over cracked lips.
That blade must be mine.
His gaze burned with hunger and madness as it locked onto the screen.
Stuck at Tier 2 for too long.
With that sacred artifact he would ascend to Tier 3 and claim true authority within the cult.
As for those rats,
crush them without hesitation.
All units heighten vigilance. Capture the vermin.
Yes, sir. His subordinate hurried off to relay the order, spurring the cultists to accelerate their hunt.
Precisely at 2 o'clock a faint electromagnetic ripple pulsed through the depths of the mine.
Li Yun glanced at his wristwatch and a subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth.
It's done. He lifted his eyes ahead. Within his spiritual vision the scattered gray-white heat signatures began converging, drawn inexorably toward a single point.
Within a 100-meter radius 3 patrols instantly reversed course, rushing wildly toward the ventilation shaft. Farther still, in the deeper recesses of the mine, he sensed hazily but unmistakably 5 more squads accelerating toward that same location.
43 souls, every last one lured by the phantom signal.
They've taken the bait, pick up the pace.
A flash of triumph lit Li Yun's eyes as he quickened his stride. 200 meters ahead lay the entrance to the purification chamber.
Deep in the main tunnel Victor stared at the corrupted beacon, brows knotted in sudden suspicion.
On screen over 40 luminous dots surged frenziedly toward one location. What's happening?
His subordinate seized the radio, spoke briefly, and paled.
Master, the 3rd squad has sent a distress call.
They claim to have cornered the targets and are requesting immediate reinforcement.
Cornard. Victor narrowed his eyes, something felt askew.
But the next instant his comm crackled with frantic voices.
Targets are inside the ducts. They're fleeing deeper. 4th squad acknowledges, closing in now. 6th squad en route block their escape.
A cruel ravenous smile twisted Victor's lips, greed eclipsing caution.
Flee. Deeper into the ducts, that was a dead end.
All units, pursue, he snarled. Bring me their bodies, or bring me their heads.
Pursue. Cut them off. At his command cultists fanned out, swift, ruthless, vanishing into the labyrinthine dark.
The gaze shifted to the middle section of the ventilation duct.
Leijin tightly clutched the palm-sized signal simulator, his palms drenched in sweat.
2 minutes ago he pressed the launch button, sending out the forged emergency distress signal.
We have caught up to the target. Pursuing deeper. Requesting support.
Then he ran back frantically with Wang Mang and Zhao Chunlei. The duct was wet and slippery and he didn't care that his knees were scraped. Behind him faint rustling footsteps could be heard. It was the returners' squad closing in on them. Hurry! Lei Jin growled. The three of them rolled and crawled into a narrower branch duct. Lei Jin wanted to turn around to see if their pursuers were following, but Wang Mang kicked him firmly in the rear. Brotherly said it. After sending it run, Wang Mang unceremoniously lifted his leg and pulled Lei Jin to keep running. You really kicked me. Lei Jin cursed and gritted his teeth, still following along in a mad dash. Seconds later 3 or 4 grayish-white figures rushed past above in the main duct, heading towards the direction they had just sent the signal. Damn it! Wang Meng's face turned pale, his lips trembling. They really followed us. Lei Jin said nothing, only staring intently at the retreating figures until they completely vanished into the darkness. Then he grinned. Let's go back to find Brotherly. The entrance to the purification room was hidden at the end of an abandoned mining area. Li Yun stood at the entrance, scanning the rusty iron door with his spiritual sense. Behind the door was a closed space of about 20 square meters with metallic walls and an energy barrier operating, faint light flickering in his spiritual view. There were few guards at the door, only 2. Most of the forces had been deployed to intercept on the outside, and the electromagnetic interference deep in the mine made remote alarms ineffective, leaving only 2 sentinels here. But at the door 2 grayish-white heat sources were crouching. 2 fanatics armed with shotguns stood guard at the entrance. More importantly, Li Yun sensed a familiar energy structure from their energy fluctuations, a first-class corrupted. These were 2 members of the elite sequence team mentioned in the intel. Li Yun squinted, activating trajectory prediction. In his view 2 virtual lines appeared. The one on the left would turn to look right in 3 seconds, while the one on the right would stand up and stretch in 5 seconds. He glanced at the weapon in Su Chan's hands, a precision rifle fitted with a special silencer, its body faintly glowing with blue sequence energy modified by Su Chan using metal affinity. Su Chan. Li Yun lowered his voice. Subsonic silent rounds, 2 shots 1 second apart. Can you hit them? Su Chan adjusted her goggles, aimed the rifle. Her sequence ability activated, the blue glow on the rifle brightening. Within 60 meters I could hit them with my eyes closed. You take the one on the left. He'll take the one on the right. Got it. 3, 2, 1. The left returner turned to look right. PFF. A sound almost inaudible. The bullet precisely pierced through his temple. The corpse had not yet fallen and Li Yun had already charged out. The one on the right had just stood up, still unresponsive, when a shadow lunged at him. The fiery short knife flashed coldly, slicing cleanly through his throat. Both corpses collapsed simultaneously. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Li Yun reached out to support one of the bodies, gently placing it on the ground without making a sound. He crouched down, using the short knife to slice open the chests of both 2 intact grayish-white crystals rolling out. Acquired corrupted crystal intact, 2 spiritual sense proficiency, 30 current spiritual sense proficiency LV. For 48,400, let's go. He pushed open the iron door and walked in first. Take all these things. Wang Lan, don't forget those 2 high explosive grenades. Don't worry, I'm a professional at searching bodies. Behind, Shen Lin and the others quickly moved up, stripping the shotguns and high explosive grenades from the 2 corpses. Behind the door was a closed space of less than 20 square meters. Several non-operational devices were embedded in the metallic walls and 3 silver-white metal boxes were stacked in the corner. In the center of the room stood a half-man-high transparent cylinder with 3 light blue potions floating inside. Sequence distortion suppressor type 1. Li Yun stepped forward, scanning the energy barrier surrounding the cylinder with his spiritual sense. Less than 6 minutes left. He reached out and pressed his hand on the identification area at the top of the cylinder. Identity verification in progress. Verification failed. Warning: illegal operation. The energy barrier will automatically destroy the potions in 5 minutes. Li Yun gritted his teeth, fully activating his spiritual sense to scan the structure of the cylinder. The energy circuit extended from the bottom, connecting to the control chip at the top. As long as that circuit was cut, the barrier would disappear. If cut incorrectly, the potions would be destroyed immediately. He stared at that circuit, activating trajectory rewind. In his view, the energy flow of that circuit from 5 minutes ago appeared, every pulse, every change clearly visible. I see now. He drew out the fiery short knife, a pale golden flame igniting on the blade, then precisely stabbed into a node of the circuit. Sizzle. The energy barrier flickered twice, then completely vanished. Li Yun reached out and retrieved the 3 potions. Acquired sequence distortion suppressor type 1-3. He gripped the 3 cold potions tightly, taking a deep breath. Distortion level 7. 8. Since the Holy Heart Cathedral, this knife hovering at the back of his neck finally had a means to suppress it. The moment his fingertips touched the potions, the constant burning pain at the back of his neck seemed to fade significantly. Deep in the main mining tunnel, Victor stared at the corrupted beacon, his expression growing increasingly grim. On the screen more than 40 clusters of light points had gathered in the middle of the ventilation duct, but the traces of those rats had vanished. "Sir, the duct has reached the end, it's a dead end." The voice of his deputy came through the intercom, "No targets detected." "What?" Victor's pupils suddenly contracted. "A dead end. No targets. What were they chasing?" In the next moment he suddenly realized the signal was fake. "Everyone return to your positions immediately," he shouted, panic creeping into his voice for the first time. "This is a diversion. Their target is..." Before he could finish, a scream suddenly came through the communicator, followed by a cacophony of electrical static. Victor looked down at the corrupted beacon. On the screen 3 clusters of light points extinguished simultaneously. "Brotherly!" Suchan suddenly called out softly, "There's movement outside." Li Yun turned sharply, scanning with his spiritual sense in the distant mine tunnel. Dozens of grayish-white heat sources were rapidly approaching. The distance was less than 200 meters. Victor Crosser realized he had been deceived. "Go!" Li Yun stowed the potions and led everyone out of the purification room. Behind them, the 2 corpses of the corrupted were still warm on the ground. In the distance, Victor's roar echoed through the mine tunnel, filled with overwhelming rage. "Find them. Seal all exits. I want to skin them myself." In the distance, Victor's roar echoed through the mine tunnel, filled with overwhelming rage. "Find them. Seal all exits. I want to skin them myself." Li Yun did not run. He stopped at the fork in the road, his spiritual sight fully open, sensing the rapidly moving gray and white heat sources within the mine tunnel. 43 people had been led away by false signals, leaving behind a large portion. However, there were still a dozen small teams converging toward this direction, among which at least 7 or 8 were corruptors with energy fluctuations far surpassing ordinary fanatics. First-level corruptors. They were the elite squad mentioned in the previous intelligence dispatched from the Hay headquarters. Suchan panicked. "Li, go, hurry and run." Li Yun raised his hands, signaling her to be quiet. He closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual sight to its fullest, his LV4 ability truly manifested at that moment. Within a 100-meter radius, every cluster of gray and white heat sources no longer moved along simple dotted lines but transformed into clear preview images. The 3-member team on the left was entirely composed of corruptors and would pass through the fork in front within 15 seconds. The 4-member team on the right included 2 corruptors who were searching toward this side, but they would turn to another mine tunnel in 30 seconds, having received orders from Victor to block another route. Further away, a 6-member team, 4 of whom were corruptors, was guarding the only exit, waiting for their prey to fall into the trap. Li Yun opened his eyes, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "Not running anymore," he said. "What?" Su Chan's eyes widened. "What are we running from?" Li Yun looked at her. "There are 43 of them and we are 9. But right now," he raised his hand, pointing into the darkness. "They have been scattered by false signals, their communications in disarray, unaware of our exact location. Dozens of small teams are fighting individually, separated by hundreds of meters of mine tunnel. And I know the position of each one of them." Su Chan was stunned, her eyes gradually brightening. "You mean it's hunting time?" Li Yun drew his flame-short knife, the pale golden flames igniting on the blade. "Each of these corruptors is a crystal. If we kill one, we will be one step closer to the second level." He was the first to rush into the left fork. "Let's go, we need to meet with Lesion." 15 seconds later, at the front fork, 3 gray and white figures hurried past the leader, muttering curses. "Damn it, the signal is fake. Who the hell sent it?" Before he finished speaking, a shadow lunged out from the side. The flame-short knife slashed horizontally, sealing his throat. "Who?" The second was a corruptor, reacting swiftly, instantly slapping the ground. "Blood flesh puppet." The ground exploded, a tentacle just emerging when Li Yun's knee smashed into his abdomen. Bang! A dull sound echoed the LV4 enhanced body, crashing into him, directly breaking his spine, and the tentacle dissolved before it could take shape. Blood and flesh splattered behind him, the still-breathing corruptor's eyes filled with terror. The third had just raised his gun when a tower-like figure charged out of the darkness. "Short force, go." Lesion's fist had already smashed into his face, the head directly caving in. 3 seconds. All 3 were wiped out, including 2 corruptors. Li Yun crouched down, the short knife slicing through the chests of the 2. Gained corruptor crystal complete, 2 spirit sight proficiency, 30 current spirit sight proficiency, LV. For 78,400. Continue. Deep within the main mine tunnel, Victor stared at the corruptor beacon, his finger trembling. On the screen, 3 more light spots extinguished. "Sir," the assistant's voice trembled, "the third team has lost contact." Victor gritted his teeth. "They might be moving, the signal is unstable." Before he finished speaking, 2 more light spots went dark. "The fourth team lost contact." Victor's expression changed drastically. He abruptly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Everyone report your locations to me. Do it now." Confused responses came from the walkie-talkie. "The 5th team is in the main mine tunnel, everything is normal." The 7th team is in Zone B, no targets detected.
The 8th team. The 9th team. The 6th team. 6th team, please respond. Silence.
Then the 10th team, 11th team.
A complete silence.
Victor's hands began to shake. He looked down at the screen. In just 10 minutes 13 clusters of light had vanished forever.
5 minutes later, deep within the mine tunnel, a 4-member team was searching along the main path.
The captain gripped the walkie-talkie, his face pale. Victor said, those rats are nearby.
Find them and the holy artifact will be ours.
As soon as he finished speaking, the ventilation pipe above suddenly exploded.
Li Yun leaped down from the tumtor-high pipe, the flame-short knife aimed directly at the captain's neck. Puff. A single slash ended his life. Who?
The remaining 3 had yet to react when Lei Jin charged out from the side, smashing one person's head with a punch.
Bang. Bang.
Su Chan knelt on one knee, her silenced rifle firing twice the bullets, accurately penetrating the foreheads of the last 2 cultists. They never expected the enemy to ambush them from the very pipe they had just searched. Killed Corruptors 3, gained Crystals 3, Spirit Sight Proficiency 45, current Spirit Sight Proficiency LV.
For 123,400.
Li Yun glanced at his spiritual sight view. Another nearby team was still 300 meters away, rushing frantically toward this direction. But Victor's voice had already exploded through the walkie-talkie. Everyone gather around me.
Do not scatter. They are hunting us.
Li Yun's lips curled into a cold smile.
Now you realize. It's too late.
As soon as he finished speaking, 4 clusters of gray and white heat sources suddenly rushed out from the left fork in his spiritual sight view. These were 2 patrol teams that had just received the gathering order, passing through here, followed by 2 fanatics who had rushed over at the sound.
Over here.
They are here. The leading Corruptor's eyes turned red in an instant, roaring as he raised his gun to fire.
Find cover.
Li Yun shouted lowly, having already predicted their shooting trajectory, pulling the ordinary people Chen Lin and Wang Lan beside him to dive into the nearby abandoned mine car for cover.
Clang. Clang. Block.
Bullets grazed past the minecar's exterior, sparking a shower of sparks.
Kill.
Lei Jin shouted angrily, crouching close to the rock wall and charging out, his fist smashing into the chest of the foremost fanatic, shattering ribs and sending the person flying.
Bang. Bang.
Su Chan knelt on one knee, her rifle raised, firing twice to accurately take down the last 2 cultists with guns. In less than 2 seconds, only the first-level Corruptor remained in the 4-member team. His chest was pierced by Su Chan's bullets, blood spraying out, but he did not fall. Instead, he revealed a mad grin, his left hand fiercely pulling the safety pin from the high-explosive grenade at his waist.
Let's die together. Great Lord of the Mist, watch me.
The grenade fuse crackled and Wang Lan and Zhao Chun lay closest to him, froze and placed their faces pale, forgetting to dodge.
Be careful.
Zhao Taizhu shouted as he lunged forward, shielding the 2 young people beneath him, his back completely exposed to the grenade.
Be careful.
Zhao Taizhu shouted as he lunged forward, shielding the 2 young people beneath him, his back completely exposed to the grenade.
Old Zhao.
Lei Jin's pupils contracted sharply. In one swift lunge, he charged forward and delivered a brutal kick to the corrupted being's wrist just as the live grenade was about to slip from its grasp.
Go to hell.
The primed grenade soared through the air and slammed into the collapsed blind shaft of a derelict mine tunnel.
Boom.
Almost simultaneously, Su Chan's bullet pierced the corrupted being's forehead with surgical precision. The corpse collapsed rigidly to the ground.
Kaboom. An ear-shattering explosion erupted from the blind shaft.
The concussive blast sent gravel cascading from the cavern walls, but not a single ally was harmed. Li Yun lowered his hands from shielding his head, sweeping the area with his divine sense to confirm no further ambushes before exhaling slowly.
Are you all right?
Zhao Taizhu scrambled to his feet, clapped the 2 trembling youths on their shoulders and flashed a grin, though his back was already drenched in cold sweat.
No, we're fine. Wang Lan gasped raggedly, still shaken to his core, sweat streaming down his temples.
Hearing Zhao Taizhu's voice, he snapped back to awareness and managed a strained expression of gratitude.
Thank you, brother Taizhu. Chen Lin sprinted breathlessly to Wang Lan's side, scanning him head to toe.
Satisfied he was unharmed, he let out a long sigh and hurried to thank Zhao Taizhu. Enough, we did nothing extraordinary. Without Brother Lei and our benefactor, we'd all be dead.
Inventory check, time to move out.
Li Yun cut off the group, glancing at the system prompt flashing across his vision. Corrupted being 1 slain, fanatic 3 slain.
Acquired intact corrupted crystal 1, divine sense proficiency 20, current divine sense proficiency LV. For 143,400. Let's go.
Li Yun wiped dust from his cheek and gazed once more into the mine's fathomless depths. The more panicked they grow, the greater our advantage becomes.
10 minutes later, at the abandoned extraction face,
a 6-member squad stood guard along the main passage, mounting 2 light machine guns to seal the soul exit.
For corrupted beings. 2 fanatics.
The squad leader licked his lips and spoke into his radio. "Sir, we've secured the exit, they must be." Before he could finish, a blood-curdling shriek tore from the darkness behind him.
What? He whirled around.
In the gloom, a flicker of pale gold flame darted past, then vanished.
Nothing remained. 3 seconds later, another scream. "Watch out!
Ambush," the squad leader roared. But it was too late. Li Yun, Lei Jin and Su Chan moved like phantoms through the abandoned extraction phase, hunting, striking, erasing.
His divine sense revealed every enemy's position trajectory, even where they would step next.
All Li Yun needed was to guide Lei Jin to intercept them along inevitable paths. Any stragglers were methodically eliminated by Su Chan's unerring aim.
3 minutes. 6 enemies, 4 corrupted beings, annihilated. Acquired corrupted crystal 4 divine sense proficiency 60 current divine sense proficiency LV. For 183,400. 20 minutes later.
Li Yun led 9 people through the labyrinthine tunnels, wiping out 7 squads in total.
23 fog returners fell in that suffocating dark, 15 of them first-tier corrupted beings. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Lei Jin's fist dripped blood, his face burned with exhilaration, his eyes blazing with fervent admiration for Li Yun. They'll catch on soon enough. Su Chan's rifle barrel glowed faintly.
Between her fingers rested several suppressed rounds. She studied them intently, glancing at Li Yun now and then with quiet fascination.
Where did he get these bullets? Their power is undiminished and utterly silent. Once we escape, I must master this technique.
She resolved inwardly. So long as Li Yun didn't send her to her death, she would follow him without hesitation.
Uncle, your marksmanship is incredible.
Zhao Chunlei watched Zhao Taizhu clean his hunting rifle with undisguised envy. His own aim was abysmal, and firing recklessly underground risked hitting allies, so he'd switched to his trusted iron-tipped club instead. "I told you to practice shooting properly, you refused."
"Well. Regretting it now." Zhao Taizhu stroked his bristling beard, smugness radiating from his grin. He'd personally executed 2 fanatics, putting on a show for his nephew.
"Come now, old Zhao, you're old enough to know better than bicker with children. Here, take this hunting rifle."
Wang Neng boisterously handed the captured weapon to Zhao Chunlei, deeply impressed by the youth's courage and tenacity. "Thank you so much, Uncle Wang."
"Ha, no need for thanks. We've got plenty of rifles. Everyone take one for defense, and fetch your ammo from senior sister Su." Along the way they'd seized numerous hunting rifles and high-explosive grenades, more than enough to rearm the entire convoy.
"These folks just can't sit still." Li Yun smiled faintly, watching the enthusiastic distribution of weapons.
Yet the most valuable spoils remained with him, 23 corrupted crystals heavy in his pocket.
Divine Sense Proficiency LV. For 218,400. Within Li Yun's divine sense, the grayish-white thermal signatures had thinned dramatically.
43 individuals, now only 20 remained. And not a single one among them had fallen. Deep within the main mine shaft, Victor Crosso stood frozen at a junction, staring at the corrupted beacon, his entire body trembling.
Every fog returner carried a tracking crystal bound to the beacon. Even the lowest-ranking fanatics could not evade its surveillance. 23 blips. 23. His elite force, his pride, his corrupted squads, had been slaughtered nearly in half within 20 minutes.
"Sir?" His deputy's voice quavered.
How did they do it?"
Victor said nothing. He stared unblinking as each blip winked out, one after another, watching his men butchered like livestock while he couldn't even glimpse their shadows.
Seal every exit."
His words faltered halfway. What use was sealing?
Those rats weren't trying to flee. They were hunting. Turning his people into prey. Arf.
Victor roared like a maddened beast, driving his fist into the rock wall. Putrid ash-gray corruption energy surged violently, the stone instantly liquefied, collapsing into a gaping crater.
"Come out. Show yourselves."
His howl echoed through the tunnels, fueled by towering rage, and beneath it an unmistakable tremor of fear.
No reply came.
Only the distant wind carried the faint, deliberate echo of Li Yun's footsteps. At the far end of the abandoned returnerway, Li Yun halted. He tightened his grip on the 23 heavy crystals in his pocket and glanced back along the path they'd taken. At the edge of his divine sense, the dense black energy source remained motionless, like a caged beast humiliated and circling helplessly.
Victor Crosso. Second-tier corrupted being. Over 50 followers.
Now reduced to 20. A cold razor-thin smile curled Li Yun's lips.
Once I absorb these crystals and administer the inhibitor, who's the prey remains undecided.
Deep within the abandoned Huifeng Alley, Li Yun came to a halt. His spiritual vision instantly expanded to its 100-meter limit, his field of view utterly clear, devoid of the grayish-white thermal signatures characteristic of the fogbound and free of any residual traces of corrupted energy. This alleyway, abandoned for who knew how many years, had become the safest place in the entire mine tunnel. "Well, rest here," Li Yun said, leaning against the cold stone wall as he slowly exhaled, a breath heavy with exhaustion. Behind him over a dozen people instantly collapsed sprawling haphazardly across the ground gasping in ragged deep breaths. The acrid stench of gunpowder and coppery blood still clung to their clothes, yet the profound relief of survival eclipsed every ache in their bodies. Wang Mang flung his backpack onto the floor and fell flat on his back, chest heaving violently.
I swear I've never run this far in my entire life.
Zhao Chunlei crouched beside him, face still pale as ash yet grinning broadly.
Uncle Wang, we won. We killed over 20 of those bastards. We won.
Wang Mang murmured, repeating the words once more, then suddenly burst into laughter.
Yes, we won.
Zhao Taizhu leaned against a jutting boulder, cradling his double-barreled hunting rifle across his knees, his calloused palms repeatedly stroking the icy metal of the barrel. The scene replayed vividly in his mind the instant the corrupted pulled the pin on the grenade he'd instinctively thrown himself over two young comrades, exposing his own back fully to death's embrace. At that moment his mind had gone utterly blank, no thought, no hesitation. Now in stillness cold sweat still prickled along his spine. Yet even if fate offered him the chance to relive it, he would do exactly the same.
Uncle.
Zhao Chunlei edged closer, eyes glistening with unshed tears. You just now, none of that sentimental nonsense, Zhao Taizhu interrupted, slapping the boy lightly on the back of his head, the gesture gentle as cotton brushing skin. As long as we're alive, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, Su Chan knelt on the ground, dismantling and reassembling her suppressed rifle 3 times over, checking, rechecking, verifying, before finally exhaling in quiet relief. She lifted her gaze toward Li Yun standing nearby, her eyes shimmering with unrestrained admiration. Brotherly, how far exactly does your spiritual vision reach?
100 meters, Li Yun replied, his eyelashes half-lowered, voice calm and uninflected, as though stating a trivial fact.
This was the publicly acknowledged limit. But the innate danger sense granted by his seer sequence, the subtle premonitory awareness of peril, and the silent ever-present system that delivered prescient intelligence, those remained buried deep within him, secrets he would carry to his grave, never spoken aloud to another soul.
100 meters.
Su Chan whispered, her eyes growing brighter with each syllable. Then in these tunnels, you know exactly where they're running, where they're hiding.
No wonder. Su Chan drew a slow, steadying breath, utterly awestruck.
No wonder you led them through half the mine like dogs on a leash. Lei Jin strode over and plopped down beside Li Yun, pulling a crumpled cigarette pack from his inner pocket, only one remaining. He placed the cigarette between his lips, lit it, took a long drag, and then passed it to Li Yun. Without hesitation, Li Yun accepted it and inhaled deeply. Smoke coiled upward into the darkness, sharp with nicotine's bite, cutting through the lingering metallic tang of blood in the air.
Brotherly. Lei Jin's voice, roughened by smoke, broke the silence. 23 crystals, what's your plan for them? Li Yun did not answer immediately.
His hand dipped into his pocket, fingers closing around 23 grayish-white corrupted crystals, cold, dense, thrumming with volatile chaotic energy even through the fabric of his coat.
We'll divide them first, Li Yun said, flicking ash from the cigarette with quiet composure. I'll absorb the rest to enhance my spiritual vision. Ahead lies only greater difficulty.
He withdrew 13 crystals and arranged them neatly on the ground.
1 per person. His gaze swept across the group, Lei Jin, Su Chan, Zhao Taizhu, Wang Meng, Chunlei, and Chen Lin, Wang Lan, and the rest of you.
He paused deliberately, his eyes settling upon the silent civilians who had followed without complaint, without question. Each one of you receives a share.
Mine goes to me.
A stunned silence fell over the group. None of them had dared dream Li Yun would distribute sequence crystals to ordinary civilians. In this ruined world, such crystals were currency exclusive to sequence cultivators, treasures capable of buying lives. Why bestow them upon the unarmed, the untrained, the utterly defenseless?
Brotherly, this. Wang Meng's voice trembled as he opened his mouth. We can really have one. Yes. Li Yun's tone remained level yet carried an unshakable finality. Every one of you contributed to this hunt. Without you holding the flanks and sealing gaps, I alone could never have slain 23.
Ordinary people formed the bedrock of the convoy, the very foundation upon which everything else rested. After careful observation, he'd found them clear-headed and loyal, none among them treacherous or ungrateful.
Every additional sequence cultivator strengthened the convoy and thereby his own survival.
He picked up the first crystal and handed it to Lei Jin. Lei Jin held his gaze for 2 silent seconds before accepting it and nodded, solemn and wordless. His reverence for Li Yun deepened further, a leader who retained absolute clarity amid raw life-altering gain. Such a man deserved unwavering life-bound loyalty.
Li Yun continued distributing the crystals one by one.
When Su Chan received hers, her eyes blazed with brilliance.
Brotherly, what if I can't absorb it? Can I repurpose it for weapon modification? Yes. Li Yun nodded.
But try absorption first.
A machinist's ceiling is never defined by parts, it is forged by spiritual energy and sequenceability.
This principle was explicitly recorded in the Apocalypse Codex. Spiritual energy capacity served as the absolute cornerstone for technologically inclined sequence paths like machinism. Su Chan considered it, then carefully tucked the crystal into her pocket.
All right, I'll test it first. Zhao Tieju's calloused hands shook slightly as he accepted his.
He stared at the cool gray-white crystal resting in his palm, lips parting, then closed them again, uttering only benefactor I. Li Yun cut him off gently. You're a civilian, absorption carries high risk. Try it cautiously. Or hold on to it, for trade later, or give it to Chiu Yu. She follows the healing sequence, she needs it far more than you do. Thank you, benefactor. Zhao Tieju's eyes flooded instantly. He nodded fiercely, clutching the crystal so tightly his knuckles whitened. This was his lifeline in the apocalypse, and for the sake of his two nephews he would dare the attempt. Wang Mang grinned as he accepted his crystal, though his eyes glistened wetly at the corners. Brotherly, I never imagined in my life I'd hold one of these. Sticking with you. Worth every damn second. Enough talk, take it. You've been with me longest, so this extra one counts as compensation for scouting ahead. Li Yun smiled faintly and winked, his dark eyes glinting with warm teasing light. Zhao Chunlei cradled his crystal eyes, shining like twin lanterns. Brotherly, if I absorb it, will I awaken as a sequence cultivator? Not guaranteed. Li Yun answered honestly. A civilian's chance of awakening lies below 30%. Failure wastes the crystal entirely. Zhao Chunlei paused, then turned and pressed it into Zhao Chouyu's hands. Sister, take it. Zhao Chouyu froze. Chunlei, you. My aim's terrible and I'm useless in a fight, I'm just dead weight, Zhao Chunlei admitted, scratching his head with an easy boyish grin. But you're different. If you grow stronger, everyone wounded can be saved. That's the smartest move we've got. Zhao Chouyu looked at her brother, and her eyes brimmed with sudden tears. Since their parents' passing, she hadn't noticed when the boy who always hid behind her had quietly, irrevocably grown into a man. She said nothing, only accepted the crystal and nodded hard. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Li Yun watched the exchange, a faint genuine smile lifting the corner of his lips. Once distribution concluded, 13 crystals remained in his hands. Now I'll absorb these, he announced, meeting each of their gazes. It will take approximately 1 hour. Leijin Suchan, you'll coordinate rotating guard duty. Split into 2 shifts, one team maintains surveillance while the other may attempt absorption during downtime, but never vacate posts simultaneously. Maintain sufficient reaction time. Leijin sprang upright, brushing dust from his trousers. Leave it to me, I'll take the first watch. Not a single fly will slip past. Suchan rose as well, shouldering her rifle, its muzzle trained steadily down the tunnel they'd come from. She waved to the others. Those attempting absorption, move behind the rock face. Don't obstruct the line of sight. Cease immediately if anything disrupts your focus. The others dispersed, fanning out into a tight, vigilant ring. Li Yun settled cross-legged onto the cold stone, cradling all 13 crystals in his palms, and drew a slow, deep breath before closing his eyes. The others dispersed, fanning out into a tight, vigilant ring. Li Yun settled cross-legged onto the cold stone, cradling all 13 crystals in his palms, and drew a slow, deep breath before closing his eyes. As Li Yun stabilized his breath and entered a state of absorption, the others behind the rock wall could no longer contain their excitement and began to examine the crystals in their hands. They'll give it a try first, quick battle, quick resolution, then they'll let Leijin rest. Su Chan was the first to approach, sitting cross-legged on the ground, her fingertips stroking the gray-white crystal. As a mechanic, her abilities leaned toward precise control. Even when absorbing, she needed to first grasp the energy patterns. Not fully trusting Leijin, the muscle-bound brute, she decided to test it herself, first setting an example for him. Enough, let me go first. Leijin grinned and plopped down behind the barricade, gripping the crystal in his hand. The pale golden halo of a martial artist surged from his palm. I'm a martial artist, absorbing this thing poses no risk. It'll be done in 3 minutes. He knew Su Chan wanted to pave the way for him, but as a martial artist with tough skin and flesh, he could withstand the repeated impacts of the sequence energy, making him the most suitable candidate. Everyone else stay alert. Su Chan watched closely. He took a deep breath, instincts as a martial artist telling him that this thing could make him stronger. A pale golden light slowly emanated from his palm, a unique energy halo of a martial artist, powerful and domineering, carrying an unyielding momentum. The light seemed alive, gradually enveloping the gray-white crystal. The crystal began to tremble. Leijin gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The gray-white corrupt energy fought back violently, attempting to break free from the martial artist's energy binding. Yet the will of the martial artist was incredibly resilient. The pale golden light tightened its grip like a fierce tiger restraining its prey. Break for me. Leijin growled, and the pale golden light suddenly erupted. The crystal shattered with a sound, turning into countless gray-white light points forcefully drawn into his body by the martial artist's energy. In the next second, Leijin's muscles bulged and a layer of faint golden patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. These golden patterns moved under his skin like living creatures, eventually fading deep into his body, leaving behind a faint trace of light. 3 minutes later, Leijin suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp golden light flashing in his pupils. He punched the rock wall beside him, bang. The rock shattered in response, cracks spreading like a spider web over half a meter. Hu Leijin exhaled, looking down at his fist, his eyes full of amazement. Lei Shan absorbed the Corruptor's crystal. Complete 1 martial artist abilities significantly enhanced. Iron Bone's defense increased by 18. Fist Force explosive power increased by 22. Unlocked new ability Battle Intent Perception, can sense hostility within 30 meters. Reaction speed in combat increased by 15. Awesome. Lei Shan grinned, suppressing his voice, suddenly realizing that he had made quite a noise. He quickly glanced deeper into the cave. Fearing he might disturb Li Yun, who was absorbing the sequence crystal not far away, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Yun's aura was stable. Standing up, he moved his limbs, his bones cracking loudly. I feel like my fists are stronger. And he closed his eyes, attempting to sense. I can feel your locations. That feeling of hostility or murderous intent, it's like a ball of fire in my mind.
Does that mean you can sense if enemies are ambushing us in advance? Su Chan's eyes lit up.
Pretty much, Lei Shan nodded.
Although it's not as precise as Li Guess spiritual sight, it's good enough. Su Chan, it's my turn to keep watch now. You hurry and give it a try.
The others were astonished.
Seeing this, Su Chan no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged behind a safe barricade. First, I'll try to absorb it.
If that doesn't work, this crystal can be used to modify weapons, which will enhance the rifle's power to another level. Her sequence ability relied more on mental power and precise control, making the absorption process much slower than Lei Shan's.
5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but her eyes grew brighter, the blue metallic energy swirling around her fingertips becoming more solid. Those blue threads acted like countless probes, gradually analyzing the energy structure within the crystal, just as she did when modifying weapons, meticulously understanding each parameter of the components. Su Chan absorbed the Corruptor's crystal. Complete 1 mechanic abilities enhanced. Metal affinity control accuracy increased by 18. Range expanded to 15 meters. Unlocked new passive energy sensing, can faintly sense energy fluctuations of electronic devices within 50 meters, providing intuitive insight into mechanical devices. Su Chan opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, moving her fingertips, feeling an unprecedented clarity in her mind. Li Gu was right, mechanics also need mental power support. On the other side, Zhao Qiuyu hesitated for a long time while holding the crystal her brother gave her, finally finding a quiet corner to sit down. A pale green healing light emanated from her palm, gentle and encompassing, slowly wrapping around the gray-white crystal.
The healing sequence's energy inherently suppresses corruptive forces, and the violent impurities within the crystal were gradually purified and peeled away, leaving only the purest sequence energy slowly merging into her body.
Zhao Qiuyu absorbed the Corruptor's crystal. Complete 1 healer abilities enhanced. Healing touch restoration effect increased by 20. Consumption reduced by 15. Unlocked new ability Purification, can expend mental power to disperse mild pollution, possessing slight resistance to corruptive energy, able to purify ordinary contaminated wounds with limited effect on deep contamination. Zhao Qiuyu opened her eyes, the pallor on her face dissipating significantly, now tinged with a hint of healthy color. She looked at Zhao Chunlei not far away and softly said, Chunlei, I become stronger.
That's great, sister. From now on, I'll rely on you.
Zhao Chunlei, crouching nearby with his hunting rifle, grinned even wider upon hearing this. Watching his sister grow stronger, he felt no regret in giving away the crystal. Compared to his own 3 out of 10 chance of awakening, enabling his sister to have even a little more ability to save lives was the most worthwhile thing.
With all 3 sequence users successfully absorbing the visible boost made the remaining ordinary people instantly excited. Wang Mang licked his cracked lips and gritted his teeth. I'll give it a try too. At worst it would just hurt a bit as long as I don't die. He walked to the deepest part of the rock wall, gripping the crystal tightly in his palm, and closed his eyes. A warm sensation first transmitted from his palm, followed by an intense stabbing pain like needles shooting up his arm to his head. Ugh! Wang Mang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, yet he remained silent, fearful of disturbing Li Yun. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Bang! A faint sound. The crystal suddenly exploded, turning into specks of starlight that scattered into the air. Wang Mang suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. Failed. He panted, and just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly froze. Instinctively, he looked at a rock next to his feet that weighed dozens of pounds. Previously, lifting it had required immense effort, but now he reached out and effortlessly lifted it. Even his breathing remained steady. Instinctively, he looked at a rock next to his feet that weighed dozens of pounds. Previously, lifting it had required immense effort, but now he reached out and effortlessly lifted it. Even his breathing remained steady. What the hell? Wang Mang's eyes widened in shock, whispering, my strength has increased. With Wang Mang leading the charge, Zhao Tieju, Chen Lin and Wang Lan all seized the opportunity to try. The results were largely the same. The crystals ultimately shattered, and no one absorbed the awakening as perfectly as the sequencer, but everyone's physical qualities had visibly improved. Some had doubled their strength, others ran faster, and some felt their senses sharpened and reactions became more agile. Zhao Taiju moved his shoulders and felt an endless energy coursing through him, unable to help but murmur, the benefactor was right, even if we can't awaken as sequencers, we can still strengthen our bodies. It's worth it. Now he finally had the strength to protect the convoy. After everyone had their turn, only Wang Mang was left with the last crystal in hand. That was a crystal specifically saved for him by Li Yun, as he was the most loyal and longest following ordinary person. Try again.
Lei Xin leaned over, patted his shoulder and quietly encouraged, anyway, if you fail it just hurts a bit.
What if it actually works?
Wang Mang looked at the last crystal in his palm, swallowed hard, gritted his teeth and once again clenched the crystal, closing his eyes.
This time the feeling was completely different.
There was no excruciating pain, only a warm energy slowly flowing into his body through his arm, bringing a vibrant vitality that spread through his blood vessels to every part of him. Countless fragmented images flashed before his eyes, the seed breaking through the soil, crop swaying in the wind and the heavy sight of fruits laden on branches. He could even smell the fragrance of the soil and feel the joy of plants growing. In his mind a strange and eerie prompt slowly echoed: detected compatible sequence gene awakening, successful cultivator, first level ability, plant affinity, can sense the state of plants, promote crop growth, increase yield by 20. Note: this sequence is auxiliary and has no combat capability but can significantly enhance the long-term survival ability of the team. Wang Mang opened his eyes wide, completely stunned.
I awakened. What?
Lei Xin rushed over first, his voice rising. Wang Mang, you really awakened. Everyone immediately surrounded him, their faces filled with joy and disbelief. Wang Mang stared blankly at his hands, after a long time finally managing to utter it.
The sequence for farming.
Called cultivator. It can make vegetables grow faster and yield more.
Su Chan's eyes instantly lit up. Cultivator? You mean it can stabilize vegetable planting in the apocalypse?
Yes, it seems like.
That's great.
Zhao Chunlei was so excited he nearly jumped up, quickly covering his mouth. From now on we won't have to fight over canned food or dig wild vegetables, we can grow our own food.
Zhao Taizhu also grinned, his rough palm patting Wang Mang's shoulder. Good ability.
With you here we will never starve again. Wang Mang scratched his head, still somewhat stunned, yet his eyes quietly grew red. He, a man who had never farmed before, awakened the most precious cultivator sequence in the apocalypse, all because he followed Li Yun.
Time passed second by second. Deep in the alley, Li Yun's spiritual vision was operating at full capacity.
The moment the energy surged in excruciating pain hit him like a tide. The energy from 13 complete crystals was several times more violent than the 3 he absorbed before. The grayish-white force of corruption was like a pack of hungry wolves frantically tearing at the energy network within Li Yun. Countless fragmented images flashed before him, the struggles, resentment and fear of the 13 corruptors before their death.
But LV. For of spiritual vision was no longer what it used to be. Observation, analysis, assimilation.
White energy threads surged from his heart, entangling those invading grayish-white energies, peeling away their essence layer by layer, absorbing and transforming. Those residual emotional fragments were directly suppressed by the sequence ability after being controlled for distortion, gradually turning into nothingness.
Time passed second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes.
Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling pale golden light erupting from the depths of his pupils.
Absorbed corruptor crystals complete. 13 spiritual vision proficiency, 195 current spiritual vision proficiency LV.
For 458,400 detected spiritual vision proficiency has reached the advancement threshold. Do you wish to advance?
Li Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to advance immediately. Now is not the time.
Advancing requires a massive expenditure of mental power and failure would have dire consequences.
He would wait until it was completely safe.
He took out a light blue potion from his pocket, the sequence distortion suppressor. Unscrewing the sealed cap, he tilted his head back and drank it all. The moment the potion went down his throat, a cool sensation surged from his throat to his brain, then spread throughout his body through his blood vessels.
The persistent burning sensation deep in his mind finally disappeared entirely for the first time.
The dark purple distortion halos that occasionally flashed at the edges of his vision also faded to the point of almost being invisible.
Successfully used sequence distortion suppressor type 1 distortion progress suppressed 7. 8 locked at 0.
8 lasts for 7 days, but the changes were not over. A warm stream of air suddenly surged from his heart, instantly enveloping his entire body. This was the energy left in his body after absorbing the 13 crystals, fully activated by the suppressor, beginning to nourish his mental state. Li Yun felt his mind clear, countless fragments of information flashing through his consciousness, then quickly integrated and archived. That feeling was like the originally blurred world suddenly becoming incredibly clear. Detected mental power has surpassed the threshold, unlocking the mental attribute panel. Current status of the host, namely Yun sequence seer level LV.
For 458,400 can advance distortion 0.
8 suppressed, remaining 6 days, 23 hours. Basic attributes: strength 10, ordinary person 24, agility 10, ordinary person 24, stamina 10, ordinary person 24, mental 15. First time unlocking ordinary person's mental threshold too low to measure core ability. Spiritual vision LV. For passive perception, range 100 meters, can distinguish pollution, energy frequencies and weaknesses. Trajectory prediction actively activates, predicts target's actions 12 seconds in advance. Trajectory retrospection actively activates, retrospects the movement trajectory of the target area within 5 minutes. Special items: flame dagger, rare item bound to the owner. Purifying flame causes continuous burning damage to polluted energy. Sequence distortion suppressor 2 suppresses distortion.
Progress for 7 days, increases mental attribute by 1. Current spiritual vision proficiency LV.
For 458,400 tip can consume mental power to advancing will unlock a new ability energy analysis. Li Yun slowly clenched his fist.
Mental 15 points.
He didn't know what level this was, but at least it was several times stronger than an ordinary person. He looked at the crowd, his gaze landing on Wang Meng. In his spiritual vision, a deep green sequence energy flowed quietly through Wang Meng's bones and veins imbued with vibrant life. He looked at the crowd, his gaze landing on Wang Meng. In his spiritual vision, a deep green sequence energy flowed quietly through Wang Meng's bones and veins imbued with vibrant life.
You've awakened. Li Yun was pleasantly surprised. This driver and Pathfinder had picked up along the way proved unexpectedly capable. He had already resigned himself to the idea that these corrupted crystals would be wasted, intended merely to enhance his convoy members' physical resilience, laying groundwork for future awakenings and improving their odds further down the road. Unexpectedly, Wang Meng delivered him a tremendous surprise. Wang Meng nodded vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement. Brotherly. I've awakened.
A cultivator. Capable of stably growing crops and boosting yields.
Excellent. A genuine smile curved Li Yun's lips. Farming.
In this desolate resource-starved apocalypse, where survival hung by a thread, a sequence awakener capable of reliably cultivating crops held long-term value surpassing that of 10 combat awakeners combined.
It meant the Dawn convoy would no longer depend on scavenging canned goods and compressed biscuits or foraging wildweeds for sustenance. With self-sufficiency secured, they could truly take root, then expand and flourish.
Li Yun clapped him on the shoulder. From now on, the convoy's food security rests in your hands. The corrupted wolf flesh and soil mixture stored in the mining vehicle's cargo bed is ready for use.
Listen carefully.
He relayed in meticulous detail the system-provided methodology for preparing cultivation soil techniques for seed activation and daily maintenance essentials, from foundational ratios to critical pitfalls, comprehensive, precise and lucid.
Brotherly, leave it to me, I'll handle it flawlessly. Wang Meng nodded fiercely, his eyes redder than ever. My life is yours, I'd do anything you ask.
Had he not joined Li Yun, he, a fugitive cast adrift from his former convoy, would never have gained such an opportunity to awaken a sequence and defy fate itself.
I'll try it right now.
Not a moment's rest crossed Wang Meng's mind. His entire body burned with exhilaration as he seized a crowbar and dashed toward the mining vehicle, yanking aside the tarp covering its cargo bed. Inside lay half a cargo bed of decaying flesh and bone remnants from the corrupted bone wolves mixed with dark mine's oil. After hours of jostling, decomposition had already begun. The pungent stench mingled with faint traces of corruptive energy, overwhelming enough to force one's eyes shut. Yet Wang Meng recoiled not at all. Gripping the crowbar, he leapt into the cargo bed, stood steady upon its platform and bent forward to stir the viscous rotting earth. The instant the crowbar touched the decayed soil, he instinctively activated his newly awakened sequence ability. A soft deep green luminescence seeped gently from his palm, flowing down the crowbar and merging into the soil beneath his feet. In that moment, Wang Meng felt a sharp resonant hum flood his skull, and the entire world shifted. He could distinctly see every fiber of flesh and splinter of bone within the soil, feel countless microbes writhing and breaking down matter, even smell beneath the rancid reek the latent vitality intrinsic to the earth itself. The deep green sequence energy extended like myriad fine tendrils, probing every crevice and pore of the decayed soil. Flesh and bone that would normally require days, even weeks, to fully decompose and detoxify were now breaking down at visible speed. Blackened clots of blood, glutinous sinew and jagged bone fragments dissolved grain by grain into fine organic matter, seamlessly blending into the black soil, all enfolded in that gentle green radiance. Even more astonishingly, residual traces of corruptive energy embedded within the flesh were gradually stripped away and purified by the sequence energy, transforming into mild plant-absorbable nutrients. In less than 3 minutes, the cargo bed's foul, sticky, contaminated slurry of rotting meat and black soil had been utterly transformed. The soil turned rich jet black and crumbly, easily dispersing at a light squeeze. The stench vanished entirely, replaced only by the fresh vital scent of rain-dampened loam. A handful in hand conveyed unmistakable dense fertility. Cultivator sequence activated, corrupted bone wolf-specific cultivation soil fully matured. Fertility 35. 0 corruptive residue. Optimized for most edible post-apocalyptic crops. A system notification chimed softly in Li Yun's ear, and his lips nearly betrayed his composure. Wang Meng stood frozen in the cargo bed, cradling a handful of fertile black soil, his hands trembling. A rough-hewn man who'd never so much as tilled a field had, through his newly awakened power, accomplished something monumental, ensuring sustenance for the entire convoy. It worked. It truly worked. He jerked his head up toward Li Yun, eyes blazing like stars. Brotherly. The soil is ready, it's usable. Good work. I'll source some seed soon, and the convoy's farming enterprise is now yours. Need anything? Just say the word. Impressive, Wang Meng. Your ability is pure gold in this apocalypse. Li Yun leaned in, staring wide-eyed at the transformed cultivation soil. Brotherly, did it succeed? He turned back to Li Yun, voice laced with cautious hope and quiet certainty. He genuinely wished for Li Yun's breakthrough. For the entire Dawn convoy, this was nothing short of momentous.
Under Li Yun's leadership, not a single member had fallen, unthinkable in any prior convoy.
In his former convoy, death was routine, so common that surviving a day unscathed seemed miraculous. Put plainly, every step forward had been paved with comrades' bones and blood.
Significant gains. Li Yun nodded, his passive divine sense activating.
He gazed at his own hands, acutely perceiving each pulse within his internal energy network, each subtle current of qi. The sensation was akin to the world dissolving into transparent clarity before his eyes.
How long until midnight? Li Yun asked. Su Chan glanced at her wristwatch, 10 minutes remaining.
Li Yun leaned against the cavern wall and slowly closed his eyes.
10 minutes passed swiftly.
Precisely at midnight, a cold mechanical voice detonated deep within his consciousness.
Today's intelligence updated.
Intelligence 1. The main entrance to the observatory lies beneath the central hall of the abandoned mountainside complex.
Access requires Level 2 Vanguard energy authorization. An energy barrier seals the entrance. Forced entry will trigger the facility's self-destruct protocol.
Note the lower connection tunnel deep within the mine shafts bypasses the main barrier and leads directly to the observatory's core, but hosts an unknown eldritch entity, the soul-devouring worm. This creature exceeds 10 meters in length, possesses no visual senses, and locates prey via vibration and bioenergy fields. Its maw projects caustic mucus capable of instantly dissolving both metal and stone. It exhibits extreme physical resilience, its exoskeleton composed of hardened chitinous plating impervious to standard firearms.
Weakness: highly sensitive to specific sound frequencies. High-frequency sonic bursts induce brief disorientation lasting 35 seconds.
Intensely photophobic, flares detonating within 10 meters inflict burns and force immediate retreat.
Attachment: the soul-devouring worm's nest resides in an abandoned excavation face midway along the tunnel.
Within lie piles of undigested prey remains and residual energy crystals. The creature displays fierce territoriality, attacking all moving targets entering its lair, with priority targeting order: vibration sources, thermal signatures, other stimuli. If multiple vibration sources are detected simultaneously, it attacks the most intense and nearest first. Intelligence 2. The sequence core of second-tier corruptor Victor Crosser resides in the third vertebra. Destruction thereof severely diminishes his abilities.
His combat relies on corruption touch, flesh puppets, and corrosive ray. Though weak in close quarters, his long-range corrosive ray poses grave danger.
Victor carries the corruption beacon master unit, destroying it severs his command over remaining cultists.
Intelligence 3. The 20 surviving mist returners have regrouped.
Victor has ordered all surface exits sealed and deployed 3 defensive lines along the main mine shaft. However, their communication frequency remains unchanged at 27.5
MHz, and their encryption protocol is identical.
Attachment: distribution map and coordinates of remaining squads and defensive lines. 3 lines of crimson text slowly materialized across Li Yun's vision. His eyes snapped open, his lips curling into a glacial razor-edged smile.
Lower connection tunnel.
Victor's weakness.
3 defensive lines. He rose and faced the group. I know exactly how to proceed. Confidence blazed in Li Yun's gaze as he beckoned them closer. Instantly they gathered round.
Lei Shen clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. Brotherly, what's the plan?
Let's do it. Li Yun did not answer immediately.
He lifted his gaze toward the mine's depths. Through his divine sense, gray-white thermal signatures had reassembled 3 defensive lines now fortified along the main shaft. Yet their frequency remained unchanged. Their encryption unchanged.
Which meant
they were still blind. They would die utterly unaware that every maneuver they made lay exposed before Li Yun's eyes. A frostlace smirk played upon Li Yun's lips as he reviewed the complete intelligence dossier. Within his mind, a flawless, seamless plan coalesced.
Rest time's over, he said. Now, we head for the observatory. And incidentally exterminate the rats clinging stubbornly to our heels. Rest time's over, he said. Now, we head for the observatory. And incidentally exterminate the rats clinging stubbornly to our heels. Rest time's over, he said. Now, we head for the observatory. And incidentally exterminate the rats clinging stubbornly to our heels. At 320 a.m. The entrance to the lower connecting tunnel.
Li Yun pressed himself against the cold damp rock wall, his tactical suit clung, soaked through by groundwater seeping from the stone, and a bone-deep chill crept up his spine inch by inch. Yet his body remained utterly still, not even his breathing disturbed the silence, only the faintest rise and fall of his chest betraying life. His spiritual sense fully activated, every energy signature within a 100-meter radius manifested with crystalline clarity, in his perception etched into his consciousness like an indelible map.
Deep within the tunnel, a massive dark purple heat source pulsed slowly, undulating.
Each subtle movement sent a faint tremor shuddering through the rock walls, traveling up from the soles of his boots into his shin bones, a viscous glacial pulse striking his nerves with rhythmic unsettling force.
Soul-devouring worm.
At least 10 meters long, its energy fluctuations thick and roiling, like a cauldron of boiling venom. Intelligence reports were unequivocal, blinded, hunted solely by vibration and thermal signatures. The faster one ran, the louder one moved, the more certain the bite. Truly a flawless blade. A faint cold curve lifted the corner of Li Yun's mouth. Confidence in the plan's success hardened further in his heart. Brotherly. Su Chan frowned, leaning close to whisper, the white mist of her breath vanishing instantly into the suffocating dark. Are we really just waiting here? Could Lei Jin run into trouble? Patience. Li Yun's gaze pierced the dense blackness, locked unwaveringly on the main shaft 500 meters away, his voice low yet resonant with unshakable certainty. Wait until he finishes his performance. He drew out his calm unit and tapped the transmit button, 3 precise soft knocks. Tap. 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 A prearranged signal, all clear. Proceed as planned. 3 seconds later, 3 returning taps echoed in the earpiece. Lei Jin was already far gone. The operation had begun. Li Yun stowed the comm unit and withdrew the last signal emulator from his belt, dialed it to the Greyfogger's encrypted frequency and pressed the transmission key. ZZZT. A forged transmission surged down the tunnel. Target fleeing eastward. Request immediate backup. Request immediate backup. The signal was weak, fragmented, laced with shrill static bursts. Yet precisely because of that it sounded authentic. Deep underground signals should degrade like this. Having finished, Li Yun turned to face those behind him. A silent line pressed along the base of the wall. Su Chan held a modified rifle steady. Zhao Qiuyu shielded Zhao Chunlei and Duan Li, mother and son. No one spoke. No one stirred. Only muffled breaths rose and fell in the darkness. From now on, no voices. No gunfire. Li Yun's gaze swept across each face. Locom absolute, let the Greyfoggers rush in themselves. We watch, silently. Brotherly, you mean? Su Chan's eyes gleamed. Kill with borrowed blades, Li Yun replied, lips curling into a frigid razor-thin arc. That 10-meter-long soul-devouring worm coiled deep in the tunnel was their sharpest weapon. 3 minutes later, frantic footsteps erupted from the direction of the main or shaft. 13 gray-white heat signatures surged toward the tunnel entrance, frenzied, unrelenting. Leading the charge was Victor Crossu. His bloodshot face twisted in savage fury, his pallid milky eyes fixed rigidly into the tunnel's depths. The retreating silhouettes of Lei Jin and his team vanished at the tunnel mouth, just within Victor's line of sight, and the ghost of that broken static-laced transmission still crackled faintly in his earpiece. Target fleeing eastward. Lies. Victor roared, his crimson face grotesquely contorted by writhing newly sprouted tendrils, like a demon unhinged. Did these vermin truly think they could deceive him with the same trick twice? Did they take him for a fool? Sir. His lieutenant rushed forward, pointing at the yawning black mouth of the tunnel. They've definitely gone in. This is the only branch. Victor stared into the passage, hesitation flickered in his eyes. What lay inside? He did not know. But he knew those rats had slaughtered over 20 of his cultists, stolen the inhibitors he'd left behind, and then mocked him, leading him in dizzying circles like a leashed hound. He would not swallow this humiliation unless he tore them apart with his own hands. All of you, follow me in. Capture them. Fail to retrieve the inhibitors and you die with me. A flash of crimson lit Victor's pupils, his facial tendrils thick and coiling violently as he shrieked and charged headlong into the tunnel. Consumed by rage, to rip Li Yun limb from limb to seize the inhibitors and halt his own grotesque mutation, Victor neglected all caution. He summoned even the 2 cultists guarding the entrance, bringing them into the tunnel with him. Yes, hurry, follow the master. 12 corrupted surged after him, shotguns primed, grenades clenched tight, gray-white corruption energy surging across their bodies, casting the darkness into violent flickering relief. They ran too fast to scan the ground beneath their feet, too fast to sense the death lying in wait within the shadows. 80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. The worm's lair loomed just 20 meters ahead. Li Yun crouched in the shadow of a side tunnel 50 meters away, holding his breath entirely, his gaze locked onto the cluster of grayish-white heat signatures rapidly closing in. Trajectory simulation activated. 13 luminous translucent paths instantly overlaid his vision, each precisely mapping the target's footfalls, turns, and even hand movements over the next 3 seconds. In 15 seconds, Victor, the vanguard, would step squarely into the decaying humus at the edge of the worm nest. 3 seconds later, the rearguard corruptor would instinctively glance toward the side tunnel where they lay hidden. Li Yun raised his hand and gently pressed his fingertip against Su Chan's rifle barrel behind him, nudging it downward ever so slightly. Don't move, not yet. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Victor's right foot sank into the rotting humus. Boom. The ground erupted violently. A colossal violet-dark silhouette surged from beneath the earth, thick as a water barrel, its gaping maw wide as a wash basin, spewing corrosive mucus like a torrential downpour. Ah! Before the 2 leading corruptors could even finish their shrieks, the acidic sludge drenched their faces and bodies. In that instant, their flesh melted like wax, skin first blistered with countless pustules, then peeled away entirely, revealing raw crimson muscle tissue beneath.
Muscle dissolved next, exposing gleaming white skulls, then oozing brain matter, then shattered cervical vertebrae. Within 3 seconds 2 fully formed bodies collapsed into steaming black pools, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Monster, retreat. Fall back now.
Victor's pupils contracted sharply. He recoiled with frantic speed while flinging both arms wide, the grayish-white energy of corruption surging wildly around him.
Flesh puppets.
The ground exploded again, 3 thick sinuous tendrils burst upward, lashing savagely at the soul-devouring worm. A sharp sizzling hiss echoed as they struck its chitinous carapace, leaving only faint white streaks, no crack, no breach.
The soul-devouring worm didn't even flinch. Its bloated body gave a languid, contemptuous twist, as if mocking the feeble assault.
Then it was enraged.
SSSSS. Its massive tail swept sideways.
The 3 corruptors had no time to evade. They were struck mid-torso and hurled like ragdolls into the cavern wall. The snapping of fractured spines rang out, crack crack crack, 3 sounds fused into one.
Its maw pivoted again, locking onto Victor, and spat another jet of corrosive mucus.
Victor rolled desperately aside, the mucus grazed his shoulder and splattered against the rock behind him. The hard stone instantly melted inward, forming a basin-sized crater still hissing with acrid white smoke and reeking of burnt flesh.
Master, save me.
Another corruptor was snatched by the worm's tail, dragged helplessly toward that gaping blood-drenched maw.
Fire. Fire.
The remaining corruptors emptied their weapons and panic. Bullets rained down like monsoon hail upon the worm's hide.
Clang. 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 It was useless.
Each round sparked violently against the chitinous armor before ricocheting off punching needle holes into the cave wall, yet failing even to leave a single pale mark on the creature's hide. The soul-devouring worm descended into utter frenzy, its immense body thrashed wildly through the corridor, tail-whipping maw gnashing corrosive mucus, spraying in all directions. All who were touched dissolved, screaming into black sludge. All who were struck crumpled with shattered bones and ruptured organs.
30 seconds elapsed.
Of the original 13, only 7 remained.
50 seconds later, only 4.
Victor was drenched in blood. His left arm, grazed by the mucus, was already sloughing away, exposing raw red muscle and gleaming white bone beneath. His corruptive energy surged desperately to heal the wound, but the corrosion advanced faster than regeneration could keep pace. He stared fixedly at the rampaging worm, his eyes for the first time filled with bone-deep terror. Not fear of death, but fear of the unseen strategist who had orchestrated every second of this slaughter.
Fall back now.
He roared and bolted for the exit. The remaining 3 corruptors, already paralyzed with dread, scrambled after him. But it was too late. The worm's bloated form suddenly compressed, then launched forward like a coiled spring, jaws wide, snapping shut on the last fleeing corruptor.
Crunch!
The sound of shattering bone reverberated down the tunnel, followed by wet gurgling swallows. The remaining 3, including Victor, finally burst clear of the nest's perimeter, scrambling headlong toward the tunnel entrance. But just 30 meters out, a black figure darted from a side passage. A short blade ignited with pale golden flame, carving a razor-sharp arc through the air. Thwip! Its edge pierced Victor's 3rd spinal vertebra from the side, then twisted with surgical precision. Trajectory simulation had already mapped every tremor of his spine. The blade struck with scalpel-like accuracy, directly severing the core node of his sequence ability. Victor screamed a raw, soul-rending cry as the grayish-white aura flickering over his body collapsed by half.
His legs buckled, he collapsed face-first, writhing like a dying fish. Master!
The 2 surviving corruptors raised their guns in panicked horror. But Li Yun was faster. His blade swept horizontally, pale golden fire leapt from its edge, igniting both corruptors' faces.
Ah! My eyes!
They dropped their weapons and rolled screaming on the ground, clutching their faces, while the living flame seeped through their fingers, burning eyeballs, nostrils and mouths alike. Per the pre-arranged plan, Leijin had lured Victor and his squad into the nest, then handed command of the main group to Zhao Taizhu. Leijin himself had taken a shortcut ahead to cut off all escape routes, and now stormed into the tunnel mouth with explosive force.
CUN gene activate.
With a thunderous roar, golden energy erupted from his body.
His newly unlocked battle sense locked unerringly onto his targets, his reaction speed surging by 15%, his forearm muscles swelling taut with coiled power as CUN gene surged to full intensity.
The roar had barely faded when his fist, large as a mortar bowl, crashed into the first corruptor's skull. Thud! Bone shattered. Red and white splattered across the stone.
Oomph, where do you think you're going?
Before the second corruptor could rise, Leijin stamped down, snapping his neck with a brittle dry crack like snapping deadwood.
Clean. Efficient.
2 corruptors dead in 3 seconds. Li Yun crouched before Victor, his short blade poised at the man's throat. Victor lay paralyzed, his left arm still dissolving, his right leg gashed open by jagged stone deep enough to expose bone.
He tilted his head back, staring up into Li Yun's obsidian black eyes, lips trembling, face twisted in disbelief.
You did this on purpose. His dying breath rasped with volcanic hatred, each word squeezed from his rotting throat. You lured us in, used that worm as your blade, to kill us.
And why not?
Li Yun gazed down, voice calm, detached, as if discussing the weather.
That worm was always meant to be your executioner. Blame yourself for letting rage drown your reason. If not you, then who?
Victor's lips quivered more violently still. He tried to speak, to curse, to beg, but only guttural air-leaking wheezes escaped his throat.
Li Yun had no patience left for words.
The blade slid once, clean and quiet.
Schlick.
Warm blood sprayed across the cavern wall, trickling in rivulets down the stone fissures. Victor Crosso, second-rank corruptor, dead.
Slain. 1 second-rank corruptor sequence user, spirit vision proficiency 50. Current spirit vision proficiency LV. 4508,400, ready to advance.
Li Yun stood up, gazing into the depths of the passage. The soul-eating worm was still slowly writhing at the edge of its nest, but its energy fluctuations had clearly weakened significantly. It had sustained severe injuries during the recent massacre, caught in the counterattack of numerous corruptors. Several sections of its carapace were blown open by grenades, revealing the pale flesh beneath, seeping out a faint purple bodily fluid. Its movements became sluggish and its breathing grew erratic, like a dying beast in distress.
Li Gu, I will take it down.
Lei Jin tightened his fists, his knuckles cracking as he focused on the barely alive soul-eating worm at the edge of the nest, his fighting spirit still unyielding.
Don't be impulsive.
Li Yun reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back behind himself, slowly retreating while keeping his gaze fixed on the worm's movements. It has strong vitality, be careful of a desperate counterattack.
You keep watch around us.
After saying this, he raised his arm and made a precise shooting gesture to Su Chan behind him. Su Chan, finish it from a distance, target its wound. For such a giant beast, it was better to eliminate it directly from afar. Su Chan set up the modified rifle, squinting one eye, taking a deep breath and steadying her focus, activating her mechanist abilities to the fullest. The blue glow on the gun flickered slightly, the crosshairs locking firmly onto the worm's gaping wound.
Bang! A high explosive bullet accurately penetrated the injury.
Hiss! The soul-eating worm emitted a shrill cry, its massive body thrashing wildly, its tail sweeping and smashing against the nearby rock wall, sending debris flying.
Bang! 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 Su Chan fired 3 shots in quick succession, each bullet drilling into the wound and exploding inside the worm's innards.
With each explosion, the worm's body convulsed violently. Purple bodily fluid gushed from the wound, winding across the ground like small streams.
10 seconds later, the 10-meter-long behemoth finally ceased its struggles. Kill soul-eating worm. 1 spirit vision proficiency 80. Current spirit vision proficiency LV. 4588,400, can be advanced.
The passage fell completely silent. All that remained was the sound of dripping water from the rock walls and the repressed breathing of the group.
Li Yun sheathed his dagger, exhaling deeply.
He turned around to look back. Su Chan was holding the gun, her face slightly pale but her eyes shining with excitement. Each of those 4 shots had hit the same wound on a moving target. Her marksmanship was enough to make any sniper feel ashamed.
Zhao Qiuyu protected Zhao Chunlei and 4 ordinary people huddled deep within a side passage, completely unharmed.
The pale green glow in her palm was still flickering, ready to heal the injured.
Meanwhile, in the passage, 13 bodies of the returned mist lay scattered.
Some had been corroded into pools of black water, others severed in half, some with shattered skulls and some with broken necks. 13 bodies, 13 complete corruptor crystals. A 10-meter-long soul-eating worm corpse with chitinous armor, corrosive slime glands and fangs, all top-tier materials. Moreover, Li Yun's gaze fell at the entrance of the passage. Their 10 modified pickup trucks were parked neatly. The vehicles were reinforced with steel plates, thickened tires, elevated chassis and 5 mounted machine guns on the roof, their dark muzzles pointed in all directions. Inside the cargo area were entire crates of ammunition, barrels of gasoline and high-explosive grenades, all stacked to the brim.
That was Victor's convoy.
He brought all the supplies to hunt them down.
Now it all belonged to the Dawn convoy. Li Gu.
Su Chan ran over, her eyes wide at the sight of the 10 pickups.
We're going to get rich. We're rich.
He turned around, looking deeper into the passage. At the end connected to the passage, he could vaguely see the outline of a metal door. The plaque on the door was rusted, yet the words Pioneer Energy were still barely discernible.
The stargazing platform was right there.
With 10 armed pickups, 5 mounted machine guns, 20 barrels of gasoline, 13 corruptor crystals and a 10-meter-long soul-eating worm corpse, they now possessed enough power to fully arm the Dawn convoy. 20 minutes later, Zhao Taizhu returned with Wang Meng, Chen Lin and Wang Lan after completing the task of cleaning up the traces, having circled back from the abandoned reflow alley. They were covered in blood, their clothes torn to shreds by debris and their faces smeared with black soot and dried blood, looking as if they had just crawled out of a pile of corpses.
But not a single one was missing.
The 5 of them returned whole and intact.
Li Gu. Wang Meng rushed over, staring dumbfounded at the 10 lined-up armed pickups.
He rubbed his eyes and then rubbed them again, confirming he wasn't mistaken before stammering, "Is this? Did we steal the corruptor's old lair?"
"Sort of." Li Yun patted his shoulder, looking him up and down. "Are you hurt?" "No, not at all."
Wang Mang shook his head vigorously, his eyes a bit red.
It's just that I ran too fast, my legs feel a bit weak. Li Gu, you're amazing.
Chen Lin sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily, but his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. My god, those bastards chased us for 8 kilometers through 7 or 8 grenades, shot over 100 bullets and didn't even graze our clothes. Then when we turned around they were all gone.
Li Gu, you're incredible. Just luck. Li Yun replied. Chen Lin rolled his eyes from exhaustion, too lazy to correct him. He wasn't a fool.
He had thoroughly mapped out the forks in the mine tunnel in advance, marking them clearly on the map. They had just gone around 3 dead ends and the pursuers behind them were like headless flies, having been shaken off by 2 kilometers. Zhao Taizhu leaned against a pickup truck, pulling out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. The smoke lazily rose in the darkness, mingling with the smell of blood and gunpowder.
He didn't say anything, just looked at Li Yun, his eyes filled with admiration. Throughout this journey he hadn't admired many people.
But Li Yun he truly admired. Zhao Chunlei ran to his side, his eyes still red but smiling brightly.
Uncle, are you alright? I told you I'm not going to die.
Zhao Taizhu playfully slapped him on the back of the head, the force as light as a tickle.
Stick with me and learn how to shoot properly. Zhao Chunlei nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes.
He wanted to become stronger and protect the convoy.
Li Yun looked at Wang Mang, then at the mining vehicle.
The black soil in the cargo area was still present, but due to the earlier tremors from the soul-eating worm it was scattered everywhere, with some even spilling out.
Wang Mang, Li Yun said.
Here.
Throw all those corruptor bodies and that worm into the cargo area.
Wang Mang froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up.
Li Gut, are you saying?
The flesh and blood of the corrupted bone wolf can fertilize the soil, Li Yun continued. The flesh and blood of the corruptors and that worm should also work. Let's give it a try. If it succeeds, we can grow our own food in the future.
Understood.
Wang Mang nodded vigorously, grabbing a pry bar and running towards the pile of corpses. 30 minutes later everything was cleaned up. 13 corruptor crystals were tucked into Li Yun's pocket, feeling heavy, and he could sense the cold yet violent energy fluctuations through the fabric. The 10 armed pickups lined up neatly, their steel plates gleaming with a cold hard shine in the darkness.
All 5 mounted machine guns were dismounted and piled into a heap.
Su Chan squatted nearby, gripping a screwdriver, her eyes sparkling as she began to contemplate how to modify them.
20 barrels of gasoline were neatly stacked in a corner, enough for the convoy to run for a month. The 10-meter-long soul-eating worm had been cut into 6 segments by Lesion and thrown into the cargo area of the mining vehicle.
Each part of the chitinous armor, corrosive slime gland and fangs was carefully separated and piled in the corner of the cargo area. Wang Mang squatted beside the cargo area, his hands glowing with a deep green light as he activated his abilities, starting to decompose the flesh. He could feel the soil's fertility rapidly increasing. The organic matter in the flesh was quickly decomposed and transformed by his abilities, merging into every crevice of the black soil.
The once barren black soil of the mine was now undergoing a transformation into true fertile land. Li Gu, he looked up, his face beaming with uncontainable excitement.
This soil
is much richer than that of the corrupted bone wolf. If we could get some seeds, I guarantee we can grow something. Li Yun nodded. He would think of a way for the seeds later. Su Chan stood up and walked in front of Li Yun. Li Gu.
She pointed at the pile of machine guns and pickups. These are enough for me to upgrade the entire convoy. The mining vehicle and my car, all of them will be refurbished.
How long will it take? 1 day.
Su Chan replied, give me a day and I'll transform the convoy.
Li Yun looked towards the outline of the metal door at the end of the passage. A day.
Then they would rest for 1 day. Go ahead, he said, allocate the manpower you need and upgrade the vehicles as soon as possible. To take the convoy further, armed upgrades were essential. If they had had these mounted machine guns earlier, they wouldn't have been chased so embarrassingly this time.
Alright, leave it to me, I'll make sure you're impressed. Su Chan smiled, turning and running towards the pile of supplies, already starting to direct Lesion and the others to move the items. Lazy, come over and help move stuff.
Chen Lin, take Wang Lan and Chunlei, drain the oil from those armed pickups. Wang Mang, come over and lend a hand, help take off the fangs and skin of this big worm. Howsy, tell your mom to cook more porridge tonight, add more wild vegetables and compressed biscuits. Li Yun stood in place, watching everyone busily at work, and glanced again at the glaring number on the system panel, distortion progress 0.
8 suppressed, 6 days, 22 hours remaining. 6 days.
The stargazing platform was right before them. He took a deep breath and walked deeper into the passage. Behind him, Su Chan's voice faintly called out, the mechanical claws need to be upgraded to 4 claws.
Yes, 1 on each side. Widen the tracks. Double the cargo area.
Wang Mang's mumblings followed. This worm's skin is really tough, I can't chop it.
Lesion's loud voice interjected, less chatter, hurry up and move.
Zhao Qi's soft voice, Zhao Chunlei's laughter and the suppressed excitement of several ordinary people filled the air.
Li Yun's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked towards the end of the passage. In the darkness, that metal door engraved with the Pioneer Energy plaque stood silently. The stargazing platform had finally arrived. When the sky began to brighten, the abandoned mining face deep within the tunnel was illuminated by the arc of a welding torch. Su Chan had been working non-stop for nearly 20 hours, having not slept a wink all night. She crouched beside the massive body of the mining vehicle, dark circles under her eyes, yet the screwdriver in her hand remained steady and unwavering. A brilliant blue stream of light surged from her palm, resembling countless fine tentacles that delved into every crevice of the machine, sensing every nuance of the metal's texture and stress. "Sister Su, have some water," Zhao Qiuyu said, approaching with a porcelain cup of warm water, concern etched in her eyes. "You've been busy all night." Su Chan did not turn around, her gaze fixed on the hydraulic cylinder of the mechanical arm. Just a little more to go. Behind her, the entire abandoned mining face had transformed into a bustling makeshift workshop. 10 armed pickup trucks were lined up neatly, and Leisian muscles bulging strode over, carrying a minecart axle thicker than a thigh. Wang Mang squatted nearby, disassembling the machine gun mount on a pickup, while Zhao Tieju along with Chen Lin and Wang Lan meticulously stacked the chitinous shells of the soul-devouring worms. Zhao Chunlei and the rat scurried back and forth, drenched in sweat, as they transported small parts. Duan Li along with several women had set up a pot in a corner, boiling wild greens and compressed biscuits into a steaming porridge. Li Yun leaned against the rock wall at the edge of the mining face, watching this scene with a slight smile. This was the team he desired. Not a band of thugs who lived by exploiting ordinary people, nor a rabble that scattered at the first sign of danger. Instead, it was a group of individuals, each with their own skills and responsibilities, coming together to survive and thrive. Li Gulaisian approached and plopped down beside him, pulling out a brand new pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering him one. "These scoundrels have scavenged quite a bit of good stuff, have one." "What are you frowning about?" Li Yun took the cigarette, lit it with his fire, and took a deep drag. "Thinking about the next step." He exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the silhouette of the metallic door deep in the mining face. "The stargazing platform is right there, but I have no idea what lies beyond it." Leisian grinned. "Who cares what it is? As long as I'm with you, it can't be wrong." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "The last convoy I was with had a captain who led us into an underground laboratory, claiming there were medicines inside. In the end, we fell into an ambush. Only 3 or 4 of us managed to escape from a dozen people. At that time, I thought how wonderful it would be if someone could know what was inside beforehand." Li Yun glanced at him, his finger pausing on the cigarette, saying nothing more, only lightly patting his arm. Leisian smiled but said no more. He patted his knee and stood up. "I'll go move some stuff." Li Yun watched his retreating figure, then turned his gaze back to the door. It was precisely because the team had grown to trust him more and more that he could not afford to disappoint them. Time ticked away minute by minute. The modification work continued, the welding torch's arc sporadically exploding in the darkness, illuminating the busy figures. Li Yun leaned against the rock wall, eyes closed, seemingly resting but maintaining a minimal level of vigilance with his spiritual sense. Exactly at midnight, a cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. "Today's intelligence has been refreshed." Li Yun's eyes flew open, 3 lines of crimson text slowly materializing in his vision. Intelligence 1. The internal structure of the stargazing platform is divided into 3 levels. The outer corridor, the core stargazing hall, and the lower origin pool. Entry requires level 2 access of Pioneer energy or breaking through the energy barrier. Note, the energy barrier of the stargazing platform is synchronized with the entrance of the lower connection passage in the depths of the tunnel. It was originally in a dormant state, but due to the death of Victor Claysu and the demise of the core access holder, the level 2 automatic defense system was triggered and is now completely closed. Current barrier strength moderate. Breaking through requires 30 minutes, during which an alarm will be triggered. Attached coordinates and operational methods for breaking the barrier. Intelligence 2. The core stargazing hall of the stargazing platform houses a series holy artifact, the Mirror of Truth. This item can reflect the source of distortion within a sequence individual and purify it through energy resonance. Caution: the Mirror of Truth requires a significant amount of mental strength to activate. During the activation process, the user will enter a deep resonance state, unable to move or defend for 15 minutes. If external interference occurs during this period, the resonance will fail and the artifact will enter a cooldown phase requiring 72 hours before it can be activated again. Intelligence 3. The remains of 3 core members of the 7th exploration team of Pioneer Energy lie within the lower origin pool. They attempted to forcibly breach the core secrets of the stargazing platform and died after triggering the defense mechanism. The remains carry 1 advanced access key, 1 encrypted log of the exploration team, and 3 complete second-tier sequence crystals. Warning: unknown anomalous creatures are parasitizing within the origin pool with an unknown number and sensory methods. Entry requires extreme caution due to the limit on the number of intelligence entries. Detailed information about these creatures cannot be displayed. Please improve your sequence level as soon as possible to obtain more intelligence entries. Li Yun's pupils constricted and his fingertips instinctively tightened. 3 pieces of intelligence laid bare the situation of the stargazing platform. The outer corridor, the core stargazing hall, the lower origin pool.
The Mirror of Truth, this was his goal for this journey, an artifact that could purify distortions. However, activation required 15 minutes, during which he would be unable to move or defend.
15 minutes. He raised his eyes to look at his busy teammates.
Lei Jin strode over carrying steel. Wang Mang squatted on the ground tightening screws. Zhao Taiju was stacking shells. Zhao Chulei rushed in and out drenched in sweat while Duanli stirred the porridge by the pot. In those 15 minutes he had to rely on them. He withdrew his gaze and continued to observe. In the lower origin pool there were still the remains of 3 exploration team members along with the advanced access key and encrypted log. They might very well be the key to deeper secrets. And there were 3 complete second-tier sequence crystals.
Risks and opportunities have always coexisted.
He raised his eyes to the metal door. Behind it lay a vast space. 3 levels of structure, countless energy nodes intertwined to form a complex network. In the center a sphere of exceptionally pure white light pulsed slowly. That was the Mirror of Truth. Meanwhile, in the lowest level 3 dim gray-white heat sources curled in a corner, having completely lost their life essence. Those were the remains of the exploration team members. But deeper still, several indistinct dark purple heat sources moved slowly.
Unknown anomalous creatures.
There were not many of them, but their energy fluctuations were strange and their sensory methods were unknown.
Li Yun retracted his gaze, not alarming anyone, and continued to lean against the rock wall.
He mentally went over the 3 pieces of intelligence again, coordinates for breaking through, operational methods, activation processes, all firmly memorized.
Speaking of it now was pointless. He would wait until dawn. At 9 in the morning the first vehicle modification was completed.
Su Chan straightened her back, let out a sigh of relief and finally revealed a smile.
It's done.
The crowd instantly surrounded her. This was Lei Jin's modified off-road vehicle. The body was thicker than before, with steel plates removed from an armed pickup truck added to the sides and the surface covered with a layer of brownish chitinous armor.
That was the exoskeleton of the soul-eating worm, affixed after being melted down with the mechanic's metal affinity.
The surface of the armor glimmered with a dark purple cold light, and when tapped it produced a dull heavy sound instead of the sharp clang of metal.
Come test the hardness. Su Chan looked at Lei Jin. All right. Lei Jin was not polite, took a deep breath and activated his martial artist's iron bone to the fullest.
He clenched his fist and using all his strength punched the side of the vehicle.
Bang!
The dull thud resonated through the excavation site, causing Lei Jin to stumble back half a step, shaking his hand in shock. On the vehicle, however, there was only a shallow white mark left.
What the hell?
Lei Jin's eyes widened. Is this thing harder than steel? The hardness of chitinous armor is 1.3 times that of high-carbon steel. Su Chan wiped the sweat from her brow, her tone laced with uncontainable pride, and it's also 40% lighter. With the same protection it saves fuel and power. She pointed to the top of the vehicle, and look here. The heavy machine gun mount on the roof had been completely revamped with an automatic ammunition box added beside it, allowing bullet chains to be directly fed from the cabin. The bottom of the mount was equipped with a hydraulic damping device, reducing the recoil by half when firing. With the recoil reduced by half, the firing rate can increase by 30%. Su Chan said the cabin has an additional backup ammunition chamber that can hold 2,000 machine gun rounds. Lei Jin leaned in to take a look, his eyes lighting up.
Su Chan, you're really a genius. Don't rush. Su Chan waved her hand. This is just the first vehicle. There are even better ones to come.
At noon 12 the 2 pickup trucks of Wang Mang and Zhao Taiju were also completed. Both vehicles were equipped with the same chitinous composite armor, the cabins raised by a meter and surrounded by welded protective steel plates transformed into fully enclosed armored transport vehicles. 3 shooting holes were opened on the top of the cabin, allowing people inside to shoot out while preventing outsiders from shooting in. The tires were replaced with blast-proof off-road tires removed from the armed pickup with thickened sidewalls and steel wire lining. Ordinary puncture devices couldn't penetrate them at all. How much supplies can this vehicle hold? Wang Mang asked, touching the thickened cabin, his mouth agape. 3 times as much, Su Chan replied. The bottom of the cabin has been equipped with shock absorption, so even on bumpy roads we won't have to worry about the cargo breaking. Wang Mang grinned widely. So when we go out to scavenge we can carry 3 times the cargo. Not just that, Su Chan knocked on the cabin wall, this steel plate can't be penetrated by small caliber bullets. In the future if we encounter robbers you can just hide in the car and shoot.
Wang Meng's eyes sparkled even brighter.
At 3 in the afternoon Su Chan's own off-road vehicle was also modified.
This vehicle underwent the most changes. The entire back seat was removed and transformed into a mobile workbench.
The tabletop was welded with a vise, a small lathe and a welding machine with neatly arranged toolboxes and spare parts beside them.
Solar charging panels were added to the roof, allowing equipment to be powered anytime and anywhere.
On both sides of the cabin a foldable workbench was added, allowing for repairs to be carried out outside the vehicle. No matter how badly the vehicle breaks down in the future I can fix it on the spot.
Su Chan patted the vehicle, her eyes shining. This is our team's mobile repair station. At 5 in the afternoon everyone gathered in the center of the excavation site. The most significant modification, Li Yun's mining machine, was finally completed. Come and see my best work.
Su Chan stood beside the machine, arms crossed over her chest, her face betraying her pride. The crowd stared at the massive machine before them, momentarily speechless.
The mining machine had completely transformed.
The body was now a full circle larger than before, with a length that went from 3 meters to nearly 4. The width expanded from 1.5 meters to 2.2 meters, and the tracks were widened by 1/3, giving it more than double the grip. The body was covered with 2 layers of armor. The bottom layer was steel plates removed from armed pickups, and the top layer was the chitinous armor of the soul-eating worm melted together with the mechanic's ability, radiating a dark purple cold sheen.
3 mounted machine guns were added to the roof. They were not simply mounted, they were completely transformed by Su Chan into fully automatic electronic guns.
Each machine gun was connected to a fist-sized intelligent sensor probe which housed a mini-chip modified by her using sequence abilities.
This is...
Li Yun looked at the 3 machine guns, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes.
Fully automatic targeting machine guns.
Su Chan patted the machine. The intelligent control system of the mining machine has been upgraded. It can now simultaneously lock onto 3 targets, automatically aim, and automatically fire. Bullets are supplied from the backup ammunition chamber on the roof, with 500 rounds allocated for each machine gun.
She paused and added, the sensing range is 100 meters, perfectly matching your spiritual vision range, with a reaction time of 0.3 seconds.
Except for team members whose information has been entered in advance, if a hostile target is detected entering the alert range, the machine guns will fire automatically without you having to lift a finger.
Hiss. Lei Jin gasped. Wang Mang was left dumbfounded.
Zhao Chunlei's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. So in the future, if we encounter monsters, we won't even need to shoot.
You could say that, Su Chan smiled. But that's not all.
She walked to the side of the vehicle and pointed to the 2 brand new mechanical arms. Originally a single mechanical arm, it had now transformed into 2. 1 on each side, symmetrically distributed.
Each mechanical arm was thicker than before, with reinforced hydraulic cylinders and joints, and the 3-fingered alloy claws upgraded to 4.
The tips of the claws were embedded with the fangs of the soul-eating worm, ground to a sharp edge glimmering coldly under the light. The gripping force has increased 3-fold.
Su Chan said a single arm can lift objects weighing 2 tons.
When both arms work together, they can lift 4 tons. Moreover, the claw tips embedded with the worm's fangs are hard enough to be used as weapons. She walked to the side of the cockpit and pulled open the heavy armored door. The cockpit has also been modified.
The crowd gathered to take a look. The cockpit, which could originally accommodate only 4 people, had been redesigned and expanded to comfortably seat 6. 2 seats in the front row, 4 in the back.
The seats were made of genuine leather removed from the armed pickup and were over 10 times more comfortable than before.
The windows were replaced with triple-layer bulletproof glass.
The outer layer was ordinary tempered glass, the middle layer was a bulletproof laminated layer, and the inner layer was a transparent sheet made from polished chitinous armor.
This glass can't be penetrated by rifle bullets, Su Chan said.
Even with armor-piercing rounds, it would take 3 shots to penetrate the same spot. Li Yun sat in the cockpit, gripping the steering wheel. The wheel was thicker than before, wrapped in genuine leather, feeling heavy in his hands. There were more than 10 buttons on it, each labeled with a function: machine gun control, mechanical arm control, lights, communication, autopilot. He pressed the machine gun control button. On the roof, the 3 machine guns rotated simultaneously, the sensor probes flashing faint red lights resembling 3 vigilant eyes. He then pressed the mechanical arm control button. On both sides of the vehicle, the 2 robust mechanical arms lifted simultaneously, the 4 claws spread wide, gently grasping at the air.
He lightly pressed the accelerator. V-room.
The deep and powerful roar of the engine erupted in the excavation site, and the vehicle trembled slightly like a slumbering giant being awakened. Li Yun gripped the steering wheel, feeling the power of the steel beast coursing through his palms. The more he pressed the accelerator, the deeper the engine's roar became. Turning the wheel tightened the track's grip. This thing truly came alive in his hands. On the dashboard, the intelligence screen lit up, displaying lines of data: Pioneer Energy, Geological Survey 3, Type Dawn, Special Modification, Vehicle Integrity 100, Armor Strength enhanced by 187, Composite Armor, Chitinous Exoskeleton, Power Core, Geothermal Energy Conversion System, Upgraded Energy Reserve, Geothermal Crystal Core 92, Backup Fuel Tanks 4, Top Speed 95 km/h, Off-Road 65 km/h, Complex Terrain Weapon System, Vehicle Mounted Fully Automatic Machine Guns 3, Ammunition 1500 rounds, Mechanical Arms, Dual Arm Collaboration, Max Grasping Force 4 tons, Claw Tips embedded with Soul-Eating Worm Fangs, Cockpit 6 seats, Bulletproof Glass, Intelligent Control System, Special Function, Cargo Cultivation Chamber, Cultivation Soil Filled, Fertility 387. Li Yun stared at the line Fertility 387 for a moment. He had thought the soil fertility would be considerable given the system's provided methods and Wang Mang's catalyzing as a cultivator, but he never expected it to reach 387%. Lei Jin leaned over and saw it too, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell?
Soil fertility 387. Wang Mang, did you bury all those worms in there?
Wang Mang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. And those 13 corpses of the corruptors?
Su Chan said human flesh can fertilize the soil, so I threw them all in.
Then I purified all the corrupting energy inside using my ability, and now that soil is fertile enough to grow various crops without any contamination left. Leijun twitched his mouth, finally squeezing out a sentence.
You're really something.
But then again, these damn bastards should contribute something for their deaths. Using the corpses of the corruptors and soul-eating worms to fertilize the soil, if this got out, no one would dare eat the crops grown from it. But then again, in the apocalypse, being full is good enough. Who cares about what the fertilizer is? Zhao Chunlei, listening nearby, looked bright-eyed and leaned over to ask quietly, Uncle Wang, will we be able to eat fresh vegetables in the future?
Yes.
Wang Mang slapped his thigh. As long as we find seeds, I guarantee we can grow vegetables.
Zhao Chunlei grinned. Li Yun nodded. You did well. What's so wrong with human corpses?
These beasts' corpses are not worthy of a peaceful burial. Planting them in the ground is their last value to this world.
What's so wrong with human corpses?
These beasts' corpses are not worthy of a peaceful burial. Planting them in the ground is their last value to this world.
As evening fell, all vehicles were modified. 5 core battle cars lined up in a row, gleaming with a cold hard light under the emergency lights of the mining site.
At the forefront was Li Yun's mining machine. Its massive body was clad in heavy composite armor, equipped with 3 automatic machine guns and 2 sturdy mechanical arms, like a steel behemoth. With the current strength of the vehicle combined with the mounted machine guns and mechanical arms, facing a convoy like the fog returners would be no problem at all. They could simply crush through. Behind it was Leijun's modified off-road vehicle, sporting a heavy machine gun on the roof and an automatic feeding box with a chitinous armor that resembled a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. Further back were 2 armored transport pickups belonging to Wang Mang and Zhao Tieju, heavy and steady, capable of both carrying and running. Finally, there was Su Chan's mobile repair station, small yet fully equipped, serving as the entire convoy's logistical support. In addition, there were the 10 armed pickups they had seized. Su Chan inspected all of them, selecting the 3 in the best condition to keep as spare vehicles, which she assigned to Chen Lin and others to drive. The remaining 7 vehicles had all their dismantleable parts removed, steel plates, tires, engines, fuel tanks, stacked into a small mountain. Under the careful handling of Leijun and the others, they were neatly loaded onto the truck. These parts will last us a long time, Su Chan said.
Whenever a vehicle breaks down, we can repair it right away. That's great, Uncle Chen. Now we have vehicles too. Wang Lan's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with excitement.
With a car, she could have a bit more personal space. It was quite inconvenient for a girl otherwise. From now on, the convoy will be our home.
You need to grow up quickly and learn how to shoot,
Chen Lin said, touching the cold car door, his face beaming with a smile as he carefully examined it while beginning his instruction.
Got it, Uncle Chen.
You're so long-winded, hurry up and take a look. The crowd surrounded the convoy, their faces betraying uncontainable joy. Wang Mang touched the armored pickup, grinning widely. I'd never driven such a good car in my life.
Father, mother. Zhao Chunlei squatted nearby, his eyes shining brightly, murmuring something incomprehensible. Meeting this guy is the luckiest thing to happen to me in my life.
Zhao Taizhu leaned against the car door, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff, slowly exhaling the smoke. He looked at Li Yun, his gaze filled not only with admiration but also a hint of complex emotions. This young man, from their first meeting to now, had led them out of the hell of Haishi Town, cutting through the corrupted bone wolves, steel-toothed rats and fog returners, transforming a bunch of rabble into this well-armed convoy. Miraculously, not a single person had died along the way, simply absurd. Zhao Taizhu had lived half his life and seen many capable individuals, but he had never encountered anyone like Li Yun before. Leijun leaned closer to Li Yun, handing him a cigarette.
Li Ge, he said, his voice a bit lower than usual. Next up is the stargazing platform, right?
Li Yun accepted the cigarette, lit it and took a deep drag. He gazed into the depths of the mining site. The metal door stood silently in the darkness. The plaque on the door was rusted, but the words Pioneer Energy were still faintly discernible. Behind the door lay the stargazing platform, the 7th relic recorded in the Revelations, the place that could solve his distortion problem. He glanced at the system panel.
Distortion progress 0. 8 suppressed, remaining 6 days, 18 hours, 6 days.
That would be sufficient. Well, go in at dawn, Li Yun said, but before we do, there are some things I need to clarify with you all.
He waved his hand, calling everyone over. A dozen people formed a circle, their eyes fixed on him.
The stargazing platform has 3 levels. Li Yun squatted down, drawing a rough sketch on the ground with gravel.
Outer corridor, core stargazing hall, and the origin pool on the bottom level.
What I need is in the stargazing hall a sacred object called the Mirror of Truth.
But activating it takes 15 minutes, during which I cannot move or defend.
Looking at the crowd, he added, so after we enter, the first task is not to retrieve the sacred object but to eliminate all threats.
Leijun clenched his fists. Understood. What do you think we should do, Li Gu?
Li Yun pointed to the bottom level on the sketch. In the origin pool there are the remains of 3 exploration team members who possess high-level access keys and 3 second-tier crystals. But that place is infested with strange creatures, their numbers and perception methods unknown.
He continued, so once we enter we need to scout first, not engage in direct confrontation. Su Chan, your energy sensing can come in handy. Su-chan nodded. Understood.
She felt no surprise at all. Instead, she thought it was perfectly normal for Li Yun to be aware of her new abilities. After all, Li Yun's pitch-black eyes always seemed capable of seeing through everything. Nothing could be hidden from him.
Li Yun then pointed to the outer corridor.
There are energy barriers in the corridor that require 30 minutes to crack, and during that time alarms will be triggered. While I am cracking it, you all guard the surroundings and don't let anything approach. He added, once the barrier is down, enter the stargazing hall and retrieve the mirror of truth. When I activate the sacred object, you must guard the hall's entrance. He stood up, sweeping his gaze over the crowd.
For 15 minutes I won't be able to move. For those 15 minutes it's up to you all.
Lei Jin grinned, his fists cracking with determination.
Don't worry, not even a fly will get through. Wang Mang nodded vigorously. Li Ge, you've saved us so many times, now it's our turn to protect you.
Zhao Taizhu crushed his cigarette, his voice deep.
Rest assured, benefactor, I'll stake my life to guard you.
Zhao Qiuyu said nothing, merely watching Li Yun, the pale green glow in her palm flickering gently. She knew her battlefield was not on the front lines. But if someone were to get hurt, that would be when she could make her contribution. Chen Lin gripped his hunting rifle at his waist, the first to speak. The captain has been protecting us all the way, now it's time for us to repay the favor. Leave the outer guard to us, there will absolutely be no mishaps.
Duan Li also nodded, her voice not loud but particularly firm.
That's right, we've used the series crystals, what else is there to say? Even if we can't be of great help, guarding the rear and passing ammunition is definitely not a problem.
Let's do this.
Wang Lan also nodded vigorously, gripping the machete in her hand, her eyes filled with resolve, no hint of fear.
Throughout this journey they had long understood a principle. In this world, to survive is to have someone standing in front of you. Now it was their turn. Li Yun looked at them, silent for 2 seconds. Well departed dawn, he said. Rest well tonight. The crowd responded and dispersed.
Li Yun stood in place, gazing at that door. A golden light flickered through the crack.
Like some ancient summons. Also like a dangerous warning. But the dawn convoy never feared danger.
As the night deepened, only the occasional sound of snoring and the faint footsteps of the night watch remained in the mining site. Li Yun leaned against the cold track of the mining machine, his eyes closed, yet he did not sleep. The 3 pieces of information on the system panel remained clearly visible.
Mirror of truth. High-level access key. 3 second-tier crystals. Unknown bizarre creatures. He opened his eyes and looked at that door. What lay inside the stargazing platform after tomorrow he did not know. But he knew these people would stand behind him. Tomorrow. He whispered. It's almost time.
The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the warm aroma of wild vegetable porridge floated in the abandoned mining area, mingling with the cold metallic scents of machine oil and gunpowder, creating a unique deathly atmosphere of the apocalypse. Duan Li distributed the last few bowls of hot porridge to Chen Lin and the others who were returning from their night watch, while she squatted in the corner holding her 3-year-old daughter and sipping slowly. The little girl in her arms was still drowsy, her small head buried in her mother's neck, her eyes barely open, yet her tiny hand clutched tightly at Duan Li's clothing.
5 steel war vehicles were lined up in a row, gleaming with a hard shine under the cold light of the emergency lamps.
At the front was Li Yun's mining vehicle, its massive body covered in the chitinous shell of a soul-devouring worm, with 3 automatic machine gun sensors on the roof faintly blinking red, resembling 3 vigilant eyes. Following it were Lei Jin's modified off-road vehicle and 2 armored pickups belonging to Wang Mang and Zhao Tieju, with Su Chan's mobile repair station bringing up the rear. In the corner, 3 spare armed pickups were neatly parked, their fuel tanks full, ammunition loaded, ready to start at any moment. The mining area was bustling but orderly, with everyone making their final preparations before departure. Take more high-explosive grenades, these things pack a punch. Wang Mang squatted beside the pickup, pouring a box of high-explosive grenades onto the ground, steadily slotting each one into his tactical belt, his movements quick and precise.
What are you doing with so many high-explosive grenades, Lao Wang?
We're just going to retrieve something. Let me tell you, don't throw them around as soon as we go in. If used improperly, we all might end up buried inside. Lei Jin stood beside him, shirtless, the bronze muscles on his body still smeared with last night's modifications, swiftly loading bullets into the magazine, the crisp sound of metal clashing resonating like the drumbeats of war. Remember to maintain your firearms regularly, this part should be disassembled first. Zhao Taizhu meticulously disassembled his double-barreled shotgun, wiping the interior of the barrel with a cloth, squinting one eye to inspect the light 3 times to ensure there was not a speck of impurity before slowly reassembling it. Uncle, wait a moment, did I assemble this part incorrectly? Zhao Chunlei squatted beside him, mimicking the actions while cleaning his own shotgun, occasionally asking questions, his movements clumsy yet particularly earnest, oblivious to the black soot smudged on his nose. Chen Lin, Wang Lan, you 2 take them and check the ammunition for the convoy, it's just the right time to organize these bullets. Su Chan leaned against her mobile repair station, disassembling and reassembling her modified rifle, repeatedly checking it over 3 times. After confirming that every gear and part fit perfectly, she took out a row of specially made armor-piercing rounds from her pocket, steadily loading them into the magazine, her fingertips steady without a hint of tremor.
Yes.
Chen Lin and Wang Lan responded, taking several ordinary people to open and check all the ammunition boxes, organizing them neatly by caliber. After finishing her porridge, Duan Li gently placed her daughter on the soft seat of the pickup, covered her with a jacket, and quickly walked over to help load bullets, her fingers slightly calloused but remarkably steady. Li Yun leaned against the cold track of the mining vehicle, holding half a bowl of warm wild vegetable porridge, drinking it slowly. The 3 pieces of intelligence refreshed at midnight were already etched into his bones. The 3-layer structure of the stargazing platform, the 15 minutes of vulnerability of the true mirror, the advanced key in the origin pool, and the strange creatures of unknown quantity and sensing methods. After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, he placed the empty bowl on the track and slowly stood up.
Are we all ready?
Ready. Several voices echoed in unison, creating a resonating sound in the vast mining area filled with unwavering determination.
Time to stretch our bones.
Lei Jin slammed the last fully loaded magazine into his tactical vest, rolling his shoulders, the bones cracking in a series of crisp sounds.
All firearms and vehicles have been checked. There are no issues. We can depart at any time. Su Chan pushed up her goggles and firmly grasped her modified rifle. Li Gu, these high-explosive grenades will definitely come in handy.
Wang Meng patted the fully loaded high-explosive grenades hanging at his waist, grinning broadly, but his eyes were filled with battle intent.
Don't throw them around as soon as we go, and remember to wait for my command.
Li Yun glanced at Wang Meng, who had nearly strapped himself with grenades, both amused and exasperated. With so many high-explosive grenades, they would be enough to blow up the mine and everyone would end up buried inside. How are the supplies organized? The convoy's supplies are all packed, Li Gu. Zhao Taizhu slung the double-barreled shotgun over his shoulder, took out a cigarette from his pocket and placed it in his mouth without lighting it, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the gun's body.
Zhao Chunlei nervously licked his lips, gripping the shotgun even tighter.
Zhao Qiuyu stood at the back of the crowd, the faint green healing glow in his palm pulsing slightly, his gaze fixed on Li Yun, always ready to provide assistance. Chen Lin, Wang Lan and several ordinary people stood guard on either side of the convoy with their loaded shotguns.
Good.
Li Yun looked at them and solemnly reminded, you will guard the mining area, keep an eye on the convoy and the children. Lei Jin has arranged for shift changes in advance, there's no need to fight hard. Keep the radio communication clear throughout and report immediately at any sign of trouble.
Understood.
Chen Lin and the others replied in unison, immediately dispersing to take positions, securing both sides of the metal gate tightly.
Li Yun beckoned, calling the core members of the expedition team to come forward.
7 people formed a circle, all eyes fixed on him, filled with complete trust. Before we enter, I want to reiterate the plan one last time. Li Yun crouched down, quickly sketching the 3-layer structure of the stargazing platform and the gravel, the lines precise and clean. The stargazing platform is divided into 3 layers: outer corridor, core observation hall, and the lower origin pool. The lowest level contains the remains of 3 core members of the 7th exploration team who possess advanced access keys and 3 second-tier crystals. But that place is infested with strange creatures, their quantity and sensing methods unknown, so once we go in, we head straight for the origin pool.
Su Chan paused, instinctively speaking up. Li Gu, shouldn't we go to the observation hall first to get the true mirror? First we need to get the keys.
Li Yun's tone was calm but carried an undeniable certainty. Without the key, even if we find the observation hall, it will take 30 minutes to crack the barrier. In case of unexpected events, I will be defenseless during the 15 minutes it takes to activate the sacred object, relying entirely on you to defend. But once we have the key, we can unlock the observation hall's barrier, directly eliminating the 30-minute risk of cracking it and avoiding the alarms that will sound during that time. Moreover, if we successfully retrieve the 3 second-tier crystals from the origin pool, your sequence abilities will improve further and our chances during those 15 minutes will increase significantly. Even if the key becomes unavailable, we will have a clear understanding of the corridor's terrain, making it much safer to crack the barrier than blindly charging in now.
Lei Jin clenched his fists, the joints cracking loudly. Understood. We'll go to the origin pool first, get the keys, retrieve the crystals, clean out the dirty things inside, and then head to the observation hall. Li Yun nodded, pointing to the middle of the sketch. Once we obtain the key from the origin pool, we can directly enter the observation hall. However, even with the key to unlock it, it will definitely trigger the basic alarms of the ruins, and the moment we open the door, the defense mechanisms are likely to activate. At that time, you all need to guard the surroundings, preventing anything from approaching amidst the chaos. Finally, his finger landed on the most critical circle in the sketch. Once inside the observation hall, we will retrieve the true mirror. During the 15 minutes while I activate the sacred object, I will be completely immobilized, and during that time it will be entirely up to you to guard the hall door. He stood up, his gaze solemnly sweeping over everyone. For 15 minutes I entrust my life to you. Lei Jin grinned, his fists cracking loudly. Don't worry, Li Gu. No one will get in, not even a fly.
Wang Meng nodded vigorously, his eyes slightly reddened. Li Gu, you've saved us so many times, this time it's our turn to risk our lives to protect you. Zhao Taizhu took the cigarette from his mouth, tossed it to the ground and stamped it out, his voice low yet firm. Rest assured, my life should have ended in Haishi town long ago. I'll give my life to keep the hall door secure for you.
Zhao Qiuyu said nothing, just looked at Li Yun, nodding solemnly.
The faint green glow in his palm brightened slightly, silently indicating his stance. Li Yun looked at them silent for 2 seconds, his throat moving as he uttered just 2 words, "Let's go." At 5:20 in the morning, the 7 individuals entered the ruins standing in front of the metal door engraved with the words Pioneer Energy. Li Yun took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cold door panel. The chill of the metal seeped into his bones from his fingertips, and he could feel a faint tremor in his palm, like the pulse of some colossal creature in slumber resonating with his heartbeat through the door. He exerted force in his arm and pushed hard. With a low hum, the heavy metal door slowly opened inward. Warm golden light poured out from the crack, instantly dispelling the darkness of the excavation site and casting a soft glow on everyone's figures. The light was warm and gentle, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of oppression, causing everyone to instinctively squint. Behind the door was a wide staircase that extended straight down. The staircase was wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side, with glowing energy crystals embedded in the walls on either side, continuously emitting a soft golden light illuminating the entire passage as if it were daylight. The walls were covered in densely packed strange runes, subtly shifting in the light as if they were alive. "Let's go," Li Yun said, taking the lead onto the staircase, his fiery short blade quietly gripped in his palm. Behind him, Leijun, Suchan, Wang Mang, Zhao Tieju, Zhao Chouyu and Zhao Chunlei followed in single file, their footsteps light but without a hint of retreat. After about 5 minutes of descending the staircase, they reached a vast open space. It was a massive circular area 50 meters in diameter, with a dome so high it was impossible to see the top, only countless golden runes slowly swirling in the darkness, resembling an inverted starry sky. In the center of the space stood a huge column thick enough for 2 people to embrace, wrapped in layers of complex energy circuits that extended upwards, vanishing into the dark depths of the dome. This was the outer corridor. Li Yun stopped, fully opening his spiritual sight, slightly raising his mental power, and every contour of energy within 100 meters was vividly reflected in his perception. 3 passages extended from the corridor, one leading to the staircase entrance, one to the left and one to the right. At the end of the left passage, a pale blue energy barrier pulsed rhythmically, marking the entrance to the star observation hall. At the end of the right passage, the energy structure suddenly descended, extending deeper underground towards the origin pool. Suchan, Li Yun pointed to the right passage that leads to the origin pool. "Use energy sensing to probe ahead, be careful." "Leave it to me." Suchan immediately nodded and closed her eyes. The mechanic's energy sense was activated to its fullest, a brilliant blue light radiating from her forehead, spreading like ripples toward the right passage, capturing every subtle energy fluctuation. 10 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face slightly pale. "Li Gu, that passage is very deep. It descends at least 100 meters before reaching the bottom, which is a closed space of about 30 square meters. However," she paused, her brows tightly furrowed, "there's a very strange energy field inside that is constantly interfering with my sensing. It's as if it's alive, or like a defense system of some sort. I can't determine the specifics inside, only that there are signs of living energy fluctuations." Li Yun narrowed his eyes. In his spiritual sight, 4 dark purple heat sources were slowly writhing in the shadows at the end of the passage, one more than what the intel had indicated. Their energy outlines were extremely vague, half-transparent, and merging into the shadows, flickering like 4 distorted humanoid shapes. "Let's go." He withdrew his gaze, gripping the short blade tightly. "Let's go in and take a look. Everyone stay close and remain vigilant, do not touch anything." He was the first to move toward the wall, Leijun holding his gun by his side, Suchan bringing up the rear with an upgraded rifle, Wang Mang and Zhao Taiju flanking either side, while Zhao Chouyu and Zhao Chunlei walked in the middle of the group, always on guard for any sounds around them. The passage leading to the origin pool descended steeply, with each step further inside amplifying the chill in the air, mixed with a faint sweet and metallic scent. After about 10 minutes, they encountered a half-open alloy door ahead. The plaque on the door had long since corroded, but the engraved words "Origin Pool" remained clearly discernible. Li Yun raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He stepped forward alone, standing close to the rock wall beside the door, fully activating his spiritual sight and sweeping the space behind the door. Behind the door was a circular closed space of about 30 square meters. In the center stood a circular pool with a diameter of 2 meters, filled with an unfathomable black liquid, the surface smooth as a mirror, with not a ripple in sight, dead silent to the point of sending chills down one's spine. Scattered around the pool were 4 skeletal remains. 3 relatively intact skeletons wore the standard combat uniforms of Pioneer Energy, now decayed into fragments, revealing stark white bones, which were the 3 core members indicated in the intel. Their poses were exceedingly eerie, all facing the pool, crawling as if they desperately tried to reach it in their final moments. The 4th skeleton had long since fallen apart at the edge of the pool, corroded by the energy in the water. Now only half a leg bone embedded in the rock remained, clearly unable to crawl away from the pool even in its dying moments. Next to the skeletons were a few scattered items. A palm-sized metal card emitted a faint blue glow. A hardbound notebook burned to just half its size. There were also 3 thumb-sized grayish-white crystals radiating extremely intense energy fluctuations. Li Yun's gaze lingered on these items for only a second before swiftly shifting to the shadows surrounding the pool. 4 dark purple heat sources were pressed against the wall, slowly moving, their bodies half-transparent and merging into the shadows such that even spiritual sight could only capture a vague outline. Li Yun stared intensely at one of the heat sources, trying to discern its form. At that moment, the heat source suddenly ceased its writhing.
It had no eyes yet. Li Yun could clearly sense it turning its head and precisely locking onto his position. I've been detected. Li Yun's heart sank and he shouted sharply, prepare for battle. Before his words faded, the 4 dark purple heat sources surged into motion simultaneously. They burst out from the shadows with a speed as swift as a phantom, stirring up a chill wind as they charged straight at Li Yun by the door. Li Yun finally saw their true appearance. They were 4 semi-transparent energy bodies still retaining human forms but with blurred features, their limbs twisted and joints bent at angles entirely inconsistent with human anatomy. They were clad in decaying Pioneer energy combat uniforms, the name tags on their chests faintly visible amidst the energy fluctuations. Roar! The 4 energy bodies emitted silent howls, dark purple corrupted energy surging over their claws, aiming directly for Li Yun's vital points. Li Yun advanced rather than retreating, drawing his flame short knife in an instant as a pale golden purifying flame erupted on the blade, illuminating the entire enclosed space. Hiss! The short knife swept horizontally, accurately striking the chest of the energy entity in front. As the purifying flame touched the dark purple energy, it exploded like oil, hitting a spark, igniting into a blazing inferno. Ah! The energy entity let out a piercing scream, its semi-transparent form twisting violently as the flames on its chest blazed higher. In just 3 seconds, its entire upper body was reduced to nothingness, scattering into countless points of light. Effective! Li Yun felt a surge of joy in his heart, his steps unceasing as he sidestepped the pounce of the second energy entity. The remaining 3 energy entities had already surrounded him. They had no physical form, moving at absurd speeds, their claws carrying dark purple energy that could corrode steel, sealing off all escape routes for Li Yun. Li Yun rolled sideways, narrowly evading a claw that lunged towards him while thrusting the short knife into the abdomen of the second energy entity. The purifying flame erupted once more. But in that brief moment, the third energy entity had already circled behind him, its claws slicing through the air towards the back of his neck. Li Guduk! Lei Jun's furious shout erupted from behind. Li Yun instinctively crouched as a fist enveloped in a pale golden martial aura brushed past his scalp, crashing heavily onto the head of the energy entity. Crushing force, go! Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire head of the energy entity exploded in an instant, transforming into countless dark purple light points dissipating into the air. Lei Jun's muscles tensed, a thick pale golden aura shimmering on his skin. His newly unlocked combat awareness fully engaged, he locked onto the last invisible energy entity. To the left. He growled, propelling himself forward with force, delivering a fierce punch into the empty space to his left front. Though nothing was visible there as his punch landed, a distorted energy entity was forced to reveal its form, a massive void created in its chest. It twisted frantically twice before completely disintegrating into light points. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 energy entities were annihilated. Not far away, Zhao Qiuyu tensed up, the shallow green healing light in her palm suddenly brightening as she prepared to rush in for treatment, only easing when she confirmed that Li Yun was unscathed. Thankfully, no one was injured. She quickly scanned the team, confirming that everyone was safe before slowly dispelling the light in her palm, her tense shoulders relaxing as she revealed a faint smile of relief to the crowd. Kill 4 strange energy entities. Spiritual vision proficiency 120. Obtain Pioneer energy level 2 permission key X1. Unlock quick access permission to the stargazing pavilion barrier. Current spiritual vision proficiency LV. For 708,400 can be upgraded. Li Yun straightened up, shaking off the residual energy embers from the short knife as the purifying flame on the blade slowly extinguished. Even in death they cannot find peace. He squinted at the scattered dark purple points on the ground, his tone icy. Suchan rushed in, holding a gun, the cerulean sequence light swirling around the gun body. Seeing the remnants of energy scattered on the ground, her face paled slightly. Li Go, are these the members of the exploration team? Was it their energy field that interfered with my perception? Yes, it was them. Li Yun walked over to the 3 complete skeletons, slowly crouching down. They died here, assimilated by the things in the pool, turning into puppets guarding the origin pool. He reached down and picked up a palm-sized metallic card, the cold touch transmitting from his fingertips as a line of information automatically floated into his view on the system panel. Pioneer Energy High-Level Permission Key, Permission Level 2 Holder, 7th Exploration Team Recorder Zhang Ming. Following that, he picked up the half-burned hardcover notebook. The cover had a few crooked words written on it, encrypted log Zhang Ming. Flipping open the notebook, the handwriting inside was hasty and scrawled, many pages burned to mere fragments, yet several shocking records remained legible. August 23rd. Barrier breach failed. The captain decided to forcefully enter the origin pool. There's something inside. August 24th. Old Li was the first to go down. He came back up. But it wasn't him. It was something else. August 25th. Old Wang changed too. They surrounded the pool. Like guards. August 26th. I understand now. This is not a ruin. It's a grave. It's a seal. August 27th. Old Zhao was the last to go down. When he came up, he looked at me. That gaze wasn't him. August 28th. It's my turn. I know that once I go down, I will become like them. But there's no choice. I must go. There's something in the pool. Very ancient. It is sleeping. But we cannot let it wake. If future visitors see these words, do not enter the origin pool. Absolutely do not ent.
The surface of the pool remained as calm as a mirror, unfathomably deep, like a black eye wide open, silently staring at everyone present. He took a deep breath, his mental strength highly concentrated, retracting the spiritual vision that had spread around him, focusing on a single point. The spiritual vision broke through the conventional 100-meter limit, wildly extending towards the pitch-black bottom of the pool.
100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. He finally saw clearly. At the very bottom of the pool, curled up, was an unimaginably large dark purple energy entity. Its size dwarfed all the soul-devouring worms and all the corruptors they had encountered combined, resembling a slumbering ancient behemoth quietly curled up at the bottom of the pool. Each weak breath it took caused the energy of the entire pool to tremble slightly, even the rock walls emitted extremely faint humming. Countless dark purple energy threads were spreading from its body, drilling into the light points left after the energy entities dissipated, slowly reclaiming its tentacles. This is... Li Yun's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, a bone-chilling chill shot up his spine. Warning. Detected an unknown transcendent level energy entity. Danger level unaccessible. Host, please leave this area immediately. His spiritual vision emitted an unprecedented frantic warning as it made contact with that mass of energy. It was over 100 times stronger than when facing the soul-devouring worm and the second-tier corruptor Victor. As if looking at it one more time would alert the slumbering giant. Transcendent level. Unknown energy entity. No, we must retreat. Li Yun glanced at the prompt on the system panel, immediately retracting his spiritual vision and stepping back 2 paces, his voice low but with undeniable authority. Move quickly. Get out of here now. Everyone was stunned. Wang Meng instinctively glanced at the edge of the pool, recalling Li Yun's previous warning. He did not move but could not help but whisper, "Li Go, those 3 second-tier crystals are still by the pool. Forget them." Li Yun interrupted him sharply, his gaze fixed on the calm pool. "That thing is not something we can deal with right now. If we wake it up, we will all die here with no way to escape. We absolutely cannot let it awaken now." Suchan noticed Lei Jin's gaze subconsciously drifting towards the second-tier crystals by the pool, paused for half a second, rolled her eyes and yanked his arm, pulling him away. "You stubborn fool, how can you still be concerned about those crystals at a time like this? Hurry up. Are you ignoring Li Ge's words?" With that, she dragged Lei Jin along to catch up with Li Yun. "Go." The group exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and quickly exited the enclosed space of the origin pool, avoiding the 3 second-tier crystals within reach. 5 minutes later, everyone safely returned to the outer corridor. Li Yun leaned against the cold rock wall, slowly exhaling a breath of murky air, his heart still uncontrollably racing. Zhao Qiuyu hurried over the shallow green healing light in her palm, sweeping over each person present, confirming that everyone was uninjured before she sighed in relief and gently shook her head at Li Yun. Lei Jin handed over a cigarette, his fingers still trembling slightly. "Li Go, what exactly was that thing in the pool?" Li Yun took the cigarette, lighting it with the flame he provided, inhaling deeply. The pungent smoke filled his lungs, suppressing the chilling sensation. "I don't know," he exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice still steady, "but I can confirm that thing is not something at our current level can handle." He glanced down at the system panel, the glaring number still clear, distortion progress 0. 8 suppressed, remaining 6 days, 17 hours, 6 days. Enough time for him to obtain the mirror of truth and resolve his own distortion issue. As for the thing in the pool, he could return to settle it once he advanced in rank and gained sufficient strength. He lifted his head, looking towards the left passage leading to the stargazing pavilion, his gaze resolute. "Let's go." He extinguished the cigarette. "But against the rock wall first, we need to get the mirror of truth." "Understood." The group responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they followed Li Yun towards the direction of the stargazing pavilion. Behind them, the origin pool remained as calm as a mirror, not a ripple in sight. Yet at the bottom of the 300 meters deep pool, the curled-up massive dark purple energy quivered slightly, as if it had sensed the presence of intruders. And as if, while sleeping, it had dreamt of awakening. At 1140 p.m., the footsteps of 7 people echoed softly down the corridor, light as if treading on cotton. Li Yun led the way, gripping a blazing short sword in his right hand. Faint golden traceries shimmered across its blade beneath the glow of energy crystals. Each step fell precisely upon a safe node prescanned by his spiritual vision, not a millimeter off, not a degree askew, his foot landing at an angle calibrated with surgical precision. The left passage narrowed to half the width of the descending staircase they had taken earlier, allowing only 3 to walk abreast. The energy crystals embedded in the walls grew sparser, replaced instead by dense, intricate bas-reliefs. They depicted an unknown species, human bodies crowned with bestial heads, locked in celestial combat, ritual copulation and solemn sacrifice amid clouds. "What are these things?" Wang Meng whispered, knuckles white around his crowbar, his eyes betraying him as they flickered involuntarily toward the walls.
Don't look, Li Yun replied without turning. The longer you stare, the more deeply it chills your soul. He had already scanned the reliefs with his spiritual vision and detected an imperceptibly faint energy fluctuation emanating from each. This was no mere ornamentation.
It was an ancient form of information encoding.
The Book of Revelation mentioned it in passing. Primordial civilizations often concealed forbidden knowledge within visual glyphs. Gazing too long would corrupt the mind, twisting the observer into a grotesque abomination.
After roughly 5 minutes, a colossal archway emerged ahead, 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide, forged entirely from a dark gold alloy. Its surface was etched with labyrinthine energy circuits, and at its center rested a palm-sized recess, its shape an exact match for the Level 2 authorization key retrieved from the origin pool.
We're here. Li Yun halted, his spiritual vision flaring outward to pierce the door's threshold. Within his mind's eye, the space beyond unfolded, a vast circular chamber nearly 100 meters in diameter. Its vaulted ceiling vanished into impenetrable darkness, studded only with countless golden energy nodes rotating slowly like a river of stars inverted overhead. At the chamber's heart stood a stone dais 3 meters high. Floating above it hung a full-length mirror. Its frame, cast from silvery white metal, bore flowing runes across its surface. Its reflective plane was no glass, but a gentle golden luminescence like solidified sunlight. The Mirror of Truth. Around it hovered 3 translucent sapphire-hued energy barriers forming hemispherical shields. Intricate energy patterns pulsed rhythmically across their surfaces like living capillaries throbbing with sentient life. Beyond them, 4 colossal stone pillars rose from floor to vault, their surfaces carved with reliefs identical in theme to those in the corridor, yet rendered with far greater intricacy, far deeper unease. Their half-human, half-beast entities slaughtered one another in endless frozen carnage, rivers of blood, corpses strewn across the battlefield, yet none ever truly fell.
Each remained suspended in that eternal agonizing limbo between life and death. Su-chan.
Li Yun withdrew his gaze. Using your sequence engineer abilities, can you bypass the barriers?
I'll try. Su-chan stepped forward, her fingertips glowing with cerulean sequence light as it seeped into the narrow seam of the door.
10 seconds later, she opened her eyes, her face slightly pale.
It's possible, but extremely difficult.
The 3 barriers are interlinked. Disrupt one and the other 2 instantly reinforce themselves. And the barrier core lies buried directly beneath the mirror, no way to circumvent it. She paused, pointing to the recess on the door, but with the Level 2 authorization key we can unlock it outright.
That command takes absolute priority, the barriers will lower automatically. Then we'll use the card.
Li Yun drew a slow breath and withdrew the metallic keycard from his pocket. A chill seeped from its surface into his fingertips. Its azure luminescence had dimmed slightly since retrieval, but still pulsed steadily like the slow slumbering beat of a heart.
He exhaled once, then pressed the card firmly into the recess.
A soft click. Instantly, every energy circuit across the entire door blazed to life. Golden radiance erupted from the seams, flooding the corridor in blinding daylight.
Fall back.
Li Yun barked and shielded the group as they retreated 2 paces.
Hooning.
The archway groaned inward, its massive hinges grinding with a deep resonant thunder, ancient, weighty, like the first stirring of a leviathan roused from millennia-long slumber, warning intruders of its awakening. Beyond lay the stargazing hall, a circular chamber 100 meters wide, its vault now ablaze with radiant golden nodes, bathing the entire hall in opulent celestial brilliance. 4 towering stone pillars rose from the floor, their engraved reliefs now animated by the golden light, those hybrid figures writhing, roaring, bleeding as though resurrected from stone into terrible motion. At the hall's center, the Mirror of Truth hovered silently above its dais. The runes along its silver frame quickened their flow, the golden aura of its surface rippled faintly, as if sensing the presence of trespassers.
Yet Li Yun's gaze lingered on the mirror for barely a second.
His spiritual vision had already locked onto something deeper, 4 grayish-white thermal signatures coiled in the farthest recesses of shadow.
Not the vital resonance of living beings.
Not the chaotic signature of aberrant entities. These were pure energy constructs, identical in nature to the guardians of the origin pool, yet radiating tenfold greater power. They crouched motionless in the deepest gloom, seemingly still asleep. Yet Li Yun could see with crystalline clarity how their internal energy pathways intertwined seamlessly with the rotating nodes above, bound as one.
Should anyone step across the threshold, they would awaken instantly. Brotherly. Lei Jin noticed Li Yun's stillness and instinctively clenched his fists. What is it?
Guards. Li Yun lowered his voice, rapidly recounting what his spiritual vision revealed, 4 energy constructs far stronger than those in the origin pool.
They're dormant, for now. But cross into the hall and they'll awaken immediately. Then what do we do? Wang Meng's voice tightened. We've come this far, we can't turn back now, can we? Li Yun said nothing.
He was waiting for midnight when intelligence would refresh.
15 minutes remained.
Those 3 fragments of intel might reveal the Guardian's fatal weakness. It was the only prudent path. The Mirror of Truth held the key to resolving his own sequence distortion. Failure was unthinkable.
Rest here. Li Yun leaned against the wall.
In 15 minutes I'll tell you exactly how to fight. The team exchanged glances, no questions asked. They fanned out instantly into defensive positions. Lei Jin took the left flank of the archway. Wang Mang and Zhao Taizhu covered the right. Su Chan knelt at the doorway, center rifle trained deep into the hall. Zhao Qiuyu and Zhao Chun lay huddled at the rear, greenish light flickering faintly in the former's palm, the latter gripping his hunting rifle so tightly his palms glistened with sweat. Time crept forward second by silent second. Then, midnight sharp and absolute. Deep within his mind a cold mechanical voice detonated on cue. Today's intelligence updated Intel 1 Stargazing Hall Guardians, Stellar Effigy 4. Forged from residual purification sequence energy of a primordial civilization, their strength matches that of Tier 2 sequence practitioners. Their attacks carry energy erosion capable of directly damaging a sequence core. Yet their behavior follows a fixed cycle: attack defense charge, repeating every 30 seconds. Attack phase 10 seconds they pursue the nearest target at blinding speed, but their defenses plummet to near zero. Defense phase 10 seconds they lock in place, energy barrier strength increases 300, rendering all attacks utterly ineffective. Charge phase 10 seconds they cease movement entirely, drawing energy from the vault to restore themselves, leaving them completely vulnerable. Weakness: a single strike to the core at the chest is instantly lethal, but must land within 3 seconds of the charge phase's onset or the barrier reforms. Intel 2. Beneath the mirror of truth at the hall's center lies the seed vault abandoned by the 7th Pioneer Energy Survey Team, containing 3 high-yield potato seeds and a hand-drawn schematic of the origin pool substructure marking safe routes around its central leviathan. Intel 3. Activating the mirror of truth requires 15 minutes. During this time the user enters deep resonance, completely immobile. Upon successful activation the mirror emits a purification ripple sweeping the entire stargazing hall, inducing brief paralysis 3 seconds and stripping disguise from all corrupted or aberrant entities. This ripple harms no ally. 3 lines of crimson text unfurled slowly across Li Yun's field of vision. A cold razor-thin smile curved his lips. It was done. It was done. It was done. My sequence ability has sensed their movement patterns. Everyone get closer. 30 seconds for a cycle chase during the attack phase, immobile during the defense phase and only able to kill during the charging phase. Don't rush. Li Yun looked at Su Chan. Your shooting skills are the fastest. You will provide fire support while I personally target the core. Su Chan was taken aback. Li Guyu, shoot. But your gun. She hesitated, recalling Li Yun's previously impeccable shooting skills. Rest assured my shooting skills are not necessarily inferior to yours. This is the modified hunting rifle I have carried with me in the mine tunnel, its barrel still showing traces of the silencing agent that has dried up. My spiritual sight can lock onto their core far more accurately than a scope. That's great. Li Guyu, just shoot and well hold the front. Li Yun looked at Wang Mang and Zhao Qiuyu. You two guard the gate, don't let them surround us. Lei Jin and I will lead the monsters and Su Chan will provide backup. If I miss you will take over. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Li Yun took a deep breath and gripped the hunting rifle tightly. Let's go. 7 of them filed into the star observation hall. The moment their feet hit the ground the rotating golden energy nodes above the dome suddenly paused for a second. Then deep within the hall 4 gray-white heat sources simultaneously opened their eyes. Roar. 4 deafening howls erupted in the vast hall. 4 gray-white figures burst forth from the shadows at blinding speed. The gusts of wind they stirred up stinging faces. Their forms were similar to the guards at the origin pool. Half-transparent humanoid energy bodies clad in decayed ancient armor, their faces blurred, but each had a fist-sized dazzling white light pulsating at their chests. That was their core. Attack phase. Li Yun growled, advancing instead of retreating as the pale golden purification flame erupted from his short knife. The first starlight puppet lunged at him, its claws imbued with gray-white energy capable of corroding the sequence core aimed straight for his face. Li Yun sidestepped, sweeping his short knife to slash at its waist. Hiss. The moment the purification flame touched the gray-white energy, a blinding spark erupted. The puppet emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its form violently